Score above 80, an auspicious sign displayed in gold. The daily basic usage count is 3 times for different targets. Additional attempts can be earned by completing system tasks. Special restrictions apply. The effectiveness diminishes with consecutive uses on the same target, and one cannot view one's own fate. For significant historical events, the message "Heavenly Secrets cannot be disclosed" will appear. Warning: those who pry into heavenly secrets will inevitably suffer karmic retribution. Does the host agree to load? Yu Haidong stared intently at the divination slip he'd just drawn, which read "Calamity of Bloodshed," and muttered through gritted teeth, "Confirm. Loading successful. A new novice skill has been awarded: passive skill Gambling Mastery. When gambling-related matters arise, specific event fragments will be revealed. When triggered, it does not count towards the daily active viewing limit. However, the length and clarity of the displayed segment depend on the target's luck value. Temporary Mission Millionaire. If one earns 1 million Hong Kong dollars within a week, a new passive skill will be obtained. Before Yu Haidong could react, fragmented images suddenly flashed before his eyes. At the 4th race of the Paomati Racecourse Night event, the red riding boots of jockey A King on horse number 9 stood out remarkably, and the long-odds horse, Huachilin, edged the finish line by a nose. The odds board flashed the numbers 119 in brilliant light. As the image faded, Yu Haidong's eyes lit up. He abruptly stood up, nearly toppling the fortune-telling stall. Ignoring Shirlu Jie's voice from behind, he dashed toward the public phone booth at the street corner. "Hello, help me check the list of participants for tonight's 4th night race," he said. "Yes, are you sure that horse number 9 is Huachilin, and that the jockey is named A King?" His heart pounded wildly as he redialed. "Hello, I'm calling for Liang Cohen." "Who am I?" "Just say it's Liang Zidong calling, and tell him to come to the usual spot immediately." After finishing the call, he swiftly headed toward Shanghai Street. The divination stick of Miaojia cannot foresee the future, but today I will use my celestial eye to carve a golden path. Just as he was about to leave, Miaojia, a voice called out from behind. "Dong Gu." Turning around, he saw Cui Shuida's daughter Cui Xiaoxiao. "Shirsen Mei, are you off to Bolan Street again?" "I'll tell your old man." "TCH, then I'll go tell Laoji Shu that you skipped work again to bet on horses." Shirsan Mei, who grew up in Miaojia, was half a year younger than Yu Haidong. With her short hair and tomboyish charm, they had known each other since childhood. Shirsan Mei, who lost her mother early on, had a father, Cui Shuida, a notorious gambler who once eked out a living by hustling. Now they operated under the Hongxing faction. In the martial world, there's a saying: 3 years without being hooked by lousy Gio. Within the organization, promotions were rare, with most members as inept and brainless as Cui Shuida. Thus, among 10 street thugs, 9 are lousy Gio. One had neither father nor mother, while the other was scarcely any different. Though one was older and the other younger, they grew up together in Miaojia, bonded like siblings. While they were more like brothers, at least Shirsan Mei had yet to meet the man who would set her straight. Yu Haidong looked at Shirsan Mei approaching, glanced around, and whispered, "How much money do you have in your pocket?" "What for?" Shirsan Mei instinctively clenched her hand hidden in her pocket. "I'm here to help. I've received a divine oracle. Today's a guaranteed win." "You always say the same thing." More cliched than Shirlu Jie's lines. "Who would ever believe you?" Yu Haidong raised his eyebrows and snapped, "You ungrateful little scamp. Isn't it always me who cleans up after your messes? Without me, you'd have been on night duty long ago, and you still dare talk back? Hand it over." With that, he yanked Shirsan Mei's hand from her pocket. Powerless to resist, Shirsan Mei's small hand was pried open, and the 50 coins she had just swindled from her father were snatched away. "Only 50 coins. Give it back, you rotten Lan Ma Dong." Shirsan Mei pouted and clung to Yu Haidong to prevent him from leaving, eventually even hanging onto his tall, robust 185-meter frame. Even with an extra accessory appended to him, Yu Haidong still managed to count his money, $1,184. This was the total of his monthly wages combined with what he had snatched from the accessory. "Lan Ma Dong, are you insane? That's over 1,000. You won't see next month." Ignoring the incessant chatter of the accessory, Yu Haidong considered where to place his bet. If it were an authorized betting venue, it would be safe and risk-free, but the returns would be minimal. Outsider bookmakers typically post higher odds on long-shot bets. However, with higher commission fees and the uncertainty of large bets paying off, it's hard to be sure. Yet opportunities like this are rare, a flash of brilliance that may not come again soon. Deep in thought, while walking, Yu Haidong left Miaojia and arrived at Shanghai Street. It was only then that he realized the accessory was still on him. "Hey, damn kid, if I go to Rongji, you're coming along too. Aren't you afraid that Jean Yabing will get you? Then give me the money and I'll go back." "Not a chance. Even if I give it to you, it merely benefits those cheap girls, tough chicks. That's still better than losing everything. Shall I consider you a worthy investor? If you win, I'll give you 3,000. Do you take me for a fool? Even if the sun rose from a toilet, you wouldn't win more than 1,000. Then what do you propose? In any case, that money is as good as lost." After a moment's thought, Shirsan Mei said, Then help me beat up Hu Shuyong from the Baiying Lu on the street corner." "Which Hu Shuyong?" "The one whose father is that little fellow, Aji the Tot, who is about 2 or 3 years old and always has a runny nose." "Oh, it's him. Why beat him up?" "Because he curses. At the mahjong table, he said my old man would be beheaded sooner or later, and even claimed that I would end up selling. Alright, I'll beat him to death later, okay? I want die. Not to that extent. 13 sister retreated a bit upon seeing Yu Haidong's serious demeanor. What exactly do you want? Don't delay my plan to make money. How about we turn him into a pig's head? Deal? Just let go. Although Yu Haidong was seen as a gambler by 13 sister, he never went back on his promises. Watching Yu Haidong leave, 13 sister revealed a sly smile. She turned and walked towards the temple street, pulling out a red shirt fish from her shoe. With a smirk, she said, "Fool, isn't it just me drinking your foot bath water?" She unfolded a 100 yuan bill and waved it proudly like a fan in front of her. Suddenly her hand was empty, and Yu Haidong's voice came from behind. "Give it back. Save the foot bath water for your midnight snack." This time Princess Taiping completely lost her mind. With a fierce expression, she chanted scriptures and waved her fist like a large bean bag, chasing after the shameless one who ran far away. After a round of coercion and temptation plus a land compensation, Yu Haidong finally shook off his pursuers and met up with Liang Kuan in a small alley. Liang Kuan was 2 years older than Yu Haidong, and the two met on the soccer field in their youth. They kicked balls together and fought together. Although 10 years may not equate to growing up completely, they were definitely each other's support. However, Yu Haidong's godfather did not allow him to join the gang, while Liang Kuan was already a member of the Hing gang. Liang Kuan handed Yu Haidong a red cigarette and said in a deep, raspy voice, "Why did you call me when I'm busy?" Yu Haidong lit the cigarette in his hand, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled. "How much can you earn in a night of car watching? It'll take you to make money." "What is it?" As soon as Yu Haidong began to talk about the horse betting, Liang Kuan turned and walked away. "Li Qian Kuan, you run away before I finish speaking. Is that how you treat a brother? You want to cheat? Stay far away." Rong Jis Golden Tooth Bing is the top horse, formed by 4 red sticks and a black dog. Are you tired of living if you bet against him? What do you mean I bet against him? Isn't it only natural to pay if I win? Adong, we've known each other for 10 years now. Tell me, have you ever won more than 1,000 in horse betting? Today you say you want to win back tens of thousands. Oh, wouldn't it be better to just say you want to rob? Yu Haidong didn't waste words, pulling out a handful of loose change and looking at Liang Kuan. Have you ever seen someone rob with just over 1,000? In the narrow alley between 2 Tang buildings on Shanghai Street, a few gangsters were squatting smoking. They watched as Yu Haidong passed through them, entering the back door of Rome GT restaurant. The back room of the tea restaurant was a different world. In the smoky room, more than 20 gamblers surrounded a television screen shouting. The ceiling fan in the corner creaked, mixing the smell of smoke and sweat, sending it to everyone's noses. As the door closed, the gambler said, "Lousy Ma Dong is really punctual. He comes to donate money right after payday." Ha ha ha. The others laughed in agreement. "Liang Zidong, what are you betting on today?" The dealer Jin Yabing behind the counter was chewing on a toothpick. It was unclear whether he did it intentionally or not, but he always showcased that golden tooth from between his lips. Yu Haidong smiled and asked, "Which horse has the highest odds today?" Jin Yabing pointed at the television without turning his head and said casually, "Fire Qilin 1 to 28 odds, can't you see for yourself?" Yu Haidong said nothing. He quietly activated the system, scanning target Jin Yabing. Luck value 61 white. Recent fortune will be swept by the police tonight. Truly heaven is helping me. In the 4th race, Fire Qilin to win, I bet 1,284 yuan in total. He shouted loudly, slamming the money on the tea table in front of Jin Yabing. The room suddenly fell silent. Several gamblers turned to look at him, as if he were a lunatic. "Young man, do you know that Fire Qilin has come in last for the last 3 races? A bald man laughed disdainfully. "Better to give me your money instead." Jin Yabing swept up the cash, counting as he said, "Think carefully, don't cry to your parents if you lose. I bet my family's wealth. It's a gamble to turn my life around. But I don't know if there's money to pay out if I win." Ha ha ha. Jin Yabing watched the television and suddenly stopped laughing, glaring at Yu Haidong with narrowed eyes. "What did you say?" The noise of the surrounding people suddenly stopped, leaving only the sound from the black and white television. Yu Haidong, undaunted by Jin Yabing's imposing aura, leaned closer to the table and said, "All my possessions, bingo." Jin Yabing squinted at Yu Haidong, turning his head to spit out the toothpick in his mouth. He suddenly forced a smile and said, "It's only a few tens of thousands, can I Jin Yabing not pay?" After saying that, he pulled open the drawer below him, took out a dozen stacks of folded bills, paused on the table, then threw them back into the drawer and kicked it shut. Yu Haidong gave a thumbs up, saying nothing more, quietly sitting aside to watch the television. The commentator's voice came through. "The 4th race is about to begin. All jockeys take your positions." Yu Haidong squeezed to the front row, his heart racing a bit. The bet was not just all his possessions, more importantly, it was his first time testing the system's capability. On the television screen, 14 racehorses shot out of the starting gate like arrows. Yu Haidong fixed his gaze on the figure clad in number 9, Fire Qilin. The start was a bit slow, and in the blink of an eye it fell to the back. "Damn, I told you this horse wouldn't work," the bald man shouted, slapping his thigh. Yu Haidong scratched his head. Could it be that the system was unreliable? Just then the horse in the lead number 4 Flying Cloud horse stumbled, and the jockey nearly got thrown off. A horse has lost its footing. A horse has lost its footing. The commentator's voice suddenly rose. In the chaos, Fire Qilin charged through the crowd like its name suggests, creating a bloody path. Around the bend, the jockey, a king, squeezed his boots tightly, and the chestnut horse suddenly accelerated as if ignited. Last 100 meters. Fire Qilin is catching up. The entire back room erupted with excitement. The gamblers were yelling and cursing. Yu Haidong caught a glimpse of Jin Yibing subtly signaling to his henchman, who quietly retreated toward the door. Charged to the finish. Upset. Fire Qilin wins by half a horse length. Before Yu Haidong could cheer, he felt a chill at the back of his neck. He suddenly turned around and found 3 people coming through the back door, forming a triangular formation around him. Just then the back door of the ice room was kicked open with a loud bang. Wow, what a lively scene. Adong, what are you doing here? The newcomers laughed as they put their arms around his shoulders. Yu Haidong scratched his chin with his pinky finger. This was the signal they had agreed upon in their childhood to prepare for a fight. Jin Yibing's expression darkened. Liang Kuan, this is none of your business. Jin Yibing, does my little brother owe you money? Liang Kuan pulled out a crumpled cigarette and casually offered one to Jin Yibing. Just the opposite. Yu Haidong revealed his betting ticket. 1 to 28 odds, 35,952 yuan. A gasp echoed through the room. Liang Kuan exaggeratedly whistled. Wow, you hit the jackpot. The esteemed Jin Yibing won't renege on his debt, right? Jin Yibing's golden teeth clicked together. Yu Haidong noticed that his right hand was slowly moving downward, where a weapon was likely concealed. Brother Bing. Yu Haidong suddenly raised his voice. I heard that the O gang is sweeping the outer establishments tonight. He deliberately glanced at the clock on the wall. If we leave now, we can still hide the account books. Jin Yibing's hand froze. In the tense standoff, Liang Kuan interjected, Jin Yibing, can you show some mercy? Jin Yibing's expression shifted as he sensed the eyes of the surrounding gamblers and glanced at Liang Kuan. Ultimately, he slammed the counter. A chung, get the money. Take 20%. Liang Kuan swiftly pulled out a butterfly knife from his waistband, flicking it open, the blade now pressed against Jin Yibing's neck. Fuck you, Jin Yibing. Giving face, but lacking respect. It's the rules of the Jianghu to take only 20% on credit bets, while I bet cash. Do you think I Hong Xing Liang Kuan am to be trifled with? Jin Yibing swallowed hard, feeling the blade on his neck, just piercing the skin. Seeing the standoff, Yu Haidong leaned closer to Jin Yibing's ear and whispered, Jin Yibing, your wealth is gilded. Is it the knife or the cuffs that hurt? You better think clearly. Jin Yibing's eyelid twitched as he gritted his teeth, saying, A chung, take 10%, give me the money. Yu Haidong took the cash and pushed aside several henchmen blocking the back door. Liang Kuan pushed Jin Yibing out the back door, kicking him into the crowd as they quickly escaped the alley. Don't chase. Jin Yibing wiped the blood seeping from his neck. Boss, are we really just letting them off this cheaply? Cheap for you, old mo. Clean yourself up, the cops are coming. Do you want to die? In this era, there were very few horse betting stations, hardly meeting the needs of the gamblers. Although a phone betting service was established, the procedures were cumbersome and required a bank account. Moreover, the gang intentionally blocked various legitimate betting channels, siphoning off a huge amount of betting slips with high odds, diverse play styles, and credit betting. As a result, the police frequently launched crackdowns on these illegal outer operations, and once evidence was solid, the penalties were shocking. Fines alone were so severe that the gang wouldn't dare to come forward for bail. Sometimes it was hundreds of thousands, other times millions. So if Jin Yibing was caught, even the lower ranks wouldn't dare to admit he was part of their gang. What background does the horse race have? It's the foreign devil's scythe. Anyone who dares to touch their cake either doesn't get caught or ends up with dire consequences if they do. Regardless of whether Yu Haidong's words were true or not, Jin Yibing dared not harbor any delusions. Although someone was on lookout on the street, if it were effective, the outer horse betting stalls of Dongxing wouldn't have been raided last week. It was said that the cops released snakes, catching people red-handed, even seizing the account books on the spot. The big boss was handcuffed on the toilet in a villa. More than 200 of the collectors who roamed the streets were arrested. 5 boats like Jin Yibing were caught. All of Blind Hong's assets were confiscated, and he was fined 3 million. This didn't even account for serving time and the bail of his other underlings. Dongxing's upper management was furious. One person's mistake caused tremendous losses for the entire gang, leaving no peace. Blind Hong's entire family of 8 disappeared the next day, and he ended his own life in detention. Thus, when Jin Yibing heard about the O gang's raid, he had no mood to haggle over a few $1,000s. After all, a runaway monk cannot escape the temple. As Yu Haidong and Liang Kuan ran back into the crowd on Temple Street, the sound of police sirens echoed in the distance. The two exchanged mischievous smiles and strolled leisurely to get late-night snacks. They arrived at a large food stall, and one of them pulled out a folding stool to sit down. Boss stir-fried crabs from the shelter, half a pound of boiled shrimp, a plate of pepper and black bean clams, 4 fried mantis shrimps, fish soup with mixed fish, a large portion of squid sautéed with shrimp, paste a plate of sea urchin fried rice, and 2 cold blue girl beers to start. The boss smiled as he tossed the stir-fry. Liang Kuan pointed at him and warned, Tai Hua Chun, if you dare to use dead fish for the soup, it'll tear down your stall. The 50-something boss placed 2 bottles of beer on the table laughing. Rest assured, Brother Kuan, it definitely just came off the boat. I'll cover these 2 bottles, the dishes will be ready soon. Liang Kuan ignored the boss' hospitality and whispered to Yu Haidong, don't waste such a lavish meal, let me arrange a ride. Saying this, he got up and made a call from a nearby public phone booth. Soon the dishes arrived and a slender figure shouted from afar, Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan stood up to greet the newcomer, introducing him, a Dong, meet Brother Chow, a tough guy from Hongxing, who oversees the scene at Li Jing nightclub. Brother Chow, this is my little brother Liang Zidong, sharp and capable. After greeting, Yu Haidong asked the boss for more drinks. The meal between Liang Kuan and a Dong was merely a celebration without any debt of gratitude. Liang Kuan was different in the gang connections and social graces were indispensable. Unfortunately, he was tight on cash lately and saw this meal as a chance to repay a small favor. After discussing his and Brother Chaos matters, he casually recounted the incident of retrieving the winnings from Jin Yabing, embellishing the story for effect. After downing 2 beers, Brother Chow patted his chest, assuring that if Jin Yabing dared to seek revenge, he would definitely support Liang Zidong. Hong Kong people's drinking capacity is just like that. Yu Haidong thanked Brother Chow, while secretly exchanging a knowing glance with Liang Kuan, and the 2 clinked glasses in agreement. Both Yu Haidong and Liang Kuan had been poor since childhood, and they would never let an opportunity to profit slip by. The meal not only satisfied their hunger, but also accomplished several things. They finished the meal in just over an hour, bidding farewell. The grand meal, including drinks, totaled 162 cents, with napkin costs at 2 dimes. The boss rounded it off, collecting 160. Yu Haidong left a red shirt fish and 6 blue crabs on the table, then took out a stack of neatly folded bills amounting to exactly 5,000, pulling Liang Kuan's hand to slap it in his palm. Liang Kuan looked at the money in his hand and said fiercely, what is this? Why are you giving me money for just being brothers? Yu Haidong put his arm around Liang Kuan's shoulder, as brothers don't pretend with me. I have no money, I can just eat the staff meal at the restaurant. If you have no money, who will you eat with? Your mom gambles worse than me, and the landlord has called my beeper for overdue rent. I already gave my mom the rent. You owe 3 months, I'll remember to pay the landlord yourself next time. Then I won't need your money for rent. The cops are cracking down on prostitution in Yaomati for a month, targeting Hongxing. Even the TV news reported it, big boss. No one is going to nightclubs, are you parking your bus? In the underworld, one becomes poorer at midnight and richer at dawn. If the hands stop, the mouths stop. Don't mention this 49er. Even if a big brother's business is under police scrutiny for a month, he would still have to run away. Liang Kuan no longer declined and stuffed the money into his pocket. All right, consider it a loan. Oh, I'll calculate the interest for you. Deal? 9 out of 13, first pay me back 500 cents. Give you what? Liang Kuan laughed and kicked at a Dong's backside. Yu Haidong dodged the sneak attack, laughing and scolding, drop it. And I'll add another 30% interest. The 2 playfully tussled to the street corner, spotting a drunkard swaying toward them. Yu Haidong accidentally caught a glimpse and recognized the familiar face. It was truly a case of hitting the pillow while dozing off, just what he wanted. The drunkard had no idea of avoiding them and was promptly set up by the 2. Fuck your mother. So you call yourself Hu Shiyong, huh? He'll show you what it means to be brave. Are you still brave now? Liang Kuan said, grabbing Hu Shiyong by the hair and delivering a series of knee strikes. With precise positioning, he caused the opponent to bleed profusely and become disoriented. Yu Haidong tripped Hu Shiyong, sending him crashing face first to the ground. The 2 of them kicked the drunken man on the ground, who was hugging his head, finishing off with a spit. Lying on the ground, Hu Xiong's face was bruised, and he was mostly sober now. This wasn't the first time he had been beaten. After an incident where he was punished for sharing the same name as a certain gang leader, he changed his name and never dared to call himself Hu Shiyong again. It had been a long time since he had been beaten. How did he end up getting hit again today? He never imagined that he would be beaten up over $100. The 2 assailants had now slipped into a finished bath. After showering, they lay in the massage room, enjoying the skilled hands of the beautiful therapist while reminiscing about childhood stories. Liang Kuan grew up in poverty with a gambling-addicted mother and a father who abandoned them when he was very young. As a child from a poor family, Liang Kuan had to mature quickly, gaining deep insights into human relationships through his struggles in society. He was curious about why his good friend Adong could score big, but he never asked. Making money could be a matter of a single phrase, or even a matter of life and death. Whether someone wanted to share was their business. If he asked, he had to bear the consequences of knowing. So when a beautiful woman was present, they could chat about romance and reminisce about the past, but one should never ask foolish questions like, how did you know about the fire Chilin winning? Yu Haidong also grew up in hardship. His mother passed away in a car accident when he was only 3 or 4 years old, and he had no idea who his father was. Raised by Uncle G, he was never treated as an outsider, but the family name was Lin, not Yu. No matter how prosperous the Lin family was, it had nothing to do with him. Uncle Ji had no familial ties to him, yet he managed to raise Yu Haidong into a tall, strong, and literate young man, which was already a tremendous favor. To aspire to be like those rich second-generation kids lounging around and wasting time would be a bit greedy. He couldn't bring himself to betray those who had helped him. Starting in 1971, Hong Kong implemented 9 years of compulsory education, but secondary education still relied on exams for streaming dominated by the British education system. The original owner of this body truly couldn't be a little Hong Kong exam taker and dropped out after reaching Form 3. Uncle Ji was already over 70 and his 2 sons were both over 50. The Lin family all liked this adopted son. The 2 older brothers were old enough to be Yu Haidong's father, and they suggested sending him abroad for further studies, but Uncle Ji refused. Uncle Ji said, "I raised my godson. He stays by my side." The elder was known as the King of Temple Street, and his word was law in the entire Temple Street before the 70s. No matter if it was gangs or the police, no one dared to raise their voice in front of him. Uncle Ji held the first gun license in Hong Kong. He also had the first mahjong parlor license. The licenses for all 144 mahjong parlors in Hong Kong were obtained through Uncle Ji's efforts arguing with foreigners. Without him, the mahjong parlors wouldn't have become a legitimate gambling industry like the Jockey Club. Even the first hit list in the Underworld was issued by Uncle Ji. Although he had retired now and no longer dealt with gang matters or mahjong parlors, his words still held weight in the Lin family. When he said not to let Dongzi leave Hong Kong, no one dared to ask why anymore. Yu Haidong practiced boxing in the gym run by Uncle Ji's son-in-law in the mornings. At noon, when the mahjong parlor opened, he would come help after having lunch. In those 2 places, he came into contact with all kinds of people. From neighbors to gang members, from stars and wealthy merchants to police inspectors, Yu Haidong had seen all sorts of colorful characters. There were many Shu Gai like Liang Kuan and various leaders and veterans from the Word Head Gang played cards in Uncle Ji's mahjong parlors on Temple Street. The main shop security was a Big D who had just come up with Anil. Since his student days, Yu Haidong had watched Big D rise from a runner to the head of the Red Sticks. It was no wonder that later he was said to lack qualifications when he became the leader. After all, he had only just transitioned to that position. Adong, I'm not saying this lightly. If I had your background, I would either find a gang job within the Word Head Gang, and with Uncle Ji backing me, I could open a branch in no time. Or I would join the police. Your brother has connections in the Jockey Club, so how could you not get promoted? Why be like me fighting over scraps with those dogs? If Liang Kun's hands weren't resting on sensitive areas of the female masseuse, while saying this, Yu Haidong might have believed him a bit. This Yu Haidong with the same name was no simpleton in his past life. Having fought in the workplace and market for over 20 years, he could easily see through Liang Kun's intentions. Although most people would boast subtly in front of beautiful women, Liang Kun's words hinted at something else. Yu Haidong lay on the massage table, his head stuck in the face support hole. The therapist's delicate feet were trampling on his back, making his words come out, as if squeezed from toothpaste. First, Uncle Ji won't let me join a gang, so you don't have to worry about me killing you in the future. Second, I can't let out foreign gas, and don't want to be suffocated by it, so I won't join the police. The most important point is that I want to live extravagantly and be wealthy, but my back is too stiff to bend. What do you think I should do? Liang Kuan also reached the time to turn over, sticking his face into the hole, as well a mischievous laugh escaping from the massage table. Squatting to pee and still thinking of saying something cool. We were both born from our mothers without fathers to look after us, just like the rats that scurry about in garbage heaps. I gamble my life for tomorrow, living freely for a day. One day, if a boss gives an order, I might have to draw a life and death contract. I see you have a short-lived look. Even if you become a leader, you'll still end up dead in the streets. Yu Haidong laughed, and in the past Liang Kuan would have thrown over a towel or slippers. He was already on guard, but by the time he finished laughing, there was no response from Liang Kun's side. Yu Haidong pulled his head out to look beside him and saw Liang Kuan staring at him with a strange expression. He then asked, "Are you dumb?" Liang Kuan asked seriously, "You can't be serious, right?" After Liang Kuan said this, Yu Haidong really scanned Liang Kuan with the system, and he was just a blank slate. "Don't worry. You won't die within 3 days." With that, he waved his hand and went back to enjoy. Smack! A slipper hit Yu Haidong on the back of the head. "Ha ha ha. You guessed right, what am I even doing here?" Liang Kuan, having successfully ambushed him, laughed recklessly. "Damn it. No need to wait for others to strike. I'll eliminate the harm to the people myself, right now." Scrawny dude, give me back my bath towel." "You lewd man. In the end, you're just someone who could only star in a Category 3 film. I'll let you have a cameo first." In the massage room, apart from their playful banter, there was only the sound of giggles from the therapist. Outside, thunder rumbled, and the rainstorm in Hong Kong arrived suddenly. The next morning, Yu Haidong squatted beneath the outdoor faucet on Miaojia's Tong Lao building, rinsing his head. After last night's brutal brawl with Liang Kuan, and another fierce encounter with a masseuse, the afterburn cut sharper than the butterfly knife dangling from Golden Tooth Bing's neck. "Rotten Ma Dong." 13 May's voice rang out from the alley entrance as she waved today's Oriental Daily News. The front page blared, O branch raids Shanghai Street at midnight. Arrests off-track bookmaker Golden Tooth Bing. You really called it. 13 May slapped the newspaper against Yu Haidong's dripping back. My father says he'll treat you to late-night dim sum tonight. As thanks for teaching Hu Shuyong a lesson. Yu Haidong wrung out his shirt, but his gaze drifted instead to the sports section tonight. At 8 the English FA Cup final. Liverpool versus Tottenham. In 1982 Liverpool stood at their zenith, yet Tottenham fielded Osvaldo Ardiles, World Cup champion with Argentina. Brother Dong. 13 May waved her hand before his eyes. Hey, I'm talking to you. Before the words fully left her lips, Yu Haidong's vision flickered, flashing with fragmented images. Anfield Stadium drenched in torrential rain. Tottenham's goalkeeper Clements fumbled a save. A gaunt, sallow-faced man tore his lottery ticket into shreds. The odds board glared with cruel clarity. Liverpool won, payout 1. 5. Got any loose change? Yu Haidong snatched the coins from 13 May's palm and sprinted toward the corner phone booth. 3 shrill rings later, a hoarse voice barked down the line. What the hell are you mad? It's still early. Tonight, I need you to place a bet with me, at Palau Chong's. By dusk on Jordan Road, the sign hanging on the door of Hong Sheng Ice Room read closed. 2 Triad youths crouched outside smoking. Spotting Liang Quan approaching with a companion, they stepped aside to let him slip through the side entrance. They climbed upstairs. Near the stairwell sat 7 or 8 gang members. Deeper inside, a few figures lounged in shadow. Palau Chong wore a floral shirt, a thick gold chain coiled around his neck, a toothpick jutting from his mouth. At the sight of Liang Quan, Palau Chong gave a curt nod. The enforcer blocking the stairs slid back into his booth. Liang Quan guided Yu Haidong to the booth beside Palau Chong and spoke across the aisle. Palau Chong, this is my younger brother Liang Jiadong. He's here to place a bet. So, you're Liang Jiadong. Palau Chong replied, eyes scanning Yu Haidong up and down. You're the one who won 30,000 last night at Golden Tooth Bing's, and then the cops raided his operation. Yu Haidong answered calm and unyielding. I bought horses with cash he paid out at posted odds. If I hadn't placed that bet, would the police have spared him? Or are you simply too afraid to take my wager? At those words, the surrounding henchmen shot upright. Palau Chong raised a hand to still his men, spat out the toothpick, and said, Tottenham won. Current odds 1.35. Then came rapid footsteps clattering up the stairs. Thud, thud, thud. A man stumbled onto the landing, forehead bandaged. Fly Ming, you got beaten by your wife again. Ha ha ha. The gangsters erupted in laughter. Mind your own business. Fly Ming ignored their mockery, bent low beside Palau Chong, and grinned. Brother Chong, I'm betting 1,000 on Tottenham. Palau Chong watched his underling collect the money, then smirked sideways. Well, did you sell your wife to fund this? Yu Haidong's pupils contracted sharply. This Fly Ming was precisely the doomed soul from the system's premonition, the one who'd tear up his ticket in despair. To be certain, he activated the system's scan. Target scanned. Fly Ming fortune index 43, glowing red. Faded fragment at 78th minute. Overcome with anguish upon losing, he'll trip and shatter both front teeth. Yu Haidong turned to Palau Chong. I'll bet the opposite. Liverpool won. What odds do you offer? Palau Chong held Yu Haidong's gaze, slowly drew out his odds card, lowered his eyelids to glance at the figure. 2.5. Yu Haidong slapped 3 thick wads of Hong Kong dollars onto the table before Palau Chong. 30,000. Can you handle it? A collective gasp rippled through the room. If Liang Jiadong won, Palau Chong wouldn't just lose his stake. He'd owe 45,000. That was no trivial sum. Palau Chong narrowed his eyes. Young man, do you know Liverpool's recent win rate against the spread stands at just? I'm Alan too, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Yu Haidong added, glancing pointedly at Fly Ming. Because I've found a beacon, my lucky omen. Go eat shit. Fly Ming spat. Tottenham has our dials. They'll win by at least. Fly Ming, isn't it premature to rush judgment? Let me buy you a drink. Order whatever you like. Yu Haidong wasn't rattled by a few sour remarks from his so-called omen. Palau Chong's expression darkened. His gaze shuttled twice between Yu Haidong and Fly Ming, wondering why today, of all days, are they both staking everything? Is this some auspicious date? He tilted his chin toward a subordinate who nodded and reached for the 30,000 on the table. But Yu Haidong's large hand slammed down over the cash. Instantly, every henchman swiveled, glaring with venomous intensity. Palau Chong fixed his gaze on Liang Quan seated beside Yu Haidong. Your younger brother surely knows the rules. Here, once a bet is spoken, even dreams count as binding. Before Liang Quan could reply, Yu Haidong interjected smoothly. Palau Chong, no need for subterfuge. If this bet wins, I'll walk away with over 70,000. What cut do you take? Standard practice, 10% on cash, 20% on credit, Palau Chong replied flatly. Brother Chong, I'm no greenhorn sucker. I asked what cut do you take from me? Ha ha ha. Clever boy. Very well. No matter how much you win, I'll take only 10% from your winnings. He flicked his eyes toward a nearby underling who dipped his head once and vanished downstairs. Yu Haidong withdrew his hand from the stack. Palau Chong weighed the bills in his palm, then leaned in, voice dropping to a murmur. Young man, new records needs a debt collector. Interested? Much obliged, Brother Chong. Yu Haidong pulled out a pack of Marlboros and offered one. I'll consider it, after I've lost it all. That evening at 7:50 p.m., over 20 Triad youths crowded before a 14-inch color TV on the ice room's second floor. When the camera panned across Tottenham's bench, Fly Ming proudly pointed at our dials. See that? World Cup champion. Yu Haidong, however, studied Liverpool's substitute bench, fixating on young striker Ian Rush, the very player who, per the system's vision, would score twice. The whistle blew. Rain fell relentless and heavy. In the 17th minute, Tottenham took the lead, Archibald's towering header finding the net. Fly Ming leapt onto a table roaring with laughter beer foam, spraying Yu Haidong's face. Adong. Liang Quan leaned close, whispering, "Is your intel truly reliable?" "Relax," Yu Haidong murmured, eyes locked on the screen. Rain streaked the lens, warping light into surreal halos. Liverpool's crimson kits seemed to drift spectral and blood-soaked across the pitch. Then at the 63rd minute of the second half, the broadcast cut to static. Pa Lao Chong kicked the television. Amid the flickering snow, the screen caught Rush's solo breakaway and his clean, decisive strike. "One one." Yu Haidong whistled sharp and clear. Fly Ming's face went ashen. He'd wagered his entire life savings on Tottenham. At the 78th minute, when Rush struck again, Fly Ming doubled over, gagging, and bolted for the restroom. A single sickening thud echoed. True to prophecy, he slipped on the wet tiles and crashed headlong into the doorframe, two front teeth embedded deep in the wood. Deep into stoppage time, the commentator's voice tore through the speakers. 3-1. Liverpool complete the comeback. The ice room's second floor erupted. Chaos, cheers, disbelief. Adong. Liang Kuan suddenly tugged at his sleeve. The subordinates of Bo Lao Chong surrounded Liang Kuan and Yu Haidong in the middle. If it were Ming the Fly who had won so much money, he certainly wouldn't be able to take all of it away. A few tens of thousands indeed made Bo Lao Chong feel the pain, but he actually wasn't losing money. A bookmaker on the periphery would definitely encounter being caught betting on underdogs. The Underworld wouldn't simply lose money. If it were someone useless like Ming the Fly, they would just drag him into the alley and beat him up. Not only would he not get the money, but he wouldn't dare to call the police. But for someone like Liang Kuan, who had won a considerable amount, it wouldn't be worth starting a fight over just a few tens of thousands, so they would simply give him more cash to settle it. However, previously Yu Haidong had blocked Bo Lao Chong's words, so they could only take a commission of 10%. At this moment, the bookmaker, not wanting to lose money, had a very reliable method: buying insurance. Just now, after Bo Lao Chong accepted Yu Haidong's bet, he immediately gave a look to his subordinate to buy insurance. First, the subordinate bought a bet of 5,000, the same as Yu Haidong's, over the phone from the horse racing office. The odds from the official betting house were 2-1, and then he also bought a bet of 15,000 at even higher odds from another betting site on credit with odds of 2.8 and a commission of 1.5%. This way, if Yu Haidong didn't win, then after Bo Lao Chong deducted the 20,000 he spent on insurance, he would profit 1,000. If Yu Haidong won, then Bo Lao Chong would earn a profit of only 3,200 after deducting the 67,500 he owed Yu Haidong from the insurance. So Bo Lao Chong wouldn't lose money, which was also why Yu Haidong wanted Liang Kuan to accompany him. Previously, he only gambled on horses, not on Bo. Without Liang Kuan, he wouldn't be able to meet Bo Lao Chong, and more importantly, it cut off Bo Lao Chong's idea of blackmailing him. Yesterday, Jin Yabing couldn't handle it, and no matter how the bookmaker operated, it was a loss. It couldn't be that a bookmaker betting on underdogs would buy insurance. Moreover, Hongxing and Dongxing had always been at odds. The new place where Bo Lao Chong was located and Hongxing were relatively less tense. So when the atmosphere on site became tense, Bo Lao Chong spoke up. "Everyone sit down. Haha. My Bo Lao Chong's establishment has always been fair to everyone. A 10% commission pay up." A subordinate took out several stacks of cash from a bag at his feet, counted out 67,500, and handed it to Yu Haidong. Yu Haidong received the stack of money, stood it up, and knocked it on the table, producing a thump-thump sound, and then picked it up to gesture at Bo Lao Chong. "Thanks everyone, let's make money." After saying this, he pulled out a golden note and placed it on the table. "I'll treat everyone to drinks." Just as he was about to leave, he remembered something. He returned and threw another note onto the dazed Ming the Fly lying on the ground. "Thanks, Ming Deng." Only then did he turn and head downstairs. Bo Lao Chong watched the two leave and shouted loudly, "Liang Zidong, just come by yourself next time." Haha. Yu Haidong didn't turn his head back, waving his hand. "Let's have tea when you have time." As he walked out of the ice room, the night breeze of Jordan Road hit him, bringing the salty dampness. It must have rained a little while ago, as the ground had been washed. The air was exceptionally fresh, and the tension and restlessness from the ice room were washed away from Yu Haidong's heart. Liang Kuan threw his arm around Yu Haidong's neck, his face flushed with excitement. "Dong. You rascal, you're truly amazing. You even predicted Liverpool's comeback. Next time there's such a good opportunity, remember to call me. We'll clean out the new Ian's territory." Yu Haidong shook off his arm, took out 2 Marlboro cigarettes from his pocket, handed one to Liang Kuan, lit one for himself, and took a deep drag. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze was exceptionally clear. "Kuan, good, this kind of money is windfall, but it's also a source of trouble." He slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Today, Bo Lao Chong was able to let us leave with a smile, not only because we didn't win enough, but also because your Hongxing identity made him not want to cause any trouble. But whether you believe it or not, if we come back 1 or 2 more times the next time we leave through that door, it could be 2 corpses. Liang Kun's excitement slightly cooled as he had been in the underworld for many years and naturally understood this truth. The money from the black market can be taken in small amounts, but if you try to kill someone in one go, they will first make you into sashimi. So what do you suggest? Liang Kun was somewhat unwilling. Earn it, but in a different place. Go to a place that respects the rules more. Yu Haidong's gaze turned towards the direction of Victoria Harbor, where the lights were dazzling the heart of Hong Kong and Asia's financial center, Central. Gambling is ultimately a small path. Relying on luck, cheating, or news is not as good as relying on the trend. I want money to make money for itself, compound interest rolling like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger. Liang Kun listened with half understanding, scratching his head. You speak so mysteriously. Where do you find such good opportunities? Central. Yu Haidong extinguished his cigarette, but his eyes flashing with a sharpness that belied his age. Go to the stock exchange. That's the largest legal casino in Hong Kong. Are you out of your mind? Playing stocks. That's a game for foreigners and big players. A small fry like us will lose our pants if we step in. Liang Kun looked skeptical. Yu Haidong smiled. I want to take a gamble in Central. If I succeed, then we won't have to look at other people's faces anymore. If I fail, it's no big deal to start over. Liang Kun felt mixed emotions. He knew that the brother in front of him was no longer the same as before. He was looking higher and further. All right, Adong, you go with peace of mind. I'll take care of things here on Temple Street. Whoever dares to touch a hair on you, I'll make their whole family disappear. Liang Kun patted his chest, speaking fiercely. Yu Haidong nodded, pointing to the bustling Temple Street in the distance. That's the foundation of our success. I want to open a nightclub there. With this nightclub, you'll be able to open a branch. I want you to sit at the head of Hongxing within a year. By then we will join forces starting from Temple Street, taking down Yao Ma Ti, and crossing over to Central. I'll handle making money, and you'll handle us having lives to spend it. From now on, you're no longer a small fry with no future. You need to think like a big brother. Liang Kun looked at his $5 t-shirt, then at Adong's trendy jeans. I, the big brother of Hongxing, think we're quite capable right now. Haha. The two exchanged hearty laughs. Yeah, I can't go to become a stock god in jeans tomorrow. Let's go. Liang Kun and Liang Zidong need to look sharp first. The two chatted and laughed as they walked towards the night market on Temple Street. Temple Street, the totem of Hong Kong's street life, a realm woven with neon lights and oil smoke. Under the night, on the iron frames of stalls, cheap suits, plastic slippers, counterfeit watches, and yellowing old books spread out under the tungsten lights, creating a miniature world of material desire. Housewives squatted in front of plastic tubs, rummaging through cheap lingerie, and the blue light from the Yao Ma Ti police station flickered silently from 100 meters away. This is the gangland sanctuary scene in Young and Dangerous, where the faded statue of Guan Gong stands at the alley entrance, and perhaps a triad leader is sitting on a folding chair at a stall. The survival rule of Temple Street has never changed. Within the cracks of neon and shadows, everyone is striving to make a living. The next day, Central District. Unlike the chaotic and greasy atmosphere of Temple Street, this place is another world. The air is filled with the scents of money, coffee, and high-end perfume. Men and women in a hurried pace, all clad in suits carrying briefcases, express their ambitions and desires with their hurried footsteps. The glass curtain walls of the skyscrapers reflect the glaring sunlight, making it difficult for Yu Haidong, who just crossed the harbor from Kowloon, to open his eyes. He walked into a brokerage firm named Fada Securities, where a wave of heat mixed with voices, ringing phones, and the clicking of printers hit him. The hall was crowded with retail investors who were fixated on the giant blackboard on the wall filled with dense stock codes and prices written in chalk. Their gaze was indistinguishable from that of flies last night. Brokers in red vests weaved through the crowd, shouting into phones and placing orders, each one like a wind-up machine. This is the Hong Kong stock market in 1982, wild, primitive, full of opportunities that glitter like gold, yet buried with traps that could lead to ruin. Yu Haidong found a corner to stand, ignoring the surrounding noise, and quietly activated the Heavenly Eye system. His gaze slowly swept over the busy brokers in red vests. Scanning target broker A. Fortune value 72, white normal fortune. Scanning target broker B. Fortune value 55, red misfortune. Fortune segment 3 hours later, due to operational errors, he will be publicly slapped by a client. Scanning target broker C. Fortune value 68, white normal fortune. After scanning a dozen or so, most results were unremarkable. Yu Haidong was not in a hurry. He had patience. His gaze continued to move until it finally settled on a corner deep within the trading hall. There sat a young man around 25 or 6, wearing gold-rimmed glasses with a handsome face, but a hint of melancholy and unfulfilled ambition. The phone in front of him did not ring at all, a stark contrast to the other brokers who were too busy to even stand still. However, in Yu Haidong's view, a dazzling golden glow was hovering above this young man's head, as glaring as the rising sun. Scanning target Chen Jinrong. Fortune value 88 brilliant gold. Fortune segment within a day due to a heavy investment in the Lianqing industrial stock being acquired by mysterious capital. The stock price skyrocketed, making him well known in the industry as a top broker. That's him. Yu Haidong's lips curled slightly as he navigated through the noisy crowd, directly approaching the young man, named Chen Jinrong, and pulling out a chair to sit down. Sir, may I help you? Chen Jinrong adjusted his glasses, his tone polite, yet distant. Noticing Yu Haidong's shabby attire, he was not overly concerned. Without wasting words, Yu Haidong took out a stack of cash wrapped in newspaper from his bag and placed it on the table. 67,000 Hong Kong dollars in cash. I want to buy stocks, Yu Haidong stated succinctly. At that time, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange had not yet popularized electronic settlement systems, and even the banking system was not integrated. The exchange did not accept checks or bank transfers. All transactions required investors to pay cash on-site to obtain paper stock certificates. Chen Jinrong's expression changed instantly. He stared at the pile of cash on the table, then looked at Yu Haidong's overly young yet exceptionally calm face, and his initial disdain softened. Which stock do you want to buy? Lianqing Industrial Code 0354. Buy as much as there is all of it. Yu Haidong's tone left no room for doubt. What? Chen Jinrong nearly stood up in shock. Sir, are you sure? Lianqing Industrial is a penny stock priced at just 0.12 and has been stagnant for almost half a year, at risk of delisting at any moment. Putting all your money in is too risky. He couldn't help but remind him out of professional ethics. He had researched this stock for a long time and judged that there was potential for a big move, which is why he had built a position privately, but ultimately it was a gamble. Yu Haidong looked at him and smiled. Mr. Chen, if you lack confidence in yourself, I can find another broker. But I guess your fortune is also tied to this stock, isn't it? Chen Jinrong's pupils contracted sharply. This was something only he knew. As he looked at the young man in front of him, who seemed to see through everything, a storm surged in his heart. How? How did you know? Whether the market opens or not, just one word. Yu Haidong didn't want to explain, only tapping the table with his knuckles. Chen Jinrong took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. He grabbed the phone and quickly placed the order. When the trader confirmed the purchase of 562500 shares of Lianqing Industrial, several brokers nearby cast looks as if they were watching a fool. Time passed second by second. In the morning, the stock price of Lianqing Industrial remained stagnant, like a still pond. Chen Jinrong began to sweat, wanting to advise Yu Haidong to cut losses and exit several times, but seeing the calm demeanor of the latter, he swallowed his words. In the afternoon at 2:30, the market opened. A sudden change occurred. Without warning, a massive buy order flooded in, pushing Lianqing Industrial stock price from 0.12 to 0.18. The entire trading hall erupted into chaos. What's going on? Lianqing is moving. Quick check for any news. Before anyone could react, the second and third buy orders followed closely. The stock price soared as if it had taken off on a rocket, unstoppable. 2 dimes, 3 dimes, 3 dimes, and 5. The printer by the wall was spitting out transaction records frantically, making a tap 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 sound like a symphony of money. Chen Jinrong's breath had stopped. He stared intently at the numbers on the blackboard being wiped and updated, his hands clenched into fists. At 3:45 in the afternoon, nearing the closing bell, a heavy piece of news spread throughout Central District via the news agency. A subsidiary of Jardine Matheson announced a full acquisition of Lianqing Industrial at a price of 0.40 per share. Boom. The hall erupted into a frenzy. Everyone looked at Chen Jinrong with the eyes of disbelief, as well as at the young man beside him, who remained calm throughout. The market is closed. Final price, 3 dimes and 8. Chen Jinrong trembled as he picked up the calculator and pressed a few buttons, then said in a dreamlike voice, Sir, your initial capital of 67,500 has now turned into $213,750. After deducting a few hundred in commissions and stamp duties, you netted over 140,000. In just one day, the asset had more than tripled. Yu Haidong stood up, patted Chen Jinrong on the shoulder, his face still wearing that calm smile. Well done. He pushed $5,000 in cash from the profit towards him, which was already more than 10 times Chen Jinrong's commission. This is yours. Remember to call me next time there's a good opportunity. Sir, do you need me to help you contact a security company for escort? Robbing a bank was truly not as easy as robbing a stock exchange. Many desperate individuals made their fortunes by simply walking into the exchange with a life-measuring tool. Yu Haidong smiled and shook his head slightly as the dapper Quan, dressed in a cheap suit, arrived with 7 or 8 younger brothers behind him. Amidst the shocked and envious gazes of the crowd, Quan took the canvas bag filled with cash. The two gracefully left the exchange, surrounded by their followers. Chen Jinrong looked at the 5 banknotes on the table, then at the retreating figure, knowing that today he not only earned his first pot of gold, but also met a true benefactor. Stepping out of the exchange, Liang Quan clutched the canvas bag stuffed with over 200,000 in cash and murmured softly, I've never held money this heavy in my entire life. Suddenly, a system prompt chimed within his mind. System alert milestone, capital multiplication completed. Active skill, benefactor recognition, unlocked. Benefactor recognition, an active skill that highlights with high-precision individuals who will form a major beneficial intersection with the host within the next 24 hours. Key figures capable of generating substantial positive impact. Cooldown 24 hours. System alert: the host has drawn the attention of stock market manipulators. Any further attempt within the short term will trigger backlash, posing imminent danger to either the host or those close to him. The severity of the crisis scales with the magnitude of the disruption caused. Yu Haidong smiled wryly inwardly. This was more perilous than crossing a triad. Indeed, not all predators wield knives and forks. Yet he had acquired a new skill, benefactor recognition. A spark lit up in Yu Haidong's eyes. This was indeed welcome news, the very thing he needed most at this moment. He silently commanded, activate benefactor recognition. Skill engaged. Within 24 hours, all recognized benefactors will emit a soft golden radiance around their forms. Seeing no visible change among those around him, he picked up where Liang Quan had left off, still a long way off from buying a nightclub. Then leading the group to a bank, he deposited exactly 200,000 into a savings passbook. Emerging from the bank, Yu Haidong whispered a few words to Liang Quan, who nodded confidently before turning to his underlings. Tonight I'm treating everyone at Lijiang nightclub. At the bottom rung of the underworld, there was no minimum wage, hence the slang term Lanzai rotten kids. Loyalty to a capable leader meant steady food and shelter. Backing the wrong man meant hunger one day and surfeit the next. Thinking of sneaking a free meal at a Dai Pai Dong. Every stall paid protection fees. Dine without paying today, and before you'd even digested your meal, you'd be beaten so badly you'd vomit up yesterday's supper. In the early 1980s, a showing face meant little. No one pocketed even $50. At best, the boss might treat the crew to a hearty meal at a Dai Pai Dong. Even when carrying out official society business, real knives, real fists, the outcome usually amounted to little more than a hot bath and a massage. Only the underlings offered tribute to their seniors and the organization, not the other way around. To try siphoning benefits from the society, that was sheer delusion. Oh, Brother Quan, what a grand gesture. A chorus of excited cheers erupted among Liang Quan's young men. They'd done nothing but walk, and yet here they were invited to revel at a nightclub. It felt like manna from heaven. Each silently thanked fate for having chosen the right boss. Yu Haidong footed the bill, while Liang Quan played the magnanimous frontman. Their roles were perfectly defined, and now was precisely the time for Liang Quan to cultivate loyalty. Central District was beyond their reach for now. Their even dining required a necktie. But a $700 seafood feast at a Temple Street Dai Pai Dong sealed oaths of fealty to Brother Quan among the rank and file. Upon arriving at Lijiang nightclub, Chow the doorman gaped in disbelief. In just 3 days, Liang Quan had gone from nobody to commanding a retinue through a high-end venue. Drinking, singing, bathing, massaging, the full suite. Among the juniors, Brother Quan had already evolved into Big Boss. For a Si Gao Jai 4th member, earning a blue lantern mattered less than 3 immutable truths. First, you must have money. Second, you still must have money. Third, you absolutely damn well must have money. Shun Haonan spoke of numbers and brotherhood, but only because he lacked wealth. After a night of heavy drinking, Yu Haidong revived himself with an icy shower to the head. It was Saturday. Traditionally, Old Chicken Uncle's mahjong parlor teemed with players, and Yu Haidong routinely spent weekends helping out there. Coincidentally, he was scheduled to meet another key ally there today, one he'd long identified as indispensable. To Yu Haidong, hailing from mainland China's future Hong Kong felt astonishingly small. Yao Ma Timon Kok and Sim Sha Sui, collectively known as Yao Tsim Mong, had become cliches even to fans of Hong Kong dramas. Its total area spanned less than 7 square kilometers. Walking from north to south took under half an hour. No wonder senior gang leaders moved and conducted affairs like village elders. Even dominating the entirety of Causeway Bay, clean sweep style, meant controlling no more than a kilometer east-west and half a kilometer north to south. Stand mid-street, and your entire territory lay fully within sight. The odd Shun Haonan once inspired in Yu Haidong now sounded like a black taxi driver boasting, "I run the whole railway station district." Indeed, most major railway stations dwarfed Causeway Bay. So even if Old Chicken Uncle hadn't forbidden him from joining the Triads, or if no one else intervened, he simply couldn't muster enthusiasm for fighting over scraps of turf. Today's meeting was with the man famed for breaking heads over such scraps, Didi. His rapport with Didi ran nearly as deep as with Liang Quan. Yu Haidong had long wondered what did the D in Didi stand for. It was the first question he asked upon meeting him. Didi's real name was Lei Chao. As a child, his dark complexion earned him the street nickname Black Kwai. He had an elder brother named Lei Wu and a younger sister named Lei Sanchi. In Hong Kong, the spade suit in playing cards is colloquially called Black Kwai, while the popular card game Big Two is also known as Chu Da Di, plowing the Big D. Within that game, the deuce of spades ranks highest among single cards, and is thus dubbed Didi. Lei Chao, the second-born, was a fearsome street fighter, cementing his moniker forever. Born in 1961, the year of the ox, Didi began working early to support his family. Soon after, his mother suffered a traffic accident and was hospitalized. His father was frail and unemployed, his elder brother and younger sister were still in school. With his mother hospitalized, the family's world collapsed. Lei Chao, silent, ruthless, secretly took the fall for someone else, securing a sum large enough to save his mother's life. That act marked his entry into the underworld. Convicted of manslaughter, he served 2 years at Stanley Prison, emerging as a formally registered Si Gao Jai under Hoan Lock. Once taciturn, prison transformed him into someone who spoke far too much. As he put it, stay silent in there, and you're treated like a corpse. Since he'd taken the fall for another, he was immediately claimed by Hoan Lock upon arrival. As a branded society member, survival meant asserting dominance, shouting down rivals, beating them down. Upon release, Didi led men to seize a lucrative territory for Hoan Lock, becoming the top enforcer, the Red Stick, under Canon King. He began overseeing operations at Old Chicken's flagship mahjong parlor. Over several years of acquaintance, Yu Haidong realized Didi possessed an unyielding traditionalism at heart. He revered rules above all. Every matter began with protocol, and anyone who flouted it would pay dearly. After a simple lunch at a roadside eatery, Yu Haidong entered the mahjong parlor. The moment he stepped inside, deafening clacks of tiles and raucous street slang flooded his ears. Thick smoke hung in the air, thick with the mingled scents of tobacco and sweat. All walks of life converged here. His gaze swept rapidly across row upon row of mahjong tables, until it locked onto a scene in the far corner. Didi stood frozen, berated by a middle-aged man in a floral shirt and gold chain. The very man who was his boss, Canon King. Didi, I told you to watch the accounts closely. Where exactly did your eyes wander? Last month's society remittance fell short by 20,000. Your sector alone. Are you planning to go grass? Run away? Like the others? Didi kept his head lowered, face crimson, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles whitened and tendons bulged, but he uttered not a word. At that precise instant, Yu Haidong's vision sharpened. A soft, luminous golden aura shimmered unmistakably around Didi, the very man being reprimanded. System alert: tonight, Lung Gon will host a high-stakes mahjong tournament. If Didi brings you into the game, substantial earnings await. Yu Haidong did not step forward immediately. He watched, still patient, calculating. When Canon King finished his tirade, he spat contemptuously and strode into a private room. Didi remained rooted in place, chest heaving violently, eyes blazing with raw humiliation and suppressed fury, so intense it seemed ready to ignite into flame. Without warning, he slammed a fist into the pillar beside him, a muffled thud reverberating through the air, then turned sharply and strode toward the exit. The moment had arrived. Yu Haidong followed him outside and called out to him in the back alley. Big brother D, could you lend me a light? Yu Haidong offered a cigarette. Is that a J8 light? Do you think the fire in my eyes is big enough? Big D cursed harshly, but his body honestly handed over a lighter to Yu Haidong. Yu Haidong lit the cigarettes for both of them, and as he returned the lighter, he asked, so you can't even come up with 20,000? Did you hear me eavesdropping? Did I want to? The entire mahjong hall could hear it, right? Damn. Big D angrily tossed away the half-smoked cigarette and turned to leave. Big D, there's a lucrative business opportunity. Are you interested? What? Oh, I heard that you pulled in 30,000 from Jinya Bing. I advise you that kind of money doesn't last long. Be careful, or someone might come after you. That's old news. I heard that Long Jin is hosting a high-end game tonight. If you introduce me, we can split the winnings 70-30. If I lose, I'll cover your 20,000. Hearing this, Big D looked at Yu Haidong, as if he had heard the biggest joke, scanning him up and down. I know you've been at the top of the mahjong hall since you were young. Do you even know how big Long Jin's game is? Just one round could cover your salary for 3 months. Is your 30,000 enough to play a single hand? Yu Haidong said nothing, but took out a bankbook from his pocket, opened it, and handed it to Big D. The balance section showed a number starting with 2, followed by 5 zeros, clearly reflecting in Big D's eyes. 200,000. Big D's breath quickened instantly, his eyes bulging like copper bells. After so many years in this world, he had never possessed even 20,000. This kid, who was a few years younger than him, actually carried a bankbook with 200,000. His gaze instantly shifted from fierce to greedy and confused. Did you steal money from Old Chicken, uncle? Please look clearly, but says my name on it. Yu Haidong took back the bankbook and said calmly, get me into Long Jin's game. He'll put up the capital, and you be the introducer and bodyguard, ensuring I can safely take my winnings. Once successful, well, split the winnings 70-30. Big D's heart raced violently. This could be more than a year's worth of income from guarding for the Canon King. He looked at the young man in front of him, freshly enriched, realizing this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why should I trust you? Big D struggled one last time. Because you have no choice. Yu Haidong extinguished his cigarette and stared directly into his eyes. I've watched Canon King take people to guard since I was young. You don't need to tell me. I already know that money won't be returned, and the responsibility doesn't lie with you. Which of his underlings hasn't lost money to him? Canon King can hold this ground not because he is strong, but because Old Chicken Uncle has been the elder of the Harmony Group for decades. Back then, he and Lian Sheng had not split from Harmony, let alone the current Shui Fong, and in lieu that have split from Lian Sheng. Old Chicken Uncle entrusted this venue to Shui Fong out of past affection. To put it bluntly, even if a dog were tied at the entrance of Uncle Chicken's mahjong hall, who would dare to come here looking for trouble? Canon King has merely pocketed his underlings' money, giving 2,000 monthly as a tribute to the elder Feng Shui, which is your top guy. Do you want to be trampled under Canon King's foot for life, or do you want to take a gamble with me and rise to become a big shot yourself? This statement struck Big D like a heavy hammer on his heart. He remained silent for a full minute, ultimately gritting his teeth, a glint of crazed gambling spirit flashing in his eyes. All right, I'll gamble with you once. But let me tell you, many have gone to Long Jin's game and never returned. If you cheat and get caught, I won't protect you. Yu Haidong revealed a confident smile. You've been guarding here for so many years. Have you ever seen a top player caught cheating, let alone a top player who cheats? You wait here. I'll call Long Jin's chief assistant Guanzi-san. We both stayed in a large warehouse at Chizhou, so it should be fine. In Chizhou, prison members of various gangs are separated, with those from the He gang typically placed in one cell. However, He and Lu and He Liansheng have deep ties and a large number of members, so they established a separate faction called Shuangying. Other He members are in one cell, while Shuangying members are in another. This division helps prevent excessive violent incidents from occurring. Thus, whether inside or outside of prison, the relationship between He and Lu and He Liansheng members is quite good, often switching between the two gangs. Of course, there are no absolute friends in the face of interests. Conflicts often erupt between the two gangs over gambling issues. That night on the top floor of a high-end Chaozhou restaurant in Tsimsha Sui. This is the underground mahjong game hosted by Long Jin, an elder of the He Liansheng gang. Anyone who can enter this room is a prominent figure from various gangs or a wealthy benefactor. Big D was dressed in a crisp black suit, his hair slicked back, yet he appeared somewhat nervous. This was his first time stepping into such a high-level setting, while Yu Haidong seemed calm and collected. He still wore casual attire, and after entering the empty private room, he sat by the door at an octagonal table, quietly sipping tea. Before long, the participants of the game began to arrive. Big D made introductions one by one in Yu Haidong's ear. The host is Long Jin, a smiling, short, plump, old man who appears friendly, but the occasional glint in his eye sends chills down one's spine. He is a notorious old fox in the He Liansheng gang. The main guest is a Taiwanese benefactor from the Bamboo Alliance known as Dragon Brother. This man in his 40s sports a mustache and wears a large jade ring on his finger, flamboyant in nature with a loud voice, accompanied by two bodyguards with high bulging temples. Another is the number gangs by Jishan, known as Lantu Chao. Big D, this handsome guy looks familiar. Is he your new little brother? Uncle Long Jin, this is my friend, the handsome Dong Old Chicken Uncle's godson. Big D replied respectfully, trying to elevate Old Chicken Uncle's status. Big D's street experience now holds little weight among gang elders like Long Jin. The relationship of godfather and godson means little when discussed by others. If Old Chicken Uncle himself said, "This is my godson," then everyone present would immediately rise to praise. This handsome guy truly stands out. However, when it comes out of Big D's mouth, no one takes it seriously. You say it means nothing? I could say the governor has sworn brotherhood with me. Lantu swore to follow the market. Of course, Yu Haidong only leveraged Big D's connections to enter this game, not expecting Big D to assist in any other way. Over the River Dragon shot a sideways glance at Yu Haidong, speaking in a heavy Minnan dialect. Oh, little brother also enjoys playing a hand. Do you know how high the stakes are here? Starting from 1,000, no upper limit. The disdain in his words was evident. Yu Haidong set down his teacup and smiled slightly. Dragon brother, I'm just here to learn. Money is a small matter. It is my honor to sit at the same table with the greats. He took out 200,000 in cash from his bag and neatly stacked it at the corner of the table, his movements unhurried. Seeing the 10 stacks of golden bull Lantu Chao and over the river dragons, eyes lit up. In their eyes, Yu Haidong was merely a water fish carrying a large sum of money to be taken advantage of. Long Jin, with a pipe in his mouth, smiled and waved, signaling Yu Haidong to come to the table. Titles like Godfather don't matter, a cash is what counts. Everyone pulled out large stacks of cash and placed them in the drawer at the poker table. Regardless of status, if you want to play, you have to show the money first. In later years, many drove luxury cars and borrowed money for gas. In those days in Hong Kong, many who looked rich were just surface level. It's needless to say, even Big D's suit was borrowed. You expect him to buy handmade suits. It's debatable whether he can even pay his rent on time. Seeing that everyone was ready, Long Jin tossed the dice into the pile of cards, and the game began. As the dice were thrown, the crisp sound of mahjong tiles clashing echoed in the room. Passive skill gambling expertise has been activated. In an instant, Yu Haidong felt his senses sharpen remarkably. He could glean much information from a subtle expression of his opponent or a habitual action of drawing a tile. Even more astonishingly, whenever a player was about to complete their hand or make a critical choice, a vague image or strong intuition would flash in his mind. The pace of the game was rapid, with substantial stakes involved. Yu Haidong's first recognized character was Fa in mahjong. Over the past decade, he had spent the longest time at the mahjong parlor. From low-stakes games to those worth tens of thousands, he played them all. After all, the money belonged to the mahjong parlor, and no matter how big the stakes, he remained unfazed. Games here required 8 rounds, usually lasting over 4 hours, testing both patience and concentration. If someone ran out of cash midway, they would still have to finish the game, even if it meant borrowing at high interest. Yu Haidong sat steadily, playing very cautiously. He was neither greedy nor reckless, experiencing both wins and losses, but overall maintaining a slight loss. Watching from behind, Didi felt his heart in his throat, his atoms apple bobbing incessantly. In just half an hour, Yu Haidong had already lost more than 30,000. Didi was sweating anxiously, several times wanting to remind Yu Haidong, but held back. Before coming, Yu Haidong had instructed him not to speak no matter what happened in the game. His task was to ensure both people and money could safely leave the establishment. Any unnecessary actions would affect their earnings. This made the other 3 players, especially the over-the-river dragon, increasingly believe that Yu Haidong was an inexperienced rookie, and their guard gradually relaxed. Time passed quietly, and soon it was deep into the night. The game had entered a heated phase. The over-the-river dragon was on a winning streak, having won over 100,000, laughing uncontrollably and becoming more talkative. All honors, all honors. Haha, I'm sorry everyone, another self-drawn tile. He pushed his tiles forward, laughing triumphantly. Just then a new round began. Yu Haidong picked up his hand, frowning slightly. The hand was terrible, isolated tiles scattered everywhere, forming no sets. But he remained calm, continuing to play methodically. After several rounds, the tiles began to trend toward a pure hand. Meanwhile, the over-the-river dragon grew more excited with each turn, a determined gleam in his eyes, his fingers even trembling slightly under the table. Suddenly, a warning flashed in Yu Haidong's mind. The image was exceptionally clear. In front of the over-the-river dragon lay a complete set. East, south, west, north, center, FA, white 119, 1 tong 9 tong, and a self-drawn 9 tong. Critical game alert: target over-the-river dragon hand is 1 tile away from 13 orphans, only missing the last 9 won to complete the hand. The next tile will be a self-drawn 9 tong, annihilating the table. 13 orphans, one of the highest scoring hands in mahjong. If he wins this round, he could clean out the money from the other 3 players. Yu Haidong's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at his hand. He had 3-3, 1-1-2, 1-1-6, 1-1-8, 1-1 FA, 1 red center, 1 white blank, and 4-5-1. The 4-5-1 were not exposed, serving as his defensive tiles. When it was Yu Haidong's turn to draw, he picked up a 2-1. Logically, he should expose it, but instead he discarded a white blank. The player above him called out Pong. Then he discarded a tile, and it was again Yu Haidong's turn to draw. He drew another 2-1 and discarded a red center. Pong. Haha, big 3 honors, here it comes. The over-the-river dragon, seeing his 3 attempts to draw interrupted, was now fuming. What are you doing? Are you targeting me? Always discarding in front of me. If Long Jin wins big 3 honors, you don't have to pay anything. Yu Haidong remained silent, smiling as it was his turn to draw again, pulling a 6-1. Gang. Yu Haidong placed down 4-2, eliciting an eye roll from the over-the-river dragon. After the gang, he drew a 6-1 gang again. The over-the-river dragon took a deep breath, muttering quietly, "Rooster laying eggs. I'll blow your mind, watch out." He placed down 4-5-1, drew a 6-1, and called out gang again. Yu Haidong placed down 4-6-1, leaving him with 3-3-1 and 1-8-1. Now the players at the table were no longer calm. He had already formed 3 concealed sets, and if he exposed another, it would be for concealed sets. 10 points. Although it didn't compare to the 13 points of 13 orphans and big 3 honors, looking at the previous rounds, Yu Haidong hadn't played any 1 tiles. It was clear he was aiming for a pure hand plus 4 concealed sets. That would exceed the 13 points of 13 orphans. Gang again. It was over. He had drawn to a pure hand and 4 concealed sets. But it wasn't finished. Yu Haidong still needed to draw. Everyone's eyes were glued to Yu Haidong's hand as Didi stood behind him, fists clenched, eyes wide like saucers. Yu Haidong slowly drew a tile with his fingers, then sighed. "Oh, it's not a won." The other 3 let out a sigh of relief, while Didi regrettably gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Flower. Yu Haidong flipped over a flower tile plum. According to the rules, drawing a flower tile was treated the same as exposing a gang. He had to continue drawing from the end of the wall. Another flower. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched Yu Haidong. Flower, draw again. The over-the-river dragon pulled out a handkerchief and started wiping sweat. "I don't believe it. You'll draw 8 flowers." Flower. Flower. He really hit the jackpot. 8 flowers equal 8 points. Everyone stood up to watch as Yu Haidong drew the last tile for the gang. Long Jin no longer cared about big 3 honors, and even the over-the-river dragon was indifferent to whether he could win with 13 orphans. As long as Yu Haidong didn't draw to a flower gang today, would be a narrow escape. If he drew a winning hand, it wouldn't just be tens of thousands. Each of the 3 at the table would lose hundreds of thousands. The over-the-river dragon was so eager that he accidentally knocked over his own tiles without noticing. 10 pairs of eyes were fixed on Yu Haidong's hand as he drew. Yu Haidong's palm covered the tiles, his thumb rubbing over the entire surface. 8-1. Self-drawn. He revealed all his tiles. 3 1 2 1 5 1 6 1 4 of each 2 8 1 plus 8 flowers. The other 3 slumped back into their chairs. Could you please calculate the points, seniors? The room fell silent. Long Jin, Lantu Chao, and the over-the-river dragon stared in shock at the hand before Yu Haidong. The DS mouth hung open, nearly able to fit an egg inside. He could never have imagined such a monumental turn of events. This round the points were off the charts, and all 3 players had to pay. After calculations, Yu Haidong won 1152,000 just from this one hand. The face of Long Jin turned as dark as the bottom of a pot as he stared intently at Yu Haidong, his eyes filled with a hunger for vengeance. He stubbornly flipped over the card that should have been his, the 9 of circles. You. He was so furious that he couldn't even form coherent words. But he lost clearly, and on Long Jin's turf, he dared not make a move. Young people are formidable indeed. Long Jin came back to his senses, looking at Yu Haidong with a complex expression of admiration. Now he believed this handsome young man was the protege of old chicken uncle. Yu Haidong stood up, collected all his winnings, and then placed 4-0 on the table. Thank you, Uncle Long Jin, and all the big shots for your generosity. This amount is my treat for everyone to have some tea. After saying this, he exchanged glances with Didi, and they turned to leave under the awed gazes of the crowd. Upon exiting the restaurant, the night was already pitch black. Overnight, Yu Haidong's total assets had surged to 123,000. He handed a heavy paper bag to Didi. Here are 410,000, your 30%. Didi took the bag of money, feeling its weight like 1,000 pounds. When he opened it, the dazzling gold almost blinded him. He had never seen so much money in his life. He trembled with excitement, looking at Yu Haidong, his gaze transformed from initial contempt and doubt to complete awe and admiration. Brother Dong, from now on my life, Didi, is yours. If anything happens, just call me. Yu Haidong laughed as he patted his shoulder, saying, What's going on, brother Didi? From now on, we brothers will prosper, no doubt about it. A van pulled up, and Leon Cohen poked his head out. Shall we go together? Yu Haidong opened the door and turned to ask Didi. Of course, are we going to stay here and wait to be robbed? They exchanged smiles, both jumped into the van, and its exhaust spewed out a trail of black smoke as they sped towards Temple Street. Yu Haidong's total assets totaled 82,000. The fiercest dog in the underworld had already come under his command. A crucial piece had just been placed on his chessboard. The van sped down Nathan Road in the early morning, yet the atmosphere inside was eerily quiet, contrasting sharply with the speed. Leon Cohen, with a cigarette in his mouth, examined the 2 men in the back seat through the rearview mirror, his eyes filled with curiosity. Yu Haidong leaned back against the seat, resting his eyes, as playing mahjong was an activity that consumed a lot of brainpower. In his relaxed state, it seemed as though the thrilling gambling match and the ecstatic wealth of the night had nothing to do with him. Didi beside him, however, was a completely different picture. He clutched the paper bag filled with 410,000 cash tightly, as if he were holding his own child. His body trembled slightly from excitement, and the sound of his heavy breathing could be clearly heard in the cramped space. Dong, brother Dong. Among gangsters, titles are not determined by age. Strength is the only standard that distinguishes hierarchy. 13. My father is in his 50s, yet he still addresses someone in their 20s as big brother. The way of speaking and behaving in the gang had deeply embedded itself into D since his time in Stanley. Just like in the military or police, once you enter a collective formed by ranks and rules, the first thing to be erased is the mindset of an ordinary citizen. From the moment Didi accepted Yu Haidong's money, their ranks began to diverge. From now on, my life, Didi, is not just yours. The lives of my entire family are also yours. He said this with unwavering conviction, each word seeming to be squeezed out between clenched teeth. For a traditional man who places great importance on family and rules, this was the highest level of loyalty. Yu Haidong slowly opened his eyes, not looking at Didi, but gazing out at the rapidly retreating street view. Brother Didi, your life is worth more than 4,000, and mine is not just 8,000. In the future, our lives will be even more valuable. He turned back, meeting Didi's gaze calmly. This 4,000 is my promised reward to you. You paved the way for me, and I fulfill my promise. This is what you deserve, not my charity. You can spend this money freely, whether for enjoyment or to buy a car or a house, it's all up to you. But I think within half a day the Cannon King will know you have this money. What will he do then? Didi's body trembled all over, his eyes reddening as he stared ahead, flames burning in his pupils, a mix of humiliation suppressed for years and the madness of a sudden reversal. His body, which had slightly trembled from excitement a moment ago, immediately calmed down. Didi's upper body, initially straight, leaned slightly forward, turning his head left and right, producing cracking sounds from his joints. He understood Yu Haidong's intentions, but he was not foolish. Aside from his parents, no one would genuinely care for him. He just didn't expect Yu Haidong's ambition to be so grand and his actions so swift. 1 second, he was winning money at the card table, and the next he was already plotting power shifts within the gang. Over 8,000, even his boss would not remain so calm upon seeing it. How old is Yu Haidong? When Didi was his age, he felt like he owned the world after earning 500 from a daring act. And what about Yu Haidong? Just now, when he was resting, his breathing was even steadier than when he slept. Not only was he not excited about overnight wealth, but he was also the first to think about plotting power shifts within the gang. Is this something a kid his age should be contemplating? At this age, shouldn't he be consumed by hormones racking his brain about how to impress girls? Didi did not mind being used. Being useful meant he had value. Moreover, being utilized by a big shot is the ultimate dream for every gangster. He was just surprised that his big shot seemed a bit too young. I understand. Didi nodded heavily, gripping the paper bag even tighter. At this moment, the bag of money in his eyes was no longer just simple wealth. It was the lever to change his destiny, the ladder for his ascent. It was the starting line that Yu Haidong had drawn for him. Didi. Liang Kuan, the driver, chuckled, releasing a puff of smoke. Don, you're really starting to resemble a big shot more and more. But let me remind you, in the matters of the Waterhouse, we Hongxing shouldn't get too deeply involved. Although the Cannon King is a waste, he has the support of the elders from Anil, and he won't be easy to deal with. Yu Haidong smiled, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and pulled out one to put in his mouth. Just as he was about to light it, Didi's lighter was already brought to his lips. Yu Haidong deeply looked at Didi, bringing the cigarette close to the flame to light it, then nodded. He forcefully pulled open the small window on the side door of the van, and a cool morning breeze rushed into the cabin, invigorating everyone. Why do we people from Xiangjiang seek wealth while worshipping Guangong? He exhaled a puff of smoke and answered his own question. Because Guan Eryi has a knife and knows how to fight. In Xiangjiang, there is a shortage of everything but people. Be it scoundrels, fools, evildoers, lazy people, useless people, or tough guys. Even the crooked ones come here to find a meal, swimming over with guns to rob your food. If your own father lacks ability, you have to fight for yourself. Xiangjiang is so small, if you don't push towards the center one day, you'll be pushed into the sea. I can't swim, do you all swim well? Liang Kuan glanced at him deeply through the rearview mirror, falling silent, then suddenly floored the gas pedal, and the van roared, racing faster into the night. This brother who had grown up together with him was already completely different. His vision and perspective had long surpassed Temple Street and Yao Mati, even exceeding the realm that those like them, the old 49s, could comprehend. Liang Kuan could only try to make this old van go faster. He feared he wouldn't be able to keep up with Yu Haidong's pace. The car halted at the entrance of Miao Street. Didi was the first to leap out. He turned back and bowed deeply to Yu Haidong, then clutched the money tightly and vanished without a backward glance into a shadowy alley. He did not even go home. Riding the momentum, the raw energy surging through him, he would carry out Yu Haidong's orders that very night. That madman. Surely he won't go beat someone up tonight. He isn't mad. He's starving, said Yu Haidong calmly. A wolf starved for too long, suddenly spotting a slab of succulent meat, will throw itself forward with fangs bared, desperate to seize it, to tear it apart. Pao Wang is merely a dog standing in his path. With that, Yu Haidong patted Liang Kuan's shoulder. Brother Quan, take me back to the mahjong parlor. The chessboard had been laid, the first piece had already fallen. Didi, the vicious wolf, had been bound fast by chains of gold, and now pointed unerringly toward his first target. And Yu Haidong himself would now begin plotting his next move, a goal far grander than any mahjong match or triad power struggle. Wild Wolf Bar, Pao Wang's domain, his self-proclaimed palace, where he lorded over others with impunity. Inside a plush booth, Pao Wang sat with one leg draped over the other, an exposed dancer cradled possessively in his arms. As he luxuriated under a massage, he barked orders at his underlings. Damn it. That good for nothing Didi hasn't shown his face since morning, not even answering his pager. When he returns, I'll flay him alive. Boss, maybe Brother D's just sulking a little. Give him 2 days, he'll be back. A junior henchman leaned forward with a sycophantic smile. Sulking? What right does he have to sulk? I feed him. That's an honor. And yet he drags his feet over, handing over 20,000. I reckon he's itching to run away like some coward. Just as Pao Wang raged, 7 or 8 broad-shouldered men, lean and grim-fist, blocked the entrance to the booth. Their massive frames cut off the bar's kaleidoscopic lighting, plunging the entire booth into sudden oppressive darkness. At their head stood Didi, clad in a sharp brand-new black suit, hair slicked back to a mirror sheen. Gone was the old timidity, the cowering deference. In its place bloomed a cold, unassailable authority. Behind him stood the very men who had once been Pao Wang's most formidable enforcers, and also the ones he had oppressed most brutally. The booth's raucous clamor ceased instantly. Every hand stilled. Every gaze snapped toward the intruders at the threshold, stunned into silence. Even Pao Wang froze. He shoved the dancer aside, rose to his feet, and jabbed a finger at Didi's face. Didi, you traitorous snake. You vanished all day, now you dare rebel. Didi said nothing. He only stared, cold, unwavering, then withdrew a thick envelope from his jacket and slapped it down onto the mahjong table with a sharp, resonant crack. The flap burst open. Stack upon stack of crisp, golden-hued banknotes spilled forth, blanketing the tabletop like fallen leaves. This is 100,000. Didi's voice was low, but clear as a struck bell piercing every ear. 20,000 covers last month's dues. The remaining 80,000 settles debts owed to my brothers here. You know full well how much you've stolen from them over the years. Pao Wang's face flushed deep crimson, livid, humiliated, exposed. This was public humiliation, laying bare before all witnesses his embezzlement, his tyranny over his own men. Where the hell did you get this kind of money? He roared, bluster masking raw panic. That's none of your concern, Didi replied coolly. Then he turned slowly, scanning the faces of former comrades, now subordinates, and declared, as of today, I Didi sever all ties with Pao Wang. Any brother willing to follow me will earn double what Pao Wang ever paid you. If trouble comes, I'll shoulder it. Profits, we split them equally. A stunned hush fell across the nightclub, then erupted into murmurs. Around Pao Wang, his henchmen exchanged glances, hesitant, calculating eyes flickering with sudden, unmistakable interest. They'd followed Pao Wang for years, reaping no rewards, only enduring constant deductions and petty humiliations. Didi, by contrast, commanded loyalty, and now revealed astonishing financial power. A wise bird chooses its tree. Those in the underworld understood this truth more keenly than most. Are you all turning traitor? Pao Wang panicked, pointing wildly at his restless men, screaming hoarsely, don't forget who your boss is. I am the red pole of Wan Lok. At that moment, another voice, languid, unhurried, cut through the tension. Oh, what a lively gathering. Does the water room hold its meetings without inviting Hing? All turned. There stood Liang Quan's cigarette dangling from his lips, flanked by a dozen Hing men blocking the doorway. They hadn't entered, but their fierce, unyielding presence spoke volumes. Liang Quan winked at Didi, then offered Pao Wang a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Pao Wang, seems your numbers are running thin. Shall I call in our branch brothers to help you save face? Pao Wang's knees buckled at the sight of Liang Quan. They shared no bond, no alliance, no favor. He understood instantly Hing's presence meant only one thing. They were there to back Didi. Didi had Hing behind him. His confidence shattered utterly, and his wavering men, witnessing this decisive shift, hesitated no longer. Brother Didi, I'm with you. Brother Didi, I'll follow you from now on. That bastard Pao Wang. I've loathed him for years. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. Within minutes, Pao Wang stood utterly alone, abandoned even by the dancer who'd slipped away unnoticed. His former underlings now stood rigidly behind Didi, gazing at him with icy detachment, as if staring at a corpse. Pao Wang sat slumped in his chair, face ashen, whispering hollowly, Didi, you win. Didi didn't spare him another glance. The man who had once inspired such hatred and terror now seemed beneath contempt, less than human, no better than a dead dog. He raised a hand, gesturing to the 20-odd men now gathered behind him. Everyone downstairs now. Let's find somewhere else to celebrate. This place reeks. Spit on it. Yes, brother Didi. A thunderous chorus answered him. By dawn, after depositing the cash at the bank, Yu Haidong and Liang Quan sat side by side in a cha-chan tongue sharing breakfast. One scanned the Oriental Daily News, the other flipped through the horse racing form. Damn it! How could it possibly lose? Is this horse fed on sewage every day? Liang Quan slammed his pineapple bun onto the racing paper in irritation. Hey, want to try our luck at the racecourse again today? What falls from the sky isn't pie. It's a gambling addict plummeting from a rooftop. Gambling is always a shady sideline, never respectable. Gambling is always a shady sideline, never respectable. Liang Quan raised an eyebrow. So what do you plan? Are you truly thinking of retiring, going legit? I'm no Triad member. What retirement is there to speak of? In Hong Kong, the most legitimate business is land. Every inch beneath our feet is pure gold. Some see it, some don't. Yu Haidong spoke casually, his gaze drifting idly across the property section of the newspaper. Liang Quan stared, momentarily speechless. Land? You mean buying buildings? It's about buying land, purchasing old buildings, acquiring those places that others overlook, but will soon become worth their weight in gold. This was the most crucial path he planned for himself after merging his memories upon his arrival. Fighting and killing are merely transient affairs. The true power and status are forever held in the hands of those tycoons possessing immense assets. In 1982, Hong Kong stood at a historic crossroads. With negotiations about future prospects imminent, many felt panic about the future, selling off assets and preparing to emigrate. Both the stock market and land prices were in a slump, which in Yu Haidong's view was a golden opportunity to seize the bottom. Suddenly a system prompt sounded. Scanning target, abandoned land on the east side of Yau Ma Ti Police Station, IDTD 1982. Fortune value 67, white normal 92, brilliant gold. Key event: the police department's high-level meeting will pass the police facility expansion plan in 48 hours. His retina was instantly covered by a brilliant blue screen. Fragmented images reappeared. A rusty barbed wire was flattened by a bulldozer, and officials were cutting ribbons under the flash of cameras. The land price curve soared vertically to 18 million. Yu Haidong slammed the table, overturning the pineapple bun of Liang Kun. Gather the brothers, it's time to reap the harvest. What are you going crazy about? Liang Kuan cursed while wiping the dirt off his clothes with a tissue. Let's go. Being a landlord is better than being a lousy gambler. In the afternoon deep in Temple Street, Big D retrieved 2 chilled sodas from the refrigerator and handed them to Yu Haidong and Liang Kuan. I met with a few uncles from the society this morning. Each gave me 20,000. Oh, I also found Ding Yi saying that the brothers were not satisfied with the Canon King and pushed me to raise the flag. I promised to double the contributions to the society in the future and also double the benefits for Ding Yi. It's all done according to what you said, Donggo. Liang Kuan pouted. It's not that simple to rise up. The society won't recognize your position unless they give you a title. That's not difficult. Once we have our venue, we can set up a hall. Yu Haidong downed half a bottle of drink and slammed the bottle on the table, saying, if we finish this job beautifully, I'll open a hall for you. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, the housing authority will auction this piece of land. Yu Haidong slapped down a map, his finger poking at the barren land east of Yao Mati police station. I want it to become a plague zone that no one dares to approach before the auction begins. All right, they'll go find the site foreman Lei Ming. He has a group of mainland workers who specialize in this line of work, dealing with construction disputes and pretending to be dead to extort money. They're seasoned pros. Pretend to be a plague and sprinkle some water. Perfect. You'll also be responsible for the real estate company facade since we need an identity to bid. That's even simpler. Leave it to me. Yu Haidong turned his gaze to Liang Kuan. Find your cousin at the police station, Snake Boy Ming. I need the bidding list. It must be obtained before tonight. In the evening at 6 o'clock, Liang Kuan received a craft paper bag from someone. Hey, race what you wanted. The biggest one is from the subsidiary of Hing Development. I've heard this auction is organized for their company. The details of several other small to medium-sized real estate companies are also inside. Zheng Jiaqing from Zhaoji also sent someone to register, but it is said he finds the plot small and remote, so he might not be very interested, but one can never be sure. The names marked with a red circle on the list are significant. Thanks, cousin. I won't forget your benefits. You know me. Once this is accomplished, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The next day at 9:50 in the morning. In the auction hall of the Yao Mati Municipal Council, the room was bustling with people mostly wearing cheap suits, their sharp eyes calculating. Occasionally, a few relatively well-dressed managers representing larger companies were mixed in. The buzzing discussions rose and fell like a swarm of restless flies. Yu Haidong, dressed sharply, sat in the back row of the hall, tucked into a corner. In his hand was a white standard envelope. Inside were the documents that would determine his fate. His eyes scanned the bald head of a Mediterranean man in the front row, and immediately blood-red numbers jumped out. 58 bankruptcy warning. A middle-aged man in a dark blue striped suit with slicked back hair. 71 normal luck. After scanning several others, he finally found the most important target. The agent for Weilong Real Estate, a subsidiary of Hing Development, Huang Wenbin. 79 normal luck. Initiating scan. Huang Wenbin missed an important landmark by changing the 1.15 million bid to 8.0, was scolded by the main company and subsequently fired. Indeed, they are wealthy and extravagant, casually spending millions. Without external tactics, he wouldn't even have the chance to brush against the edges. Just then a dull hammer sound echoed from the front of the auction hall. Silence. The auctioneer with graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses stood on stage, his voice amplified through an old speaker with a piercing static. The lot number TD 1982, located east of the Yao Mati police station, has an area, is being auctioned off using a sealed bid method. The starting price is 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. The submission of bids begins now, limited to 15 minutes. The crowd stirred like a school of startled fish, rising and hurrying towards the solitary dark green-painted metal bid box at the front of the hall, holding their envelopes with anxiety and urgency. Clang! The 2 heavy oak doors of the municipal hall, embedded with frosted glass, were forcefully slammed open from the outside. A few sharply dressed individuals stumbled in, quickly whispering to representatives of various companies. What? Is this true? Clear out. The auctioneer, startled and furious, slammed the table and shouted sternly, please maintain order in the venue. This is a government auction. Security. Where are the security personnel? Let's go. Quickly. Damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm not bidding anymore. Some left the auction while others revised their bids. Huang Wenbin also received news about the land becoming a plague zone, furrowing his brow and discussing with his subordinates to modify his bid. Yu Haidong stood up from his corner seat, striding towards the solitary bid box. He approached the box and unhesitatingly inserted the white envelope he held into the narrow submission slot. An unnoticed minor player coming and going without drawing attention. Except for a few companies withdrawing from the bid, the others revised their bids, and Huang Wenbin, at the last moment, also threw his craft paper bag into the box. During the subsequent bid announcement phase, the atmosphere became eerily tense. The auctioneer's voice lost its usual vigor, laced with a barely perceptible fatigue and shock, clearly having just learned the news. Dafa Real Estate, 550,000. After reading a bid, the auctioneer flipped the document to show everyone. Tianda Industrial, 600,000. When Lin Sheng called out this figure, his voice trembled, wiping sweat repeatedly. Weilong Real Estate, 800,000. As the auctioneer announced this number, his gaze instinctively turned towards Huang Wenbin. Huang Wenbin remained expressionless, but his eyes were filled with smugness. The auctioneer took out the last bid document and read, HEFATA Real Estate, 82,000, and displayed it to the crowd. Who is Hefata? What a fool. What on earth could one possibly do with a plague-ridden place? A brief, deathly silence followed, then hushed incredulous murmurs. The auctioneer himself paused in astonishment, double-checking the signature and number on the envelope before raising his gavel. In the winning bidder, Yu Haidong. Thud, and the gavel struck, dull, sharp, final. The matter was settled. En Huang Wenbin stared ashen-faced as Yu Haidong stepped forward to sign and hand over the bank draft. It was over, utterly over. He had believed his last-minute decision would save the company money, only to forfeit the very plot his principal had mandated he secure at all costs. At best, he would be permanently banished from Hong Kong's property industry, at worst, in 2 hours later. On the outer wall of Yau Ma Ti Police Station, the once weathered concrete surface plastered with tattered wanted posters and missing person notices, a freshly printed official government announcement now covered it entirely. A vivid crimson seal blazed under the sun. An announcement on the expansion plan for Yau Ma Ti Police Station and its ancillary facilities. To enhance policing efficiency and improve service conditions, it has been decided after thorough deliberation to acquire the eastern parcel of Yau Ma Ti Police Station Plot No. TD 1982 and adjacent areas for constructing new officers' dormitories, training grounds, and evidence processing centers. Effective immediately upon publication of this notice. The news erupted like a Category 12 typhoon sweeping across the entire real estate sector. Outside the City Hall, property agents who had just attended other land auctions stood frozen, beating their chests, lamenting how they'd missed the so-called plague plot only to be struck dumb by a thunderclap. In the next second, cries of regret, fury, and disbelief pierced the sky. In expansion, a police station expansion. And damn it all. 820,000. It's worth over 10 million on resale. And if only I'd known, I'd have bid even if it meant ruining myself. And Hutchison Whampoa offered only 800,000. Just 2,000 short. Only 2,000. At the edge of the crowd, Huang Wenbin's car, a discreet black Mercedes-Benz, stood motionless. A narrow slit opened in the window. Seated in the rear, Huang Wenbin gazed expressionlessly at the glaringly fresh announcement, then slowly turned his head, his gaze cutting through the chaotic throng toward the City Hall's entrance. His fists clenched silently at his sides, knuckles whitened with strain, emitting faint grating cracks, while thick blue veins bulged across the backs of his hands. Years of discipline had taught him restraint, and he would shoulder this blame himself. Otherwise, the consequences would be catastrophic. And immediately contact that young man surnamed you from Ho Fat Development. Now. Yes, sir. And the secretary in the front seat stepped out and hurried off to carry out the order. Nat 130 p.m. A private banquet room at the Peninsula Hotel. En Huang Wenbin paced restlessly before the floor-to-ceiling window, glancing repeatedly at his Rolex. Have you made it absolutely clear? It's already been half an hour. He still hasn't arrived. And I've conveyed the time, the location, and that you'll receive him personally. Sir, perhaps I should go greet him at the main entrance. And the secretary stood bowed beside him, answering with cautious deference. In the past, given Huang Wenbin's stature, others always waited for him. Even his secretary's presence would prompt junior executives to rush forth and welcome her. But today was different. His very survival rested in another's hands. And with an impatient wave, he dismissed her toward the door. Her hand hadn't yet touched the doorknob when the door swung open. And overslept. My sincere apologies. Yu Haidong slipped inside, clapped the secretary lightly on the shoulder in apology, and strode directly toward Huang Wenbin. And this must be General Manager Huang. Ah, what an honor. Truly a pleasure. I'm Yu Haidong. No great talent, just a humble fellow. And he extended his right hand, offering a handshake. Huang Wenbin resumed his usual composure, settling into the main chair facing the door, and gestured with his cigar-tipped finger toward the chair opposite, backing the entrance. Please sit. And Yu Haidong withdrew his hand, not flustered in the slightest, and smiled faintly as he took the seat. Huang Wenbin tapped ash from his cigar, smoothed his lapel, and spoke without lifting his gaze. My time is limited. Let's dispense with formalities. I want that plot of land you hold. And before Yu Haidong could speak, Huang Wenbin raised a hand to silence him. No need for empty talk. I've already investigated your background. That so-called Ho Fat Development hasn't even built a single toilet. You're merely speculating on land under a shell company's name. So, how much do you want? And let me warn you, don't push too far or you'll choke on your own greed. Be frank in this industry. If I declare I won't buy your land, no one else will dare touch it. Huang Wenbin cut him off again. After several seconds, Yu Haidong smiled gently. May I speak now? And Huang Wenbin drew deeply on his cigar and looked out the window. You're right. I've never even seen a building blueprint. Indeed, I'm just a land speculator. Feeding mouths back home, nothing more. And I don't ask for much. Just this amount. NYU Haidong held up his palm, spreading all 5 fingers. 50,000. Your deed hasn't been in your hands for 5 hours, and you dare demand 50,000 in no. Yu Haidong quickly shook his head. In Huang Wenbin snorted. NYU Haidong rose slowly, smiling as he said, in 5,820,000 total. Huang Wenbin's secretary gaped. This was the first time he'd ever heard of a second-hand land dealer daring to resell at 10 times the original price. Huang Wenbin's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Yu Haidong as though he were mad, then exploded in 5,800,000. Would you take ghost money? In with a sharp slap on the table. Bang. The inner door burst open and 7 or 8 burly men charged in swiftly, surrounding Yu Haidong. Huang Wenbin regarded Yu Haidong with icy disdain, his smile tight and humorless. And, young man, negotiating like this makes things exceedingly difficult for me. Yu Haidong pulled out a cigarette, flicked it expertly with his thumb, and caught the filter between his fingers. In calmly he began, in difficult. Then don't bother. As his voice rose, Yu Haidong flipped the table over with one hand. In delicacies, wine glasses, and porcelain crashed to the floor, some splattering directly onto Huang Wenbin. Simultaneously, the suite's door was kicked open. In Liang Quan and Didi rushed in first, followed closely by 30 or 40 underlings. Didi drove a brutal kick into the gut of one of the hulking men beside Yu Haidong. As the man doubled over in pain, Didi seized his long hair in a firm grip. Fuck you, long-haired Sam. Haven't seen you in days, and now you're wearing a suit. Don't you star boys love sucking? Today, you'll suck your fill. With that, he slammed the man's face deep into a bowl of vermicelli soup on the floor. And none of the others fared better. All were pinned down and roughed up by Didi and his men. Huang Wenbin, ignoring the stains on his clothes, scrambled backward to the corner, stammering, Please don't. My boss is. Meanwhile, Yu Haidong lit his cigarette, stepped calmly over the wreckage, and approached Huang Wenbin, blowing a thick plume of smoke straight into his face. Violent coughing choked off Huang Wenbin's words before he could finish. Yu Haidong adjusted the crooked tie for Huang Wenbin. Manager Huang, in the past few years working under your master, you must have earned over 10 million to say the least. After deducting the money you spent on buying a house and a car, as well as the expenses for your concubine, you should still have around 6 to 7 million left. You misspoke earlier, it's not 580,000, but 582,000. However, to make up for this feast with good wine and dishes plus the laundry expenses, I'll consider that 20,000 as my compensation to you. How about that? Aren't I being reasonable? He then turned around, pulled over a chair, and seated Huang Wenbin properly. Leaning in, he said, I have an appointment with Manager Zhao, who works for Boss Hua, at 3 o'clock. Do you think he would dare to buy this piece of land? Oh, by the way, it seems your boss hasn't been doing well lately, so don't upset him. What kind of person is Hua Shang? Even while Huang Wenbin's big boss was still doing manual labor, he was already the king of real estate in Shangjiang. The concept of pre-sale properties was invented by him, but due to his patriotism, he was suppressed by the Hong Kong government and had to withdraw from the competition in the Xinjiang real estate market. Only then did other sycophants start calling themselves supermen and tycoons. Hua Shang transitioned to Macau, supporting a gambling king, and similarly thrived, now making a return to Xinjiang. The master behind Xinjiang is currently overwhelmed by negotiations, leaving no energy to trouble Hua Shang. If Yu Haidong truly goes to negotiate the land price with Hua Shang's people, even if he doesn't sell at such a high price, he can still make a deal. But what would happen to Huang Wenbin then? Thinking of this, Huang Wenbin no longer hesitated and immediately called over his secretary, who was trembling on the ground, to bring him the briefcase and take out the check. Both Huang Wenbin and Yu Haidong came for this land deed, so they each brought a lawyer. At the moment the agreement was reached, the system notification sounded. Host's assets reached 5.8 million within a week. Temporary mission millionaire completed. Reward bloodlight warning passive forewarns of lethal threats, cooldown period 24 hours, has been activated. Jiang Kuan saw Yu Haidong preparing to leave and hurriedly said, Adong, you'll keep Boss Huang company for a while. You should go verify if this check is real. The gentleman with the pen is worse than the thug with a knife. The system has already confirmed the mission completion, which also proves the authenticity of the check. Thus Yu Haidong smiled and patted Huang Wenbin on the shoulder. I believe in Boss Huang's character. His family is large and his business substantial. How could he stoop to our level? Right. Really. Absolutely real. Huang Wenbin nodded incessantly. Stepping out of the Peninsula Hotel, Didi felt a bit unsteady on his feet. What the hell? Did we really just snatch over 500 million? Yu Haidong said with a serious expression. What do you mean snatch? This is called doing business. Jiang Kuan chimed in. Didi, this is called negotiating. Taking a knife would be robbery. Didi scratched his head. Hey, earlier you said you had an appointment with Hua Shang's people, and now you're leaving. You must be kidding them, just playing with that Huang guy. I know Hua Shang, and he knows who I am. Didi stumbled in surprise, almost falling down. Jiang Kuan saw Didi show fear and laughed smugly. However, he missed a step while descending and nearly fell flat on his face. Ha ha ha. Faceplant. Serves you right for laughing. Didi laughed triumphantly, feeling he had redeemed himself. Yu Haidong raised his arms high. Let's enjoy ourselves today, unlimited food and drink. Everyone present, if you don't join the fun, you're a loser. Huh. Everyone was excitedly shouting, drawing the attention of the guests entering and exiting the Peninsula Hotel. A group of thugs shouted as they jumped into several vans, speeding off to Temple Street. Remember what food we ate. Remember which nightclub we went to. After that, no one remembered what happened. The thugs had nothing, and their reckless revelry allowed them to forget their emptiness. The future was a luxury for them, as was restraint. Yu Haidong, feeling tense and excited for a week, also needed to release and forget. A night of debauchery for a night. Thankfully, Yu Haidong remembered to deposit the check first, otherwise it might have ended up in some Bowtie's hands along with tips. How he got home, heaven knows. When Yu Haidong crawled out of bed the next day, it was already after 4 in the afternoon. Unknowingly, his routine had become exactly like that of the thugs. Looking at the passbook with over 500 million, Yu Haidong didn't go eat. Hunger can awaken a person and help them realize what they truly want. He neither could nor wanted to don the guise of a gang. That thing, while trendy and flashy, was hardly respectable. Having been reborn and possessing a system, if he were to indulge in something with no prospects or future, it would be a waste of his potential. With Jiang Kuan and Didi, he had enough support to face the dangers of this savage era. The two were indispensable. It wasn't about emotional dependence, but rather that they could balance each other out. While money can empower any force, it also nurtures dangers. Only when they were evenly matched could they restrain each other, complementing one another. 3 points of support were needed to keep his small circle unbreakable. Thus a plan gradually took shape in Yu Haidong's mind. After understanding most of the connections, he relaxed and hunger surged in. Looking up at the wall clock, it was already past 7. He went downstairs to the phone booth to call Jiang Kuan, and from the voice answering the call, he could tell that the guy still hadn't gotten out of bed. Aren't you hungry? Come over for hot pot. Why, I have everything except meat. The beef downstairs is the best. Bring some over, I called Didi. He called Didi, who also hadn't woken up. It was still his little brother, who answered the phone to wake him up. Didi, come to my place for hot pot. I have everything, just bring some drinks. I called Jiang Kuan to eat together. It seemed like something was still missing, so he called Sister 13. Xiao, have you eaten? Perfect, come to my place for hot pot. I have the ingredients, just no stove. Bring yours along. Don't you love meatballs and greens? Buy some on your way. Sai, it's really not easy. These guys have to worry about their meals themselves. I'm so tired, I'll go back and lie down for a bit. Soon the 3 of them arrived at Yu Haidong's place. The 3 looked at the things they brought, and then at the innocent-looking millionaire, and class hatred immediately surged in their hearts. Jiang Kuan was the first to attack. Damn it. No need to talk, let's just fight. Didi laughed and joined the fray. When Sister 13 heard that Yu Haidong was already a millionaire, she also waved her little fists. She kept shouting, without my foot washing water, how do you have today? Give me my share, or I won't leave your house. Don't hit. Don't hit. Who's stealing peaches? There's still a girl here. After a while, Yu Haidong finally crawled up from the ground. His hairstyle was a mess, like a bird's nest. 2 buttons were missing from his shirt, and it could no longer be fastened to the pocket of his shorts was torn by Sister 13, revealing his underwear. Amidst the laughter of the 3, Yu Haidong went to change his clothes. Yu Haidong emerged carrying 3 paper bags after changing his clothes. Here, your meat money, your vegetable money, and your pot money. They opened the bags to find bundles of cash. Liang Kuan and Didi each received 5,000, and even Shisanmai got 1,000. Oh, I'm rich. I'm the richest woman on Miaojia. Chui Xiao cried, hopping, as she held 5 stacks of banknotes in each hand. Buy clothes, buy cars, pick up girls, rent the whole place. Suddenly her hands felt light. The bills had vanished. Yu Haidong had tucked the money under his seat and pressed it down with his backside. Shisanmai leapt at the thief, pushing and squeezing to get the money back. Her thin frame, however, could not budge the tall, solid man in the chair. Liang Kuan and Didi exchanged a look, each reading the same question in the other's eyes. Indeed, they had both put much effort into Yu Haidong's plan. But to claim it was worth 5,000 was a stretch. They were low-ranking in the Underworld, that sum would more than cover hiring 2 veteran enforcers to do the work. Though emotion was mixed into the gesture and Xiangjiang feelings did not command such value. Clearly the money bore another meaning. The 2 stared at Yu Haidong, waiting for him to speak. Don't just stand there. Serve the meat, eat while we talk. Seeing Liang Kuan and Didi serious and no longer joking, Shisanmai understood Yu Haidong intended to discuss business. Play is play and mischief is mischief. Oh, children from Miaojia know their place. She obediently returned to her seat, uncorked wine, and poured for the 3 big brothers. Yu Haidong wasn't posturing. He was genuinely hungry. After a few mouthfuls of beef, he found the will to speak. What are your plans going forward? Tell me. Liang Kuan and Didi glanced at each other, but said nothing. Though older than Yu Haidong, after a few days of witnessing his methods, they had implicitly begun to regard him as the standard bearer. After 2 more bites, and still no reply, Yu Haidong set down his chopsticks. Fine, if you want speak, I'll share my thoughts. In Xiangjiang, no one is foolish enough to spend without thought. Even Li Chaoran sleeps planning where to make money tomorrow. With this first pot of gold, I intend to start with a nightclub. There are several reasons. First, this is a business we all know well. Shisanmai herself frequents it. Familiar paths move swiftly, unfamiliar ventures are strewn with pitfalls. Business favors the familiar over the novel. Second, nightclubs are relatively easier to license and are the most cash-rich enterprises. If you scale them, even murky dealings can be laundered. Third, a nightclub lets you station underlings and recruit broadly. The nightclub business employs people day and night inside and outside the venue, men and women alike. The old can clean, the young can run errands. I can think of no better place to absorb manpower than a nightclub. Unlike bars, there are fewer than 200 nightclubs in all of Xinjiang. No single syndicate takes more than 1 or 2, and small gangs can't claim even 1. Owning a nightclub gives you a base of operations. If your syndicate won't grant you positions, it'll sell the place to you as your pension fund. Most importantly, I will make the nightclub Xiangjiang's premier money sink groom the hottest stars and then enter the entertainment industry. I believe that over the next 20 years, Xiangjiang's film and entertainment industry will dominate Asia. With that industry as our backing, we can penetrate the highest circles. By then, we'll take our share of finance and real estate too. The listeners were entranced. The pot's broth boiled as hotly as Liang Kuan and Didi's blood. Their rising excitement made them close their mouths briefly to swallow and moisten dry throats. Didi grinned foolishly. Goddamn, run for governor, and he'll definitely vote for you. Liang Kuan rolled his eyes. You're crazy. The governor is appointed by the British Queen's cronies. Didi slammed the table. To hell with their cronies. We'll cut them down together. Let Brother Dong be governor. Laughter filled the room. The three raised their cups together as Shisanmai clinked her soda bottle against them. Straightforward, Didi declared. Brother Dong runs the main taps. We will be your vanguard, and together we'll achieve grand designs. Liang Kuan added, we'll earn all the cash in Xinjiang and sleep with all the girls in Xinjiang. Surprisingly, the proclamation did not come from any of the three men. Yu Haidong lifted his cup and smiled at everyone. To that, they drained their cups. Shisanmai refilled each glass and added water to the nearly dry pot. Liang Kuan asked, will we take over an existing place or open a new one? Yu Haidong shook his head. Opening a new venue is impossible. The new license approval takes too long. Renaming and transferring an existing license is faster, so we must buy an existing place. Then I'll have my men scour the Miaojia shops tomorrow to see which can be transferred, Liang Kuan said as he ate. No, we won't operate in Miaojia. Yu Haidong immediately vetoed Liang Kuan's suggestion. Why not? We're familiar here. Didi looked at him in puzzlement. Miaojia is easy, but it doesn't make big money. Where in Xinjiang are there the most marks? Of course, Jianshazui. Shisanmai seized the chance to chime in. This time you're right. Yu Haidong tossed 2 bundles of cash to Shisanmai. Thanks to the marks. Oh no, I mean thank you, boss. Jianshazui. You can never make Jianshazui all yours. It's the battleground of every syndicate. Liang Kuan's side. Didi showed no fear. Excellent. Finally, Didi can show off in Jianshazui. Excitement flashed in both their eyes. For Xiangjiang's street toughs, to rise they must make a name in Jianshazui. The washed-up syndicates only hide in corners boasting about turf they claim to control. They lack the courage to set foot in Jianshazui. Those dinosaurs from Tunmen step out of Tunmen and they're tossed off rooftops. The new territories Jiulong and Gangdao form ascending tiers. The farther south you go, the nearer you come to the summit of money and power. At Jiulong's southern tip, Jianshazui juts out like a promontory nearest to Gangdao. It is a crossroads of classes. The lower strata dream of leaping up here. The upper echelons flaunt wealth and revel, looking down upon supplicating faces and indulging perverse desires. Now you know what this money is for, right? Yu Haidong shook the last half cup of beer and drank it down. Liang Kuan tapped the table with his finger, thinking to call up his fierce brother Bobby. The man was brutal. They were comrades unto death. With this 500,000, the two could recruit 300 to 400 men without trouble. Didi looked up, thinking of returning to Quanwan. Many neighbors from his old block wanted to join. Especially that shaggy-haired fellow, loyal and capable. He had lacked prospects before. The neighbors wouldn't hold him back. Now with money and a goal, those lads following him would not go hungry. What about me? What about me? Shisanmai asked anxiously. Keep the music, keep the dances, keep picking up girls, keep. Stock me with talent. Don't let the nightclub open and have not a single decent girl. Understood. A scalding hot pot had not only singed their tongues, but also forged an audacious ragtag scheme. The next day, Yu Haidong had not fully shaken his hangover. The racket of the temple street outside drilled at his temples. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he went downstairs, bought a newspaper, and sat in a street-side ice parlor beneath the air conditioner. With a cup of silk-stocking milk tea, he began his work. The real estate section was crammed with listings for commercial hotspots in Jianshazui, Zhonghuan, and the like. Jianshazui, the heart of Xinjiang entertainment, was a paradise of desire and a pitiless hell for the defeated. Take the bars alone, few survive under the same owner for 2 years, and each year brings a fresh renovation. Nightclubs were even fiercer. Uniformity had made competition brutal. It all boiled down to singing, dancing, and carnal indulgences. Yu Haidong finished his tea, folded the paper into his pocket, and walked toward a public telephone booth. He needed help, more precisely a local guide. Hey Liang Kuan, do you know Jianshazui well? On the other end, Liang Kuan, evidently just awake, answered in a heavy nasality. Know a damn thing. I used to go there staking out cars, nearly had my legs broken. That place is a dragon's den. Dongxing Helianxing, Hongxing Tiaoxi Shuifang. Dozens of societies and hundreds of halls planting their flags. It's practically a coalition of gangs. So do you know anyone who really moves in Jianshazui? Liang Kuan didn't hesitate and named a man. There's one called Ba Bai, he's my sworn brother. He's with Hongxing, runs a hall over in Jianshazui. The guy's ruthless and fearless, but not very sharp. After several years, he's still a low-level underling. But he knows all the establishments and the local bosses. Good. Bring him along and bring to D. 3 in the afternoon, meet at the Ziliding Jiudian entrance on Midendao. At 3 in the afternoon, Yu Haidong stood at the entrance of Ziliding Jiudian in a newly bought shirt and slacks. Soon a battered Toyota drew up. Liang Kuan and D climbed out, followed by a burly man whose gaze was all menace. Yu Haidong recognized him at a glance. It was Ba Bai, the man who owed Liang Kuan 20 million, the sort of fellow who might be first to receive a boxed meal. This is Ba Bai, Liang Kuan introduced. Ba Bai sized Yu up with a scrutinizing stare. Clearly Liang Kuan had kept his mouth shut. He had not revealed much about Yu Haidong. Like most who did not know him, they regarded such a young man with a dose of contempt. Yu Haidong did not care. He produced a wad of Jinyo bills from his pocket and tossed them into Ba Bai's hand. Brother Ba Bai, first time meeting, some pocket money. Today I'll trouble you to show us around Jianshazui's night scene and explain how things work. Ba Bai rubbed the notes between his fingers, 3 or 4 yellow Jinyo bills. The contempt on his face melted into an eager smile. No problem, no problem. Brother Dong, you're too polite. Ask me anything. There's nothing in Jianshazui I don't know. Money is the clearest passport, especially among streetwise men. The four began to drift through the streets of Jianshazui. From Jinbali Dao to Jialianwei Lao Dao, and on to Qixin Dao Nanba, Bai played tour guide, pointing out neon signs like a man reciting his private catalog. This Deleozi is under Hongxing's protection, the owner's a society elder, tough as nails. That Haiyang Huanggong is Tiaoxi's turf, the hostesses there are the hottest, but they'll bleed a customer dry. Kaisha Huanggong is Dongxing's place, who rumor has it their office is upstairs. While he listened, Yu quietly activated his system to scan the establishments. Scanning target Haiyang, Huanggong nightclub. Fortune value, 71 white. Recent trend, stable operation, modest surplus. No chance. Next. Scanning target Kaisha, Huanggong nightclub. Fortune value, 81 gold. Recent trend, flourishing business customers in droves. Too hard a nut to crack. All afternoon, Yu Haidong used 2 scanning opportunities and failed to find an ideal target. As dusk fell and the lights came on, Jianshazui revealed its most bewitching face. Brother Ba Bai, is there any place that looks half dead about to fold? You asked. Ba Bai paused, thought for a moment, then slapped his thigh. There is. Around the corner on Tianwen Tai Dao, there's a place called Da Hui. It used to be prosperous. The owner's Gao Jichao, supposedly a wealthy merchant from Nanyang. But he took to gambling and has nearly lost everything. Now the place is empty, the hostesses have fled. Only a few older women keep the place open, worse than the street stalls on Miaojia. Take me to see it. Yu's eyes lit up. The party arrived at Tianwen Tai Dao and indeed found a dim sign, Dadu Hui Nightclub. Half the neon on the sign was dead, though only the characters for Dadu flickered in the wind, as if whispering their embarrassment. The entrance was desolate, incongruous beside the bustling venues nearby. This was the place. Yu drew a deep breath and gave his system a third and final command. Scanning target Dadu Hui Nightclub. Fortune value, 42 red. Recent trend, on the verge of collapse, surrounded by a malign aura. Recommendation, investigate its manager thoroughly. A faint, hardly perceptible smile tugged at Yu's lips. Liang Kuan to D, find everything on this owner Gao Jichao. I want his full dossier, especially who he owes. Hearing Ba Bai's words alone would not suffice. They had to inspect the premises and the scene in person. There wasn't even a server at the door. Pushing open the heavy, peeling lacquered door released a wave of indescribable, conflicting odors that struck them full force. The scarlet synthetic carpet had long since lost its sheen, stained and sticky, as if it could lift the soles from one's shoes. Yu scraped back a corner with his shoe to reveal dirty, cracked cement underneath. They passed the foyer and entered. The dance floor was empty. The disco ball that should have scattered light hung motionless and tilted. Several tubes were dead, and the remaining lights flickered. Cheap reflective paper plastered the walls. The wallpaper peeled in many places, exposing yellowed filler beneath. Air conditioning. There was none. Only a few ancient ceiling fans turned listlessly, creaking with an irritating rhythm. The few booth sofas were cracked in faux leather, their interiors showing yellowed, hardened foam and rusted springs. The tabletops were greasy, marked with unidentified stains and cigarette burn scars. Hi lads, how many? A mommy in a garish sequin dress, her makeup exaggerated and her eyes encircled by dark bags, leaned against the bar, a cigarette dangling from her mouth as she spoke lazily. Behind her, the bartender lay across the counter asleep. Bosses want some hostesses to drink with you. We've got a new girl from the north, so fresh. Mommy leaned in, her face adorned with a false smile, but her eyes scrutinized him like a fat sheep awaiting slaughter. Yu Haidong did not wish to waste words with her, motioning for Liang Kuan to handle it as he made his way down the corridor toward the restroom. As he observed the half-dead ambience and the dilapidated decor, he had come to a conclusion. Passing by several private rooms with their doors ajar, he found them equally dismal. Finally arriving at the restroom, he encountered the pinnacle of disaster. The stench of urine mixed with the bizarre odor of disinfectant made him entirely dismiss the idea of entering, and he turned back. At the entrance, Didi was ranting wildly, pointing at 2 or 3 sisters while reciting poetry. He couldn't hear what was said before only catching the last few lines. "I'll fuck your mother. Even the janitor can sit at the table." Mommy wore a nonchalant expression, seemingly indifferent to whatever was said. Let's go. Let's go." Yu Haidong waved his hand impatiently, but was stopped by a security guard who had appeared at the door. "Settle the bill before leaving." "What bill?" "You give me the money." Didi was about to blow up, but Yu Haidong intervened, tossing a large bill to Mommy while pulling a few people out the door. It wasn't about wanting to keep a low profile, he simply couldn't stand the stench inside. Stepping out of the metropolis and breathing the air tainted by car exhaust felt refreshingly like a second chance. Yet Yu Haidong felt excitement within. This target was too perfectly aligned with his requirements. The more dilapidated it was, the lower the base price, and anyway, all new stores required renovation, which couldn't be avoided. He could only work on the shop fees, and the Metropolis nightclub was his ideal target. Intelligence work or gathering information was a required course for gangsters. Though Liang Kuan and Didi grew up in Temple Street, their gang's reach was extensive. In just one day, detailed information about Gao Jichao was presented to Yu Haidong along with a recent photo. Gao Jichao, 56 years old, originally from Fujian, made his fortune in the timber business in Southeast Asia during his early years. 10 years ago, he arrived in Hong Kong and opened the Metropolis nightclub, once enjoying a period of glory. Unfortunately, good times did not last. He became addicted to gambling, from horse racing to sports betting, from the baccarat tables of Lisboa to the gambling boats on the high seas. He dabbled in all and lost it all. In just a few short years, he squandered his immense wealth, and his wife and children left him. To maintain the nightclub's operation and feed his gambling addiction, he began borrowing from loan sharks, leading to a cycle of debt that even financial companies hesitated to extend. In desperation, he turned to an underground money lender commonly referred to as a big ear. His largest creditor was the camel of the East Star Society, Luo Bingrun. East Star Camel. Liang Kun's expression turned serious. This guy is a double flower red stick of East Star, ruthless and formidable, with significant power in Yuan Long. He has 2 fierce subordinates, one named Crow and the other Smiling Tiger. Both are ruthless. If Gao Jichao falls into his hands, his chances of survival are slim. Yet Didi appeared somewhat excited, clenching his fist, saying, "So what if it's East Star? We and Anil are not helpless. This is a perfect opportunity to make our mark in Yuan Long." Yu Haidong waved his hand, signaling them to calm down. This was not the time for heated confrontation, but rather for precise infiltration. Looking at the photo of the man in his 50s, he declared, "I want to meet Gao Jichao." Yu Haidong said. According to tips from Liang Kun's underlings, Gao Jichao visited an underground casino in Yao Mati every night. Gamblers hoping to recoup their losses inevitably faced further devastation. Not everyone could enter the underground gambling den of the gangs. To evade police crackdown, strangers needed a familiar face to vouch for them. Liang Kuan and Didi had seen the casinos of their respective gangs. They would not easily enter the establishments of others. They could only contact someone convenient to bring Yu Haidong inside while they waited outside. That night, Yu Haidong followed the introducer into the murky underground casino. In a hazy corner filled with smoke, he quickly located his target. Gao Jichao, with graying hair and a haggard appearance, had bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the Pai Gao tiles in his hand. Slowly, he revealed the points beneath and despondently tossed them onto the table. The dealer's rake swept all of the money from the table. Yu Haidong stood by the wall smoking a cigarette while watching the unfortunate man. In less than an hour, all the cash in front of Gao Jichao had found its way into the dealer's pockets. He wandered to the corner of the wall, squatting down, cradling his head in his hands, his body trembling slightly from despair. Yu Haidong walked over slowly, squatted beside him, and offered him a cigarette. Gao Jichao slowly raised his head, his murky gaze settling on a stranger in front of him. In the instant their eyes met, Yu Haidong activated the system in his mind. Scanning target Gao Jichao. Fortune value 35 crimson red. Recent fortune burdened with debt. East Star pressing for repayment, betrayed by friends and family. His life is in jeopardy within 3 days. The crimson numbers were as glaring as blood. Next, a shattered scene flashed before Yu Haidong's eyes. In a luxurious office, a burly, fierce-looking man was standing with one foot on the desk, towering over Gao Jichao and roaring. The man's arm was tattooed with a vividly depicted camel. Gao Jichao, if you don't repay the money by next week, you'll chop off your hands and feet to feed the dogs. The Metropolis, I'm determined to have it. In the scene, a haughty young man was using a newspaper-rolled tube to slap Gao Jichao's face, cursing loudly. Another man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was leisurely sharpening a dagger. Crow smiling tiger. The scene vanished, and Yu Haidong's gaze grew resolute. Gao Jichao was already a prey driven to the edge of a cliff, with East Star being the vulture waiting for him to fall. And he was to be the hunter intercepting him in midair. Mr. Gao, right? Yu Haidong began, his voice calm, yet powerful. Do you want to end your current troubles? Gao Jichao's body jolted, suddenly a flicker of vigilance and astonishment flashing in his murky eyes. Who are you? A person who can save your life. Yu Haidong stood up, pulling out a piece of paper with his contact number written on it, placing it in Gao Jichao's trembling hands. How? How can you save me? Your establishment has long been insolvent. How do you plan to repay the camel's debts? I can take over your establishment and give you some money to leave Hong Kong. Are you serious? You can think it over. After saying this, Yu Haidong stood up. Gao Jichao looked at the piece of paper in his hand, which only bore 3 words and a pager number. Yu Haidong, if you come to your senses, just call me. Remember, my patience is limited, and the East Star's camel might be even less patient. After speaking, Yu Haidong turned to leave, leaving Gao Jichao alone, squatting in the dark corner, tightly gripping that thin piece of paper as if it were his last lifeline. Yu Haidong did not wait long. Early the next morning, the call bell rang. On the phone, Gao Jichao's voice was hoarse and weary, asking to meet at Metropolis. Yu Haidong did not agree immediately, but asked him to wait for news. He needed to have a meeting with his right-hand man to unify their stance. It was still the familiar doghouse, still the table used for hot pot. Yu Haidong detailed the situation regarding Metropolis, Gao Jichao, and the involvement of the East Star Society. Donga, do you mean we need to snatch food from East Star's mouth? Dadi frowned and took a puff of his cigarette. This is no joke. The camel has operated in Simsha Sui for many years, and Yuan Long is his stronghold. There he can provide an endless supply of manpower. Currently, East Star is strong and vigorous. With our current manpower, going head-to-head with them is akin to eggs hitting stones. Who said we have to confront them, Heedon? Yu Haidong laughed. A big shot once said, you do your thing, and he'll do mine. Even if the camel has thousands of troops in Yuan Long, can he carry them in his pocket every day? How does one become famous in a society? Of course, fame is earned through fighting. Dadi blurted out without thinking. Being able to eat brains is fine, but the camel does not qualify. Liang Kuan added with a pointed remark. Yu Haidong slammed the table. So the camel's reputation is built on battles. Does he have fewer enemies? The more famous such a person becomes, the more enemies they have. A good tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. As long as he dares to approach the edge of the cliff, countless feet will kick him down from behind. Enemies are all paper tigers. Have you ever seen a big brother dismount safely? Yu Haidong pointedly lectured the two. On one hand, he wanted them not to fear the camel, and on the other, he was giving them a good warning. The first goal was easily achieved. Dadi was inherently fearless. After being influenced by Yu Haidong's twisted wind, he immediately became bold. He also slammed the table fiercely. You're right. Find an opportunity to block that old fellow, and let's take him out in one go. Liang Kuan had a bit of a brain, but not much. He had just joined the society not long ago, and had only recently shed his title of a loser. He had not yet become the little film boss who calculated everything later on. According to your analysis, we do have a chance. But what does that phrase, you do your thing, and he'll do mine, mean? That doesn't matter. Yu Haidong looked at Liang Kuan, and Dadi, from today on you need to do 2 things. First, recruit people. Don't recruit those street punks. We need young, obedient, and daring fighters. Give them money, buy them new clothes, make them look the part. Second, spend money. Spend it openly. Dine at the best restaurants, spend at the most upscale nightclubs. Let the whole underworld know that 2 big brothers have emerged from Temple Street, raising a bunch of brothers under them. I want everyone to think that you have a big financial group backing you. Dadi was invigorated. I understand. It's all about posturing to scare people. No, this isn't just posturing. Yu Haidong corrected him. We have money now, over 5 million. That is our confidence. What we need to do is act like passing hunters. Hunters? Liang Kuan pondered. Exactly. Hunters can both hunt tigers and save people. Yu Haidong's eyes sparkled with cunning. My plan is called borrowing strength to overcome strength, picking chestnuts from the fire. He extended 3 fingers. Step 1, lower the price. What does Gao Jichao need most right now? Money. Cash that can save his life. I will drive the price down to the lowest, low enough for the camel to think we are just small fries trying to pick up cheap deals, not a real threat to him. Step 2, create momentum. As I just mentioned, you 2 should quickly assemble the strongest looking team possible. When we negotiate with Gao Jichao, your people should appear where they need to be so the camel can see them, but not grasp the full situation. Step 3, reveal the card. At the negotiating table, the main characters are not just us and Gao Jichao, but also the camel from East Star. He will definitely come. When he thinks he can solve the problem with force, Liang Kuan, you should reveal the Hing card. Dadi, you reveal the He and Lu card. Let's create a situation where the fox exploits the tiger's power. Liang Kuan and Dadi exchanged glances, both understanding Yu Haidong's intentions. A group of gang enforcers might not be taken seriously by the camel, But when the forces of the two top gangs in Hong Kong appear simultaneously, even he would have to think twice. This is no longer a simple collection, it is a collision between gangs. The camel is inherently suspicious. He will wonder why the people from Hing and he and Lo are mixed together. Is there a bigger plot behind this? Would he gamble on a shabby nightclub while offending two major gangs at the same time? Yu Haidong leaned back in his chair. Everything was under control. He wouldn't dare. Did slam the table unless he wants to provoke a war in Sim Sha Sui? Exactly. Yu Haidong nodded. He wouldn't dare gamble. So he can only watch us taking this piece of meat right from his mouth. This is picking chestnuts from the fire. Liang Kuan rested his chin on his hand, fiddling with a subordinate thought for a moment, and then asked, but he will definitely find out in the end, which gang isn't a solid block. Yu Haidong shrugged. So what? Our contract is already signed. What can he do? Will Hing spit out the juicy meat that went into its mouth? Liang Kuan shook his head. What about he and Lo? Didi also shook his head. The name of the gang is just to scare the little brothers into submission. Besides, you're not failing to report to the higher-ups. Even considering the money, the leaders will support you, right? Liang Kuan took a deep breath, slowly exhaling the smoke. I'm impressed. With your brain, it would be a waste not to be a paper fan. All right, let's do it this way. I'll contact Bob by right away and recruit. I'll also head back to Tsunwan. Didi stood up. There are several guys back in my hometown who have long wanted to come out and mix with me. Before it was my lack of capability, now. Haha, Didi also want to show off. Just don't recruit all showpieces. Invest some money to find some tough hands. You'll need them sooner or later. Yu Haidong did not forget to remind. Didi patted his chest and said, rest assured the people I choose won't be bad. Do you know what Tsunwan used to be called? Thief Bay. A place full of pirates. Can't there be tough hands? Liang Kuan put away his cigarette and lighter, smiling. Having money is a grand display. What kind of people can't be recruited? Seeing the two leave with determination, Yu Haidong smiled with satisfaction. My crew is finally about to set sail. He sent the two out, and then went to call Gao Jichao. Boss Gao, the day after tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, let's meet at the cafe of the Golden Domain Holiday Hotel next to your nightclub to discuss the price for Metropolis. Inside a quiet cafe, Yu Haidong sat alone, leisurely stirring the coffee in his cup. At precisely 3 o'clock, Gao Jichao pushed open the door and entered. He wore a relatively presentable suit, yet his sallow complexion and anxious eyes betrayed him unmistakably. Mr. Yu, my sincerest apologies for keeping you waiting. Gao Jichao took a seat across from him. Mr. Gao, punctuality is indeed a virtue, Yu Haidong replied, setting down his coffee cup without preamble. So, how much do you intend to ask for the Metropolis? Gao Jichao rubbed his palms together, hesitating for a long moment before tentatively raising 3 fingers. 3 million. Yu Haidong smiled, a smile edged with quiet mockery. Let us dispense with pretense, Mr. Gao. The Metropolis is little more than an empty shell. Its interior worn and outdated, its license nearing expiration, most staff having already fled and debts piling high. More critically, you've angered Luo Tuo of Dongxing. Should I acquire your establishment, I inherit not just its assets, but your entanglements. Tell me who else in this city dares even speak with you about acquisition. 3 million. I ask you sincerely, do you truly believe it's worth that much? Gao Jichao's face flushed crimson, then drained pale. Cold sweat trickled down his temple. Yu Haidong leaned forward slightly, his voice low, measured, each word landing like a hammer upon Gao Jichao's heart. I've reviewed your accounts. The principal and accrued interest you owe Luo Tuo total 1.2 million. Add miscellaneous debts, and the sum does not exceed 200,000. 1.4 million total. I offer you 1.5 million. The extra 100,000. Enough for a one-way ticket to a place where no one knows your name and where you may begin anew. This sum can be transferred to you today. 1.5 million. The figure struck Gao Jichao like a bucket of ice water, shattering his last fragile illusion. He wanted to erupt, to slam the table and storm out, but beneath Yu Haidong's gaze, calm, piercing as if seeing straight into his soul, he found himself utterly incapable of rising. He knew deep down that every word was true. In all of Hong Kong, only this young man dared grasp such a scorching, perilous burden. Just as Gao Jichao teetered on the edge of psychological collapse, the cafe door crashed open with a thunderous bang. An overwhelming aura of dominance instantly suffused the entire space. Luo Bingran, known as Luo Tuo, strode in, flanked by his 2 most trusted lieutenants Wu Ye and Xiao Mianhu. Luo Tuo stood short in stature, his frame compact and densely muscled. He wore a black sleeveless vest, the prominent camel tattoo coiled across his forearm impossible to miss. Behind him, Wu Ye sported bleached yellow hair, a cigarette dangling arrogantly from his lips, his gaze brazen and contemptuous. Xiao Mian, who wore gold-rimmed spectacles and an impeccably tailored suit, his face perpetually curved in a courteous smile, yet one that concealed steel beneath silk. Indeed, his nickname bore no misnomer. Names may be mistaken, but nicknames are never wrong. Trailing behind them were over a dozen Dongxing enforcers, faces hardened with menace, blocking every exit of the cafe. Well, what a lively gathering. Luo Ta dragged a chair over and planted himself boldly beside Yu Haidong's booth. His gaze swept dismissively over Gao Jichao on the right, then settled unblinking upon Yu Haidong seated to his left. Gao Jichao, you've grown bold indeed. Not only have you failed to repay what you owe me, but now you dare sell off your assets behind my back. And who, pray tell, is this young man sitting beside you? Gao Jichao turned deathly pale, trembling violently. Yu Haidong, however, remained perfectly composed, offering Luo Ta a faint silent smile. Wu Yi stepped forward, flicking his cockatoo-like hairstyle and barking, "What the hell? My big brother's speaking to you, kid." Yu Haidong didn't so much as glance at Wu Yi, as if the words had never reached his ears. His eyes remained fixed on Luo Ta, still smiling, still silent. At that moment, commotion erupted outside the cafe. "Step aside. Hing business. Ho unlock business. Move or die." Over 50 men surged into the doorway, shoving Luo Ta's men aside. Uniformly clad in black suits, white shirts, and black sunglasses, they presented a formidable monolithic front. Their sheer numbers, combined with perfect sartorial unity, amplified their presence, instantly eclipsing Dongxing's swagger and authority. They did not enter the cafe. Instead, they formed two dense, silent walls flanking the entrance, pressing Dongxing's men against the walls and clearing a path down the center. Finally, Didi and Liang Quan strode in together, though neither wore their old casual attire of tank tops and jeans. Didi wore a British-inspired checkered suit, a waistcoat layered over a crisp white shirt, polished brown Oxfords. Liang Quan opted for flamboyance, a burgundy suit paired with black and white brogues. Their model-like entrance rendered Wu Yi and Xiao Mian, who, both hailing from Yuan Long, suddenly provincial and coarse. Wu Yi instinctively glanced down at his feet resting atop the booth seat. Then almost unconsciously he lowered them, ashamed perhaps of his grime-streaked $10 sneakers. A bitter thought crossed his mind. Damn it. We're triad thugs, not beauty pageant contestants. If you've got money, shouldn't you be carousing? How the hell are you supposed to fight, or slash, with clothes this sharp? Who do you think you're impressing? This is real enforcer wear. This is the authentic look. The cafe's atmosphere froze, solidified into glacial silence. Luo Ta's expression darkened. His eyes darted between the two imposing factions at the door, then lingered on Liang Quan and Didi, calm, unruffled, sovereign in their bearing. Liang Quan stepped forward, addressing Luo Ta with poised dignity. "You're Luo Ta of Dongxing. I'm Liang Quan of Hing. My boss wishes to conduct business with Mr. Gao. We'd appreciate your courtesy in stepping aside." Didi followed, flashing a wide grin, revealing gleaming white teeth. "I'm Didi of Ho Unlock. Our chairman has made it clear, fair trade only. Any attempt at coercion would be a direct affront to Ho Unlock itself." Hing, Ho Unlock. Those two names landed like iron weights upon the scales, tilting them decisively, lifting Luo Ta's pride from its axis. Even Wu Yi's arrogance and Xiao Mian, whose perpetual smirk dissolved into stunned uncertainty. Luo Ta could not fathom it. Hing and Ho Unlock, two organizations historically aloof from collaboration, had jointly intervened on behalf of an obscure nameless youth. In that instant, Yu Haidong transformed in his eyes, from a petty opportunist into an enigmatic, inscrutable force. Yu Haidong finally spoke, his smile unwavering. "Brother Luo Ta, I've long admired your reputation. I'm Yu Haidong, a nobody, merely hoping to discuss a modest transaction with Mr. Gao. Nothing more than acquiring a small shop." "A small shop?" Hearing Yu Haidong audaciously refer to a nightclub as such, Luo Ta momentarily faltered, speechless. By that logic, wasn't he himself, the foremost red pole of Dongxing, reduced to a street-level extortionist? Seeing his leader speechless, Wu Yi swallowed hard and interjected. "A modest transaction? Do you even realize the metropolis is already under Dongxing's control? If you wish to negotiate, you must first answer to our senior leadership." Luo Ta raised a hand, silencing Wu Yi mid-rant. He knew intimidation would fail here, and shifted tone deliberately. Hing, Ho Unlock. Impressive banners indeed. Let us see, then, just how fair this transaction intends to be. All eyes converged on Yu Haidong, the so-called boss, awaiting his decisive word. Debts must be repaid. This is the natural order of things. How much precisely does Mr. Gao owe you? And do you have written proof? You wish to see the promissory note. Very well. Luo Ta clearly anticipated this. With a mere gesture, one of his underlings handed him a brown paper envelope. He snatched it and slammed it onto the table. "His nightclub isn't worth even double this amount. Can you produce over $1 million? Agreed, I'll purchase your claim." With that, he snapped his fingers. Two impeccably dressed men in sharp suits stepped forward and stood silently beside Yu Haidong. "These are my attorney and accountant. Once they verify everything, I'll pay on the spot." He opened a briefcase beside him. Inside lay stacks of crisp banknotes, perfectly aligned. "Who do you think you are, just waltzing in and buying it outright?" Xiao Mian, who interjected with mocking disdain. Yu Haidong ignored him entirely, fixing his gaze on Luo Ta and speaking softly. "I heard you traveled to the Netherlands last week." He paused mid-sentence, leaned closer, and continued in a whisper audible only to Luo Ta. I also heard you made a discreet detour to Switzerland. Days earlier, the moment Yu Haidong learned his adversary was Luo Tuo, he'd begun meticulous preparation. That was why upon receiving Gao Jichao's call, he deliberately postponed their meeting to secretly scan Luo Tuo using his system. Only after scanning him did Yu Haidong proceed with absolute confidence to orchestrate today's high-stakes confrontation. The system instantly returned the following data. Target scanned Luo Bingrun Fortune Aura 45 red, recent fortune crisis imminent. Blackmail looming, embezzlement exposed. Immediately afterward, a fragmented vision flashed before Yu Haidong's eyes. Deep in a narrow alley, at midnight, a scarred man smoked idly while addressing Luo Ta. If I flee, who'll care for my mother? Pay me 200,000, or I'll tell the Triad boss about your $2 million syndicate fraud. Last week you went to the Netherlands on official business and were supposed to bring back 3 million. Instead, you slipped off to Switzerland and returned with only 1 million. But you didn't know. I hold a duplicate of your ledger, did you? Luo Tua gazed at the scarred man and smiled faintly. Very well, you've earned it. Tomorrow at the docks I'll send Wu Ye to deliver the money. Cash for the ledger. Hand them over simultaneously. The scarred man nodded and turned to leave. At Luo Tuo's silent signal, Wu Ye drove a blade deep into his back. The ledger isn't with his mother, it's with his sister. Wu Ye retrieve it and bring it straight to me. Yes, boss. Now Yu Haidong's utterance of the word Switzerland struck Luo Bingrun like thunderclap, shattering his composure. He had secretly siphoned off a colossal sum from the Dongxing syndicate unbeknownst to its upper echelons. He believed the operation flawless. Only his most trusted confidants could possibly know. Yet this young man had pierced through the veil with a single sentence. This was no ordinary gang rivalry. His opponent held his most lethal vulnerability, the kind that could topple his standing within Dongxing overnight or worse, invite assassination. How had Yu Haidong learned this? Coincidence? A bluff? Or was there some unfathomable power standing behind him? Luo Ta dared not dwell further. Cold sweat broke out across his spine. Who had betrayed him? And was that traitor standing right beside him now? If so, was today's meeting itself an elaborate trap? If it were merely about seizing a venue, the loss would sting, but remain manageable. But what if the stakes ran deeper than profit? Would he walk out of here alive today? Hing, Wan Lok, the traitor. Those 3 names seared into Luo Tuo's mind like red-hot brands, each a blade poised at his throat. Now 3 blades pressed unerringly against his vital points. He stared into Yu Haidong's calm, unruffled eyes, and for the first time felt true visceral fear. All his ferocity, all his dominance crumbled to dust in that instant. Yu Haidong rose smoothly as though nothing extraordinary had transpired and spoke in the measured, courteous tone of a seasoned businessman closing a deal. Mr. Gao's brother Luo 1.2 million. I'll settle that debt on his behalf. A fair transaction, no debts remain between us. I trust brother Luo will extend his goodwill. What say you? He offered Luo Tuo a dignified exit. With Luo Tuo's tacit assent, the accountant and attorney meticulously reviewed every document, then gave Yu Haidong a quiet nod of approval. Luo Tuo's expression shifted rapidly, pale, flushed, grim, unable to risk gambling on how much Yu Haidong truly knew. Yu Haidong slid the cash-filled case forward with a smile. 1.2 million, please verify. Luo Tuo locked eyes with him, then ground out through clenched teeth. You're ruthless. Well played. We'll see who has the last laugh. He slammed his palm onto the table and surged to his feet, barking at his men. Let's go. Wait. Yu Haidong's voice froze Luo Tuo mid-stride. Brother Luo, your money remains untouched. Wu Ye opened his mouth to protest, but Xiao Mian, who seized his arm and shot him a sharp warning glance. Xiao Mian, who snatched up the cash case and hurried after his boss. As Luo Tuo passed Di and Liang Quan, he halted, glancing left then right at each man. You're Di. You're Liang Quan. I'll remember both of you. Sim Sha Sui isn't some playground for street thugs. He refused to yield face, even in defeat. After delivering those final threats, Luo Tuo strode out, his Dongxing entourage entering with swagger, exiting in shame, humiliated and disarrayed. A crisis that could have ignited open warfare dissolved, effortlessly, almost casually, under Yu Haidong's hand. Gao Jichao looked as though he'd just surfaced from drowning, drenched in sweat, his gaze fixed on Yu Haidong with awe and profound gratitude. Liang Quan and Di exchanged a glance, each recognizing something new in the other's eyes. They knew Yu Haidong possessed uncanny mental acuity, but never imagined a few words alone could rout the fearsome Luo Tuo of Dongxing. Both had braced for brutal violence. Liang Quan had even stationed armed men in vehicles outside, ready to storm the cafe at a signal. After all, how long had they been in Simsha Sui? Only days. Luo Tuo, however, had entrenched himself here for years. Though he rarely appeared with large retinues, trouble would summon reinforcements within minutes, enough to flood this entire cafe. Even a syndicate leader negotiating terms would bang the table and hurl insults first. Yet it was over. Just like that. The Dongxing syndicate's most revered red pole, intimidated into retreat by a single composed youth. Neither could quite believe it. When Yu Haidong gave a slight nod, they withdrew with their men, leaving only Yu Haidong Gao Jichao and a room full of stunned onlookers. Mr. Gao, shall we proceed with signing the agreement? Yu Haidong settled back into his chair and lifted the cup of cold coffee he'd set aside earlier. Yes, absolutely. Gao Jichao stammered, hastily retrieving the pre-prepared transfer contract from his bag and handing it over with trembling hands. Yu Haidong's attorney and accountant scrutinized the contract thoroughly. Upon confirmation, both parties affixed their signatures. Gao Jichao received several promissory notes and a certified check for 300,000. Yu Haidong added another 50,000 in cash, a gesture designed both to ensure silence and cultivate lasting gratitude, preventing future complications. Clutching the signed contract, Yu Haidong rose and walked out with Gao Jichao. Didi, take your men and accompany Mr. Gao. Settle all outstanding accounts. Remember, courtesy matters. Maintain decorum. Understood. Liang Quan, you'll come with me to the Grand Metropolis. From today onward it belongs to us. Clear it out and begin renovations immediately. Affirmative. As Gao Jichao's hunched figure receded into the distance, Yu Haidong reflected upon every gambler he'd ever known across lifetimes. Whether salaried laborer or billionaire heir once drawn onto the path of gambling, all met the same end. No matter how brilliant their past, no matter how radiant their innate fortune, they inevitably devolved into broken, shuffling wretches, like Gao Jichao. He was fortunate, granted one chance at rebirth in Yu Haidong's hands. Yet Yu Haidong suspected, with 99.99% certainty, that he would still spiral downward again. For now he held fresh capital to gamble with. Men like him never stop until they lose absolutely everything. Were Yu Haidong himself to keep gambling, relying on his system, he too would eventually become the next Gao Jichao. Perhaps his skill would let him win far longer, amassing greater wealth, but his fall would be correspondingly more catastrophic, dragging everyone around him into the abyss. Fortunately, he was not the sort to mistake fleeting triumph for enduring wisdom. Yu Haidong gazed upon Tsim Sha Sui's glittering nocturnal skyline and drew a slow, deep breath. The dragon had crossed the river. Now came the storm. Didi finished dealing with Gao Jichao and arrived at the nightclub. The three men stood in the empty venue. Its former staff had already been dismissed. Didi disdainfully fanned the air before his nose with his hand, then kicked over a fallen wine bottle, sending a sharp, clattering echo reverberating through the room. Damn it all. This place reeks worse than a public toilet in Suanwan. How on earth did that good-for-nothing Gao Jichao run a business here? Liang Kuan was little better off. His gleaming black and white leather shoes carefully skirted the viscous stains on the floor, while his brows knotted tightly together. Dong, this place is even worse than the garbage dump at the end of Temple Street. Are we really going to do this? He surveyed the surroundings warily, his eyes brimming with skepticism. In his estimation, this venue was far more derelict than any abandoned construction site. Yu Haidong, however, remained remarkably calm. Ignoring their complaints, he scrutinized every corner with the meticulous attention of a crime scene investigator. Large swaths of wallpaper curled and yellowed, exposing patches of mottled mold like disfiguring skin lesions. Dust lay thick upon the ceiling's chandelier, and several bulbs had vanished entirely, leaving behind only hollow, gaping sockets. The dance floor bore scars from cigarette burns and dents from high-heeled shoes. The bar counter's wooden veneer had cracked open, revealing swollen, water-damaged particle board beneath. The entire space exuded an unmistakable aura of terminal decay. His gaze lingered longest on exposed conduits, crumbling structural walls, and corners where water seeped relentlessly. Having navigated countless such venues across decades in a later era, and intimately familiar with their hidden flaws, he instantly recognized the structural hazards and fire safety nightmares concealed within. Damn it. Did we just inherit a sinking ship, eh? Didi glanced uneasily at Yu Haidong. With over 5 million in personal assets, and 1.5 million already sunk into this venture, if it failed, the loss would cut him to the bone. Yu Haidong turned around, not with worry etched on his face, but with a spark of genuine excitement. Have either of you ever renovated a building? He asked abruptly. Liang Kuan and Didi exchanged bewildered glances. Renovate? Does pasting newspaper count? Liang Kuan scoffed. Does demolishing some good-for-nothing's house count? Didi's renovation experience was even more absurd. After speaking, he locked eyes with Liang Kuan, and both burst into raucous laughter. Laugh away. Let me tell you plainly, this nightclub will grant you both equity stakes. At Yu Haidong's words, the two Triad enforcers stopped chuckling. Of course, laughter never vanishes. It merely shifts its target. Now Yu Haidong was the one smiling. Go on, laugh. Why have you stopped? Ha ha ha. Liang Dong sat unceremoniously on the steps of the performance stage behind him, watching the two fools shift expressions like actors in a farce. Fools. I've lived 2 lifetimes. Do you truly think I'd let street brawlers mock me? Both men stared back, stunned and incredulous. Equity stakes. Was he referring to those legendary shares, requiring no investment, yet yielding dividends? They'd heard of them, but never seen them. 2.5. No, wrong line. While equity for security arrangements weren't unheard of, they were exceedingly rare in large-scale nightclubs. more typical in small bars or massage parlors. Even when they occurred, such stakes belonged exclusively to syndicate elders or top-tier leaders, not foot soldiers like themselves. Nightclubs demanded enormous capital. The modest sums used to launch a bar wouldn't even cover 1/10 of a nightclub's renovation costs. Ordinary syndicate members couldn't possibly raise such funds. Even if they liquidated everything, major investors would still dismiss their money as tainted and refuse to accept it. Secondly, triads operated beyond the pale of legitimacy. Providing security was one thing, but openly holding equity invited police raids. Why? Because the colonial authorities forbade it. Before the Independent Commission Against Corruption (ICAC) was established, syndicates operated with near total impunity, not only running nightclubs, but even opium dens without concealment. Each major syndicate enjoyed patronage from influential Chinese detectives, or even chief Chinese detectives. For instance, the second-generation leader of the Sun Yi-on had familial ties to Louis Locke. Thus, under Chief Detective Louis, the syndicate experienced explosive growth. Lacey had once been unable to step beyond Kowloon walled city, until Yin Xiong extended his protection, enabling Lacey to surpass local gangs. Yet, as the old saying goes, he who raises you may also destroy you. With the end of the era of the four great detectives, the syndicate's golden age came to a close. Not because the colonial authorities genuinely sought to cleanse society or restore justice for the people. Rather, their once open channels for illicit revenue had been sealed, rendering this obsolete vessel, the nightclub, suddenly nauseating to behold. The colonials adored rigid hierarchies. Wherever they held sway, they imposed strict classification systems. Back when they accepted bribes in bulk, they refused even to meet syndicate members face-to-face. It wasn't about discretion. Bribe-taking required no secrecy then. It was pure disdain, sheer revulsion. Money itself wasn't tainted, but in their eyes, syndicate members belonged to an untouchable caste, lower even than Indians. That explained why Indian officers earned higher salaries than their Chinese counterparts. Louis Locke appeared powerful, but in the colonials' eyes he was utterly insignificant. What rank truly was chief Chinese detective? It wasn't a real rank at all. Within the police hierarchy, no such title existed. Louis Locke's actual rank was detective sergeant, subordinate to inspectors. A newly appointed British officer began directly as an inspector. By the mid to late 1980s, large numbers of Chinese officers ascended into middle and upper echelons. Those with education or connections often started as probationary inspectors. If police ranks were compared to military grades, an inspector corresponded roughly to a second lieutenant, the lowest commissioned officer rank, while detectives and station detectives ranked slightly above senior non-commissioned officers, squad leaders, not even approaching officer status. Louis Locke was essentially a highly competent NCO, capable of solving superiors' problems and generating illicit profit. He himself was merely the colonials' lard boy, a useful tool, nothing more. Of course, before Chinese citizens, Louis Locke could swagger and curse syndicate bosses across the table, but his authority rested solely on colonial backing. As for films portraying him as a heroic Chinese detective who refused to bow before foreign officials, that was pure entertainment. Consider who financed the film, and the reason becomes clear. If he were truly formidable, would he have ended up exiled overseas, dying alone in a foreign land? Louis Locke was a Teochew native. And among the Teochew there exists a saying, to die abroad is to become a wandering ghost unfit for ancestral burial. Translated, it means one who dies outside their homeland becomes a restless spirit, an omen of ill fortune, barred forever from the family cemetery. Within the colonial hierarchy, the British placed themselves firmly at the apex. And where did they relegate those they despised? First came the pseudo-foreigners, then their lackeys. Hong Kong, famed as Asia's entertainment capital, teemed with venues of every kind. Though the British rarely owned such establishments directly, they frequented the more upscale ones and demanded service from those they deemed acceptable. Syndicate members were the colonials' most detested group and among their most volatile elements. Before ICAC's founding, police and criminals operated as one family and public order collapsed entirely. British and Chinese communities lived in near total segregation. Only after the police force underwent cleansing in the 1980s did professionalism gradually take root. Superficially, the force began resembling a proper police organization. Public security improved measurably, and only then did British and Chinese social spheres begin to intersect. To ensure their colonial patrons could indulge safely, law enforcement launched systematic purges of syndicate-controlled entertainment venues, especially nightclubs brazenly registered under syndicate names. Forced underground syndicates ceased direct licensing, instead partnering covertly with wealthy businessmen to share profits secretly. Or they withdrew entirely from corporate boards, retaining only security oversight and using venues as clandestine distribution points. Rare exceptions did exist, places explicitly sanctioned by colonial authorities effectively serving as their loyal hounds. As for bars, syndicates faced no such restrictions since the British avoided them entirely. Both Pottinger Street and Lan Kwai Fong were famed bar districts, but their clientele remained sharply divided. Later-era films often glorified kings of Pottinger Street, Yet who has ever heard of anyone collecting protection money in Lan Kwai Fong? It's simple. That's where foreigners go to amuse themselves. Clearly the Triad problem isn't beyond British control, it's merely a matter of their choosing not to intervene. To them, the virtue or vice of Chinese people is irrelevant. So long as we don't disrupt their feasting and revelry, why would they care about the life or death of those at the bottom? In fact, they prefer division among the Chinese. Conflict is ideal. If none exists, they'll manufacture it. Only then can they fully wield their talent for stirring chaos. Thus, no major nightclub owner would risk his reputation over a petty sum from Triad factions. He instinctively severs ties with the Underworld, let alone offering equity stakes. That is precisely why Leung Quan and Big D were so stunned upon hearing Yu Haidong's words. Brother Dong, did I hear that right? You're joking, aren't you? Big D recovered first. As Yu Haidong's childhood friend Leung Quan solemnly cautioned, Dong, I know you're loyal, but we both have criminal records. We cannot appear on any shareholder list. Otherwise, Yu Haidong raised a hand, cutting Leung Quan off mid-sentence. I grew up in a mahjong parlor. I know exactly how these things work. The license, put it under someone with a clean background. We'll form a company and manage operations through an agency arrangement. This isn't difficult. A competent lawyer can handle it all. As for profit sharing, I'll take 60%, you two will each receive 20. Any objections? Yu Haidong spoke with such nonchalance as if discussing not a multi-million-dollar venture, but simply splitting the bill after a late-night Dai Pai Dong meal. Big D's breathing quickened. Leung Quan pressed his lips together, eyes glistening faintly, his gaze drifting sideways. When it came to brawling or wielding blades, people sought them out. But sharing profits? Never. What people say most often is what they desire most, or what remains most elusive. Within Triads, members bow to heaven, bow to earth, and kneel before Lord Guan. Yet who has ever truly tasted brotherly loyalty? The 36 oaths sworn upon initiation. Elders recite them flawlessly, juniors shout them hoarsely. Yet in the end, those who betrayed their juniors most ruthlessly were the very ones who once led them in reciting those oaths. No wonder fewer and fewer bother memorizing them anymore. Loyalty. Heard of it, never seen it. 25,000. Wait, why did I just mix up the lines? Equity in a nightclub. Yu Haidong refused to distance himself from them. He still treated these two hooligans as brothers. Today, two fools were suddenly struck by overwhelming fortune, as if hit by a folding stool, dazed, disoriented. Fortunately, their resilience held. They endured. No humiliating tears welled in their eyes. Saying thank you to a superior is mere courtesy. Saying thank you to a brother is asking for a beating. Brothers who share hardship abound in Triads, but only one stands here, now ready to share prosperity. Big D pounded his chest so hard the echo reverberated across the hall. Brother Dong, just watch me. Big D will carve your empire into existence. If I'm not the first to charge forward, may I be hacked to death in an alley and fed to rats. Leung Quan didn't flinch either. Dong, you look after my mother. I'll shield you from blades and bullets. All right. Whether you dream of dividends or yearn to take bullets, first we need a nightclub. Yu Haidong sketched a grand vision, split it neatly in two, and secured his loyal lieutenants. They say never trust a boss's promises. Capitalists are inherently ruthless. Yu Haidong clapped his hands, dust scattering, and began pacing the hall as he spoke. Metropolis. That name reeks of outdated thinking, straight out of some elder's mind. Times have changed. So must our minds. Our new venue deserves a fresh name. Seeing Leung Quan and Big D's faces twist into constipated grimaces, Yu Haidong smiled. Fong Sam, you weren't expected to rack your brains. Hardly had the words left his mouth when their expressions instantly relaxed. Our new venue shall be called Golden Splendor. To future generations, this cliched name would provoke nothing but ridicule. Wherever one went in later decades, Golden Splendor, Golden Coast, Buckingham Palace. Not a chain, yet indistinguishable from one. As if the name itself required no explanation, instantly signaling the nature of its services. But to Leung Quan and Big D in the 1980s, it was nothing short of thunderous revelation. Golden Splendor. How imposing. So dazzling. It sounds massive already. Yu Haidong retrieved 3 cigars from the inner pocket of his suit jacket, and as if by sleight of hand produced a cigar cutter. He clipped the cigars and tossed one to each man. We won't pop champagne mid-game, but a celebration is in order. Big D lit his signature smirk, eyebrows arched, chin lifted, spreading across his face. Holding the cigar in his left hand, he flipped open his suit jacket and planted his right hand on his hip, surveying the space around him. Brother Dong, I swear this place no longer feels like a public restroom. It's enormous. It's dazzling. It's golden splendor. Leung Quan nodded, slightly exhaled a plume of smoke, and added, I no longer see a garbage heap from Temple Street. I see a golden mountain. Ha ha ha. The 3 burst into hearty laughter, gazing in the same direction, each envisioning a radiant future. Surveying the dilapidated interior, walls stripped bare to raw concrete, Yu Haidong recalled his first apartment purchase in his past life. That renovation journey had etched itself deeper into his memory than his own wedding. The burning desire to craft a dream space with his own hands. The agonizing deliberation over every minute detail. The nervous anticipation, eager yet terrified of disaster, was now magnified 1,000-fold upon this derelict nightclub ruin in 1982 Hong Kong. Only this time his new home was vaster, more intricate, and no longer embodied warmth but the unrelenting ambition to ascend the pinnacle of power. From today onward, we are 3 broke young men, buying our first home, preparing for marriage. Our mission to create the most opulent bridal suite on the tightest possible budget, so that every relative and friend attending the wedding feast believes we command mountains of gold and silver. He strode into the center of the dance floor and spread his arms wide, as if embracing an invisible future. Our total budget, including all structural and decorative elements, licenses, labor, equipment upgrades, must not exceed $2 5 million. Within 1 month, I want this place to become the most dazzling, most formidable venue in all of Tsim Sha Tsui. $2 5 million in 1 month. You're insane. Leung Kwan and Big D cried out in unison. Leung Kwan, having worked as a nightclub valet, knew the market well. Adong, are you serious? Just replacing these sofas, booths, bar counters, lighting, and sound systems costs well over 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Add labor, design fees, and team money for government departments. $2 5 million. We'd be lucky to even finish the toilets. Big D nodded along. Right. The contractors are notorious for overcharging. Any foreman could quote us a price and treat us like easy prey. And don't forget entertainment licenses, liquor licenses, food service permits, fire safety approvals, music copyright clearances. We'll need to navigate the Municipal Services Department, Fire Services Department, Police Licensing Office, Food and Environmental Hygiene Department. Kwan, did I miss anything? Just securing those licenses takes 3 to 6 months. Leung Kwan ignored Big D's question, urgently trying to dissuade Yu Haidong from reckless overreach. Yu Haidong waved his hand, interrupting the two's counsel. Is there any task that doesn't encounter difficulties? Instead of counting these trivial matters, why not think about what advantages you have? Time is tight, and the tasks are heavy. The enormous difficulties will be shouldered by the 3 of us, and no one can escape. You think time is insufficient, so do the lurking figures like Litu Jinya Bing Longan and Canon King. Only by getting things done before they realize what's happening can we establish our footing. If we delay, and they see through our pretenses, will we still have the chance to complain about how difficult it was? Yu Haidong's words awakened the 2. Indeed, climbing up by stepping on others either means eliminating those who provide the support or quickly rising to a higher place. If we are slow, we won't even have the chance to return to our original positions. The 2 exchanged glances and looked at Yu Haidong. Brother Dong, well, follow your lead. Dong, what do you think we should do? Yu Haidong was not polite and directly said, I listen to the happenings of the underworld at the mahjong parlor, but I don't partake in the underworld myself. You have broad connections, so we'll tell you who we need. You can find suitable candidates. We have 3 major items to handle. The first is renovation, the second is paperwork, the third is manpower. Let's start with renovation. A demolition is the first step. Who has a good recommendation? Demolition and basic hard renovations are bottomless pits of money, and they also have the most tricks. Yu Haidong understood well that relying on a legitimate company for just the demolition and garbage disposal would cost a fortune, not to mention the professionals manipulating material and labor costs. Lan Minghua. Big D was the first to speak. He handled the police station's land issue last time, so he's the most suitable for this job. Yu Haidong glanced at his watch. Call him now and set the price right there on site. Call Brother Dong. Hello, Brother Dong, I'm Lan Minghua. If you need anything, feel free to speak up. A middle-aged man in his 50s, small in stature and slightly hunched, bowed respectfully. Yu Haidong nodded, looking at the dark-skinned, cunning-eyed little old man pointing at the vast hall and stating, within 10 days, clear the demolition. Remove the garbage. Level the ground. Scrape the walls down to the bricks. Mark the locations for plumbing and electrical lines. How much? Lan Minghua's small eyes were spinning, quickly calculating in his mind. For such a large project, a legitimate company wouldn't come in under 70 or 80,000, and it would take forever. Brother Dong, Big D were all part of the same crew. A flat rate of 38,000. This covers meals and transportation for my brothers. 38,000. Before Yu Haidong could speak, Big D glared with widened eyes. Lan Minghua, do you think I'm an easy target? There are plenty of scrap buyers eager to take those leftovers. The rebar, copper wires, and broken wooden furniture you finish with could fetch a nice sum as scrap. You want 38,000. 1,500. Start now or get lost. I can find Chaozhou guys who will work for 12,000. Lan Minghua's smile froze. He indeed wanted to earn extra by selling scrap, but he didn't expect Big D to expose him directly. Looking at Big D's fierce appearance and the few unkind-eyed lackeys behind him, Lan Minghua felt intimidated. His mainland workers, though able to endure hardships, were still lacking compared to these real gangsters. Big D. Brother Dong. 1,500 is really too little. How about an extra 2,000? Just treat it as a drink for the brothers. 1,500 all-inclusive. Start immediately. Yu Haidong made a decisive statement, his tone leaving no room for doubt. If you do well and finish early, there will be bonuses. However, he shifted his tone, his gaze turning icy. If I see anyone slacking off, or if anything usable is treated as garbage and sold for cash, you know the consequences. Lan Minghua shivered, looking into Yu Haidong's eyes, which seemed to penetrate the heart, nodding hurriedly. I understand. Brother Dong, rest assured. I will do my best and pull people in overnight to start work. Watching Lan Minghua run off, Yu Haidong said to Big D, leave 2 sharp-eyed lackeys on site to prevent Lan Minghua's people from cutting corners or smuggling goods. With such people, HMPF, not even a glance can be spared. Rest assured he'll send someone to keep an eye on it. Even a single nail leaving here will be recorded. Big D said fiercely. Now he felt that if someone took advantage of the nightclub, it was as if they were taking advantage of him. The 3 of them were on the way back to Miao Street, discussing the follow-up construction matters. Once Lan Minghua finishes, the renovation team will need to come in. The most urgent task now is to find a competent foreman. A foreman is essentially a contractor known in the industry as a subcontractor. A foreman is the party contracted by the main contractor through outsourcing and is responsible for specific construction based on their area of expertise, such as plumbing, carpentry, and masonry. They are categorized into first-tier, directly interfacing with the main contractor, and second-tier subcontractors of the first tier, forming a multi-layered subcontracting structure. To save money, we need to change our approach. Don't go for first-tier, find second-tier subcontractors directly. Look for those responsible for plumbing, carpentry, and masonry. We don't want big companies, just those who lead their teams and have a dozen skilled workers under them. Tell them we have a large project, but payments will be in installments and no deposits will be made. Who has good recommendations? No deposits. Which foreman would agree to that? Big D's eyes widened in disbelief. That's why I need you to find someone. Tell them that we want skimp on wages, but the work must be done well. If they dare to cut corners or delay the project, let them figure out the consequences. Additionally, this project is backed by Anil and Hongxing, so they should weigh their options carefully. Legitimate companies require contracts and advance payments. But once an advance payment is made, the quality of work becomes uncertain. Especially for tight deadlines, if the work begins and rework is needed, it becomes difficult. The client's money and time are spent, and sometimes they have to endure and continue to make do with substandard work. By having the foreman foot the bill, they are less likely to cut corners because their own money is at stake. If something goes wrong, both parties will bear the burden. Moreover, with 2 major gangs backing them, this foreman will be less inclined to engage in petty tricks. This creates a balance, but it is also the most cost-effective and efficient method. Of course, ordinary foremen wouldn't accept such a scheme. I see. I know someone named Ji Mu Chong. He specializes in renovating villas for influential Triad figures. His craftsmanship is impeccable. Both structural and interior finishing are well within his expertise. He's also sharp-minded, knowing precisely what to say and what to leave unsaid. The D immediately had a candidate in mind. Excellent. Now only electrical and plumbing work remain. The most critical part, absolutely non-negotiable. But we won't hire the power company's official engineering team. Brother Kuan, you've been active in Temple Street and Pottinger Street for years. Do you know any reliable electricians or plumbers? That's simple enough. Hing's electric cannon. He used to illegally tap into power lines, got arrested once, and after serving time, he went legitimate, handling electrical and plumbing work for our venues. His skills are outstanding and his rates are fair. For plumbing, we'll take Water Snake Ming. He and Electric Cannon are sworn brothers. Together, they'll even offer a bundled discount. Most importantly, they'd never dare swindle us. I'll summon them. If they quote inflated prices, I'll ensure they never land another job again. Yu Haidong nodded. Now we still need an overall site supervisor. This person cannot be chosen lightly. He must possess comprehensive command of every construction phase and ideally maintain direct supply channels for raw materials. Even without such channels, he must be able to discern quality and understand market pricing. In short, he must be both deeply knowledgeable and utterly loyal. Who knows such a person? Neither Didi nor Liang Kuan could name anyone outright. They fell silent, deep in thought, searching their memories for the ideal candidate. The Triads wield immense authority over Hong Kong's construction and renovation industry, effectively controlling it entirely. Within this small corner of Hong Kong, no contractor, large or small, can break ground without Triad patronage. It isn't just subcontractors. Real estate developers and major engineering firms alike must cultivate favorable relations with Triads. From project inception to final handover, no major development proceeds without Triad involvement. First, demolition relies entirely on Triad muscle, a point too obvious to elaborate. Second, Triads control the city's entire labor pool of construction workers. Whether a worker can even step onto a site depends entirely on Triad approval. Third, nearly all contractors operate in partnership with Triads. Hong Kong's fragmented subcontracting system creates blurred accountability and weak oversight. Junior contractors frequently source labor and materials through informal channels. Triads infiltrate these networks by controlling manpower supply or offering microloans, especially common in small-scale renovation projects. Wage disputes frequently arise along subcontracting chains, and triads often intervene, using coercive means to recover unpaid salaries. In unregulated small-scale renovations, contractors front wages themselves. Should their cash flow collapse, they inevitably turn to triads for loans. Even after construction begins, triads profit directly at the worksite. Each cement truck entering pays a fee. Workers may only eat boxed meals supplied by triad vendors. All safety gear must be purchased from triad-designated suppliers, and so on. Finally, upon project completion, first, second, and third-tier contractors must collect final payments from the main contractor. This stage 2 demands triad intervention. Otherwise, contractors would waste months pleading verbally, risking financial ruin. In short, even ordinary household renovations in Hong Kong bear the invisible imprint of triad influence. Many triad foundations actually run construction companies, providing both mass employment and substantial revenue. Thus, virtually every triad member has connections within the building and renovation trade. Leung Kuan slapped his thigh. I've got just the man, Du Yen Chong. Du Yen Chong. Who is he? A tragic figure. Educated, he once served as assistant manager at a construction firm. When his boss fled, he became the scapegoat. His professional license was revoked, his assets seized, and he served 3 years in prison. Upon release, he could no longer pursue legitimate work, so he joined our triad to survive. Whenever renovation jobs arose, he'd be called in to inspect. Because of his noticeably uneven eyes, people nicknamed him One-Eyed Chong. Later, they discovered his uncanny ability to spot fakes and assess material quality instantly, hence the name Poison-Eyed Chong. Once he exposed shoddy workmanship on the spot, offending a senior figure who nearly beat him to death. I saw his talent spoke up for him and saved his life. His loyalty is unquestionable. Yu Haidong's eyes lit up. Where is he now? He's probably guarding some warehouse. Guarding? Bring him to the shop tomorrow. We'll test him on site. The car pulled up beside Temple Street. The 3 men walked toward a familiar Dai Pai Dong trailed by a dozen underlings, Leung Kuan's and Didi's most trusted men. The rest, those merely playing background roles, had already collected their appearance fees and gone home. The group occupied 4 or 5 tables, while other patrons, sensing the atmosphere, quietly paid and left. Order whatever you like. After assigning their men, Didi and Leung Kuan sat alone with Yu Haidong at one table. Didi waved over a subordinate, called Brother Dong. Brother Dong, greetings. A young man with a ponytail respectfully bowed to Yu Haidong. Smiling, Didi introduced him. He's my village neighbor, Chong Mao. Sharp as a tack. Yu Haidong wore an expression of quiet recognition and nodded with a smile. No need for formalities. Please sit and join us. Chong Mao awkwardly scratched his head, glancing uncertainly at his boss. Brother Dong told you to sit. Didn't you hear? Fool. Didi scolded with mock exasperation, then physically guided Chong Mao onto the chair beside him. Leung Kuan turned and called out, Stupid Chong. A dark-skinned youth came sprinting over. Boss, you called me. Greet Brother Dong. Brother Dong, greetings. Yu Haidong gave a slight nod. Sit. He carefully concealed any trace of disdain for this opportunistic recruit. Just as Yu Haidong opened his mouth to speak, a thunderous shout erupted behind him, startling him completely. Huh, I knew you'd be here. At that tomboyish voice, no one needed to turn around to know it was Sister 13. Yet when they did, 3 men recoiled in shock. There she stood, arm in arm with one young woman, followed by a dozen more, all stunningly beautiful. Beer sprayed from Didi's mouth, straight onto Chong Mao's ponytail. Stupid Chong stared entranced, until a sharp slap landed on the back of his head, jerking his neck sideways. Leung Kuan's voice came from behind, Don't block my view. Nearby tables fell silent, underlings gaped, transfixed by the spectacle. Sister 13 stepped up beside Yu Haidong and nudged his shoulder with her elbow. Well, am I impressive enough? Yu Haidong shrugged his shoulder, frowning. Don't lean on me. Sit down if you're eating, or go show off somewhere else. Sister 13 giggled, dragged over a folding stool, and squeezed herself between Leung Kuan and Yu Haidong. Brother Kuan, scooch over. Please wipe your drool. Thanks. Leung Kuan shot her a wry glance, shifted aside slightly, and muttered under his breath, Impressive, Sister 13. You've got style. He even gave her a thumbs up. The tomboy lifted her chin with defiant pride. Child's play. Then she turned to Yu Haidong. So Yu Sheng, did I earn my pay? Yu Sheng, do I look dead already? If you can't even pronounce my name correctly, how can I possibly trust you as PR manager? Not gonna be. Wait, what did you just say? Sister 13, already turning away, snapped her head back sharply and gripped Yu Haidong's arm hard. Ouch, don't pinch. That's not a breast. You said I could be manager. This time both hands clamped down, and she shook him vigorously like shaking a cocktail shaker. Want to be manager? Prove yourself first. Didn't I gather this many sisters quickly enough? Is this crowd large enough to fill a VIP lounge? My place is a nightclub, not some corner pub. Ask Brother Kuan and Brother Didi how many people they currently manage, and how many more they still need to hire. Our hostesses fewer than security guards. Nonsense. The rooster that was just crowing proudly now drooped its head, resembling a defeated fighter. Seeing Leung Kuan still staring at his girl, he fiercely kicked his shin with the toe of his leather shoe. The pain made Liang Kun grit his teeth and suck in air, rubbing his calf incessantly. What the hell? What are you going crazy about? What are you looking at? If you want to look, you have to pay. $500 for a glance. Liang Kun couldn't be bothered to deal with him and shifted aside. Yu Haidong looked at the girls brought by 13's sister. Although they were young and beautiful, they all carried an air of streetwise bravado. This was clearly at odds with the atmosphere he envisioned for a high-end entertainment venue, so he tapped his fingers on the table. Hey, who knows a teacher for etiquette? What teacher? The etiquette teacher. I only know boxing teachers forget about the etiquette ones. Big D was the first to back down. What are you looking at? I just mentioned Shao Si. After saying this, Liang Kun dodged Yu Haidong's gaze. What does that teach? 13's sister asked curiously. Indeed, in the early 1980s, in Hong Kong, etiquette teacher was still a relatively obscure term. Yu Haidong replied impatiently, it teaches your subordinates not to curse at customers and not to kick them in the groin for no reason. Even if it doesn't earn me money, don't let me lose any. Do you understand now? To make someone understand your point, you must speak in a language they comprehend. 13's sister wasn't foolish either. She turned back to look at the people she had brought, either playing dice or standing on a chair holding a bottle to drink. Although she had never been to a high-end venue, she had seen them in TV shows and movies. The others at the table also understood what Yu Haidong was saying. Yu Haidong seized the moment. Not just 13's sister's people, your subordinates also need training. We are in a high-end business. A cough. We are doing high-end business. The future clients will either be wealthy merchants or celebrities. Not only should the decor be beautiful, but the quality of service must also be top-notch. Damn, you can't expect my subordinates to act like fools, can you? Big D said, his face filled with surprise and fear. Want to be a grandmaster? Sure. Just be wealthier and more imposing than them. Yu Haidong shot back directly. Big D was left speechless, lowering his head to glance at Liang Kun, as if to say, you speak up. Liang Kun understood Big D's meaning. Those who are involved in the underworld want them to learn and act meekly, yet even the brothers can't speak up. The obedient ones were either studying or working, who would come here swinging a knife. Yu Haidong also understood their concerns and tapped his knuckles on the table, saying, for the big brothers earning cash. The younger brothers have a monthly salary of 5,000. Do you think they want learn? How much? Both Big D and Liang Kun widened their eyes and asked. With tips from customers, it can reach over 10,000 a month. Yu Haidong continued to up the ante. Thud. A loud noise drew everyone's attention, and they saw Big D's underling Long Mao fall to the ground along with his chair. He quickly got up, his face flushed, shouting, Brother Dong. I want to learn. Me too. Silly Chong, not at all silly, put down his drink and stood up the second to sign up, splashing some liquor onto Liang Kun without a second glance. The younger brothers sitting further away didn't hear much of the conversation, only seeing the two big bosses seemingly arguing about something. Damn, are they drawing lots for life and death? It could be. I guess it's about going to cut the camel of Dongxing. Are you insane? If the camel dies, it's a big deal. I say it's about cutting the crow or the smiling tiger. So do you want to go? He'll first cut off your crow's mouth. You go eat at another table, you son of a bitch. The younger brothers, not understanding, whispered from a distance. If they had heard what Yu Haidong had said earlier, they wouldn't have been any slower than Long Mao and Silly Chong in signing up. It's not that they can't work 9 to 6, it's just that they can't bear to look at the paycheck. Once the money is right, there are people willing to take on head-rolling jobs. In 1982, the starting salary for a regular police officer was 1605 Hong Kong dollars. Although there were benefits like dormitories, medical care, and children's education, even combined, they didn't reach 5,000. The salary Yu Haidong offered, if only judged by the amount, could already be compared to that of a police superintendent at the time. That means if they received this salary, they could buy a 1,000-square-foot luxury apartment, approximately 93 square meters, in Kowloon outright, in just a few years. There's no helping it, owning a home is a lifelong obsession for people in Hong Kong, regardless of wealth. Yu Haidong wore a proud expression, while 13's sister and Liang Kun looked on in disbelief. Big D looked around and leaned in to ask quietly, Boss, do I have a monthly salary? Yu Haidong pushed away this unambitious one, pressing his hands down to signal the two who had signed up to sit down and talk. I'm not just blowing smoke. Our nightclub operates in the high-end market, not some shabby place where any loser can come and play. Those driving Nissan private cars can only sit at scattered tables. Those driving Benz can have a private booth, and to enter a VIP room you at least need a stretched Cadillac. The tips collected by the doormen every night are higher than the monthly salary of an average person. They'll tell you the people coming in don't just speak Cantonese and Minnan, there are also those speaking English, Japanese, Malay, and all sorts of other languages. I'm not scaring you in the future. Even if you have to go up to beat someone or curse in the streets, you need to learn a bit of FXXKU and Baka and such. Huh. Big D grimaced. A Liang Kun frowned. 13's sister wondered if she should consider attending night school or something. What, huh? Gangsters don't use their brains, they'll always be gangsters. Didn't your boss tell you? Big D seemed unconcerned, saying nonchalantly, as long as you have it, it's fine. I don't like using my brain. Even if I do, it might not be right. If it is, it's not as good as you think. So why bother? Yu Haidong couldn't be bothered to argue with him. If people don't teach, life will teach. He could no longer rely on them for management training, he had to rely on himself. At this point the dishes were all served, and Yu Haidong called everyone to start eating. Even emperors don't let soldiers go hungry. Eating is the biggest priority in this world. Everyone had been busy all day and was starving. The gangsters in Hong Kong lived a tough life, often only eating 2 meals a day, and it wasn't unusual for some to eat just one. Being able to come eat lavishly at a night market with the boss was already a sign of having made it as a lowlife. Even for Big D and Liang Kuan, it hadn't been many years since they last had a full meal. Once the meal began, everyone dug in with gusto. Having suffered through the fine dining culture in his past life, Yu Haidong preferred the atmosphere of street stalls. As the first pursuit of survival, eating should be and must be the most relaxing and pleasurable activity. Watching Big D reddened face playing dice with Liang Kuan. Watching Long Mao and Silly Chong arms around each other competing and drinking. Watching 13 sister and a girl named Zhang Maron gesturing sizes with their bottles. Watching the other younger brothers at different tables making noise and having fun. Fortunately, Yu Haidong himself was also a part of this scene. Being teased by 13 sister as if he were her real brother. Being pulled by Liang Kuan like a younger brother to drink. Being led by Big D and his subordinates constantly toasting. The experience of rebirth is undoubtedly precious, but his past life taught him how to live. Out of 24 hours, the sleep time is stolen by heaven. The working time is communal. Only the leisure time belongs to oneself. Or to think positively, the first 2 times serve the latter. Therefore, in Yu Haidong's view, discussing work while partying is a very foolish thing. He wouldn't do it himself, nor would he allow others to do so. Fortunately, those present shared the same mindset, which is why they could engage in conversation and would continue to do so. This could be considered a meeting of ideals. The boss, bare-chested, continuously stirred the iron, walked the smoke rising, mingling with the bustling atmosphere of other street stalls, ascending into the night sky of Temple Street. The next morning, shortly after 7, Yu Haidong arrived early at the nightclub to check on the progress. 2 underlings of Didi were sitting on empty barrels smoking, and as soon as they saw him, they immediately stood up and greeted, "Good morning, Brother Dong." Yu Haidong nodded, handing the cups of milk tea and pineapple buns he brought to the 2 men. "Thank you, Brother Dong. How's it going inside?" They worked all night and just went for breakfast. The day shift just arrived. After leaving a pack of red cigarettes for the 2, Yu Haidong went inside. Inside the construction site, over a dozen people were busy dismantling things, but one person stood out, noticeably detached from the crowd. He held a notebook in his hands, recording something, occasionally tapping on the walls or the ground. Yu Haidong quietly approached and looked over that person's shoulder at the notebook. The handwriting was messy, with some numbers and symbols, as well as rough sketches that an outsider could hardly decipher. The shadow behind him blocked the light, causing the person to react. Turning around, he saw a plainly dressed young man, mistaking him for a helper or apprentice, so he ignored him and continued with his work. "Big brother, is there a problem here?" Yu Haidong asked. "The core is rotten and not repaired. It would be a waste of effort to install it anyway." "Are you from the rotten core group?" "Who's from the rotten core?" "Who are you?" "I am the boss here, Yu Haidong." "Yu Haidong. Oh, so you are Brother Dong." The man suddenly realized, stood up, and respectfully bowed. "Hello, Brother Dong. I am Poison Ichong. Brother Kuan sent me to help." Yu Haidong assessed the man in front of him, who was in his 30s, tall and thin. Although he spoke with a deliberate roughness, it was easy to see the scholarly demeanor beneath. "Liang Kuan said you were on the night shift. I didn't expect you to come so early. I came right after finishing my shift, not daring to delay Brother Kun's important matters." "That's thoughtful of you. Can you tell me about what you were researching just now?" "Oh, Brother Dong, please take a look over here." As Poison Ichong spoke, he stepped aside to lead the way, bringing Yu Haidong to a supporting pillar in the middle of the hall, pointing at the exposed rebar and concrete after removing the old decoration. With a strong tug, a small piece of concrete fell into Poison Ichong's hand. No explanation was needed. Everyone understood what this meant. This was also Yu Haidong's greatest concern, the structural integrity of the walls. The rebar is rusted and the concrete is loose in many places. All these supporting columns need to be reinforced. Otherwise, even if the renovation is completed, it will crack within a year, and if it gets serious, there's a risk of collapse. As Poison Ichong spoke, he led Yu Haidong toward the wall at the edge of the hall. What's more troublesome is the water leakage issue. The root cause lies in the uneven settling of the foundation of this old Tang building, resulting in large cracks at the joints of the outer wall, with the adjacent building allowing rainwater to seep in over the years. It must be reinforced and the waterproofing redone completely, otherwise, no matter how good the renovation is, it will be a waste of effort. Poison Ichong frowned seriously, raising his voice at the critical points due to the poor quality. Many places are not just maintenance issues, but fundamentally unreasonable in construction, or they exhibit signs of cutting corners. As he walked on, he pointed out flaws in almost every area. So immersed in his speech, he didn't notice the increasing number of people behind him. It was only after finishing that he realized, especially noticing Liang Kun's gloomy face, reminding him of his own identity. Poison Ichong's current predicament stemmed from his inability to control his tongue. Today, returning to his old profession, he became overly excited and fell back into old habits. Resigned, he lowered his head, awaiting the impending storm. Yu Haidong looked at Poison Eye Chong, but his face tilted towards Liang Kuan beside him. Brother Kuan, you've really dug up a gem for me. With him I can finally sleep soundly. Under Poison Eye Chong's explanation, the building issues of this nightclub were laid bare, causing even Di and Liang Kuan to frown. Yet the more Yu Haidong listened, the more relieved he felt. Even the curve of his lips began to rise. The Tang buildings in Xianjiang were mostly constructed a long time ago, some even having survived wars, not to mention being situated in a location surrounded by the sea on three sides, facing the trials of typhoons and humid salty sea breezes every year. If the construction team told him that there were no issues with the building and that he could rest assured about the renovation, then he would really be unable to sleep soundly. Now that Poison Eye Chong had laid out all the various major and minor problems, it felt like a patient undergoing a comprehensive checkup. He could just treat the symptoms, which completely put his mind at ease. Chong-gu, I'm hiring you as my construction supervisor. Here's 10,000, take it first. There's a reward for finding problems. If you can solve what others can't, the reward doubles. After the project is completed, there'll be bonuses. Are you in? Upon hearing Yu Haidong's praise, Poison Eye Chong's face was filled with disbelief as he deeply bowed. If Brother Dong doesn't mind, I will definitely work seriously. Yu Haidong nodded, looking towards Di on the other side. Brother Di, have your people arrived? Di turned around and brought over a middle-aged man. Hello, Brother Dong. I am Jimu Chong. Yu Haidong pointed at Poison Eye Chong. You heard everything he just said. There are quite a few issues here. Discuss them thoroughly and give me a quote later. Poison Eye Chong led Jimu Chong to start checking and patching up one by one. Liang Kuan introduced Yu Haidong to the ones responsible for electrical and plumbing work, electric fire cannon and water snake Ming. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yu Haidong began to outline his requirements. Both of them were knowledgeable, well acquainted with places like nightclubs. As long as Yu Haidong specified his unique requirements, the other two understood without needing to ask. As noon approached, the summaries from several parties were nearly complete, and Yu Haidong called everyone to eat together. These foremen were all from the gang, and the charges remained the lowest. Moreover, they didn't charge for materials, and labor costs were almost transparent. After the meal, Ji Mu Chong, electric fire cannon, and water snake Ming returned to arrange for their subordinates to estimate the procurement of materials. Once the demolition and cleaning work were completely finished, construction would begin. Yu Haidong kept Poison Eye Chong behind, intending to handle procurement matters together in the afternoon. Construction materials would wait for the other three foremen to return and make a plan. What could be procured in advance were soft furnishings, including textiles, furniture, lighting, and so on. Initially, this was supposed to be completed by an interior designer, but Yu Haidong held no regard for the current designers. It was not that they lacked ability, but rather their vision was too outdated to meet his standards. There were avant-garde designers, but they were unaffordable, so he had to take matters into his own hands. Earlier at the dining table, Yu Haidong had asked Poison Eye Chong, unexpectedly finding that he was also knowledgeable in soft furnishings and material procurement. Poison Eye Chong not only majored in architectural design at university, but also self-studied decoration and furnishing. Although he had been away from his main profession for some time, he had no other hobbies, just a fondness for exploring various construction and decoration material markets. In his words, this was the only thing that motivated him to live. Yu Haidong felt indifferent towards Poison Eye Chong's tragic past. At least he was still alive, while he himself had once met a tragic end. However, Yu Haidong placed great importance on individuals who excelled in their fields, as these realms of obsession and madness evoked genuine admiration from ordinary people. What real estate tycoons, industrial magnates, and shipping barons are, in Yu Haidong's view, is nothing to mention. Their successes either stem from unknown backgrounds or from luck that others cannot attain. When they stand above thousands, they can embellish their experiences into colorful tales extraordinarily captivating. They can endlessly describe their rise from nothing, enduring hardships to achieve gold. They write books telling others how to become as successful as themselves, earning the admiration of countless people. The things that cannot be written or spoken are known only to themselves, and one day, when they are bitten back, everyone will step on them and casually say, "I knew he was not a good person." But people like Poison Eye Chong, who are solely immersed in their beloved careers and hobbies, are purer, simpler, and can better reflect human wisdom that distinguishes them from other beasts. If humans are truly created by a creator, then he must prefer the latter. The former are merely carnivorous and scavenging animals endowed with human brains. When one thinks of a nightclub, the bar and banquettes come to mind first. Solid wood frames and genuine leather sofas are ideal, but for Yu Haidong, a pretender to wealth, they are far too expensive. Moreover, by later standards, the high-end sofa styles of that time already looked somewhat dated. Under Du Yanqiang's guidance, the group drove to Wangjiao and arrived at an old building tucked deep in an alley. No one would have noticed a wood workshop here without a local pointing it out. The owner was an honest craftsman, yet at the sight of rough characters like Di and Liang Kuan, he visibly trembled. Yu Haidong produced simple sketches of the bar and banquette sofas, a clearly later minimalist aesthetic that already seemed avant-garde in 1982. Not only had Du Yinxiang never seen such designs, the carpenter had never taken on work like this. Boss, this design is novel, but the materials. The owner studied the plans for the streamlined bar and broad sofas with a troubled expression. To be sturdy yet elegant, you should use solid wood frames and genuine leather upholstery. No, Yu Haidong cut him off. Make the bar's core from a steel frame, sheathed in high-density fireproof board. Clad the exterior with fireproof board stamped with a faux stone pattern. Use thick glass for the countertop. For the sofa frames, strong mixed hardwood offcuts will do. Do not use real leather for the upholstery. Use top-grade faux leather. It must look luxurious and withstand use without tearing immediately. The owner gaped. Fireproof board. Faux leather. In his traditional view, a nightclub's bar and sofas without solid wood and real leather would not pass muster. Do it like this, Yu Haidong said with undisputed authority. Give me a firm price. I want it fast. If the quality is poor or you delay, you will bear the consequences. He glanced at Didi beside him, arms folded and wearing a menacing expression. The owner flinched and hurriedly produced a calculator, fingers clicking. Boss, per your specifications, bar including labor and materials, 8,000, sofa per your dimensions including labor and materials, 1,200. You want 12 banquette sets in total. 7,000 for the bar, 1,000 per sofa. Yu Haidong bargained flatly. You find the materials yourself. I will only pay a deposit after I have inspected the sample. If the workmanship is good, I will settle the remainder in one payment and double the order, but you must finish quickly. From now on, we'll come to you for future work. Under Yu Haidong's mix of coercion and promises, the owner finally accepted the arduous task of producing a high-end appearance from inexpensive materials. This decision saved at least 50,000 compared with using solid wood and genuine leather. Exiting the workshop, Liang Kuan put an arm around Du Yanqiang's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Nice work. Du Yinxiang, you really are sharp. You knew of a place like this and instantly saved the boss tens of thousands, better than high-interest loans, haha. Even Didi nodded repeatedly. Such inexpensive craftsmanship was unheard of. Besides, they had just seen the craftsman's other pieces and the quality was unquestionable. When examined by hand, there were no visible flaws, making even those without space at home consider buying one to take away. Yu Haidong checked his watch. It was still early, and he casually asked, does anyone here know someone who understands stage lighting and sound? Unexpectedly, Du Yinxiang answered, boss, I know a bit. Everyone exchanged surprised looks. Liang Kuan, arm draped over Du Yinxiang, exclaimed, you know about that too. I used to design exhibition booths. The owner required conformity with stage aesthetics and lighting, and that prompted my study. As for sound systems, I tinkered with radios in middle school and became an avid listener in university. I couldn't afford high-end gear, so I cobbled new setups from second-hand parts, and the hobby gradually became something I couldn't put down. Then there's nothing more to say. Brother Chong, lead the way. Yu Haidong was delighted. A versatile man would make everything so much more efficient. Boss, what kind of equipment do you want to buy? Brand new imported equipment is exorbitant. We must target the second-hand market. Is there anywhere that sells good gear at a discount? Didi, quick to reply, blurted, of course, Yao Street. It's full of second-hand electronics. Yu Haidong looked to Du Yinxiang for his opinion. I know a shop that might have complete systems, but it's not on Yao Street. Changshuan sits on the western side of the Jilong Peninsula, bordered to the north by Lizijiao and to the south by Shinshibu. In the 70s and 80s, this area was Xiangjiang's main hub for wholesale fashion. Had Du Yinxiang not led them, none would have come here seeking lighting and sound. They followed his footsteps through numerous clothing stalls and shops, turned down several alleys, and arrived at a modest storefront. The signboard had faded so much the front name was indecipherable. Only the characters for Dianqi Hang remained visible, as if painted on hastily. The shop's narrow, elongated layout resembled a corridor more than a store. No one came out to greet them. From floor to ceiling, it was piled with lighting and sound equipment of various models, old and new, all thick with dust. Didi and Liang Kuan merely trailed behind, while Yu Haidong examined items slowly under Du Yinxiang's guidance. They made no effort to summon the owner. At the time, mainstream stage lighting was dominated by European brands, while sound systems were chiefly from country. Japanese brands were just beginning to enter some of Xiangjiang's smaller bars and KTVs. They walked and inspected, occasionally handling a unit. When something caught their eye, they plugged it in to try it out. Brother Dong basic nightclub lighting divides into general illumination effects, lighting, and control systems. Sound equipment is simpler, speakers, a mixing console, and microphones. Look at this moving headlight. Aside from some scratches on the housing, it appears about 80% new. It's an Italian clay Paikki. This speaker is good. Country brand JBL. They wound their way through the shop, gaining a general impression and forming a tentative decision. Boss, show us the goods. Du Yinxiang called loudly after receiving Yu Haidong's signal. A middle-aged man suddenly emerged, wearing thick glasses and greasy hair like a technical recluse, but his gaze betrayed a merchant's shrewdness. On seeing Du Yinxiang, he looked displeased. This man usually just inspected and did not buy, and his habit of nitpicking had cost the owner sales. He was about to shoo them away, but today seemed different. Du Yinxiang's posture suggested he had brought customers. Though these customers appeared somewhat rough, the owner forced a smile and asked, "What would you gentlemen like to buy?" "We want to purchase stage lighting and sound equipment." With Du Yinxiang present, Yu Haidong spared himself the need to speak and let him play his part. Hearing it might be a large order, the owner immediately changed his manner and energetically began to pitch his wares. This set of Japanese laser lights paired with British Martin moving heads and country Boshi speakers, though secondhand, has been well maintained and can outperform many new installations. The owner gushed as he described the package. Full set including installation and tuning 180,000. It's a real bargain. This gear is alright, but it's worth at most 32,000. When Du Yinxiang spoke, not only did the owner bristle, Yu Haidong and the others also glanced over. My goodness, haggling like that was ruthless. Even for second-hand goods the price seemed rock bottom. The owner grew more incensed. These men usually came to look and cause trouble. Now that they seemed like potential customers, they immediately tried to slash his price, as if to ruin him. He was about to lose his temper when Du Yinxiang continued, "Let me explain my reasons for the offer. If I am wrong, I will kneel and apologize. This Japanese laser projector has severely degraded. Its laser tube's brightness has diminished by at least 60%, and the rear cooling fan no longer spins. Calling it nearly blind would not be an exaggeration. As for this British Martin moving head, its motor is worn, its positioning inaccurate, and its lens housing cracked. When activated, it sways unsteadily, like a centenarian shuffling along. The American Bose sound system features a replaced subwoofer unit, low-quality domestic counterfeit, and suffers from severe high-frequency distortion, aged cabling, and multiple poor connections." Toxic Ai Chong truly lived up to his name. His critique was as sharp as it was devastating, rapid-fire, and unrelenting. Anyone hearing it would agree selling such equipment was itself a minor miracle. The shop owner stood speechless, his earlier arrogance and readiness to erupt long vanished. Yu Haidong gently patted Toxic Ai Chong on the shoulder, signaling him to cease. He then turned to the deflated electronics dealer and declared 28,000. Full set. No installation included, I'll hire my own crew. The owner's glasses nearly slipped off his nose. 28,000. So you might as well rob me. That sum doesn't even cover our cost. Didi bellowed, voice thick with fury. What the hell is wrong with you? Selling substandard goods to my boss and charging premium prices. Have you never been threatened before? Liang Kuan walked over to a dusty audio mixing console nearby, trailing his finger across its surface and leaving a clean streak in the grime. Calmly he said, "Boss, your shop's electrical wiring appears haphazardly installed. The insulation on these cables has already turned brittle. A short circuit could spark a fire, endangering both your valuable inventory and your neighbors." The owner glanced at the streak Liang Kuan had left, then at Didi blocking the doorway, and finally at Yu Haidong's unwavering gaze. Realizing at once that he faced connoisseurs who were both deeply knowledgeable and utterly uncompromising. Wiping sweat from his brow, he gritted his teeth. 35,000. That's my absolute bottom line. Any lower, and I'd rather not sell at all. 30,000, in cash. Yu Haidong declared resolute. Will load the gear immediately and pay on the spot. Should any minor issues arise later, rest assured, I'll certainly trouble you again. His final remark carried unmistakable warning. The owner's face drained of color, but confronted with their resolve, he reluctantly nodded, voice hollow. Fine. Today I've met a ghost. Just take it all away. This negotiation saved over 100,000. Though secondhand, the core components were verified by Toxic Ai Chong as fully functional. Back at base, his team would repair and calibrate the gear, supplemented with new minor parts. It would deliver roughly 80% of top-tier equipment performance. Full payment settled. Several underlings stayed behind to oversee loading and transport, while the others returned home elated. In the van, Didi praised Toxic Ai Chong with genuine admiration. Absolutely brilliant. With just a few words, you slashed tens of thousands off the price. Never imagined such a refined man could haggle so ruthlessly. Laughter rang out. Hearing praise for Toxic Ai Chong, Liang Kuan felt quiet pride. His recommendation validated his own, standing enhanced. Yu Haidong smiled and said, "Brother Chong, stay on with my establishment. I'll offer you a monthly salary of 5,000, routine maintenance of our equipment, and when the time is right, I'll sponsor your own company." Toxic Ai Chong stared, incredulous, lips pressed tight, eyes glistening red. He gave a soft, firm nod. "Yes, thank you, Brother Dong." Yet tears spilled freely, uncontrollable, unbidden. His voice broke mid-sentence, choked with sobs. With dust-streaked sleeves, he wiped furiously at his streaming eyes. His voice dissolved into fragmented gasps. I, drowned beneath ragged breaths. Didi opened his mouth to tease, only to meet Yu Haidong's sharp glance, prompting him to shrug and turn away, staring silently out the window. To have one's abilities perpetually overlooked is profoundly disheartening, yet to live half a lifetime without ever being acknowledged, that is despair. And after despair comes numbness, so habitual, so ordinary it becomes as natural as breathing. Even fleeting illusions no longer stir attention. Thus one walks, numb, directionless, purposeless, mechanically toward some distant, unknown terminus, until suddenly colliding with something colossal: opportunity. What sorrow or joy those tears carry only the one who tastes them, on his own tongue, can truly discern. A man's tears are neither sin nor exhaustion. They are simply tears. Yu Haidong believed that everyone witnessing a stranger cry instinctively constructs their own narrative. How much belongs to the other, and how much is merely projection of the self? Liang Kuan drove in silence. De Di feigned indifference, leaving Toxic Ai-chang's weeping as the van's soul-haunting refrain. They dropped Toxic Ai-chang off at Temple Street before heading onward, to fulfill another appointment, a meeting with Madame Hong the Madam regarding talent transfers. At Hong Yun Tea House, they ascended to the second floor and took seats by the window. After waiting nearly an hour, 30 minutes past the agreed time, Madame Hong arrived punctual by her own standards. In her early 40s, she retained undeniable allure. Clad in a form-fitting cheongsam, smoking a slender cigarette, her gaze shimmering with both seduction and worldly shrewdness. The three rose. Liang Kuan introduced each party and they gathered around the table. Exhaling a slow smoke ring, Madame Hong spoke. First, Liang Kuan tells me, young Master Dawn, you're opening a new nightclub and seeking staff. That's correct. Since we work nights, I'll speak plainly. Hope you won't mind, young Master Dawn. Please, Madame Hong, go ahead. To make a venue thrive, how can one manage without capable hostesses? I have excellent talent. Northern girls, local girls, even 2 Eurasian beauties, though my rates are not modest. How shall we calculate the table fee, out-of-venue service fee, and my management fee? She laid down her terms, mentioning only routine commissions, omitting transfer fees entirely, as if they required no explanation. A transfer fee covered poaching talent from rival venues, ranging from 10,000 to 50,000 per girl. For top-tier headliners, sums reached hundreds of thousands. Yu Haidong was prepared. He stated plainly, Madame Hong, my establishment differs fundamentally from others. I will not operate a low-end brothel or a transparent priceless goldfish bowl. I intend to build an elite business lounge, an ambience of sophistication delivering emotional value to guests. Hostesses need not be flawless goddesses, but must possess elegance, charm, conversational finesse, and the ability to delight patrons. Table fees may be generous, but management fees and transfer fees are non-negotiable. Madame Hong blinked, then laughed, laced with irony. Young Master Dong, frogs don't leap that high on every street. Fine hostesses. How else do they rise if not through investment from madams and patrons? Without management fees, how do you retain madams or guarantee service quality? Ha ha ha. Yu Haidong lifted the teapot and poured himself half a cup, sipping slowly, deliberately. Madame Hong, your presence here honors both Liang Kuan and myself. Whether or not our deal materializes, I accept this gesture of goodwill. In return, let me point you toward a new path. Your ability to grasp its profit potential depends entirely on the breadth of your vision. Why do madams constantly shift their girls between venues? Patrons seek novelty, or a venue yields too little profit, so we naturally seek greener pastures. Then why do patrons themselves switch venues? Naturally. Each venue offers distinct atmosphere, and Madame Hong's reply was cut short by Yu Haidong's gently raised waving finger. Madame Hong, your coming today honors both Liang Kuan and myself. Whether or not business proceeds, I cherish this goodwill. As reciprocity, I offer you a new path. Its profitability hinges solely on the scale of your vision. Let me break it down for you. You manage over a dozen hostesses under Li-Jing. Let's say 20 for simplicity. Attendance at the Temple Street venue rarely exceeds 80%, I'll generously grant you 90%. You take 30% commission on meal fees and 40% on outcall services. Li-Jing's average customer spends HK 2500. I'll raise that to HK 3000. But liquor accounts for nearly 80% of that revenue. Fewer than half go out for calls, but I'll assume 50%. As for daily foot traffic, you know those numbers better than I do. Li-Jing employs 3 madams and 47 hostesses. How many clients actually flow your way? Let's assume you work every day of the month, no days off. It never rains. The police never raid. And Triad factions never levy tolls on your operations. No medical expenses for sick hostesses. No information fees or head taxes paid to traffickers. No need to rent apartments for trainees still mastering their craft. Yu Haidong bent one finger with each point he made, stepping steadily toward Hong Jia as he spoke, until upon delivering his final statement, he stood directly beside her. Then he leaned in, slightly locking eyes with her. Even under these ideal conditions, you won't clear HK 300 a month. Am I right or wrong? In truth, Hong Jia's actual take-home was barely over HK 100 monthly, even factoring in occasional transfer fees from cross-venue placements. When my venue opens, the stage will feature bona fide celebrities and chart-topping singers. The audience will be tycoons, heirs, dignitaries, and power brokers. They'll arrive in Mercedes-Benzes and Rolls-Royces, sipping imported spirits priced in the tens of thousands. You're negotiating management fees and transfer commissions with me. You might as well ask how much patience I have left to continue this conversation. At that moment, they stood face to face, less than a fist's distance between their noses. Yu Haidong's words, coupled with his unshakable composure, sent a faint flush creeping up Hong Jia's neck, the very woman who'd long commanded the red light world with effortless authority. Her nostrils flared twice, almost imperceptibly her eyelids dipped slightly, and her throat moved visibly as she swallowed. Just as Hong Jie began to falter, Yu Haidong straightened, smiled, and said, "Accept my terms, and I guarantee you a minimum of HK500 per month. Net profit, mind you." He returned to his seat and drained the lukewarm tea in one smooth motion. "So, yes or no? Make it quick." The teacup struck the table with a sharp clack, jolting Hong Jie back to awareness. She felt the warmth lingering between her fingers and pressed the spent cigarette firmly into the ashtray. She adjusted her expression, restoring something close to the composed poise she'd worn upon entering. "Done, young Master Dong. You're refreshingly direct. I'll waive the management fee and the transfer commission too, but I'll retain 30% of the meal fees and 40% of the outcall commissions. Also, during the first 3 months after opening your venue, must guarantee sufficient client volume for my hostesses. If they all drift away, don't blame me for failing to hold on to them." She tacked on a minor non-contentious condition, just enough to save face. "Deal." Yu Haidong extended his hand and lightly clasped Hong Jie's 4 fingers. As expected, her long nails gently raked across his palm. She rose, leaving behind a lingering, smoldering glance, then walked out, her hips swaying with even more pronounced rhythm than when she'd arrived. Liang Kuan and Big D both kept their heads bowed, shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Only after Hong Jie's footsteps faded down the stairs did they lift their heads and burst into unrestrained laughter. Big D pounded the table. "Ha, if only we hadn't come, that sly vixen would have dragged you straight to a love nest." Ha. Liang Kuan was laughing too hard to speak, slumped over the table, thumbs raised high in silent, breathless admiration. Dong, I'm utterly convinced. First time I've ever heard of a madam transferring venues without charging a single cent. Whether it's your silver tongue, or whether Hong Jie simply has a taste for you. Ha. Yu Haidong ignored the 2 idle gawkers who'd contributed nothing but amusement. Through sheer persuasion, he'd saved hundreds of thousands in transfer fees, keeping total startup costs firmly within budget. As for training the hostesses, once Hong Jie brought her team on board, control would shift entirely to him. The venue was critically understaffed. 13 sister and Hong Jie's crew alone were insufficient. Moreover, while their recruits handled base-level demands competently, none possessed the refined emotional intelligence required for elite clientele. Enough laughter. Let's talk business. Yu Haidong silenced the 2 carefree fools and laid out the urgent staffing shortfall. "Dispatch men to the printing shops in Kowloon City tonight. Immediately. Use whatever means necessary. By 10 o'clock tonight, every corner of Temple Street must be plastered with our flyers." He pulled 2 prepared sheets from his pocket and placed them before them. Truth be told, the deadline wasn't truly urgent. He simply couldn't abide their perpetual air of detached indifference. Why should fools get to laugh carefree? Spectators must accept the risk of getting splattered with blood. Objectively speaking, though Big D and Liang Kuan offered no strategic insight, their execution was flawless. Before 9 p.m., through a cascading chain, underlings summoning subordinates rousing neighbors alerting adjacent blocks, flyers appeared on every prominent surface along Temple Street, street corners, lampposts, even the sides of fishball carts. Every visible paste-friendly spot now bore a single bold headline: "Emotional Counselor Wanted." Full-time, part-time, and shift cover positions available. Commencing in Tsim Sha Sui. Indoor setting. Daily wages HK500 HK3000. Year-end bonus and medical allowance provided. Beside that recruitment notice, there hung another bulletin: the Hui Wang Xiangjiang Youth Singer Competition. The inaugural Hui Wang Cup Singer Competition, open registration, unearthing future stars and spreading popular culture. Registration period October 2-15, 1982, daily from 1300 to 1800. Registration venue room 518 AXX building. Competition date October 28, 1982. Repertoire popular songs original or rearranged. Time limit 5 minutes. Age 18-25, female, with no existing performance contract. Champion a contract with Hui Wang Entertainment, plus a prize of 500 Hong Kong dollars. Individual awards, best stage presence, HKD 100, most promising, HKD 500. This competition is hosted by Hui Wang Entertainment Co., Ltd. Yu Haidong's ambitions far surpassed running an ordinary night spot that made its living merely from drink markups and hostess commissions. What he intended to create was a night temple that fused top-tier entertainment, business, socializing, and the cutting edge of fashion, an incubator and flagship for a future Xiangjiang entertainment empire. At the core of it were people and content. To cultivate the kind of people he demanded could not be accomplished alone. Liang Kuan D was out of the question. Early the next morning, Yu Haidong went to the best-selling Dongfang Rebao to place an advertisement recruiting capable aides. To secure satisfactory talent, he offered a sky-high monthly salary of 10,000 with correspondingly exacting requirements. Back at the nightclub, after meeting with everyone, they divided the day's tasks. The 3 foremen had already drawn up the procurement list. Yu Haidong, accompanied by Di and Duyan Chong, went to the Shinshibu tile wholesale warehouse to purchase durable, easy-to-maintain tiles that would look upscale for the club's lobby corridors and restrooms. The warehouse was vast and chaotic, stacked with tiles from around the world. An owner in a floral shirt, a cigarette holder between his lips, watched them with a sidelong glance. The owner called out, "Hey handsome, what tiles do you want?" "Italian import polished tiles. Top grade. $15 per square foot." Dian Chong picked up a sample, held it to the light, and tapped it, then murmured to Yu Hai Dong, "Brother Dong, it looks like goods from Foshan, not Italy. Good Foshan tiles wholesale go for less than $10. This isn't even worth $5. Before you could answer, he seized a sample tile. With a crisp snap, he split it in two by hand. The fractured face was coarse and the color uneven. The owner shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" You held the half tile up to the owner's chin and said, "Do you take me for someone who's new to this? $15 a foot. $5. They'll sell you as much as you want at $5. You shot back. The owner's face twisted. "Damn it. You looking for trouble?" No sooner had he finished than 7 or 8 shop assistants poured out of the warehouse, encircling Yu Haidong and Dian Chong. "Damn, what a glorious day. I've always struck under cover of night. Today Big D of Hoan Lok is trying daylight violence for the first time." A voice rang out from beyond the crowd. The tile shop owner and his men turned and saw over 20 Triad enforcers, each brandishing crude, makeshift weapons, closing in. At their forefront strode a man in a plaid suit and dark sunglasses, hands tucked casually into his pockets, sauntering slowly toward the owner. "I'm Big D of Hoan Lok. Where do you operate?" The owner stood frozen, trembling so violently he could barely stammer, "As senior brother. I'm no one from the Underworld. I'm an ordinary law-abiding man." "A law-abiding man? Then why have you surrounded my boss with a pack of thugs, brandishing weapons in broad daylight?" He seized a pale, petrified shop assistant, snatched the wooden baton from his grip, and snarled, "What does swinging this stick amuse you?" With that, he raised the baton to strike. The owner nearly broke into tears. The terrified assistant was his own brother-in-law. Desperate, he wailed, begging for mercy. Senior brother. The boy's young and foolish. Please spare him. It's all my fault. You're magnanimous and wise. Have mercy on him, I beg you." As he spoke, he bowed repeatedly. Big D tilted his head, his grin cold and sinister. "Spare him. Fine. Eat the baton, and I'll pretend I saw nothing." Huh. Before visiting the shop, Tian Kung had briefed Yu Hai Dong on its reputation. The owner dealt in cheap, high-grade tiles, but only insiders could access them. He routinely passed off inferior goods as premium stock and bullied vulnerable customers into coercive purchases. That was precisely why Yu Hai Dong had orchestrated this play-we capture a strong ruse. Seeing the owner thoroughly cowed, he interjected calmly, "Enough, Big D. We're respectable businessmen. Time is money. We must attend to business. At this rate, the sky will darken before he finishes chewing wood." The owner's thick skull finally clicked. He clutched at this lifeline. "Sir, you're a true gentleman. I misjudged you completely. I deserve punishment. I carry top-tier stock. I'll show you immediately." He then shooed away his staff like flies out. "Get back to work, now." He led them forward, but the warehouse corridor grew too narrow. Yu Hai Dong instructed Big D and the others to wait outside. Deep inside the warehouse, the owner retrieved several tiles from an unremarkable corner and handed them over reverently. Authentic Foshan Grade A tiles, imitating Italian stone grain, peerless quality. Wholesale price $8.5 Hong Kong dollars per piece. What do you think? Yu Hai Dong remained still, arms folded behind his back. Tian Kung inspected the tiles, then nodded subtly to Yu Hai Dong. $6. Yu Hai Dong declared flatly, tone brooking no dissent. "I need them for the entire venue. Floors, walls, restrooms. Cash payment, immediately. You deliver to the venue entrance." $6. Hey, sir, I'd be selling at a loss. Could we possibly? Yu Hai Dong withdrew a business card from his pocket, bearing the title Manager Fire Safety Equipment Company, and flicked it lightly before placing it into the owner's palm. His voice, low and chilling, pierced the air. "Your warehouse fire exit appears blocked by inventory. And your fire extinguishers expired long ago. Tell me, what if I happen to mention this to a friend at the fire services department?" The owner's face drained of all color. In 1982, Hong Kong fire code violations were fatal, capable of shuttering a business overnight. Especially when such a reminder came from someone with Triad connections. Sweat beaded on his temples. He glanced at Big D waiting outside, then at Yu Hai Dong's impassive face, and finally collapsed into despair. "Fine, $6 it is. Senior brother, consider this the start of a friendship. But delivery is to the entrance only, not upstairs. Deal." Meanwhile, Leung Quan was also navigating the labyrinth of fire safety compliance. Over the coming days, he would shuttle relentlessly between the police headquarters, fire services department, food and environmental hygiene department, and the municipal services department's entertainment licensing section. This was the real battle, a costly, unavoidable gauntlet. Leung Quan had spent years entrenched in the nightlife industry and knew these procedures intimately. Many officials across these departments were longtime acquaintances. Hing's Chow brother, who oversaw operations at the Lijiang nightclub, trusted Leung Quan. The fourth nine. precisely because of his exceptional networking skills and his proven ability to handle bureaucratic affairs. That was why Yu Haidong entrusted him alone with the licensing process. First, Liang Quan spent a full day reconfirming procedures and identifying current officers across every department. Departments with substantial discretionary power frequently rotated personnel, and newly imposed requirements were commonplace. Even a 2-month absence could mean dealing with entirely new supervisors, making due diligence essential to avoid worshipping the wrong deity. Opening a nightclub demanded a mountain of permits, the foremost being the fire safety permit. Without it, all other applications were futile. When the Metropolis nightclub first opened, the Independent Commission Against Corruption (ICAC) did not yet exist. Back then, permits were issued upon payment. Fire safety infrastructure existed in name only. After subsequent reforms, standards improved marginally. Yet even after structural reinforcement, the Metropolis's fire safety systems barely met minimum requirements. The ICAC was founded in 1974. Ostensibly created to combat corruption, its true purpose was British colonial authorities eliminating a systemic threat collusion between police and triads. This entangled deeper intra-British factional struggles between military-affiliated officers and political appointees flown in from the UK. Should Hong Kong's indigenous violent organizations and its largest armed institution, the police, fully consolidate power, British authority would be utterly hollowed out. Such a scenario was intolerable. Thus the ICAC was born, to sever the symbiotic web of profit between triads and police. After expelling the 4 great detectives from Hong Kong, it aimed to purge the entire police force. But in 1977, a mass arrest of hundreds of corrupt officers at Sim Sha Tsui police station ignited the infamous police-ICAC conflict. Faced with citywide police strikes, the governor convened an emergency meeting and signed a blanket amnesty order within 30 minutes, exempting all officers from prosecution for corruption committed before January 1, 1977. It remains arguably the most efficient act in Hong Kong's colonial history. Though the crisis was instantly quelled, the ICAC's veneer of impartiality was stripped bare. Subsequent arrests of corrupt officers continued, accompanied by relentless media campaigns proclaiming the ICAC's unwavering integrity and spectacular achievements. Nonsense. As the saying goes, what one repeats incessantly is precisely what one lacks. The entire corruption ecosystem underwent restructuring. Some elements went underground, others became institutionalized workarounds. With the most egregious police triad collusion neutralized, the British authorities adopted benign neglect toward broader civic issues. Anyone who has watched the film The Golden Finger understands the ICAC was never as mythic as legend claimed. In truth, the real-life events and figures depicted were even more absurd. Their proclaimed zero-tolerance anti-corruption and thorough investigations targeted exclusively mid- and lower-level Chinese officers. Aside from the token imprisonment of Ko-Pak, the ICAC never prosecuted or punished a single British official. If corruption ran rampant in Britain itself, how could a distant colony suddenly become paragons of probity and efficiency? A farce. Though the 4 great detectives departed, tens of thousands of officers remained, and no wholesale purge occurred. Those promoted were the very same men who had accepted bribes and sworn brotherhood with triad leaders. Some officers' names still appeared on triad underwater membership rosters. Did their minds transform overnight, while their bodies remained unchanged? By 1982, nearly 5 years later, Liang Quan found it relatively easy to locate officials willing to accept payments while still delivering results. In a massage room at a bathing center, 2 nearly naked men are chatting. Mr. Liang, we have just taken over the Metropolitan nightclub and want to revamp this place. Liang Kun adopts a very humble demeanor, offering a cigarette. However, the old foundation is too poor. The fire protection pipes are rusted, and the fire escape is too narrow. A complete overhaul would require tearing down the building. What do you think? Mr. Liang leisurely exhales smoke rings without lifting his eyelids. Liang Kun, you know the rules. If the fire safety is inadequate, there is no license to operate. To make changes, significant changes are required. According to the new regulations, 2 more fire escapes must be added, an automatic sprinkler system installed, and a separate generator room. Liang Kun silently curses in his heart. Completing these would cost at least over $1 million. Yet he forces a smile. Mr. Liang, we are operating on a small budget. Where would we find that much money? Given the limited space, how can we add 2 more ladders? Do you think? Could we negotiate a little? He discreetly pushes forward a thick envelope containing 5,000 in cash, a small token of appreciation. Please enjoy some tea, Mr. Liang. Mr. Liang glances at the thickness of the envelope, his expression softening slightly, but he still shakes his head. It's not that I don't want to help you. The rules are rigid unless. He lowers his voice. Unless the area of your establishment can be adjusted, or your sprinkler system could use a substitute solution. For instance, purchasing some designated brand fire extinguishers enough in number prominently displayed. When I come to inspect, perhaps I can exercise some discretion. Liang Kun immediately understands. Mr. Liang, you are indeed insightful. I will definitely follow your advice. Oh, I will buy the specified brand right away. He pushes over a thinner envelope. There will definitely be no problem with the brand you recommended, Mr. Liang. After a round of friendly negotiation, the key points of the fire safety inspection have been smoothed over. The cost for this was 2 envelopes worth 15,000. The liquor license is the hardest to obtain among all licenses and permits. The licensing division of the police department, though not well known, is a small but significant place. All nightclubs, bars, karaoke dance halls, bathing centers, massage parlors, and other entertainment venues in Xiangjiang have their liquor licenses and special industry permits issued by the licensing division at the police headquarters on Gun Factory Street in Wanchai. It is under the Criminal and Security Bureau of the police department, with the head being a chief superintendent directly accountable to the deputy commissioner of police. This position has always been held by a British officer. He is only responsible for signing and stamping documents and collecting fees, while the review of application procedures is handled by 2 Chinese inspectors below. Liang Kuan has interacted with one of the inspectors, surnamed Chun, arranging to meet at the mahjong parlor that Inspector Chen frequents after work through his cousin Shizi at the police station. The Metropolitan had a long history of unpaid debts and violations. Moreover, Inspector Chun is a bully, greedy, and insatiable. After several rounds of mahjong, Liang Kuan lost 5,000, which allowed him to casually bring up the licensing issue. Inspector Chen, our new establishment will definitely be above board, Liang Kuan said while stacking tiles. Above board. Inspector Chen snorted, discarding a tile. What about the old debts from the Metropolitan? What about the overdue license fees and fines? Also, since you have taken over, is the shareholding structure clear, and are there any criminal records? All these need to be checked, all right. Liang Kuan, understanding well, points a large tile to Inspector Chen, watching him smile broadly as he collects the money before whispering. Director Chen, regarding the old debts, we acknowledge them and will make all necessary compensations. As for the shareholders, they are all legitimate businessmen. As for the paperwork, I hope Director Chang can oversee it and expedite the process. He gestures, and beside him the simple-minded Chang immediately places a bag containing 2 boxes of cigars and a bottle of liquor at Director Chen's feet. Inspector Chen glances at the contents of the bag, weighs the money he just won, and finally shows a smile. You know how to conduct yourself. All right, submit the information as soon as possible. Regarding the old debt fines, let me see how I can help you handle this. I will try to reduce some, and I will personally expedite the approval process, however. He shifts his tone and lowers his voice. After opening, be sensible. You know that licensing is managed by our headquarters on Hong Kong Island, but regular on-site inspections and supervision are the responsibility of the West Kowloon Police District. Do not cause too much trouble. Oh, it will be better for everyone, right? Of course, you can rest assured, Director Chun. The establishment I, Liang Kuan, am responsible for will absolutely have no issues. I will also go and greet the police station in the district. The hardest breakthrough has been completed. The overdue fines that should have been paid were reduced by more than half after Inspector Chen's maneuvering. The cost was the money lost at the mahjong table and the cigarettes and liquor given away, totaling nearly 50,000. Of course, regular fees will still need to be paid on time in the future, as licenses have an expiration date and are definitely not a one-time purchase. Remaining are the entertainment license, health permit, and food license. Thankfully, these are not too difficult. As long as the intentions are sincere, there generally won't be any harassment. Liang Kuan, leveraging various connections within the police station and in the underworld, along with a substantial amount of cash, managed to expedite the approval processes for several key licenses within just a few days. However, there is still time and final arrangements needed before truly obtaining them. During this period, Liang Kuan cannot expect any leisure running errands, and ingratiating himself is unavoidable. After personally completing several important purchases, Yu Haidong completely handed over the remaining buying tasks to Poison Eye Chong. Poison Eye Chong's abilities and character have gained Yu Haidong's recognition and trust. The so-called distrust leads to suspicion, trust leads to loyalty. Yu Haidong truly gave him full authority. As long as Poison Eye Chong brings back the bills, he signs the checks without hesitation. For the first time in his life, Poison Eye Chong experiences the wonderful realm of a talented horse meeting a discerning master. With a vast pasture, the talented horse begins to gallop wildly. During the day, he leads several of Big D's subordinates, traversing various places to purchase raw materials. While others need to compare prices at 3 different suppliers, Poison Eye Chong knows the construction and decoration market in Xiangjiang like the back of his hand. He only needs to go directly to the target to confirm whether the quality of this batch is acceptable. As for price issues, no boss can squeeze an extra dime out of him. Dare to forcefully buy and sell. First, he would take down the few burly men following him. Therefore, the raw materials he was responsible for procuring were not only high quality and low cost, but also delivered on time, ensuring that the work progress of the foreman was not delayed. Every evening after a day's hustle, Poison Eye Chong returns to the nightclub's construction site to inspect all the projects completed that day and will not eat dinner until all inspections are finished. On this day, the hall is starting to take shape. The dark-colored tiled floor shines like a mirror, and the massive crystal chandelier, an acrylic replica, has been hung in place, while workers are finishing the wall edges and adjusting the lighting. The air is filled with the mixed scent of paint thinners and wood. The foreman Ji Mu Chong has just finished dinner picking his teeth while pointing at several workers spitting as he commands, hurry up, hurry up. The boss is coming to see the results tomorrow. Hurry up and fix these corner spots, don't delay the construction schedule. Just returned Poison Eye Chong walks straight to the center of the dance floor looking up at the massive crystal chandelier made of countless diamond-shaped acrylic pieces. He squints stares for a full minute, then slowly speaks, his voice not loud, but extremely penetrating. Everyone stop what you're doing. What's going on? Jimu Chong walked up to Dianjian looking up at the chandelier. Dianjian pointed at the ceiling and said to Jimu Chong, there's a missing nail. Which worker was responsible for this? Hurry and fix it. Immediately a worker brought a scaffold to go up. Wait a minute. Dianjian stopped the worker carrying the nails and took the one intended for fixing. Brother Chong, what size expansion bolt is used for the chandelier's suspension base? How deep should it be inserted into the beam? How many are under load? Look at this nail, how big is it? Jimu Chong picked up the nail and said, why be so nervous? It must be strong enough. This is a 10 mm explosion bolt from Germany, very solid when inserted. One can hold up a heavy person, let alone so many. Dianjian remained silent and climbed the scaffold to take a look, then urgently said after coming down. The reserve drilling holes in the lamp holder have a diameter of 12 mm. Your workers used 10 mm screws and some even used 8 mm. The effective anchoring depth of explosion bolts for lightweight concrete slabs must reach at least 70 mm for sufficient pull. Look at this 10 mm one, the maximum depth is only 50 mm, let alone those 8 mm ones. Jimu Chong knew his subordinates had done the work wrong, but still stubbornly retorted. What's the big deal? This lamp isn't real crystal, just acrylic, light as a feather. Dianjian slammed a steel pipe beside him, his voice stern. Have you calculated the weight? This chandelier with a steel frame and over several hundred pieces of acrylic plus the light bulbs and wires inside weighs over 350 pounds. These non-compliant screws could bear a pull exceeding 60-70 of the design value. Once the motor starts and the chandelier rotates, generating additional dynamic loads and vibrations, how long do you think it can hold? Do you want the lamp to crash down on opening night, performing an unexpected calamity for the boss? Jimu Chong tugged at his mouth, irritably shouting at the nearby workers. Why are you still standing there? Go up and replace it. Dianjian looked up at the workers climbing to redo the work, seemingly recalling something as he lowered his gaze to the ground. He then walked to the edge of the dance floor, squinting at the seam between the ground and the wall. Using a small screwdriver he carried, he easily pried up a small segment of the baseboard, revealing barely hollow areas only fixed with a few dots of adhesive. The contact area between the tiles and the wall was less than a third. With even the slightest vibration or humidity changes within 2 months, it would all lift and mold. Jimu Chong, following behind, also saw the shoddy tile work. It's not entirely his workers' fault for being lazy, as all entertainment venues are decorated this way. Firstly, under dim lighting, men's gazes are on women who would notice the damage in the corners. Even the owners don't care. The main reason is that various nightclubs either renovate every 1 or 2 years, or when the boss changes they renovate, or some places don't last long enough to be renovated before being shut down. Workers who have been doing this for a long time have long been accustomed to working carelessly as long as it looks glamorous on the opening day. This isn't building a runway for an airport. Even those nightclub owners don't care about these minor issues. Dianjian brought a small level and placed it on the baseboard. The bubble was severely off-center with an error exceeding 4 mm. Some problems are problems not because they don't exist, but because no one has pointed them out. Everyone does this, is an excuse, not a reason. Faced with Dianjian's gaze, Jimu Chong found it hard to say this, and could only darken his face and call his subordinates to redo the work. The workers busily dealt with the issues of the chandelier and the baseboard while Dianjian's eyes, like precise measuring instruments, scanned over the central area of the dance floor, recently polished and mirror-like dark tiles. He did not speak immediately, but slowly walked along the diagonal of the dance floor. His steps were light, but each one was exceptionally focused, his head slightly tilted, his gaze sweeping just above the ground, capturing the subtle changes in light on the tile surface. After a back and forth, he stopped at the exact center of the dance floor, right beneath where the giant chandelier would hang. He crouched down, carefully placing the level at the seam between 2 tiles. One of Jimu Chang's workers, seeing this, felt nervous, but still forced a smile and approached, saying, Brother Chong, I personally oversaw this installation. It's definitely flatter than a mirror. Dianjian didn't even look up, just stared intently at the faint bubble in the level. He slowly moved the level, measuring at different positions and angles. His brow furrowed tighter. He had the foreman squat down, looking at it from a low angle, following his finger. Under the specific angle of light, the seemingly perfect floor revealed rolling wave-like, subtle distortions of light. Do you see it? Dianjian's voice sounded like a judge pronouncing a verdict. Here, with the center of the dance floor as the lowest point, forms a shallow basin shape with a diameter exceeding 3 meters. The local settlement difference. I estimate it exceeds 5 millimeters. When you laid the tiles, the cement mortar base must not have been compacted, or the curing time was insufficient, and you hurriedly laid the tiles before the base strength was reached. Jimu Chong stood behind the worker and argued, a difference of 1 or 2 millimeters doesn't affect usage right. If we lay a carpet, it won't be visible. Redoing it might delay the project. Dianjian interrupted loudly, doesn't affect usage. This is the dance floor, not a parking lot. When guests dance here, even if the unevenness is invisible to the eye, they can feel it underfoot. Those who've had a drink will have poor balance, making it easy to sprain an ankle. That's not the biggest problem. Do you know what such settlement means for the chandelier weighing over 300 pounds above? It will exacerbate the uneven load on the base, accelerating the fatigue of the fasteners. Combined with the screw issues I mentioned earlier, it's a double risk. He grew more agitated, stamping his heel on the ground, producing a slightly hollow sound. He immediately crouched down and tapped different tiles with a small rubber hammer. Listen to the sound. He quickly pointed out several spots, hollow. The cement adhesive beneath the tiles was applied unevenly, or the base had dust that wasn't cleaned properly. I estimate the hollow rate exceeds 15%, far above acceptable standards. It looks fine now, but once there's an impact from heavy objects or long-term vibrations, these tiles could easily crack or fall off. He took out a notebook, quickly recording, central area of the dance floor, suspected insufficient compaction of the base, leading to settlement, preliminary estimate of height difference 5 millimeters. Multiple tiles suspected of being hollow, position numbers. After writing, he looked up at Jimu Chong. Stop all other progress. Continue with the next process only after this is addressed. When the rework is finished, I will inspect it. If the deadline is missed, you must find extra workers to work overtime or tell the boss you can't finish in time. Given to DS character, he immediately wanted to rush in. The first person he recommended had been found out to have a problem, which embarrassed him greatly. However, he was stopped by Yu Haidong. It wasn't due to compassion. Rather, Yu Haidong understood that someone like Du Yinxiang was far too out of place in the construction industry of this era in Xianjiang. Even if the D rushed in and eliminated all the workers, it wouldn't solve the problem. Replacing them with a new batch would yield the same result. The only outcome would be that his venue could never open. It was impossible to lower the standards for Du Yinxiang. That would be akin to betraying Yu Fei to please Qin Hui. The only option was to let both sides gradually find common ground. After all, Jimu Chong wasn't intentionally causing trouble. To expect Jimu Chong to adapt to Du Yinxiang without giving him a little lesson was simply unrealistic. Watching Yu Haidong and Du Yinxiang exit through the door, D turned back and entered the hall, smiling as he waved to Jimu Chong before leading him to the deserted materials room. Brother D, what do you need me for? The tone of the anxious person was different from usual. Having spent all day with rascals, D could easily tell who was lying and who was anxious. This only further proved that Du Yinxiang wasn't nitpicking. He had genuinely hit the sore spot. This venue had to DS shares and was a crucial turning point in his illustrious gang career. Whether he could soar to great heights depended entirely on whether the venue could thrive. If someone obstructed him on this path, even if it was unintentional, that wouldn't do. Thanks to Yu Haidong's reminder, D struggled to suppress the fire in his heart. He stepped onto a wooden crate filled with marble, coldly staring at Jimu Chong without saying a word. The latter was intimidated, giving up resistance. I was wrong, Brother D. I want dare again, who I promised to keep an eye on everyone doing their jobs. D maintained his smile, but the murderous intent in his eyes could not be concealed. He pointed at the wooden crate beneath his feet and asked Jimu Chong, do you know what this is? Ceramic. Tiles. Then why is there a wooden crate outside? Because. To prevent collisions. Collision, my head. This crate is for you to take my money without doing your job properly, so I can use it to stuff you inside and toss you off a mountain. D could no longer hold back, erupting. Damn you. What have I done to you, D? I hired you, yet you treat me like a fool. Do you believe I want to take down your whole family? Jimu Chong knelt on the ground, begging for mercy, having witnessed firsthand how D dealt with people. Tell your people to be more alert while working. Do you think others don't know who I am, D? I know. Get lost. There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Within days, everyone working knew about Jimu Chang's unfortunate experience. However, everyone tacitly chose not to ridicule it. The wooden crate D had stepped on remained in the materials room, serving as a warning bell for everyone who went there to fetch things. After adapting to Du Yanqiang's strictness, Jimu Chong, Di Huapao, and Shui Shiming not only had no quality issues with their work, but also significantly improved their speed. As time reveals a horse's strength, so does time reveal a person's heart. Everyone has their shining moments, but in the bustling metropolis, people seem to be wound up like clockwork, lacking the patience and energy to remember every face. There's even less time to carefully scrutinize someone. To be fair, none of these seasoned workers are unqualified. This isn't a scientific research project. After a long time, not becoming a master still means you're an expert. As long as they put in 6/10 of their effort, the work they produce wouldn't be overlooked by Du Yinxiang. The hard decorations of the nightclub were gradually improving through the team's collaboration. However, from Yu Haidong's perspective as the boss, the selling point of his venue certainly didn't lie in the decorative pieces piled up like merchandise, but in the people. The performers who could hold up the venue and the high-end entertainment consultants who could make guests linger. In a temporarily rented conference room in an office building, several sofas salvaged from a flea market formed a semicircle serving as the interview area. Yu Haidong sat at the main seat, impeccably dressed in a suit with sharp and calm eyes. Dadi sat beside him confidently, wearing his favorite checkered suit, sporting a trendy slick-back hairstyle, the shiny wax on his hair reflecting the overhead fluorescent lights. However, his nonchalant demeanor clashed with the serious atmosphere everyone else was trying to create. Hong Jie, the future mama leader, also sat on the other side, responsible for preliminary screening and providing a female perspective. Shirsan Mei, dressed in male clothing with short hair, was trying hard to maintain a mature expression to match her future role as a PR manager. She was currently taking notes and calling out names. At exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon, outside the conference room, men and women had lined up from Yao Ma, Timon Kok, and even further rural areas, creating a long queue. The line extended from the entrance all the way to the sidewalk along Nathan Road, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Among them were young dreamers aspiring to become stars, factory girls seeking high-paying jobs, and dancers and singers who had failed in other venues hoping to try their luck. Ultimately, it was that promotional flyer promising monthly salaries of over 10,000 that truly had an intimidating effect. However, the initial stage was almost despairing. The first to come was a woman dressed in a cheap sequin dress with heavy makeup who immediately started imitating Su Xiaofeng's Wind and Rain together. Unfortunately, her voice was thin and lacked the depth of experience, and she frequently threw flirtatious glances. Dadi grimaced and whispered to Yu Haidong, "Brother Dong, I think she's here to ruin the scene." Yu Haidong's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand to signal the next candidate. Next was a long-haired young woman clutching a guitar, claiming to be a singer-songwriter. She performed an original English song filled with awkward vocabulary and childish metaphors with a chaotic melody and seemed quite enamored with herself. Everyone frowned as they listened. Before Yu Haidong could speak, Shirsan Mei pushed her out with a combination of shoves and urgency. Then came a female duo. The female guitarist strummed like she was fluffing cotton, while the lead singer screamed her lungs out, but was completely off-key, thinking she sounded very rock. Dadi couldn't help but cover his ears and shout, "Come on! Is this a demolition site? Get them out of here quickly!" Yu Haidong's heart sank a little. Was it really impossible to find brave souls under such generous rewards? In the Hong Kong music scene of 1982, where were the future superstars hiding? That sense of anxiety, misaligned with historical opportunities, gradually crept in. After a morning of torment, not a single familiar name or face appeared in his memory. Yu Haidong glanced at the clock. It was already 6:30 in the evening. "That's it for today. Oh, we still have to interview for PR in the evening." Shirsan Mei went outside to inform the remaining applicants to come early tomorrow. Once the corridor was empty, she changed the sign on the door from singer application area to emotional counselor application area. After dinner, several evaluators transformed into interviewers for the nightclub. The next interviews were for one of the core sources of income for the nightclub and were crucial for Yu Haidong to realize his high-end business entertainment concept. Unlike the singer interviews, the interviews for female public relations focused more on comprehensive temperament. Yu Haidong's requirements were very clear: good looks and outstanding figures were fundamental, but more importantly, temperament. He didn't want those who were overly experienced and easily seen through, nor did he want those who were wooden, shy, and couldn't let go. What he desired was a sense of high class, to look like well-off, educated young women with just the right touch of fashion sense and an open mindset. They should understand socializing, be able to engage in conversations, and provide emotional value, but they mustn't be overly proactive or cheap. The latter could be cultivated. The interview primarily focused on inherent qualities. Yu Haidong's standard left even the experienced Hong Jie feeling challenged. Young Master Dong girls like this often become clerks, secretaries, or are focused on marrying rich men who would want to come down to work in this industry. "I didn't pay you a transfer fee, so why are you helping me?" Yu Haidong teased. "Just joking, Hong Jie, don't take it to heart. I have provided ample benefits, and what we offer is not just companionship for drinking, but a springboard to a higher level. Do you believe that the female public relations personnel who leave here will not just be changing jobs? They will either have earned enough money to become their own bosses or married into wealthy families to live as ladies of leisure. What else could they be doing out there?" "Wow, it sounds so convincing that I almost believed it." Hong Jie protested verbally, but in her heart, she had already surrendered. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to Yu Haidong's harsh conditions in the first place. Having navigated the underworld for many years, Hong Jie had seen all kinds of people. She had encountered genuine talent, but had met many more who were just full of hot air. To say she was attracted to Yu Haidong's looks was a joke. What truly moved her was his domineering style and her intuition. When someone is poaching her, they must first understand the other's background. There is no one quicker or more precise in gathering information and digging up dirt than the women of the nightlife. Yu Haidong's previous background wasn't important, but what he accomplished while earning $1 million a week was well known in the underworld. Just the fact that he snatched food from the mouth of the East Star Camel was enough for that group of ruffians to talk about for a while. Moreover, the well-informed Hong Jie was aware of it. An 18-year-old from a mahjong parlor suddenly became the owner of a nightclub overnight. This was something even movies couldn't portray. When Liang Kuan found her, her intuition told her that this was an important turning point in her life. Hong Jie firmly believed in her intuition. Her intuition led her from being looked down upon as a water-dwelling girl to stepping onto the soil of Xiangjiang. It allowed her to make money by property and become the Hong Jie that people talked about today. After meeting Yu Haidong, the conditions and promises didn't matter. What was important was that her intuition told her that following this man was definitely the right choice. Yu Haidong, of course, was unaware of Hong Jie's thoughts. He had already conceived a grand star-making plan. The interview began. The girls who entered varied in shape and form, each with their own merits. Some were indeed beautiful, but as soon as they spoke it was nothing but vulgar street language. Some were shy and pretentious, their gazes wandering, while others attempted to attract attention through revealing clothing and provocative gestures, only to be appraised by Didi with a smirk before Yu Haidong unceremoniously ushered them out. Next, a girl responded as she entered. As soon as she stepped in the light, and the interview area seemed to brighten. It wasn't because she was dressed extravagantly, but rather due to the striking contrast between her extraordinarily voluptuous figure and her slender waist, which nearly shattered contemporary aesthetic standards. Her face carried a hint of baby fat, her gaze bold and direct with naturally upturned lips that emitted a unique aura of innocence mixed with seduction. Even the seasoned Hong Jie couldn't help but gasp softly, "Wow, this is quite the asset." The DS eyes widened instantly, completely oblivious to the toothpick he dropped on the floor, muttering, "Top quality material." Yu Haidong's eyes lit up as well. He had finally seen someone familiar. This exceptionally gifted girl was precisely one of the key figures he had been waiting for. Although her name wasn't one he had heard before, this face, more accurately the combination of her face and figure, made him almost shout out that name. To ensure there were no mistakes, Yu Haidong immediately activated his heavenly eye scan. Scan target Yi Suqin. Luck value 76, white, average luck, slightly auspicious, a mix of starlight and controversy. Talent assessment, extremely outstanding appearance with a strong visual impact and memorable qualities, an outgoing and bold personality, not shy in front of the camera, and possesses immense potential to become a topic of discussion and a darling of commercial films. Indeed, it was her. A unique sight in the future Hong Kong film industry, an actress known for her sensuality, yet bearing her own distinctive style. Yu Hai suppressed his excitement and calmly asked, "What is your name? What have you done before?" "Hello boss, my name is Yi Suqin." The girl's voice was clear and confident. "I used to work as a female worker in a garment factory and also as a sales clerk." She unabashedly showcased her figure with a demeanor that was poised and confident. "Why do you want to work here?" "Because I'm poor and want to earn more money." The answer was very straightforward. "And I believe I shouldn't be buried in a factory." "That's a very practical reason." Yu Haidong nodded. "Working here requires chatting and drinking with guests, and you may encounter some troublesome situations. How would you handle that?" Yi Suqin blinked her big eyes. "I have no problem chatting and drinking. I'm quite good at talking. But if someone tries to touch me, I would reason with them, and if that doesn't work, I'd call security." Her thoughts were clear, understanding how to use the rules to protect herself. Yu Haidong had already begun to formulate a plan in his mind. This gem could not be treated as just an ordinary female public relations worker. She was the future cash cow, a major attraction for attention. However, she shouldn't start off solely on the sensual route, as that would quickly deplete her value and risk her falling into vulgarity, becoming a controversial figure. "Miss Yi, your qualifications are excellent," Yu Haidong said, "but my arrangement for you may differ from others. Are you willing to follow the company's arrangements?" "Well, will there be money to earn?" Yi Suqin tilted her head, blinking her bright eyes playfully, yet somewhat timidly, asking. "I guarantee it will be more than you expect," Yu Haidong replied in as calm a tone as possible. "Oh, then I'm willing." Just as Yu Haidong was about to continue, he was interrupted by Miss Yes' gasp-like follow-up. "Do I have to sleep with you?" "Ugh." Cough, cough. Didi choked on his own saliva and started coughing. "Ah-ha-ha." Hong Jie covered her face with a fan, laughing so hard that she shook while secretly glancing at Yu Haidong's reaction. Yu Haidong, who was called out, managed to withstand the test, merely placing his fist in front of his mouth to clear his throat. Cough, cough. "No need." However, the latter part of the "no need" was said somewhat ambiguously. Hong Jie laughed, even harder, going from trembling shoulders to shaking all over. Once Didi recovered, he first gave Miss Yi a thumbs up, then casually pointed his thumb toward Yu Haidong as he said to her, "If you sleep with him, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life." After saying that, the wary Didi avoided Yu Haidong's elbow and flashed an okay gesture to Miss Yi. The young girl showed no signs of being intimidated, merely responding to Didi's joke with a playful smile, completely ignoring it. "Miss Yi, the company has a star cultivation plan, and I think you are quite suitable for it. What are your thoughts on changing your name?" Seeing Yi Sukin's puzzled expression, Yu Haidong added, "It's not really changing your name, just a stage name, meaning you will only use that name in public from now on." "Oh, that's fine. But what should my stage name be?" "Yizime." On the first day of auditions, although only a handful would ultimately be retained, recruiting Yizime, a true diamond in the rough, greatly bolstered Yu Haidong's confidence. Yet the singer registration session the following afternoon doused his newly kindled enthusiasm with an icy deluge. Singing is after all an art of beauty, one at least tolerable to behold. Please spare us the sight of someone who looks like Zhang Yida's long-lost twin brother merely for having glued on a mustache. It's perfectly fine to treat singing as a hobby, but do my nightclub patrons truly have no eyes? Some applicants possessed decent looks, yet the moment they opened their mouths it sounded as though the Jimu Chong renovation crew had just begun demolition. I'd even suggested she consider public relations, yet she lofty and disdainful insisted she was a ancien millennium musical prodigy, confusing self-confidence with narcissism. She'd best seek opportunities elsewhere. Big D had donned his sunglasses early and slumped sideways onto the sofa fast asleep. Indeed, the man bore no small burden by day. He shadowed Yu Haidong by night. He navigated the treacherous currents of the underworld. Utterly overwhelmed by the barrage of stimuli, and forbidden from laying a hand on anyone, he could only feign unconsciousness. When urged to rest, he stubbornly insisted he was fine, so Yu Haidong let him be. Fortunately, among the evening's PR candidates, over a dozen promising prospects emerged. They were informed to report to the company in 10 days for contract signing and training, making this day, at last, a modest success. Yet for the next 3 days, not a single competent singer was secured, and even fewer female PR candidates met the standard. Were it not for his fear of overlooking a future star, Yu Haidong might have asked Hong Jie to conduct open auditions in his stead. Fortunately, heaven rewards perseverance. His unwavering resolve finally bore fruit. The singer auditions were nearing their conclusion, and the waiting line dwindled accordingly. For days, Yu Haidong had not discovered even half a promising talent, leaving him emotionally drained and hollowed out by the crushing weight of shattered expectation. Rubbing his temples wearily, he murmured, "Let's call it a day." His own voice betrayed unmistakable impatience. At that very moment, a faint commotion stirred in the corridor outside. A girl with long flowing hair and a green floral dress stood locked in earnest conversation with Sin Mei. "Please, let me audition just once. It's incredibly difficult for me to take time off." The three were already stepping toward the door, preparing to leave quickly for lunch, when Yu Haidong happened to glance her way. That fleeting glance felt like a divine gift. Had he missed it, he would have carried lifelong regret. Spotting those emerging from the room, the girl bowed repeatedly in apology. "I'm so sorry. So sorry. May I please audition just once? I've waited in line for 3 days, and tomorrow I must perform with my troupe. Today is my only chance. Just 5 minutes, please." The commotion drew Big D's attention too as he neared the elevator. Exhausted beyond measure, he frowned. "Are we leaving or not, Brother Dong? Her voice isn't even pleasant. How good could her singing possibly be?" Yu Haidong's gaze locked onto the girl's face, that flushed visage trembling with panic and indignation, and those unusually bright, fiercely resolute eyes. Like lightning cleaving through fog, it struck him, paralyzing him, utterly robbing him of breath and speech. A name detonated in his mind like thunder: Mei Yanfang. It was her, truly her, the future empress of Cantopop, the chameleonic diva. And here she stood before him, now sudden, startling, and profoundly theatrical. His heart hammered violently, blood surged hotly to his head. After days of casting into empty waters, his final cast had hauled up a bluefin tuna. Was he about to let her slip away? "San Mei," he commanded, informed the remaining applicants to return tomorrow morning. Then, seizing Mei Yanfang's hand, he led her back into the audition room. Big D and Hong Jian naturally resumed their seats. "Miss, what is your name?" "He Jian. Heavenly Eye Perception activated. Scanning target, He Jian. Fortune Aura 99, Celestial Destiny, Golden Radiance. Sovereign of the Starry Firmament. Voice of the Age. Talent assessment: A voice of extraordinary metallic timbre and explosive power, an expansive vocal range, a profound sweeping emotional expression, a nascent yet unmistakable personal style. Innate stage presence of commanding magnitude. Her charisma is nothing short of sovereign. She possesses unparalleled superstar potential and epic-defining significance. She shall become the cornerstone of your entertainment empire, the most dazzling diamond set within the crown of Hong Kong's entertainment realm. 99. Near-perfect fortune aura, unprecedented in Yu Haidong's experience. He could almost sense the system itself trembling with excitement. This was no mere treasure discovery. It was grasping a dragon destined to rule the future, finding the heaven-ordained maiden capable of shaping the very landscape of entertainment. "Your name is He Jian." Yu Haidong suppressed the tempest raging within, striving to keep his voice steady. "Yes, that's your stage name." "No, He Jian is my given name. Would you like to see my ID card?" Yu Haidong offered no reply, instead fixing her with an intense, unblinking gaze. "Do you love singing?" Mei Yanfang paused, then instinctively nodded. "I've sung with my troupe since childhood, and I've always loved singing. Sure. San Mei re-entered the room. Yu Haidong gestured for her to close the door, then smiled warmly at Mei Yanfang. Begin your performance. He raised a hand in invitation, then leaned back comfortably against the sofa. Everyone present noticed it instantly. The sullen, weary Yu Haidong had vanished, replaced by the hopeful, wide-eyed man who'd stepped into the room on the very first day of auditions. Big D and Hong Jie exchanged a knowing glance. Big D tightened his loosened tie, Hong Jie folded her small fan, and studied the young woman standing poised at the performance spot. Mei Yanfang nodded, took a deep breath, and cleared her throat. Into the hushed silence rose a uniquely rich contralto, unheard before by anyone in that room except Yu Haidong. No microphone, no accompaniment, only her crystalline penetrating voice resonating through the still air. A cool breeze gently slips into my collar. Summer steals away, leaving no sound behind. Days rush past, stirring countless emotions within me. I recall that vibrant kaleidoscopic scene. Su Xiaofeng's Season of the Wind, reimagined. At first her voice trembled, slightly restrained by nerves, but soon she sank wholly into the song's world. Her voice carried an innate narrative depth and weathered resonance. The lyrics' meditation on time's passage and life's impermanence unfolded with breathtaking authenticity. Her delivery was effortlessly dynamic, utterly unlike that of an ordinary female vocalist, more akin to a reigning diva commanding the stage with sovereign authority. Blow, blow, let this wind blow. Wipe away the glistening tears from my eyes. Blow, blow, let this wind blow. Carry away all sorrow. Never mind whose voice rides the gale. When the final note faded, absolute silence filled the room. All were stunned, struck dumb by the sheer unexpected power of that unadorned a cappella performance. The raw force, emotional depth, and singular texture of that voice existed on a plane entirely apart from any singer any of them had ever heard. Big D's mouth hung agape, forgotten. Normally he'd have leapt up, roaring expletives in exhilaration. Now even he sensed the sacred hush made such vulgarity unthinkable. Hong Jie's eyes shimmered with incredulous awe. Having spent over 2 decades navigating the nightlife circuit, she'd encountered countless performers, but today she felt as if attending a concert by a bona fide superstar. Sure. San Mei's pen clattered to the floor. Too young to process such overwhelming intensity, she clapped both hands over her mouth, fearing she might scream aloud. The atmosphere had reached its zenith. All eyes turned expectantly toward Yu Haidong. Yu Haidong slowly stood up, his heart filled with immense excitement. This was the feeling he had long sought after a voice powerful enough to crush an entire era. Good. Yu Haidong uttered this one word as if he had exhausted all his strength, filled with unwavering certainty and immense joy as he slowly and rhythmically began to clap his hands. The others also reacted and joined in the applause. The D in particular clapped vigorously, more enthusiastic than when chopping someone. Miss He, on behalf of Brilliant Entertainment Limited, I formally invite you to join our company. Become our company's first lead singer. I will hire the best teachers for you, assemble the finest band, and write the best songs for you. I will make your voice resonate throughout Hong Kong and across Asia. Now it is time for you to make a choice. May I ask, do you accept? Mei Yanfang was completely stunned, as if struck by a massive pie, standing dazed in place, unable to react for a long time. Happiness had come so suddenly that she almost thought she was dreaming. I accept. Yu Haidong took out the contract he had long prepared and placed it on the table. This is the performance contract from Brilliant Entertainment. I'll take a look, and if there are any issues, just bring them up. Logically, this contract should be signed at the same time by all personnel. However, he was genuinely afraid that if the day came, some agency might suddenly discover and poach her. Others could wait, but Mei Yanfang could not. The fact that he was not pressing her to sign immediately was already a show of restraint. Yu Haidong thought his performance was sufficiently candid, a waste of 2 lives. Yet he did not expect Mei Yanfang to be even more impatient as she glanced at the contract and promptly signed it. Miss He, aren't you going to look closely at the details? I did. It's not a human trafficking contract. I'm already very happy that a company wants to sign me. This should be considered a mutual pursuit. Yu Haidong still briefly explained the contents of the contract to her, as his terms were undoubtedly reasonable. After hearing the introduction, Mei Yanfang felt even more confident in her decision, believing she had encountered a good boss. I should treat you to dinner, but it's getting late. You should head home early to avoid worrying your family. Thank you, boss. There's something you need to know. From now on, you are a signed artist of the company. You cannot perform elsewhere casually, as this will affect your future image positioning. Do you understand what I mean? But Yu Haidong took out his wallet and handed Mei Yanfang 10,000 yuan in cash. Seeing that she still intended to decline, he said, "If you don't perform, it will be difficult. This is the company covering your breach of contract penalty." Mei Yanfang's family performance team struggled to make a living with meager income. She and her sister had to perform to help their mother shoulder the burden. If she didn't participate in performances, her mother, who favored sons over daughters, would surely blame her. With this money, she would at least have an explanation for her mother. Thank you, boss. By the way, you go home and think of a suitable stage name. From now on, you will present yourself by that name in public. First, your original name does not match your image. Second, it is a clean break from your previous performances. Once you have thought of it, let me know when you come for training in a few days. Okay, boss. But I don't know what I should be called. Yu Haidong lowered his head and pondered for a moment, wanting to tell her, you should just be called Mei Yanfang. Imagine one day in the future when you hold a concert and there are thousands of fans in the audience. Oh, what name would you want them to shout? No rushy, think about it slowly at home. All right. Then, did D have someone send Missy home? It's late, and she has a lot of cash on her, which isn't safe. D whistled, and two henchmen ran over. Take Missy home if anything happens, chop. D glanced at the big star and retracted most of his words. It's just that you guys are more pleasing to the eye. Mei Yanfang, filled with the joy of success, held the super big dream drawn by Yu Haidong, imagining what name hundreds of thousands of people in the audience should call out. The 19-year-old big star left with a blissful smile, accompanied by two suited bodyguards. It was uncertain whether Mei Yanfang's arrival had brought luck to Yu Haidong. In the last few days, he successfully signed several promising female singers. Although they were not future stars, they were more than sufficient to serve as opening acts in nightclubs. At the same time, the signing of female hostesses went exceptionally smoothly, finally reaching a satisfactory number for Yu Haidong, and the base models were all quite good. On the morning of the last few days of recruitment, Yu Haidong finally found mentors in various aspects that satisfied him. After the auditions concluded, these girls who had undergone preliminary screening were now gathered in a temporarily rented old factory. Among the 230 of them, they varied in shape and beauty, their faces intertwined with desires for high salaries, confusion about the future, and a hint of barely perceptible unease. Most of them had no experience working in entertainment venues and were still unclear about their new identities. Although the recruitment notice was extravagant, they speculated that it would likely be similar to those dance ladies rumored in the past. Choosing to apply for such a high-paying job meant they were prepared mentally to some extent. However, when Yu Haidong, Hong Jiedi, and several distinctly different individuals walked in, they vaguely sensed that this training might differ from what they had imagined. Yu Haidong stood before the crowd of beauties, his gaze sweeping over the youthful or slightly world-weary faces in the audience. He did not rush to speak, but first had the 13th sister distribute a beautifully bound folder to each person. The girls curiously opened it, revealing not a drink menu or precautions, but a detailed, brilliant academy training manual, with several core principles boldly printed on the cover. We offer elegant companionship, top-tier emotional value, and rare social experiences, not physical bodies. Your image value is worth millions. Every word and action represents the opulence of taste. Knowledge is the best cosmetic, and wisdom is the most captivating charm. Absolute obedience to management, strict adherence to confidentiality, and maintaining the prestigious reputation of the venue above all else. These lines struck each girl's heart like a heavy hammer, completely overturning their previous understanding. Ladies and gentlemen, Yu Haidong finally spoke, his voice calm, yet authoritative, resonating throughout the venue through the makeshift microphone. Welcome to Brilliant Academy. I know that many of you are here to make quick money and for a better life. There is nothing wrong with that. Yu Haidong can assure you that as long as you meet my requirements, what you earn will far exceed your imagination. He paused, his gaze sharpening. However, the Golden Splendor nightclub is not a street corner bar, nor a low-end nightclub in Yaomati. We will be serving the top tier of Hong Kong wealthy businessmen, celebrities, bankers, chairpersons of listed companies, and the big shots you will see on television in the future. These people are accustomed to beauties and have tasted fine wines. Do you think you can retain them through cheap flirting, drinking, and vulgar teasing? Can you make them willingly spend lavishly? Silence fell over the audience as the young women sank into contemplation. No, Yu Haidong answered his own question with unshakable resolve. What they seek is not just service, but a feeling. A feeling of being respected, understood, and admired. The very sensation their wives after marriage could no longer provide. They desire prestige when stepping out together, ambience during negotiations, poise in speech, and bearing refinement and leisure. Qualities that mere beauties, concubines, or mistresses simply cannot offer. And you are the living embodiment of that feeling, the essential architects of this atmosphere. He pointed emphatically to the manual. From today onward, discard every prior notion you held about this profession. You are no longer hostesses who serve drinks. You are senior entertainment consultants, social coordinators, and even future celebrities. What you must master is the art of becoming an elegant, articulate, and exceptionally well-informed socialite, if only for these few hours within this very venue. This training will be grueling, indeed bordering on merciless. I have engaged Hong Kong's finest instructors to transform you in the shortest possible time into the most accomplished ladies imaginable. Those unable to endure it may leave now. I shall give each $200 for transportation with no objections whatsoever. Those who choose to stay must submit, absolutely gritting their teeth and persevering without fail. I guarantee those who ultimately remain will gain far more than money. They will acquire capital and skills capable of reshaping the very course of their lives. A hush lingered after his words. Then murmurs rose softly among the crowd. A few girls' eyes flickered with uncertainty, intimidated by the intensity of his vision. 3 or 4 finally rose heads bowed and quietly departed. 13 sister immediately distributed travel allowances and arranged escorts for their departure. Fortunately, none of the girls she had brought chose to quit. Yet the vast majority remained, captivated by Yu Haidong's vivid portrait of a glamorous future and the promise of extraordinary rewards. Yu Haidong surveyed the 220-odd women still seated before him and nodded. He knew the crucible of transformation had officially begun, and more would inevitably fall by the wayside. For this would be a total metamorphosis, not merely of outward posture, but of inner cognition. He introduced each instructor in turn: Madame Rong, former senior trainer at the famed Paramount Ballroom, Mr. Luo, ex-manager of guest services at the Peninsula Hotel, Ms. Fei, image consultant, Mr. Li, lecturer in psychology at the University of Hong Kong, Mr. Fei, veteran horse racing journalist. Though their credentials were impressive and their expertise genuine, their fees were remarkably modest. At that time, knowledge, scholarship, and etiquette were widely dismissed as irrelevant. Everyone's attention was fixed solely on stock trading and property investment, whatever promised the swiftest fortune. Over 15 days, they would undergo intensive immersion-style instruction in posture, standing, sitting, walking, and kneeling, alongside meticulous training in facial expression and eye control. Professional service protocols, including wine service, item presentation, and cigarette offering, would be drilled relentlessly. Equally rigorous would be instruction in makeup, hairstyling, accessory coordination, intellectual cultivation, eloquence, and emotional intelligence. They would also master conversational entry points on finance, current affairs, horse racing, and the arts, and most crucially, the subtle arts of reading people, active listening, and empathic resonance, topic navigation, and room management, boundary setting, and self-protection. Deep theoretical understanding was unnecessary. Only practical mastery mattered. This 15-day crash course aimed solely at preparing them for immediate deployment. As new recruits joined, ongoing rotational training would deepen their expertise. Some dismissed Yu Haidong's efforts as superfluous, others admired his singular vision, certain he would forge an entirely new entertainment empire. Yet no one imagined the far grander design unfolding beneath his quiet confidence. Leaving aside the high-level insights these hostesses would inevitably glean through conversations with society's elite. Even the latent social networks cultivated later by the socialites and wealthy matrons among them justified Yu Haidong's sustained investment in their development. Today, He Jianan and Yi Zimei had also been brought to the venue, attending Yu Haidong's entire address. The purpose was clear: to familiarize them with the environment in which they would soon work, and to nurture their optimism and aspiration. Miss He, have you chosen your stage name yet? Mei Yanfang. At last Yu Haidong heard the name he had long awaited. Whether this Mei Yanfang mirrored the original or not mattered little. He saw her already as the undisputed top star. She would be, even if she were not. Yi Zimei signed the same contract as Mei Yanfang, and was then directed to join the other trainees for instruction. Watching Yi Zimei's graceful figure recede, Mei Yanfang sidled up to Yu Haidong and whispered teasingly into his ear, "So, this is the type you fancy, is it?" Yu Haidong's face flushed with flustered denial. "I've been singing and dancing on stage since I was 4. I know exactly how men look at women." 13 sister and Red sister remained behind to oversee operations and ensure discipline. Yu Haidong led the rest back to the nightclub, where another training ground awaited. The nightclub's main hall had been fully renovated. Workers were now installing soft furnishings in the private rooms. Here, 30 newly hired waiters underwent intensive training. Simultaneously, 100 Triad enforcers stood ready on-site, preparing to undergo rigorous professional security training. Yu Haidong's promise of generous wages, first made at the Dai Pai Dong, had since been relayed to all trusted lieutenants by Big D and Liang Quan. Like the young Long Mao and Sha Chong of that era, none could resist such financial allure. Naturally, not all could be retained within the club, so each faction's leader selected 50 loyal, capable underlings for training, totaling 100 candidates. Ultimately, half would be eliminated from each group, leaving only 50 elite personnel to serve as internal security staff entitled to the full benefits Yu Haidong had pledged. Yu Haidong stood beside Mei Yanfang at a corner of the hall while Big D and Liang Quan addressed their subordinates, laying out the stakes. To become an internal security officer meant absolute obedience to instructors, both in guidance and governance. Those displaying poor learning attitudes would be dismissed. Those insulting or defying instructors would be dismissed. Those arriving late or leaving early would be dismissed. Final selection would hinge on instructor evaluations. Only the top 25 scorers would don formal suits and ties, receive premium salaries and tips, and assume the prestigious role of internal security officers. As for those ranked beyond 25th place, they would return to the streets, still formidable, still loyal, still Triad enforcers. Unbuttoning his jacket, Big D planted his hands on his hips and began addressing his men. Don't all want to make money. Don't say your big brother didn't give you the chance. Today, every single person here, yes, everyone, has that chance. Never mind if you never studied well or lack connections. Starting today, anyone who endures the training will earn salaries equal to those so-called westernized elites. And if you fail, never fear, the valet parking rights haven't been secured yet. Back to the streets we go, to fight to seize territory. That's all your big brother can do for you. The rest is up to you. Oh, and one more thing. During training, your instructors are your big brothers. If I hear even a whisper of insubordination toward them, I'll have you boxed up and dumped off the mountain. With that, Big D stepped back 2 paces, yielding the floor to Liang Quan, who still wore his trademark, drowsy, half-awake demeanor. Indeed, the recent licensing ordeal had taken its toll. Smoothing his tangerine-colored casual blazer, he strode forward to stand before his men. Pausing thoughtfully, he lifted his gaze and swept his eyes across them, then pointed casually over his shoulder toward Big D. He's right. Mei Yanfang had been struggling in society since childhood, making her somewhat of a figure in the underworld. She had seen such small scenes more than once or twice, so she wouldn't be as shocked as an ordinary good girl. As the pillar of his future entertainment empire, Yu Haidong wanted everyone in the company, both openly and secretly, to see Mei Jie standing by the boss every day, laying a solid foundation for her future as the first sister. Boss, what should I learn? You won't need to call me boss every day or it sounds odd. You're a little older than I am, so just call me a dong, and I'll call you Mei Jie. Alright. Mei Yanfang's carefree personality as a child of the underworld made her easygoing and unconcerned with small details. Hearing Yu Haidong say this, she readily agreed. Such a personality was also a significant factor in her becoming a big sister in the industry, though it brought her a fair share of troubles and worries. During the interview, she found that the boss was about her age and spoke and acted with the same carefree attitude. That's why she signed the contract so readily back then. Having such a boss made it worthwhile. Even if the earnings were a bit less, at least life would be easy. Adong, what should I learn? You don't need to learn singing anymore. Ooh, I've already found a teacher for you who can help with comprehensive packaging design. The young men in the nightclub were led by Chong Mao and Sha Chong, so there shouldn't be any major issues. Liang Kuan still had to continue his arduous task of pushing the licensing process. This sort of thing isn't simply resolved by throwing money at it. Those sitting in air-conditioned offices won't budge unless you urge them. Big D accompanied Yu Haidong and Mei Jie to an old Tang building in Yaomati. Yu Haidong opened the car door and said to Mei Jie Ji Lao, Teacher Lu Ji is upstairs in the clothing store. You can go up by yourself. Just do as he says, and don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Entrusting Mei Jie to this man for training would certainly not be worse than in the original timeline. Having spoken with the clothing designer Lu Ji about the star path he designed for Mei Yanfang, he still insisted on meeting her in person for a judgment. As Teacher Ji put it, a tailor's first impression of a client without external interference is the most accurate. With Yu Haidong's encouraging gaze, Mei Jie went upstairs, looking back 3 times on her way up. Yu Haidong and Big D walked into a nearby ice room for drinks. Dong Go, the parking rights in front of our nightclub are still in the hands of Dong Xing. In the gang ecology of Xiangjiang, controlling parking rights is far more than just helping guests park and collecting small tips. It's a symbol of gang territory, an important source of income. Parking fees, car washing fees, and even protection fees for drivers may seem small, but they accumulate and bring in cash every day. It is also a primary means of personnel placement, as well as a front line for gathering intelligence, making contact with VIP guests, and demonstrating gang power. Whoever can control the parking rights of the nightclub essentially has a chokehold on this gold mine, and can declare to the entire Tsim Sha Sui, this is my territory. Clearly this piece of meat is not something Dong Xing would let go of. What's the rush? Even if you take it down now, there's no profit to be made. They'll come knocking on the opening day. How's the task I assigned to you? Don't worry, I've figured everything out. I personally checked, it's foolproof. It's almost done, everything is almost ready. Suddenly, Yu Haidong's pager went off, and after calling back using the phone in the ice room, Liang Kun's voice came through. Knowing Yu Haidong's location, Liang Kun quickly rushed over. Something's wrong. Liang Kun's voice lost its usual calmness, tinged with a hint of barely concealed panic. We've been betrayed. 2 bastards have turned against us. Yu Haidong raised his head, his brows furrowing tightly. What happened? Be clear. It's Director Chun from the police department overseeing liquor licenses and Director Fong from the municipal entertainment licensing department. Liang Kun nearly gritted his teeth. I called separately just now to confirm the stamping and inspection times for these 2 days. To my surprise, the 2 bastards echoed each other almost identically. They said they received notice from above that our nightclub's application materials need further review, also mentioning citizen complaints about fire safety and noise issues, and even suggesting there were doubts about the shareholder structure. In short, it was a sudden change of heart. They wouldn't stamp it and wouldn't send anyone for inspection. What a... Big D suddenly stood up, his face turning ashen. Further review. Citizen complaints. Why didn't they mention that when they were collecting money? What did Liang Bangban say? Yu Haidong asked calmly. There's no problem from Liang Bangban's side. The fire safety certificate is already in hand. The delay in the liquor license was a devastating blow, directly undermining everything. All the substantial investments in hardware, software, and promotion could go completely to waste due to this administrative block at the last moment. What about money? Can we throw in more cash? Big D's first thought in his urgency was that the other party was being greedy. How could I not know? Liang Kuan irritably tugged at his collar. I said right away. We could double it. Even triple it. But this time it's different. The two bastards seem to have coordinated sticking to their guns. They even said it's not a matter of money, but a principle issue, insisting on following the rules. Damn their principles. They never mentioned principles when collecting money before. It's not about the money. This is troublesome. If it's not about the money, it means there are greater pressures or benefits compelling these two greedy bureaucrats to willingly give up a succulent piece of meat, even at the risk of offending Hongxing and Anil. Something's off. Yu Haidong looked up at the ceiling, his eyes darting around. Two people turning against us at the same time with consistent statements. Someone must be behind the scenes, stirring trouble. And they must have significant influence to suppress both the police and municipal departments simultaneously. I think so too. Liang Kun's gaze was fierce. If I find out who is causing trouble, I'll take out his whole family. Big D paced back and forth in the ice room, mumbling. Yu Haidong and Liang Kun exchanged glances, and they both thought of a possibility at the same time. It's Dong Xing. Dong Xing had been entrenched in Sim Sha Sui for many years, deeply rooted with complex interconnections. They had the capability to accomplish this. Luatu was too cowardly to confront Yu Haidong head-on. Since they couldn't win openly, they resorted to underhanded tactics. They controlled the parking rights and were secretly using their network to pressure Yu Haidong's licensing review. No wonder there hadn't been any trouble during this time. It turned out Luatu had already prepared backup plans on both fronts, ensuring that if he couldn't get the meat, no one else could either. It's 99% Dong Xing's doing. Big D slammed his fist on the table in anger upon hearing the analysis. Bastards. Resorting to such sinister tactics. I'm going to take people to wipe out their territory right now. Stop. Yu Haidong stopped him. They're hiding in their old nest in Yuanlong, just waiting for you to go there. Besides, do you have more men than they do? And without evidence, how can you prove it was Dong Xing causing trouble? Then what should we do? Big D said defiantly. Are we just going to let this go? Are we not opening the shop? Liang Kun's eyes flickered, clearly thinking rapidly of various underworld methods, kidnapping family members, armed threats. But the other party was the police, and doing so would be tantamount to declaring war on the police, which was no different from seeking death. Yu Haidong finished his drink, pressed $10 under the cup, and stood up to walk out. Big D, stay here and wait for Mei Jia. Liang Kun, take me to meet them. Liang Kun followed Yu Haidong's instructions and drove to the Municipal Bureau's Entertainment Licensing Department to meet Director Fong. Brother Kun, I'll stand behind you as your assistant when we arrive. As long as I can see him, feel free to talk about anything. The two arrived at the office with Yu Haidong following Liang Kun to meet Director Fong. While Liang Kun was speaking with the other party, Yu Haidong activated the system scanning function. Scanning target Director Fong. Fortune value 45. Recent fortune. Although he accepted money from a camel and made a small profit, the old cases he once handled were reopened for investigation, and his retired superior ordered him to destroy old files, narrowly escaping imprisonment. Scene flash at night. Director Fong arrived at a bathhouse, leaving his clothes in a locker before departing. Before long, Dongxing the smiling tiger approached Director Fang's locker, glanced around, unlocked it, placed an envelope inside, and locked the locker again before leaving. The next day at noon, in a cafe, Director Fong was having a secret meeting with an elderly man. The old man whispered, I received news that the Yunlai Theater renovation project is going to be reopened for investigation. Wasn't it already determined to be due to worker negligence? Director Fong frowned and asked, I don't know who provided new evidence, but the prosecution wants to restart the case investigation. How could this happen? Then, the old man smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, this is not targeted at us. The original Public Works Department has been disbanded, and it involves some internal personnel issues, so they should use this matter to make a case. What should I do? In a while they will go to the Municipal Bureau's archives to retrieve materials from that year. Just take them out and burn them, and we will be safe. What if they ask about it? Just say you can't find it. It's not the first time. Don't worry, they are just going through the motions. The focus is not on us. All right. That day after work, Director Fong unusually delayed, leaving by an hour, and entered the archives alone. He searched through an unlettered filing cabinet and found an old file numbered EZ1976087, placing it in his briefcase to take away. Yu Haidong closed the system while Director Fong rudely pushed Liang Kun's cigar box aside and spoke to dismiss him. The two left and got into the car. Yu Haidong remained silent during the drive, and after getting in the car, he said to Liang Kun, let's go to the police station. Upon arriving at the police station, they used the same method to meet with Officer Chun and began scanning. Scanning target Director Chun. Fortune value 61. Recent fortune. Coming from a civilian background, he rose through the ranks using connections from his father-in-law's family. Recently, he has been suspected of infidelity by his wife. If that becomes known, he will lose both wealth and reputation. Scene flash the next day after work. Officer Chin returned home and heard his wife's cold words at the dinner table. Today someone sent a flower basket to my beauty salon. Saying this, she slammed a check for 20,000 yuan on the table. The person said it was Mr. Luo who sent the flower basket. Officer Chin replied with a flattering smile, old rules, you keep it. What trouble is this? Oh, it's nothing. Just a favor from an old connection. I don't know where some kid came from stealing the shop he wanted and asked me to intervene. Didn't the new owner do anything for you? I didn't accept anything. Who knows how long that kid will last. Opening a shop in Tsim Sha Tsui with no reputation at all, how could I support him? I don't care who you accept or not, you need to cancel all your social engagements and be home for dinner every night. Yes, 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 my lady. Officer Chen's face turned into a forced smile. The next day at noon, Officer Chen skipped lunch and rushed to an apartment building in Mong Kok, taking the elevator to room 302 on the 3rd floor. A pregnant woman opened the door when he rang the bell. Once inside, Officer Chen quickly closed the door and bent down to press his ear against the woman's belly. Our Chen family's only offspring. After listening for a while, he stood up with a smile and took out a jewelry box. Look, a pearl necklace from Chow Tai Fook worth 15,000 yuan. He'll put it on you. Our non-egg-laying one doesn't get a share. Honey, when are you going to divorce that tigress? The woman asked playfully. Silly girl, how can I sit in that position to collect gold and silver without relying on her family? If she finds out I have someone outside, how could I wear any gold or silver? Did you pay this month's electricity and water bills? Yes, I'll go pay them right away. Recently, the tigress has been keeping a close watch, so I won't be able to come tonight. The bill in the image had the name written as Lu Tsuya. As expected, Liang Kuan was also met with a cold reception from Director Chun. The two returned to the car, and Liang Kuan asked dejectedly, "What should we do, Dong? I guess even if we offer more money, we won't be able to get this liquor license. We underestimated the influence of the camel in Tsim Sha Tsui. Brother Kuan, are you hungry?" Liang Kuan looked at Yu Haidong in confusion, not understanding the meaning of the question. "I'm hungry, let's go eat at Temple Street." In a tea house, Yu Haidong arranged for Liang Kuan to call Big D to meet up while he took out paper and pen to start writing. When the three gathered to eat, Big D and Liang Kuan were too worried to have much of an appetite, just watching Yu Haidong devour his food. "If you don't eat, how will you have the strength to work later?" Big D threw away the cigarette in his hand and leaned closer to Yu Haidong, asking, "Have you thought of a plan?" Liang Kuan also leaned in to listen. "Eat first, while talk after the meal. Don't you know that one shouldn't talk while eating or resting? Are you trying to give me a stomachache?" Seeing Yu Haidong's confident demeanor, the two also relaxed and began to eat. As soon as Yu Haidong finished eating and put down his chopsticks, the two immediately stopped and looked at him. Yu Haidong wiped his mouth and said slowly, "Brother Kuan, is there any way to get into the Municipal Bureau's archives?" "No problem, just a little money." Liang Kuan thought for a moment and replied, "Great, find someone to go in and locate the file with this number in the e-cabinet and make a copy. Remember, the original must be returned after use, and the file number must not be mistaken." He then pushed a note with the number EZ1976087 to Liang Kuan. "How soon can it be done?" Liang Kuan looked at his watch. "I can handle it now. They'll definitely have it by 8. "Good. Tomorrow after Director Fong gets home, have someone deliver that box of undelivered cigars along with the copied document to him. Don't say anything, just deliver and leave. Do you understand?" Liang Kuan memorized Yu Haidong's instructions and nodded. "They'll take care of it now." With that, he quickly left. Yu Haidong along with Big D went to Chow Tai Fook and bought a pearl necklace exactly like the one in the scene flash. They even chose identical wrapping paper provided by the jewelry store. The blessing card read, "Wishing Mr. Chun and his wife a happy and healthy life. Signed, respectfully from Ms. Lu Tsuea of Jinbi Huiguan Consulting. The day after tomorrow at noon, deliver this to Officer Chin's wife's beauty salon. Remember, the timing must be perfect. Is this it?" Big D looked at Yu Haidong foolishly. "Don't we need to beat anyone up? At least a beating would be fine." Yu Haidong took out a cigarette, giving one to each of them. Big D lit it for Yu Haidong first. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Yu Haidong slowly said, "Beating someone doesn't come cheap, you know. It's very expensive. We can beat them up after making money." Early on the 3rd day, Director Fong arrived even earlier than construction workers at a nightclub's morning shift. His face as pale as bleached paper. Upon seeing Liang Kuan still drowsy from waking up early, he practically begged, tears welling in his eyes, for Liang Kuan to accept the license. Not only did he return every cent of the bribes he had accepted, but he also added an extra HK500, claiming it was a red envelope gift for the nightclub's grand opening. "Oh no, I mean Brother Kuan. From now on, should you ever need anything, just give the word. I swear I'll spare no effort, absolutely none." Liang Kuan stood bewildered, mechanically accepting both the license and the red envelope. His mind momentarily stalled. He simply didn't know what to say. Staring at Director Fong's hasty, flustered retreat, Liang Kuan stood frozen, clutching the license and envelope in his hands. It was his first time receiving a license, not by application, but delivered by an official. His first time obtaining one without paying a single cent, instead being paid. His first time having an official kneel as his subordinate. After slowly regaining his composure, Liang Kuan lowered his gaze, glanced at the license and envelope in his hands, and murmured softly, "Damn it, hallucinating before noon. Maybe I really should quit drinking." The next day, Liang Kuan experienced a nearly identical dream. Chief Inspector Chan from the police station personally delivered the liquor license, and astonishingly, it was elegantly framed behind glass. That deserved commendation. Alas, no refund, no red envelope. A definite downgrade. Still, all prior fines and outstanding debts were fully waived, a far greater boon than mere tens of thousands. Liang Quan, eagerly awaiting yet another new subordinate, was once again disappointed the inspector refused to pledge loyalty. Instead, he insisted on meeting the nightclub's true owner. Liang Quan frowned slightly, speaking lazily. Well, further review is required. Someone whispered to my boss that your character leaves much to be desired. Naturally, I uphold strict principles, and I spoke highly of you, persuading the elder not to cut you down. As for meeting him, ahem. A wad of cash slipped silently into Liang Quan's suit pocket. Stay tuned. I'll let you know when the elder has time. Thank you. Let me treat you to tea soon. I've urgent matters back at the station. Goodbye. With the nightclub's opening, eminent staff scrambled busily behind the scenes. At that very moment, a strange occurrence unfolded across Hong Kong. That dawn, opulent mansions nestled among lush greenery and guarded with military precision. On Victoria Peak Road, Repulse Bay Shek O, and Gleaney Hill. Top-floor executive offices in Central's landmark Plaza Prince's Building and Lyle Street Tower, accessible only by appointment. And even elite private clubs and exclusive reception rooms. All received extraordinary mail, not via conventional postal channels, but hand-delivered by uniformed DHL couriers newly arrived in Hong Kong bearing encrypted delivery receipts. Each package was encased in a large, exceptionally sturdy specialty paper box, its deep midnight blue hue exuding understated luxury. The box bore no text, only a single exquisitely minimalist platinum crown, its clean lines gleaming with a cool metallic luster under light. Inside lay a custom-fitted black velvet lining, and upon it a single invitation. Its heavy black cardstock felt warm and smooth like polished jade. Upon opening, the left page displayed only the platinum crown. Centered on the right page were 8 silver-gray characters. The grand ceremony commences in 7 days. In the lower right corner appeared 2 fine lines: the coronation of the midnight crown, and we respectfully invite your excellency to attend. No event title. No description of content. No physical address. No signature of origin. That same day, palm-sized advertisements appeared in inconspicuous corners of the business or entertainment sections of Hong Kong's top-selling newspapers, the Oriental Daily News, Sing, Tao Daily, and Ming Pao. Each featured only a projected crown emblem beneath a single line: the grand ceremony commences in 7 days. No further details. Its stark minimalism, mere emptiness and precise phrasing, stood in jarring contrast to the dense surrounding advertisements. Onlookers buzzed with speculation: what product could this possibly promote? Yet every recipient's first reaction was stunned silence, followed swiftly by intense curiosity and sharp scrutiny. Early that morning, Sir Yut Kin, new Bigging chairman of the board at Jardine Matheson, accepted the black invitation card from his secretary and began turning it over in his hands while listening to her translation. I must admit, the concept behind this invitation is delightfully intriguing, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, sir. Very well, let us wait and see whether this riddle yields further clues. Almost simultaneously in central atop HSBC Tower, Sir John Swire, known locally as English Ghost, prepared to begin his day's work. His personal secretary, a remarkably efficient British woman, placed the Privet black card onto his desk. On Sherchuan Road, Victoria Peak, a palatial estate guarded by 2 automated iron gates and a professional security team operating round the clock. The elderly butler, his expression professionally composed yet betraying faint curiosity, pushed open the study door. Inside, Mr. Li Ka-shing had just completed his morning exercise, dressed in simple athletic, were reviewing the day's financial briefing. After reading the black card, Li Ka-shing said to the butler, "Ajong, discreetly investigate the origins of this emblem." "Yes, sir." "Shallow Water Bay, Sir Y. K. Powell's residence." The shipping magnate had just finished a set of Tai Chi when he took the black card from his butler and laughed heartily. "Now this is interesting. Enough spectacle. 7 days hence. Very well. I shall see for myself what dragon's lair or tiger's den awaits." Though outwardly bold, he immediately turned to his aide and murmured quietly, "Find out. Have any international summits or high-profile private auctions recently been scheduled in Hong Kong? Also identify everyone who has received such an invitation." Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously across more than 100 elite locations throughout Hong Kong. Hong Kong's wealthiest tycoons and family patriarchs, distinguished social figures, including justices of the Peace Legislative Council members and top 10 outstanding youth honorees. Senior executives of multinational corporations holding Asia-Pacific or global responsibilities, renowned artists, filmmakers, cultural luminaries, and media proprietors, all received the black card. Of course, some dismissed it outright, tossing the invitation into the wastebasket. Whether they later rummaged through the trash remains another matter entirely. The spark that ignited elite discourse occurred at the Hong Kong Jockey Club. Its weekly board meeting had just adjourned. Every attendee seated around that table ranked among Hong Kong's most formidable business titans, societal icons, and political representatives. The air hung thick with the scent of cigars, espresso, and unspoken authority. Guests chatted lightly, preparing to move en masse toward the dining hall for lunch. Sir Yutkin Newbigging set down his coffee cup and exchanged idle banter with Sir John Swire beside him, both casually mentioning the black card they'd received that morning, then pulling them out side by side for comparison. Though conversing softly in English, their simultaneous display of identical black cards drew immediate attention from astute observers. Another jockey club director, property magnate Li Chaoqi, leaned over, produced his own black card, and joined the impromptu circle. Meanwhile, many others at the table remained utterly unaware, still debating the prior meeting's agenda or arranging weekend golf matches, only gradually noticing a quiet, self-contained conversation forming nearby. And within that circle, each person held a black card. A Chinese banker seated at the far end of the long table witnessed the scene and froze. His smile stiffened instantly, a flicker of panic and self-doubt crossed his eyes. He quickly raised his water glass and took a long sip to mask his discomfiture, for he had tossed his black card into the wastebasket in his study, where it likely already lay buried inside the garbage truck. Neo Bijian smiled at the British invested director beside him and said, "So I'm afraid I'll miss next week's soiree. Oh, I have a private engagement." He chose the word engagement with a casual tone, yet it carried an unmistakable certainty. The British invested director smiled in tacit understanding and asked no more. Shunbai added lightly, "Indeed, an engagement that under no circumstances can be rescheduled." The two old hands of society riffing on the subject displayed that imperious otherworldly aloofness of the old British elite to perfection. In truth, they had no real intention of attending. They were merely using someone else's prank to stage another one within the jockey club circle. Yet that seemingly ordinary exchange produced a peculiar effect in the boardroom. They understood instantly. It was not merely an announcement of an engagement, but a declaration: "I have received that thing you I am entitled to go to the place you do not even know about." An utterly clear yet silent line had been drawn in that conference room that symbolized Hong Kong's highest social echelons. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Even the most obtuse directors who had not received black cards felt the oddity of the atmosphere. They looked at Neo Bijian and Shun Bis. Conspiratorial expressions glanced at their own embarrassed faces for not being in the black card circle and immediately understood. A circle higher than the jockey club's board had formed, and they were excluded. An ineffable mix of awkwardness, envy, and acute loss spread through those who had not been invited. They remained directors and social luminaries, yet at that moment, they felt left behind. At lunch, seating shifted with subtlety. Neo Bijian, Shun Bai, and others from the black card circle naturally sat together, speaking in low tones and trading knowing smiles. Their talk clearly transcended the jockey club and business matters. Those without cards grew silent, finding their food tasteless. What had been an ostensibly equal forum turned, because of that casual display of a black card, into a mute redrawing of social strata. It told everyone present more sharply than any words that in this city there were realms beyond their reach and recognitions they could not obtain. News spread like a virus through Xiangjiang's highest circles before dusk. "Have you heard? At today's jockey club board meeting, Neo Bijian and Shun Bai, that fellow apparently didn't have a black card. Ooh, I had thought him more powerful." "Who exactly issued the black cards? What were the criteria?" That peer pressure and status anxiety acted as a catalyst more potent than any advertisement, sending the black card scarcity and value to a peak. Those invitees who had still hesitated about attending now resolved to go. The uninvited sank into deeper confusion and furtive inquiry. An invisible fissure had formed, and the organizer behind it, armed with a single card, had imprinted a unique mark upon Hong Kong's cloud-top stratum. In the editor-in-chief's office of Xin Bao, a veteran financial reporter laid out some blurred photos and scattered notes and reported, "It's confirmed. This is not an ordinary commercial activity. We've watched the schedules of several big players. They all curiously cleared the evening 7 days hence, as if preparing to attend some engagement. As if they were going to some rendezvous, but we cannot get any more specifics. Moreover, reliable sources say some people, having received no invitation, were furious behind closed doors." The editor frowned, pipe in hand, write a short commentary without naming names. "Say that unknown capital has recently approached local top tycoons with extremely high-level methods. Motives are unclear and worth market attention." In the editorial room of Nanhua, Zhao Bao, a young reporter just returned from abroad, placed 3 newspapers on the editor's desk. "I found the same advertisement tucked into the corners of Xiangjiang's 3 major papers. It seems linked to the rumors circulating among today's elite." The next day, identical black cards were delivered to the same magnates on the condition that they return the black cards handed out on the first day. If one could not produce the first day's black card, the second would not be issued. The content was identical, only the 7 days had become 6. Although the card-forked scheme excluded those who had thrown away the invitation on the first day, seemingly sacrificing some potential contacts, it invisibly heightened the scarcity of the now smaller circle. "Wang Sheng, please push back that charity dinner a week from now." "Mrs. Li, postponed the card game by a week. That evening I have a very important private engagement." Those who had kept the black card on the first day almost all canceled or postponed their other appointments for the invited night. Those who had discarded that card found themselves embarrassed. Some reduced their social outings, some hid behind claims of illness, others simply chose to leave the country briefly to lie low. On the day the second black cards arrived, Nan Hua Zhao Bao broke the story with the headline "Black Card Sparks Upheaval at the Top, Subterranean Currents Roil the Jockey Club." It offered a detailed analysis of the shock the black card event dealt to the structure of the top social tiers and a deep report on the subtle atmosphere and invisible hierarchies that appeared at the Jockey Club board meeting. It examined the potential effects on the commercial landscape and interpersonal networks and quoted anonymous insiders to emphasize the identity anxiety it provoked. With that first exposed, mainstream papers promptly followed. Dongfang Ri Bao ran mysterious black cards descend, Xiangjiang's 100 billionaires night gathering becomes a mystery. Ming Bao headline night banquet turmoil, who is issuing tickets to Xiangjiang's socialites. And Xing Dao Ri Bao ran with the black cards arrival, Xiangjiang's elite reorder their seats. Gossip tabloids were even more inventive. Xing Bao splashed a letter hard to obtain. The black card becomes the highest symbol of status, young magnates and socialites scramble to inquire. Pinghua Rabao ran clouds of suspicion, unmasking the financial backers behind the black card. Even the finance-focused English paper, Hu Bao, wrote the governor's office closely watching the black card incident, suspicions of overseas capital poised to move into Hong Kong. Suddenly, the ripple that had circulated in a small circle swept across all of Xinjiang. From ordinary folk to white-collar elites, the black card became the foremost topic of after-dinner and workplace chatter. Once public interest flared, all recipients of the black card tacitly sealed their lips. Reporters, however they probed, could not unearth a single scrap of information. Cardholders no longer wore the black card. They locked it in study drawers or safes only to take it out when the third card arrived to be exchanged. From a two-person game within the Jockey Club to several directors, and then to over 100 of Xiangjiang's upper echelon, all the social strategists grasped the game's rule: mystery. Magic is art only when seen hidden. As the whole city began to speculate, a Toyota Crown-bearing license plate number 1 drove into the governor's mansion. Sir Baoyu was much more open-minded, but at the family dinner after receiving the second black card, he jokingly said to his daughters, "Next week, there's an unknown feast hosted by someone. They'll go check it out and let you know if it's something novel or just a bunch of nonsense." The Ship King had no son, only 5 beloved daughters. Today was the weekly family gathering, and all 5 daughters were home for dinner. All 4 sons-in-law were present, and they had certainly heard about the black card. The youngest daughter, Bao Peiying, who was still unmarried, was the most lively, asking, "Daddy, can I go too?" Mother chided gently, "Don't be silly, the invitation card is meant for your father. You know who attends such events, is it really appropriate for you to go?" The little girl dared not speak further and merely pouted, looking pitifully at her father. As the saying goes, the eldest is foolish, the second is cunning, and every family has a troublesome third child. Fathers and mothers love their young. Faced with the pitiful appearance of the little cotton jacket, the stern father could only awkwardly lower his head and sip his soup. As if sensing the troubles of Ship King Bao, the card for the third day not only changed the date, but also included an additional white card. A feast must be shared to display its brilliance. Note: 1 white card allows for 1 accompanying guest to apply for an entry pass. Please complete it within 3 days, it will be collected. Accompanying guest's name, relationship to Yui, G, spouse, children, close friend, business partner, etc. Leaving it blank means attending alone. Ship King Bao's dilemma was resolved, but it added to the troubles of many others who received the card. Who to bring became a sweet, yet thorny dilemma. Spouse, children, close friends, trusted aides. Choosing a spouse appeared harmonious and was usually the safest option. Many wealthy wives were instantly excited upon hearing the news, secretly anticipating. If it were an ordinary social gathering, there would be no problem, but this occasion was different from the past. Usually either there were few people with few top figures or many top figures, but also more inconsequential attendees, making socializing inconvenient. This time it was the focal point of the social circle. Taking one's successor along would introduce them to the core network, making it an excellent opportunity to cultivate the next generation. It was also a super social gala to showcase strength and expand connections. Such opportunities do not come by every day. Those who had already chosen their heirs had it easier, but for those who hesitated or kept it under wraps, whether to choose to bring or not to bring was also a statement. Just like an emperor deciding whether to establish an heir, it would impact the court. If they didn't attend, how would others perceive them? Did you offend someone and got kicked out halfway? Your assets have shrunk and you are no longer qualified. Then I need to reconsider if I should partner with you in the future. Hurry up and sell your stocks. Missing out was not merely losing $1 billion, it could genuinely mean losing $1 billion or even more. Who designed this trap, and which superpower was unveiling the secrets of every family in Hong Kong? At this moment, they truly wanted to curse the mastermind behind the cards. You're not even a good son. The entire top-tier second-generation rich circle and socialite community in Hong Kong instantly erupted. Whoever could obtain the second white card would be the most favored and prominent representative in this circle. The young men who usually raced cars and frequented nightclubs began to inquire, "Can you manage to get the white card, eh?" The afternoon tea gatherings of socialites suddenly shifted to the topic, "Who will your old man bring?" "Of course he will bring me, and my daddy loves me the most." "Humph, my mommy has already reserved my outfit." Those who couldn't secure a spot suddenly felt diminished and even began to doubt their status in the family and the value of their social circles. "Daddy, the white card must be mine. My sister already went with you to Switzerland last time. Mommy, please tell daddy to take me. I promise I won't embarrass you." The originally delicate relationships among siblings became tense with open and covert struggles as they all tried to seize this precious chance to prove themselves worthy of being taken to witness this super feast to their parents. The white card directly ignited the top fashion houses, jewelers, and stylists across Hong Kong and even globally. Stylists offered in-home services, summoning the best tailors and clothing designers to come to their homes. Managers from major jewelry stores brought safes and bodyguards, embarking on a frenzied touring roadshow moving between luxurious residences. One black card and one white card stirred up a whirlwind in the entire Hong Kong elite circle. The second white card and the mere 4 days remaining were like placing a pressure cooker lid on a pot of oil about to boil, catalyzing and condensing the anticipation, anxiety, excitement, and competitiveness among the top tier of Hong Kong society to an unprecedented level of intensity. Now it was not just the big shots themselves who were looking forward to it. The entire family and social circle behind them were engaged in a frantic race against time to prepare for this mysterious feast occurring in 4 days. Everyone's eyes were glued to the countdown, and the following days became a peculiar daily ritual for the elites who received the invitation. Every morning the countdown card was replaced on time. They began to seriously clear their schedules for the unknown feast night, selecting the most appropriate formal wear and even practicing social greetings in advance. No one knew which significant figures would be encountered that night. Mr. Shen, by the head of HSBC, even had his secretary mark Crown Night on his golden agenda with a bold red line followed by a giant question mark. Whenever important meetings or social engagements were attempted to be scheduled during that time, he would instinctively frown and decisively refuse. "Impossible. That night is already locked in. There is absolutely no room for negotiation." On his way home in the evening, Neo Bai Jian sat in the car with his eyes closed, resting. The driver and secretary thought the boss was resting, trying their best to remain quiet. In the quiet car, the boss' voice suddenly came from the back seat. "No matter who the organizer of this event is, I must meet the planner. If no one introduces me, make sure to find out who it is." The secretary sitting in the front passenger seat was startled by the boss' sudden command and instinctively answered yes, realizing the boss was referring to the black card. On the penultimate day, the white card was collected, and on the morning of the last day, the much-anticipated mystery card was delivered on time. "Tonight at 8 p.m. West Kowloon." In small print below, "At 6 p.m. sharp, a special person will deliver the final card." Fortunately, the big shots had all gotten used to this annoying sense of mystery and did not curse. Ship King Bao handed the card to his anxious little daughter, jokingly saying, "Looks like it's a cocktail party. They are letting us know that we have to fend for ourselves, huh?" At 6 p.m. that afternoon, doorbells rang at each house. The butlers had been waiting for a long time, politely opening the doors to greet the guests. At each doorway stood a young man in a black suit, politely exchanging the cards with the butlers, then turning around and leaving without saying a word. The well-dressed big shots eagerly tore open the envelopes, and indeed inside were one black card and one white card. Black card: "The Dark Knight Crown will be crowned tonight. Gilded grand opening of the nightclub. Address 88, Modi Road, Sim Sha Sui. Seat number XX. White card: seat number XX1. The big shots were infuriated. What? They had been played for an entire week. It was just the opening of a nightclub. Did the Queen of England open it? If so, go bow down. If not, then go tear down that doghouse. Let's go. Each big shot brought a follower and charged towards Yu Haidong's lair. Yu Haidong stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his third-floor office in the nightclub, gazing out at the nocturnal harbor view stretching across the street. Damn it. He flung the lighter aside, only to catch another one tossed by Liang Quan. Noticing something unusual about Didi, Liang Quan withdrew his gaze and turned to Yu Haidong. "Ah Dong, to be honest, I'm a little afraid. I can't cure your fear, and telling me won't help. Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid of what?" "If even one of the big shots arriving tonight is displeased, if he so much as twitches his lips, we're finished." Yu Haidong glanced briefly at Liang Quan, then returned his gaze to the harbor. "Why would they be displeased? We've been playing them like fools. Put yourself in their shoes. Wouldn't you be furious?" "Are you afraid?" Yu Haidong asked Didi. "Me? What do I have to fear? If it comes to it, I'll fight them to the end." "You've got your cigarette backward." Liang Quan shot Didi a withering look, then turned back to Yu Haidong. "If we flee, where would you go? Mainland China or Thailand?" Suddenly, blaring sirens erupted below. Dozens of unmarked police cars, each bearing a flashing blue light atop, swept in from both ends of the street, converging on the nightclub's entrance. Liang Quan tumbled off the armrest of the sofa straight onto the floor. Yu Haidong's knees buckled. He nearly dropped to his knees. Shit. Thailand. I've got relatives there. Didi shouted as he yanked Yu Haidong toward the door. Wait. Yu Haidong wrenched himself free and strode back to the window. They're not here for us. Didi and Liang Quan pressed their faces against the glass, peering down to see a swarm of plainclothes officers storm the nightclub's entrance, rounding up East Star Triad members who'd been parking cars and acting as lookouts, cuffing them and forcing them face down onto the pavement. Moments later, over a dozen patrol vehicles and 3 or 4 large police prisoner transport vans arrived on scene. East Star members were shoved, dragged, and hurled into the cargo holds before the vans sped away. The entire operation lasted less than 5 minutes, leaving the 3 hard men upstairs utterly stunned. This wasn't standard police procedure, not by a long shot. Had such efficiency ever been seen before? Even films wouldn't stage it this cleanly. Yu Haidong was the first to snap out of it. Let's go, run. No, get to work. Everyone to position, open for business. At 6:05 p.m., the West Kowloon regional commander stood inside a hastily established mobile command vehicle, barking orders into the radio, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. All off-duty officers had already been recalled from leave and placed on standby. Intelligence began converging. The target location confirmed. Numerous luxury vehicles en route to 88 Ma Tau Kok Road, Sim Sha Sui, involving multiple high-profile individuals, massive media presence, potential for sudden developments. Activate Operation Fortress immediately. The commander finally issued the order, his voice cracking with urgency. PTU Emergency Unit Traffic Branch, deploy en masse. Target Zone Victoria Harbor Waterfront, Ma Tau Kok Road, Salisbury Road, within a 1-kilometer radius. Establish a 3-tier security cordon. At that command, every available unit across West Kowloon and neighboring districts was rapidly mobilized. Dozens of police cruisers, scores of PTU officers clad in riot gear, and countless traffic officers converged upon Sim Sha Sui. Red barricade tape was strung, roadblocks erected, and strict traffic control imposed at key intersections. Civilian vehicles forcibly rerouted, bus routes temporarily adjusted. The police even deployed several marine patrol vessels to cruise Victoria Harbor's adjacent waters, and overhead the thunderous drone of police helicopters began echoing across the city skyline. All of this, the overwhelming force, the meticulous coordination, was dedicated to ensuring the absolute safety of those walking GDP. With the East Star no longer posing a threat, Yu Haidong, accompanied by Didi, Liang Quan, and San Mei, proceeded with the grand opening, under the watchful supervision and protection of over 100 uniformed officers. Ribbon-cutting ceremony. Liang Quan's scissors, whether faulty or poorly gripped, required several clumsy snips before the ribbon finally parted. Didi muttered as he cut, bloody hell. Which Triad boss has ever opened a branch with 100 cops clearing the streets and standing guard? Ha ha ha. I'm cutting. Afterward, he waved cheerfully at the surrounding officers. San Mei wore a sharp black and white men's suit today, her delicate face set in solemn composure. Roast pig slicing. With one mighty stroke, Yu Haidong cleaved the ceremonial pig. Jinbi Huanghui was officially open for business. Lion dance and green taking were wisely omitted. The officers would surely disapprove. Judging by their expressions, the officers' patience had reached its breaking point. Time to withdraw gracefully, clear the area swiftly, and prepare for the arrival of honored guests. Police deployed multiple layers of robust barriers, cordoning off the venue from an ever-swelling tide of citizens, tourists, and, especially, frenzied journalists who'd rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. A designated media zone had been established, but it was already packed beyond capacity. Cameras bristled like artillery, reporters screamed live updates into microphones, and breathless speculation, laced with electric excitement, rippled across the airwaves throughout Hong Kong. Viewers, this is your reporter live from Ma Tau Kok Road in Sim Sha Sui. As you can see behind me, a TVB female journalist practically shouted just to be heard above the surrounding din. Unprecedented security and traffic controls are now in full effect. The week-long mystery of the black card, which has gripped all of Hong Kong, will be unveiled right here behind me. According to unconfirmed reports, nearly half of Hong Kong's elite society will attend tonight. An ATV male journalist gestured wildly into the camera. This is undoubtedly the most secretive and highest caliber private gathering since Hong Kong's founding. Like you watching at home, I yearn to know which luminaries hold black card status. Today we bring you all the answers, live from the scene. Flashbulbs exploded ceaselessly, like fireworks without cost. Every time someone who appeared remotely distinguished approached the barrier, a frenzy erupted. Cameras' word shutters clicked in frantic succession, even though most were merely curious onlookers. The female reporter shrieked again. According to our latest update, the event commences precisely at 8 o'clock, and it's almost now. Tension hung razor-thin in the air. Police stood on high alert, loudspeakers repeatedly broadcasting stern reminders urging calm and order. Along the approach roads, luxury sedans belonging to various Triad bosses gradually coalesced into a single imposing motorcade, followed closely by over 100 media vehicles and countless private cars driven by the merely curious. They surged forward like a ravenous pack, desperate to keep pace. To prevent them from breaching the core convoy, police erected multiple checkpoints and rolling roadblocks, enforcing segmented dynamic traffic control and strict flow restrictions. Above, police helicopters relayed constant updates on the motorcade's position and the chaotic situation unfolding behind it, while ground commanders frantically coordinated deployments. All units attention. The motorcade is entering Ma Tau Coke Road. Seal the Canton Road entrance. Block all following vehicles. Intercept any car without a black card visibly displayed on its windshield. No exceptions. Media vehicles overwhelming the perimeter, breaching the cordon. Request immediate reinforcement. Repeat, ensure absolute clearance of all primary thoroughfares. All non-essential vehicles must detour immediately. Frantic calls crackled across police radios, a spectacle rivaling a state visit, yet even more chaotic. An inspector overseeing traffic control called urgently over the channel, "Attention, attention. First guest vehicle has arrived." A deep, oppressive roar of engines approached from afar. 3 specially modified pitch-black sedans nearly identical in appearance arrived at the core area, precisely stopping in front of a vacant lot heavily guarded by the police. The car doors opened, and instead of guests, several sharpied, formidable guards in black suits stepped out. They communicated briefly and efficiently with the police commander, confirming the final procedures before entering the resplendent nightclub. At this moment, all cameras and eyes were focused here. A reporter captured a photo of the badges hanging from their chests. G4. At precisely 8 o'clock, the first true guest vehicle, a Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow, slowly entered. At the opulent entrance, 50 security personnel, in tailored black suits, stood like spears outside the door. They did not stand haphazardly, but rather were meticulously arranged in 2 rows, one facing outward with solemn expressions, the other inward, always ready to provide service. These 2 rows formed a thick wall of humanity, creating a safe and ceremonious passage amidst the commotion. A professional in white gloves stepped forward and respectfully opened the car door. An elderly man exuding a powerful aura and dressed in a classic morning suit stepped out of the car. He appeared calm, glancing over the surrounding chaos with a slight nod, as if he were already accustomed to such scenes. "It's the great Master Wang Xinbi." The media area erupted instantly. The sound of shutters clicked rapidly like a machine gun. Who could have imagined that the first to appear would be the head of Hong Kong's top British consortium? Accompanying him was his wife. Dear audience, the first to arrive on the scene is actually Mr. Xinbi from HSBC. The female reporter's voice trembled slightly. The Xinbi couple walked through the passage formed by security personnel and entered the nightclub door that the doorman had already opened. Yu Haidong stood inside, dressed in a tailored dark suit, exuding a steady demeanor and confident smile. "Welcome to the Golden Splendor, Mr. Xinbi. Your presence honors us." Although this young man was outstanding, he appeared too young. Xinbi instinctively regarded him as a third-generation scion, carefully cultivated by some wealthy family out for experience, or perhaps a senior manager or foreman specially hired by this mysterious nightclub, merely nodding as he passed by. On both sides of the spacious corridor leading to the main performance hall were another stunning sight. 200 beauties stood on either side. They wore fitted kipeos, with one side donning vibrant red, while the other wore luxurious black. They maintained elegant postures, their faces adorned with perfectly timed smiles, neither fawning nor cold, slightly bowing to silently welcome the passing VIPs. Their presence was not only a visual delight, but also a silent proclamation. Every detail here was meticulously curated. Soon after, the second, third, and increasingly more luxury cars formed a line entering this focal area. Mr. Huanu Bijian, Sir Jelly, the king of charter boats, Sir Shao, and Super Manly. Numerous big shots arrived one after another with their wives or children. The screams and flashes outside merged into a sea of sound and light, surging like waves whenever a celebrity alighted. All the guests, amid the greetings of the young foreman, passed through the passage lined with beauties and entered the main performance hall. Except for a few ladies brought by the big shots who stole a few glances at the handsome young man, everyone else overlooked him, not even remembering his appearance. Inside the main performance hall, under the enormous chandelier, there were neither traditional rows of fixed seats typical of theaters nor scattered booths, but rather a layout combining theater style with lounge style. The central area featured luxurious single sofas or spacious armchairs arranged in pairs or triples surrounding petite coffee tables. The seating was perfectly distanced, allowing for quiet conversations without excessively disturbing neighboring guests, making it the best viewing area. The surrounding areas contained some semi-open booths or elegantly separated spaces using low screens and high-end greenery. These areas also provided good views, but with stronger privacy, better suited for big shots who needed frequent discussions or preferred more intimate environments. The police arranged the order of entry for these big shots vehicles, essentially a hierarchy of identity. The vehicles of important figures entered first, naturally sitting in central positions within the performance hall. As nearly all invited guests settled in whispering to each other as they awaited the host's appearance or the performance to begin, the young man, who had been welcoming at the entrance, calmly walked up to the central stage. The main lighting in the hall dimmed slightly, and the spotlight shone on him, illuminating his youthful, handsome, yet confident face for all to see. The audience gradually quieted down, all eyes focused on him. Many wondered, what is this foreman going up to do? Could he be about to read the precautions or the program list? The young man picked up a microphone, his gaze sweeping over the faces below that could influence Hong Kong's fate. He smiled slightly, his voice clearly resonating throughout the hall via high-quality sound equipment. Good evening, distinguished gentlemen and ladies. First, on behalf of Golden Splendor, I sincerely thank you all for gracing us with your presence tonight amidst your busy schedules for this grand opening event. He bowed slightly, and a wave of polite applause erupted from the audience, though many still looked puzzled. The young man straightened and continued, I know that over the past 7 days many friends may have been curious or even troubled by that boldly delivered invitation card. I also know that many seniors in the audience are guessing who is the host here. He paused, his gaze slowly sweeping across the entire room, clearly and deliberately stating, Now please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yu Haidong. I am the founder of this Golden Splendor nightclub. Everything tonight has been planned and arranged by me. The moment he finished speaking, a wave of suppressed gasps and whispers erupted from the audience. Yu Haidong. This name was completely unfamiliar to the vast majority of people. How could such an unknown young man have orchestrated this? How is that possible? Countless gazes instantly sharpened, re-examining the young man on stage. Surprise, doubt, inquiry, disbelief. Various emotions spread throughout the audience. Some furrowed their brows, others whispered to each other, and even a few wore somber expressions, feeling as if they had been played for fools. How could a young man without a solid foundation create such a grand affair? By what right? The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became subtle and tense. It seemed that a single spark could ignite the dissatisfaction of some major figures. Yu Haidong stood on stage, seemingly having anticipated the reaction below, maintaining a calm smile as he prepared to continue his opening speech. At that moment, a slight commotion suddenly arose at the entrance. The door that had been closed swung open once more. All hearts stirred. It couldn't be this young man. It must be the true mastermind making an appearance. Under everyone's gaze, an elderly man looking sprightly and dressed in traditional long robes walked in, slowly accompanied by several security personnel. Old Chicken Uncle. It's Elder G, and what brings him here? And gasps erupted one after another, louder and more stunned than when Yu Haidong had introduced himself moments earlier. Elder G was a board member of the Hong Kong Jockey Club and a revered elder of one of the city's largest traditional associations in his youth. Though he had long since retired from public affairs and withdrawn from the underworld, his seniority remained unmatched, and his network spanned both legitimate and shadowy realms, as well as the highest echelons of Hong Kong's elite. He had been semi-retired for years. Ordinary events could never draw him out. When Yu Haidong spotted Elder G, he visibly stiffened, surprise and deep emotion flickering across his eyes. Ever since acquiring the system and clarifying his future ambitions, Yu Haidong had resolved not to disturb the elder's peaceful retirement. He had only mentioned his entrepreneurial plans to Elder G's eldest son, his own elder brother, and had shared nothing else about his recent endeavors with his family. He had never even contemplated inviting his godfather back into the fray. Yu Haidong hurried down from the stage to greet him, his tone reverent and laced with a subtle undercurrent of concern. Godfather, what brings you here? How is your health? Elder G gently patted Yu Haidong's arm, cutting him off. His voice, though quiet, resonated with robust vitality, clear enough for those nearby to hear. This old frame still holds firm. You've staged such a grand spectacle. I couldn't possibly stay away. How could I rest easy without seeing it for myself? And those words struck Yu Haidong like a gentle yet profound squeeze to the heart. A man who rarely spoke at home, spending his days singing opera with neighbors, seemed detached from worldly affairs. Yet beneath that quiet exterior, he had been watching over him all along. Elder G lifted his gaze, sharp as lightning, and swept it across the audience. His eyes lingered on several influential figures who had earlier worn expressions of displeasure, perhaps preparing to challenge Yu Haidong. Under that unwavering gaze, they instinctively softened their countenances, even offering polite nods and forced smiles. Only then did Elder G speak, his voice amplified through Yu Haidong's microphone. Friends, old and new. I'm just an old man dropping by to join the festivities. I trust no one minds. Elder G, how can you say such a thing? Your presence is our greatest honor. Please take the seat of honor. An immediate wave of warm, deeply respectful replies rose from the crowd below. Elder G's arrival instantly quelled the room and utterly dispelled any lingering doubts or condescension toward Yu Haidong's identity. So this young man was Elder G's godson, and that explained everything. With such a towering patron standing firmly behind him, mounting such an extravagant event, issuing black cards, and gathering so many luminaries suddenly seemed not only plausible, but inevitable. As comprehension dawned, the way people looked at Yu Haidong transformed entirely from suspicion and scrutiny to earnest attention, probing curiosity, and even a trace of deference. In Hong Kong, being Elder Ji's godson carried weight enough to make anyone pause and reconsider. Yu Haidong escorted Elder Ji to the front row where Shun Bai and Ho Sang sat. Both men immediately rose and helped guide the elder into the seat of honor. A warm tide surged within Yu Haidong, gratitude warring with guilt. He understood his godfather had lent his formidable prestige to stand beside him, lending gravitas to his debut. He had wished to spare the elder from entanglement, to succeed on his own merit. Yet his godfather had chosen his own quiet, steadfast way to support him. Once Elder Ji was settled, Yu Haidong returned to the stage. Silence fell, absolute and rapt. Every eye in the room was fixed upon him. Yu Haidong drew a slow, steady breath and spoke again, his voice now deeper, calmer, and brimming with quiet confidence. Once more, my deepest thanks to all of you, and to my godfather for his boundless kindness. He offered a slight respectful nod in Elder Ji's direction. Now allow me to formally introduce Jinbi Huiliyuang, Golden Splendor. Ni's voice rang clear and compelling. This is no conventional nightclub or members club. Rather, it is an exclusive sanctuary, designed for Hong Kong's most distinguished individuals, where elite business networking converges seamlessly with refined leisure and unparalleled entertainment. Here you will experience world-class facilities, exquisite cuisine, impeccable service, and performances of extraordinary artistry. He paused briefly, then unveiled a more tantalizing promise. Moreover, to express our gratitude to tonight's inaugural guests, a special interlude awaits during the performance. 3 lucky attendees will be selected to receive an exceptional gift. A faint knowing smile touched his lips. I assure you, it is unlike anything you have ever encountered before. Perhaps it may even bring you an unexpected surprise. Of course, Yu Haidong added with a light chuckle. I realize our earlier enigmatic invitations may have struck some esteemed elders as presumptuous, or even rude. Should any offense have been given, I offer my sincere apologies now, and will personally drink 3 cups in penance to atone before all my uncles and seniors tonight. A ripple of warm, good-natured laughter spread through the room, especially when everyone noticed Elder Ji seated below, smiling and nodding approvingly. Who then would hold a grudge? Any lingering tension dissolved completely, reduced in the end to little more than playful banter. Enough said. Now please relax and savor this exquisite evening. May I present Miss Mei Yanfang? And the lights dimmed gradually. Only soft ambient glows illuminated the guests' immediate surroundings. The rest of the hall sank into velvety darkness. Then the delicate crystalline prelude of Time Flows Like Water began, ethereal and spatial, evoking the slow, majestic current of time itself. The nearly half-minute instrumental passage gently stilled the audience's earlier flurry of emotions. Then a low, singular female voice emerged, rich with the timbre of memory, narrating like time itself, whispering its truths. Gazing at the sea, weariness fills my heart, yet tears refuse to fall, words remain unspoken. In gazing at the sky, my soul is adrift, disordered, unmoored. In my heart is but a small wooden boat, no distant shore in sight. Yet still it sails forward. And who commands my fate? In each day I struggle within the human sea. And within me sighs rise. Time flows like water. In the enveloping darkness, all listened in hushed reverence. No singer visible, no band in view, no distractions to dilute the power of the lyrics. Mei Yanfang's voice had already captured every heart. Listeners marveled at its haunting beauty and wondered with quiet fascination what kind of artist possessed such a singular, commanding timbre. By the song's midpoint, the vocals ceased and the interlude resumed, while a modest circular space at center stage began to glow softly. Only then did the audience behold the singer Mei Yanfang, resplendent in a black and crimson off-shoulder evening gown crowned with a wide-brimmed hat, elegant, regal, enigmatic. Her head bowed slightly, the broad brim casting her face in gentle shadow. When the interlude ended and her voice rose once more, she slowly lifted her head. And the future Empress of Song made her first public appearance, not as a star, but as Mei Yanfang. Her distinctive voice, paired with an aura of poised, mature charisma, immediately captivated Hong Kong's young elite. Had their fathers not been seated before them, they surely would have erupted in ecstatic cheers. Even so restrained, one young woman's excitement escaped, muffled yet unmistakable, through the fingers pressed tightly over her mouth. Instinctively she glanced toward her father seated just ahead, bracing for reprimand. To her astonishment, he paid her no mind, his entire focus locked on Mei Yanfang's performance, his expression alight with pure admiration. Every elder statesman in attendance mirrored that same rapt attention, eyes riveted on the stage, hearts seized by the astonishing, otherworldly presence of Mei Yanfang. Mei Yanfang's singing possessed an intangible magic, instantly captivating the hearts of every seasoned guest present. This previously unpublished song, flowing years layered with a progressive melody and lyrics that strike deep into the heart, embodies profound insights into the ups and downs of life. Through Mei Yin-fang's distinctly recognizable and powerful voice, it transcends the common tropes of the current music scene in Hong Kong, offering a novel and sophisticated auditory experience. In the audience, those wealthy elites who usually focus on stock prices and property ownership were immersed in this rare musical feast. They might not understand music theory, but their appreciation was unquestionable. Good art is simply good art. Figures like Xiao Yifu and Zhou Wenhui, titans of the entertainment industry, had eyes that shone with sharper and more professional acumen. This singer named Mei Yin-fang is incredibly sharp. Zhou Wenhui murmured, his tone laced with unmistakable admiration. Nearby, Sir Xiao and his wife Fang Yihua were also quietly discussing. Sixth brother, have you heard this song? The composition and lyrics are by no means ordinary, and the style is quite unique, unlike any local masters. Xiao Yifu adjusted his glasses, slowly shaking his head, his gaze never leaving the stage. I have never heard it before. The melody, arrangement, and lyrics are all top-notch, even somewhat ahead of their time. Who is this Yu Haidong? Where did he find such excellent songs and talent? Moreover, he dares to bet everything on her. This is getting interesting. Though the two industry giants were seated far apart and had not communicated, they both understood that their rival likely shared the same thoughts. Both of them had quietly elevated their evaluation of the Jinbi Hui Huang and the young boss Yu Haidong by a level. Possessing such ability means vision and decisiveness. They had unconsciously regarded Yu Haidong as a collaboration target worthy of attention, or rather a potential competitor. The second-generation rich and young ladies accompanying their parents showed even more direct reactions. They were already trend chasers, passionate about entertainment. Some swayed gently to the rhythm, while others sparkled with admiration in their eyes, secretly deciding to come and support more often in the future. All the reactions were observed by Yu Haidong, who stood in the shadows. Everything was as expected. It was time to reap a wave of support. At some point, each coffee table had an additional card displaying prices. Rather than drink prices, it listed the prices for floral baskets, exclusive bouquet, 666 Hong Kong dollars, meaning smooth sailing. Phoenix's first cry, 1699 Hong Kong dollars, meaning cheers for you. Long-lasting, 9999 Hong Kong dollars, meaning a journey of 1,000 miles. Golden Wings unfold, 1988 Hong Kong dollars, meaning great ambitions. Soul Dominance, 99999 Hong Kong dollars, meaning the one and only. A guest inadvertently caught sight of the price list and raised an eyebrow. This era still maintained the tradition of presenting floral baskets or bouquets in nightclubs. It was a way for guests to recognize the resident singer, with the singer and the club sharing the profits, which were also a primary source of income. Ordinary people might spend a few dozen dollars on a bouquet, while affluent patrons would send floral baskets, typically several or even a dozen lined up at the stage. This not only demonstrated their support for the singer, but also proclaimed their own power. However, the price of a floral basket usually ranged from 100 to 500, and even the most upscale nightclubs barely reached 1,000. A floral basket costing a few $100s equaled an ordinary person's salary for a week or 10 days. Displaying a few floral baskets represented over a month's salary for an individual, something not meant for the working class. The cheapest floral basket at Jinbi Hui Huang cost as much as an ordinary person's monthly salary, while the most expensive could be exchanged for half an apartment. The first to send a floral basket was Zhou Wenhui, who sincerely admired Mei Yin-fang's song. With a slight tilt of his head, he glanced at the female public relations officer waiting nearby, who she understood, and half-squatted beside the tycoon to listen to his instructions. After hearing, the female officer gestured with a few professional signs towards the distant people, and they sprang into action. 10 long-lasting floral baskets were placed at the edge of the stage, each marked with a number corresponding to Zhou Wenhui's table number, making it easier for the singer to know who was supporting her. Logically, a regular resident singer upon seeing this would typically react to the top supporter during their performance, perhaps with a nod, a bow, a wink, or even a simple thank you. However, Mei Yin-fang was repeatedly instructed by Yu Haidong during rehearsal not to react to any floral baskets regardless of who sent them until after the performance. In his words, "You are the pillar of our Jinbi Hui Huang, the future diva. You need not bow for mere pittance. Any issues will be addressed by me. Your task is simply to deliver a perfect performance." Dissatisfied guests could choose not to return. Mei Yin-fang was the future empress and the cornerstone of his entertainment empire. This was the persona Yu Haidong had designed for Mei Yin-fang. As Mr. Zhou's floral basket appeared, the other guests, still lost in the music, noticed that there were also floral basket cards on their tables. The first to respond was naturally Sir Xiao, who, while strict with his employees, was generous with his own money, sending out 10 golden wings unfold. Zhou Wenhui smiled slightly, not continuing a competitive show of who could send more, at least not at this moment. All the tycoons sent floral baskets in varying amounts, yet tacitly avoided sending the most luxurious ones. This was not to say that they lacked the financial means or were stingy, rather it was a matter of status. This spotlight was reserved for the titans sitting in the central area of the venue. As expected, the Soul Dominance floral baskets sent by Huasheng and others were placed in the center closest to Mei Yin-fang. After the song ended, a brief silence was followed by thunderous and prolonged applause. Mei Yanfang performed a slight bow concealing her inner excitement and gracefully exited amidst the applause. The lights returned to a soft brightness. Now it was time for the evening's true theme socializing. With the song ended but the music still playing, the guests began to socialize and chat elegantly and leisurely. The tycoons started to weave through the crowd to approach their previously identified targets. The older second-generation rich expanded their networks under their father's guidance, while the younger generation was permitted to seek out peers. They had their own circle. Yu Haidong approached Old Chicken Uncle, and under the elder's introduction got acquainted with the core circle of people. Old Chicken Uncle's 2 biological sons were known to several tycoons, yet no one had heard that Old Chicken Uncle had an adopted son, not even old friend Huasheng. Huasheng joked, "Old Chicken Uncle, we've known each other for so long, and you've kept such a capable adopted son a secret from me. Isn't that a bit unfriendly? Afraid we'll steal him away." "Ha ha." Old Chicken Uncle laughed heartily. "You can't say that. My 2 boys barely came home when they were young. The eldest even secretly eloped. Having him was pointless. I've learned my lesson, so it's good to have a well-behaved one around. Parents of course dote on the youngest." "Ha ha ha." Old Chicken Uncle, gold will shine in time. Look, ultimately you couldn't hide it, could you? Most influential figures maintained cordial relations with Yu Haidong solely out of respect for Elder Ji. This incident would simply be laid to rest. After all, no real losses had been incurred. It was as if they had merely attended a social gathering, an elegant networking event that introduced them to a remarkably well-run private club. To claim deep regard for Yu Haidong would be an overstatement, especially given that Elder Ji had a biological son of his own. Yu Haidong possessed keen self-awareness on this point. He had never designed the event with the expectation of relying on Elder Ji's intervention. After exchanging pleasantries with several dignitaries, Elder Ji prepared to depart, mindful that time spares no one. Having bid farewell to several longtime acquaintances, he exited the performance hall accompanied by Yu Haidong. At the grand entrance, Elder Ji clasped Yu Haidong's hand and said, "I understand your intentions. I am old now. I can offer you little assistance. Among these men, only Huasheng stands upright and holds some personal rapport with me. The others." Elder Ji shook his head slowly. "I know, father. Please return home and rest early. You've already done me a great kindness by coming here in person. Family speaks as one tongue. When you're free, come visit me for tea." The elder gazed upon Yu Haidong with quiet pride, eyes brimming with tender satisfaction. "Your mother watches over you from heaven. She must be overjoyed to see you flourish. I'm off now." As Yu Haidong watched Elder Ji's car recede into the distance, a complex tide of emotions welled within him. Back inside the hall, performances resumed, and the other singers he had engaged began taking the stage one by one. Though none matched Mei Yanfang's breathtaking artistry, their caliber far surpassed that of ordinary nightclubs. Each influential figure maintained his own exclusive social circle. Adjacent to the main performance hall, several acoustically isolated lounges and private salons, lavishly appointed and exquisitely decorated, had been specially designated. Each lounge featured plush sofas, a private bar counter, a humidified cigar cabinet, telephones, and other amenities. Coupled with the polished, attentive service of hostesses, these spaces evoked for the elder dignitaries the opulent grandeur of a gilded age. As the program grew increasingly modern and rhythmically dynamic, the main hall gradually filled with younger patrons, its atmosphere softening into one of relaxed conviviality. Yi Zimei glided gracefully toward the microphone at center stage, clad in a form-fitting sapphire blue cheongsam that accentuated her elegant silhouette. "Next, please welcome Miss Mei Yanfang, performing once more, Dream Companion." Even as Cyan's gazes lingered upon her shapely figure retreating toward the stage's edge, Mei Yanfang reappeared, stunning the audience anew. Oversized metallic earrings, stacked bracelets, and long hair styled in vintage finger waves. She wore a shimmering gem blue short blazer jacket and matching high-waisted shorts, both embroidered with sequins. Her legs were sheathed in black stockings laced with iridescent glitter, and she stood tall in boldly embellished platform heels. Her ensemble fused retro charm, modern flair, playful wit, and commanding authority, a true sovereign stepping onto her throne. At the first note of the prelude, the lighting exploded into kaleidoscopic brilliance, vibrant, kinetic, alive. Colored spotlights spun rapidly, pulsing in perfect sync with the electronic beat, igniting the entire venue. A driving drumbeat surged forth. Mei Yanfang's earlier smoky, soulful timbre transformed into a bright, soaring resonance. The gaslight cast shadows upon the street, 2 earthworms entwined. It shines upon 2 young lovers, hearts drawn close in tender devotion. In silence they kiss, to defy the ice, the chill. Evening breezes lift her long skirt, softly drifting northward. 10 professional dancers, 5 men, 5 women, joined her on stage dressed in coordinated retro-futuristic costumes inspired by the 1980s, simpler than Mei Yanfang's, yet stylistically unified. Their choreography was sharp, powerful, and infused with jazz and street dance elements. Precise, energetic, impeccably synchronized. Mei Yanfang interacted seamlessly with them, sometimes centered, surrounded by movement, sometimes leading the ensemble in signature moves. She embodied the chameleonic mastery of a true diva, commanding the stage, electrifying the crowd. Freed from parental oversight, the scions and heiresses now unleashed their own vivacity. The performance hall became a vast discotheque. Hostesses invited by gentlemen joined the dance floor in spirited unison. The atmosphere soared to fever pitch during Dream Companion. Mei Yanfang instantly became the new idol among all the scions, not admired in word alone, but lavished with genuine, extravagant patronage. If fathers are heroes, sons must be valiant. When patriarchs present flower baskets, how could their heirs fall short? Who dares proclaim himself top patron before such company? Staff assigned to carry floral arrangements became the busiest people in the venue. The existing staff proved wholly insufficient. Even hostesses stationed as background decor were pressed into service as porters. Fortunately, Yu Haidong had anticipated this, having witnessed the frenzied rocket barrage of future live streams. He had stocked ample ammunition. Flower baskets formed concentric moats encircling the stage. The song plays on. The baskets must not cease. Someone shouted, and the command instantly took hold. Hostesses immediately amplified the fervor. Young Master Li, magnificent. Young Master Gua, truly magnificent. Such unabashed flattery may seem crude, but human nature thrives on precisely this. The heiresses proved no less fervent. They were utterly captivated by Mei Yanfang's poised, aloof, and fiercely independent aura, as if she embodied the life they had never dared live, their undisputed elder sister. She's absolutely fierce. Wow, I adore her. Mei Yanfang, Mei Yanfang, Mei Yanfang. When women commit, men fade into irrelevance. Sons are raised frugally, daughters lavishly. Which magnate would ever chastise his daughter for spending? Once the heiresses joined the floral onslaught, the machine gun barrage escalated into a full-blown bullet screen deluge. You must not pursue further. All is already lost. Dream Companion ended with startling abruptness, as though a remote control had slammed down on pause, cutting the music mid-breath. No lingering cadence, just clean, decisive finality. Mei Yanfang, unable to contain herself, offered a simple, heartfelt thank you. During rehearsals, the planned finale had been precise. Voice ceases motion, halts, a bold pose strikes, and darkness swallows the stage as she vanishes into the shadows. Backstage, Mei Yanfang found Yu Haidong waiting behind the curtain, and sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Yu Haidong smiled. On stage you reign supreme. No explanations needed. You are the elder sister. His words, delivered with unshakable authority, left Mei Yanfang utterly speechless. All right, off you go to rest backstage. After allowing the crowd a moment to settle, Yu Haidong stepped onto the stage. First, on behalf of Miss Mei Yanfang, I extend our deepest gratitude to all distinguished guests for your extraordinary generosity. Thank you. Please enjoy a brief intermission. We shall conduct our live draw in 5 minutes. Hostesses courteously informed the dignitaries of the upcoming lottery. Except for a few engaged in weighty negotiations, most returned to the main hall. Yu Haidong stirred a large box, drew 3 ping-pong balls, and announced 3 seating numbers. They belonged to Shun by Huasheng and Bao Chuanwang. Whether the draw was truly fair mattered little to anyone. Firstly, no one took Yu Haidong's so-called prizes seriously. What value could any prize possibly hold? Could it rival the club itself? And even the club's worth paled before the scale of their wealth. They merely wished to see what novelty he might unveil next. Moreover, no winner would face challenge. The few present who outranked them were negligible in number. Yu Haidong personally handed sealed envelopes to the 3 winners. Shunbai immediately moved to open his. Yu Haidong smiled, gently suggesting he wait until returning home, but Shunbai replied with equal grace, our custom is to open gifts in front of the giver. He hadn't taken the envelope seriously, yet after glancing briefly at the letter inside, he swiftly tucked it away. A flicker of shock crossed his face. You're right. I should honor local custom. Shin Bis' deliberate concealment could not escape the notice of the prominent figures present. A shared question arose in their minds: what was written on that piece of paper that made the super big boss Shun Bai so nervous? The other 2 prominent figures, Huasheng and the Ship King, had originally placed the envelope on the tea table beside them. Upon witnessing Shun Bis' reaction, they casually picked up the envelope and slipped it into their pockets. So the question arises, what was concealed within the envelopes of these 2 big shots? Shortly after the black card storm had dissipated, another wave regarding envelopes struck their minds. Damn it, how long is this wife's surname going to torment me? The few people who had just been engaged in a secret conversation in the small hall returned to the main hall, oblivious to what had just transpired. Jokingly, he asked someone he knew who won the grand prize. Let me guess, is it the new black card? Huh. The self-proclaimed humorous joke earned him a strange expression from his friend. These are all the sharpest minds among people. Even without others responding, he instantly realized that he might have missed out on something far from insignificant. His old friend did not answer, but instead signaled him with his eyes to observe the surroundings. He had experienced this eerie atmosphere many times before, whether at antique auctions, landmark bidding events, or stock trading floors. Curiosity, regret, envy, jealousy, hatred, suspicion. One could read many emotions, yet insignificance was entirely absent. When those who missed Shun Bis actions learned of the events that had transpired, they felt they might have missed out on 100 million. Those strange emotions began to churn within their hearts. Soothing music played once more, covering the bizarre atmosphere in the venue. Someone attempted to chat with Yu Haidong, but the arrival of two uninvited guests interrupted everything. Two middle-aged foreigners walked through the crowd and approached Yu Haidong. After exchanging a few words, they entered a small hall and tightly closed the door. Aren't those the secretary from the governor's office and the deputy director of the police force? Yes, what are they here for? Could it be? After a brief discussion, the guests returned to their socializing, though many occasionally glanced at their watches and casually stole a look at the small hall. Sometimes the time spent conversing is truly more important than the content. After 18 minutes and 55 seconds, yes, someone was timing the conversation in seconds, Yu Haidong opened the door and the three smiled as they walked toward the main hall. There the three exchanged a few more words, and from a distance the atmosphere of their conversation appeared quite pleasant. Finally, Yu Haidong shook hands with the two and watched them leave before returning. This time, when Yu Haidong rejoined the guests, more people gathered around him. Moreover, the atmosphere was clearly no longer as awkward as it had been at the beginning, as if Yu Haidong had always been one of them. They praised him for being young and capable, for his quick wit, and for his impressive appearance. Nabijian even invited Yu Haidong to chat with him about the insights behind the planning of the black card when he had time. These individuals who had long dealt with foreigners could see through Nabijian's thoughts at a glance. As a fellow big boss, he too was fixated on the envelope Shunbai had received. They are all cunning foxes, or what are they pretending to be? He looked down on the English ghosts who, despite being plainly impoverished, still pretended to uphold the facade of their crumbling empire. Once a no-sunset maritime empire, it had just faced a 60-40 split with a small South American nation earlier this year, yet they still had the audacity to flaunt their achievements. It might work on the uninformed populace, if it weren't for the fact that everyone was still working under the watchful eyes of the English ghosts who would willingly kiss their dirty feet. As a big boss of Jardine Matheson, Nabijian's face still had to be given its due respect. Sir Xiao also joined Yu Haidong's circle of conversation, saying, "Boss, thank you for your hospitality today, especially the performances at the venue, which were truly refreshing. I would like to invite Miss Mei Yanfang to participate in our TVB program. What do you think?" "Thank you, Sir Xiao, for your kindness. I'm sure Sister Mei will be very happy." "That's wonderful. Here is my private number. I hope we can connect soon and achieve cooperation." After saying this, he took the business card his wife handed him and gave it to Yu Haidong. Zhou Wenhui did not rush to join the competition for Mei Yanfang. His company Jiahe was in filmmaking, while Shaw Brothers Studio had practically lost its market share in the film industry. Even if he waited until TVB made Mei Yanfang a star, it wouldn't be too late for Boss Zhou to collaborate with her. Of course, this doesn't mean there shouldn't be discussions about cooperation intentions today. He simply wanted to have a detailed conversation with Yu Haidong after this event. Some curious individuals tried to subtly inquire about what the lucky prize was during their conversation with Yu Haidong, but he merely described it as a trivial matter related to feng shui and fortune-telling. As for whether the other party believed it or not, that was not his concern. Even if they later learned the answer from those three people, Yu Haidong would still respond this way, as he had not lied. Pleasant time always flies by in the blink of an eye. Before they knew it, the gathering had reached deep into the night. Considering that everyone had expressed their admiration for Miss Mei Yanfang's songs during previous conversations, Yu Haidong suggested that they listen to one more song before concluding the evening. Some returned to their seats while others stood in place to enjoy. The bright lights dimmed once more, changing to an orange hue. Mei Yanfang changed into a gown with a large train featuring a phoenix embroidered in gold thread against a deep black backdrop adorned with a lavish hairpiece and a strikingly dramatic makeup look. She transitioned from the modern queen to the tragic heroine once again. The lighting simulated the glow of a setting sun, casting a light from behind her and outlining a lonely silhouette in the center of the vast stage with a backdrop of swirling burning clouds. The slanting sun is infinitely helpless, shining brilliantly for just a breath. The luster that dissipates with the clouds and colors will never return. The years drag on, enduring the changes of this life. Like floating clouds gathering and dispersing, entwining this weary countenance. The song was powerful and desolate, reaching a peak of emotional impact. All conversations came to a complete halt, and whether in the main hall or the private conversation area, the prominent figures were solemnly immersed in this epic performance. Even the most frivolous young ladies fell silent, awed by this overwhelming aura. The song abruptly halted at its climax, leaving a lingering echo. The lights gradually dimmed, leaving only a warm yellow spotlight illuminating Mei Yanfang as she stood with her head held high before it too extinguished. Silence. After several seconds, a deafening and fervently enthusiastic applause suddenly erupted, lasting for an extended period. Many prominent figures even stood up to applaud voluntarily, marking the highest level of tribute for the night. Some young ladies even had tears in their eyes, clapping one moment and covering their mouths with both hands the next, their chests heaving with excitement. The stage lights brightened again, and this time Mei Yanfang did not disappear, but stood in the center of the stage bowing in gratitude to various angles, while savoring the applause from the prominent figures. The appreciation from the guests translated into action once more as the stage was once again surrounded by countless flower baskets. The late-night gathering concluded with Song of the Setting Sun heralding the rise of a future superstar in the music industry. And tomorrow Hong Kong will welcome a new dawn with a victorious smile on Yu Haidong's face. The Rolls-Royce glided slowly into the underwater tunnel heading toward Hong Kong Island. Shunbai rubbed his temples and withdrew an envelope from his breast pocket, unfolding the letter within to read it carefully. Feign a frontal assault on the plank road while secretly crossing at Chunsong. Architectural optimization can resolve the registry transfer. The first half of the letter was in Chinese, a language Shunbai did not understand. Yet the latter half was in English, and the term registry transfer struck a sharp, sensitive chord within him, a problem that had haunted him relentlessly these past days. As the helmsman of HSBC, failure to resolve this issue would steer the colossal vessel straight into an iceberg. He tucked the strategic memorandum back into his inner pocket and pressed a button to lower the partition separating him from the driver's compartment. Please arrange a meeting with Mr. Yu Haidong as soon as possible, and do so with utmost courtesy. Yes, sir. His secretary seated in the front responded promptly, her voice tinged with surprise. After bidding farewell to all guests, the opulent heavy doors of Jinbi Huanghui closed slowly, sealing off the night's darkness and clamor beyond. Inside, a space still resonated with the echoes of unparalleled luxury, awe, and triumph, yet now settled into a profound, almost reverent hush. The air lingered with the mellow fragrance of premium cigars, the delicate sillage of rare perfumes, and the unmistakable lingering aura of elite society. Then a far more visceral, exuberant energy surged forth like a tidal wave, flooding every corner with unrestrained jubilation. Hooray for Brother Dong! For Jinbi Huanghui! A security guard from the inner hall could no longer contain himself. He threw his arms skyward in ecstatic fervor, his voice cracking with exhilaration. That cry ignited a fuse, instantly detonating an entire evening's pent-up euphoria. Whoosh! Bravo! Even more thrilling than printing banknotes. We've truly struck gold tonight. Cheers, whistles, raucous shouts, and thunderous thuds as fists pounded sofa backs reverberated like thunder throughout the main performance hall. Those black-suited guards, who moments earlier had stood rigid as ramrods, faces stern and impassive, now shed all restraint. Some pounded their own chests, others leapt onto chairs, their faces alight with incredulous, uncontainable elation. The female hostesses shared in the joy too. Trained as they instinctively turned towards Sister Hong. After a moment of poised hesitation, she let out a delighted "ow" and joined the celebration with unrestrained glee. At once, all the hostesses surrendered to the tide of revelry. Didi wrapped his arms around Liang Quan's neck, spittle flying as he cried, "Damn! Ah, Quan, did you see it? Did you see it? Mr. Host secretary pulled out a wad of cash for tips, thicker than my phone book. My eyes nearly popped out of my head. We've truly struck a gold mine." Liang Quan's face burned crimson, his usual composure utterly abandoned as he clapped Didi fiercely on the back. "Shut up. I'm counting. Tonight's earnings must be at least 7 or 8 million. Insane. If this continues daily, within a year, all of Hong Kong will belong to us." Their thoughts echoed those of nearly every junior staff member present, swept away by this staggering, visible torrent of wealth, convinced they had discovered an inexhaustible fountain of fortune. Meanwhile, Sister Hong, the matriarch overseeing the vast core of hostesses, felt not only elation but also a deep, vindicated pride. She addressed the cluster of equally ecstatic hostesses beside her, many of whom were top-tier talents she had personally recruited from rival venues. "Sisters, do you see it? No longer must we endure our clients' condescension. With professionalism, knowledge, and poise, we earn our wealth honorably and proudly. Who dares underestimate Jinbi Huanghui's hostess team when we step out into the world? Sister Hong speaks truth. Tonight is only the beginning. Let us remember Brother Dong's expectations and never tarnish this dignity. From now on, we must strive even harder to truly deserve tonight's achievement and rewards." Her words were met instantly with fervent agreement from the women. Watching former skeptics, those who'd once grumbled about rigorous training, now glow with pride and conviction. Sister Hong's admiration for Yu Haidong deepened yet further. The busiest person that entire night was 13 Mei, entrusted with coordinating and tallying all floral tributes. Now at Yu Haidong's silent prompting, she bounded onto the stage and seized the microphone still standing there, her voice trembling, even cracking with emotion. "A-T-T-E-N-T-I-O-N. Brothers, sisters, please be still. Listen." Gradually the crowd hushed, every gaze locked onto her, breathless and expectant, awaiting the final heart-stopping figure. 13 Mei drew a deep, steadying breath, as if anchoring her heart before it burst from her chest, then glanced at the report in her hand, its weight seeming to press down like 1,000 caddies. Summoning every ounce of strength, she roared, "I hereby announce The grand opening night's floral tribute revenue for Jinbi Huanghui is, she deliberately paused, stretching the suspense until the hall fell utterly silent. Only ragged breathing remained. 10,486,700 Hong Kong dollars. Wow, wow, wow. The roar swelled so violently it seemed poised to shatter the massive crystal chandelier above. Cheers, shrieks, even tears of overwhelming joy, erupted. Over 10 million, earned in a single night. In 1982, such a sum would dominate the front page of any major newspaper society section. It could purchase several luxury mansions. Wow, it's truly over 10 million. 10 million. The crowd descended into absolute frenzy. Yu Haidong observed the carnival-like spectacle with a calm, unruffled smile. He stepped forward onto the stage and gently raised his hand, then swept it downward. The roaring hall stilled instantly. Every eye, whether gleaming with euphoria the guards, blazing with excitement the hostesses, or sparkling with exhilaration the waitstaff, fixed upon him, radiating awe and reverence. Brothers, sisters, Yu Haidong's voice, amplified and clear, resonated across the hall, calm yet resonant with quiet authority. You have all worked incredibly hard tonight. No hardship at all. Serving Brother Dong is our honor. A thunderous, unified roar erupted from the floor, raw, heartfelt, electrifying. Tonight's success belongs to each and every one of you. His gaze swept slowly across each flushed, radiant face. Your professionalism, your dedication. Yu Haidong sees them, remembers them. Therefore, he paused, then declared with commanding clarity, all staff tonight, regardless of position, shall receive double bonuses. Security brothers and hostess sisters alike shall receive an additional generous red envelope. And every tip collected tonight remains entirely yours. Jinbi Huanghui retains not a single cent. Wow. Thank you, Brother Dong. Long live Brother Dong. Another deafening wave of cheers and gratitude crashed through the hall. Liang Quan, Didi, Sister Hong, 13 May. Yu Haidong turned to his core team. Bring forth the prepared drinks and delicacies, immediately. You've labored all night. Now it's our time. Drink freely. Eat heartily. Celebrate without reserve. Yes, Brother Dong. All four replied in unison, voices strong and resonant. At once, Jinbi Huanghui transformed into a sea of jubilation. Waiters hurried about, pouring champagne, beer, sodas, and serving exquisite hors d'oeuvres in endless succession. The music shifted to vibrant, energetic disco beats, lights pulsed and danced, intensifying the festive atmosphere. Holding a flute of champagne, Yu Haidong moved gracefully among the crowd, graciously accepting toasts and congratulations. He exchanged warm pleasantries with Mei Yanfang and the performing singers, thanking them sincerely for their contributions. Once he completed the rounds, he summoned Sister Mei, then signaled discreetly to Liang Quan, Didi, Sister Hong, and 13 Mei, and led the way toward a quiet VIP lounge. They followed immediately, knowing full well their boss had something pivotal to discuss. Closing the soundproof door, most of the noise from outside was cut off. Yu Haidong gestured for a few people to sit down while he leaned against the wine cabinet. So what do you think? Don't you all feel like we've struck an endless gold mine? From now on, we can just lie back and count the money. Yu Haidong smiled, getting straight to the point. Liang Kuan, being the most straightforward, exclaimed excitedly, of course. 10 million in one night. Just from overseeing the venue and protection fees, we haven't made this much in 10 years. Big D couldn't help but nod. Damn it. I never thought the nightlife could be this profitable, faster than robbing a bank. Hong Jie and 13 Sister also looked at Yu Haidong, clearly shocked by the numbers, anticipating a bright future. Mei Jie, joining the core circle meeting for the first time, was a bit confused and didn't know what to say. Yu Haidong purposely had her sit there because he needed her to be aware of what he was about to discuss. Looking at them, Yu Haidong shook his head, his smile fading and turning serious. If you think you can expect the same income every night from now on, then the splendid place is not far from closing down. The group was taken aback, showing confusion. Do you really think tonight's income of over 10 million is purely because of our good service, Mei Jie singing well, and the PR team looking glamorous? Yu Haidong posed the question. Isn't it? I saw them captivated, having a great time. 13 Sister cautiously asked. It's part of it, but definitely not the main part. Yu Haidong walked to the table, picked up a pen, and wrote the number 10 million on a large sheet of paper, then circled it. You all know about the Million Walk charity that started 10 years ago, which has reached about 5 to 6 million annually by this year. Last time, the King of Chartered Boats initiated a fundraising project for a hospital, which was roughly the same amount. After finishing, Yu Haidong divided the circle on the paper into 3 unequal parts with his pen, showing it to everyone. Tonight's income is essentially opening capital competition bonuses, old chicken uncle's face value. He looked at the puzzled group and explained in detail. First, the opening capital. This is the top-tier circle in Xiangjiang, which values rules and face. When we issue black cards and invite them, they won't come empty-handed. Sending flower baskets and tipping is akin to attending charity fundraisers or auctions. They will decide how much to contribute based on their status, venue, and content. For those like Shun by Baosheng and Huosheng, they can send the most luxurious flower baskets. For them it's as ordinary as us spending a few hundred on tea, but this number represents their status, and they can't send less nor too much. Naturally, others will refer to that standard and decrement accordingly. This is the rule, not consumption. Just look at the report in Xiao Xiao's hand, and you'll understand. Liang Kuan and Big D seem to ponder. Second, the competition bonuses. You wouldn't think that Sir Xiao and Brother Zhou sending flower baskets is purely out of rivalry, right? If it were just the two of them, perhaps maybe it would be. But with so many top bosses present today, that wouldn't happen at all. Whoever sends more carries more face. This kind of rich competition bonus is contributed by those young masters and ladies. Third, old chicken uncle's face value. Yu Haidong pointed at one part of the circle with his pen. This portion of money is income beyond the plan. In other words, if old chicken uncle hadn't come, we wouldn't have earned this tonight. His words acted like a splash of cold water, instantly awakening the group who had been caught up in excitement. Yu Haidong's words also served as a reminder to Mei Jie not to think that the flower baskets sent by those people were meant for her. Thus, Yu Haidong concluded, tonight's income of 10 million is the result of timing, location, and harmony, all factors combined, a one-time miracle. It is not something that can be replicated through the daily operations of my venue. He glanced at the four. Although everything tonight was free, our future daily income will rely on drinks, table fees, genuine customer spending, and a portion of stable regulars' tips. These are the fundamentals that provide steady income. I estimate that achieving a turnover of 1 to 2 million each night in the future would be extremely successful. You need to understand this gap. Liang Kuan scratched his head and chuckled, I get it. So tonight was the big shots collectively opening the floodgates to celebrate our opening. From now on, we need to rely on our real skills to make a living. Exactly. Yu Haidong nodded. So let's not get carried away by tonight's excitement. What we need to do is transform tonight's momentum into long-term customers and reputation. We must use the best service and top-tier enjoyment to retain these esteemed guests and attract more wealthy patrons. And not rely on collecting 10 million in capital fees every day, understand? Got it. Everyone replied in unison, the fervor in their eyes fading, replaced by clarity and determination. Okay. Yu Haidong smiled. Let's go out and celebrate with our brothers and sisters. It's right to be happy, but we need to be aware in our hearts. D and Liang Kuan arm in arm walked out, discussing where to take the brothers to have a feast. Hong Jie understood what Yu Haidong was about to do and stopped 13's sister from trying to pull him out for drinks, catching up with the two in front. Yu Haidong called out to Mei Yanfang, who was heading outside, closed the door, gestured for her to sit down, and took a seat on the tall stool across from her. How do you feel? Yu Haidong asked with a smile, his gaze sincere. I mean, how does it feel to stand on that stage and sing those songs? Mei Yanfang took a deep breath, seemingly still savoring the moment, then genuinely exclaimed, it was exhilarating. It was truly exhilarating. Her words were filled with evident excitement. I've never sung 3 completely different styles on stage before, but each song felt like it was tailor-made for me. Moreover, she paused to organize her thoughts, and the audience below were all big shots. But I wasn't nervous at all. I feel like it was your songs that gave me strength. Shoo. Yu Haidong immediately made a hushed gesture. Did we not agree not to bring this up? I certainly don't want to be bothered to write songs in the future. Oh, I almost forgot. Mei Jie stuck out her tongue. Yu Haidong nodded in satisfaction. That's because you sang well, and your singing skills and aura can handle them. Do you know Sir Xiao was very impressed with your performance? Mei Yanfang's eyes lit up. Being noticed by such industry giants was undoubtedly a huge affirmation. Really? But it's all because you gave me the opportunity to sing these 3 great songs. You are the one with the strength to handle it. Yu Haidong waved his hand, his tone becoming more serious. During the intermission, he even specifically asked me if he could invite you to participate in a TVB program. I said I wanted to check your thoughts first. Mei Yanfang was taken aback by the question, thought carefully, and said uncertainly, I don't know. No worries, think about it when you get back. After finishing, he took out a check and handed it to Mei Yanfang. This is your payment for tonight. Seeing the number on it, she was stunned, her mouth agape. 200,000. Having grown accustomed to terms like a modest goal or a shuang, 20,000 hardly carried any shock value. Yet at that time, the so-called Big Three of the music industry, Hu Guanjie, Guanjingjie, and Luo Wen, commanded merely 1.0 to 1.5 per single performance. Su Xiaofeng, then at the absolute zenith of her career, earned only 8.0 to 9.0 for an entire month's performances in nightclubs. For Mei Yanfang's family troupe, half a year's earnings wouldn't even reach 200,000. Tonight, after singing just 3 songs, she could already afford property in Kowloon. How could such a reality fail to astonish her? As for the floral baskets gifted to Mei Yanfang, truth be told, she had long known their exorbitant price and thus never imagined they would ever belong to her. Though floral basket revenues from various night spots were nominally shared with performers, the actual share each singer received, or was permitted to receive, was strictly governed by unspoken rules. Nearly everyone in Hong Kong considered themselves half a Jianghu figure, artists perhaps more than half. In the Jianghu, accepting what did not rightfully belong to you invited consequences everyone understood all too well. Many singers upon joining a new venue could not pocket even their first, and sometimes not even their first 3, paychecks. Veteran performers, introducers, band members, floor managers, security personnel, costume designers, makeup artists. Every single gatekeeper demanded tribute. Neglect even one, and you'd inevitably suffer a catastrophic fall. In truth, Mei Yanfang had already steeled herself to work unpaid for months. After all, her boss had invested so heavily in her. Yu Haidong had even staked his entire fortune on this unknown newcomer. Was he running charity? Moreover, she had already received a relocation allowance. What more could she possibly demand? Holding the check, Mei Yanfang hesitated, then handed it back to Yu Haidong. Elder, Brother Dong, I cannot accept this money. Why not? If I take it, I'll lose my voice and my peace of mind. Mei Yanfang spoke without lifting her head. I know my own worth. Without your investment, without the songs you wrote for me, I'd still be that girl singing on street corners and in nightclubs alongside my elder sister. To have performed tonight is fulfillment enough for a lifetime. But should I ever falter, what could I possibly repay? Her voice trembled, tears falling onto the arm that held the check. Yu Haidong pressed his lips together and lowered his gaze. Very well, I'll hold it for you. Come claim it whenever you feel ready. What was the first thing people did upon striking it rich in Hong Kong? 99% would answer by a car. In this city where every inch of land commanded astronomical value, owning a car signaled not merely wealth, but income at least double that of the average person. Even if the car was gifted, free of charge, the first registration tax still applied 40% of the vehicle's value payable in full upfront. License plate fees were paid annually, ranging from HK300 to HK400, depending on engine displacement. Add insurance, parking fees, fuel, cross-harbor tolls, fines. And assuming a HK100 vehicle, conservative estimates placed the first month cost at HK4600, dropping to no less than HK150 monthly thereafter, equivalent to a clerical worker's salary. So once you'd resolved to become a prime scallion, ready to hand over your money, was that all? No, you couldn't, even if you wanted to. You had to wait in line. At that time, large roll and roll-off vessels didn't yet exist. Cars leaving the factory first had to gather at ports. Securing a suitable shipping date took weeks, minimum. And that was for standard production models. Expensive European luxury vehicles were mostly custom-ordered, no longer mass-produced, requiring order placement far in advance. From order placement to factory delivery, 6 months was the bare minimum. Hong Kong's distributors, typically small-scale, lacked both capital and storage space for large inventories. Back then, purchasing a car, from deposit to driving away, took at least a year. Those with connections might shorten it to 9 months. Thus, in Hong Kong at the time, impressing a romantic interest truly required nothing more than owning a car. Buying cars wasn't solely about flaunting wealth. It was a practical necessity for golden splendor. 3 bosses, 2 supervisors, and 1-star singer couldn't possibly rely daily on minibuses or brawl for taxis. Yu Haidong and his 2 partners certainly weren't foolish enough to queue up like ordinary buyers. Once the car buying plan was formalized, Didi was the first to propose, approaching Sai Kung's Dasha. The matter surprised Yu Haidong. This world's Dasha bore no resemblance to the hapless fool whose skull had been shattered by a few petty thugs. First, Dasha had previously belonged to the Washing Tong Triad and maintained ties with the Shui Fong. He also knew Didi. Second, he controlled the largest and most diverse inventory of smuggled vehicles in Hong Kong. Hong Kong residents seeking water cars almost invariably went to Sai Kung. Nestled in remote eastern New Territories, Sai Kung was nature's perfect smuggling haven. Its coastline was the most convoluted and intricate in all of Hong Kong, laced with countless coves, fishing villages, and typhoon shelters, sparsely populated and ideal for small boats to load and unload unseen by marine police or customs. Second, Sai Kung boasted deep-rooted maritime human resources, seasoned sailors, expert helmsmen, and tight-knit clan networks offering protection. Third, following Hong Kong's industrial transformation, Sai Kung was left with numerous abandoned factories and warehouses, ideal for concealing vehicles. Finally, as a remote rural area, Sai Kung was vast, sparsely inhabited, and under-policed, making law enforcement crackdowns exceedingly difficult. The Shah had joined a triad in the 1960s, commanding legions of underlings. He had reigned over Sai Kung for years. Though the Washing Tong had since splintered, the Shah aligned himself with no major syndicate, remaining an independent Dai Lo. Whether Hing or Tung Sing, any syndicate operating in Sai Kung had to pay him deference or tribute. He was the undisputed king of Sai Kung. Yu Haidong, Didi, and Leung Kuan boarded Leung Kuan's veteran minibus and departed the glittering bustle of Yao Tsimong, winding along serpentine roads toward the Sai Kung Peninsula in New Territories. The closer they drew to Sai Kung, the more the landscape diverged from the city's claustrophobic glamour, expanding into open suburban vistas tinged with a quiet desolation. Didi, intimately familiar with the route, steered the vehicle into a colossal derelict auto yard nestled in a seaside mountain hollow. Rusted hulks of scrapped vehicles piled skyward, forming a jagged iron jungle. The air hung thick with the briny tang of sea wind, the acrid scent of rust, and the pungent aroma of motor oil. Deep within the yard, however, lay a hidden world. Several massive corrugated iron sheds stood connected end to end. At their entrances loitered young men in sleeveless vests streaked with grease, some squatting silently smoking others tapping tools against metal, eyes sharp and wary as they sized up the arriving troop carrier. The D stepped out first and called out to a man who appeared to be a foreman. "Hey, you don't recognize me, D. Tell Brother Shah I've brought my boss to view the cars." The foreman recognized D, his wariness softening slightly. "Oh, it's Brother D. Wait, I'll tell the boss right away." He turned and dashed into the largest shed. Moments later, a thunderous voice boomed from within. "Damn, who the hell's got the nerve to barge in like this?" "Oh, it's you bastard, D." A towering, broad-shouldered figure emerged, the unmistakable Shah. His gaze swept over to D, then lingered on Liang Kuan, beside him finally, settling on Yu Haidong, whose bearing held less Jianghu roughness, more quiet reserve. "Brother Shah, this is my boss, Yu Haidong," D hurriedly introduced. "Brother Dong, this is Brother Shah." Yu Haidong. Shah stroked his chin as if dredging memory. "Oh, the young fellow who caused a citywide sensation last night. Opened that golden splendor. TSK, impressive stuff. Indeed, the Jianghu always caught wind fastest. Brother, do you flatter me? It's just a modest business, nothing compared to your dominion over Sai Kong and your carefree life." Shah glanced at Yu Haidong's clean hands, then at his own greasy palms. He chuckled softly, casually wiped them twice on his trousers, and firmly shook Yu Haidong's hand. "Ha ha, refreshingly straightforward. I love dealing with men like you. So, what kind of car have you got your eye on? Don't think I'm boasting. I can get you any four-wheel fuel-burning machine you name. One phone call, same-day purchase, same-day shipment. I've heard your inventory here is exceptional. I came today specifically to see it for myself. Let's take a look at something elegant, preferably in stock if possible." Yu Haidong stated his purpose. With a sweep of his hand, Shah said, "Follow me," and led the three men into the largest shed. Inside, the space opened up dramatically, brightly lit and cavernous as though belonging to another world entirely, utterly removed from the scrapyard outside. Neatly arranged were 2 or 3 dozen vehicles of every make and model, from Mercedes-Benz to BMW, even several American muscle cars and Japanese performance coupes. Without exception, each gleamed flawlessly, its surface mirror bright, a testament to meticulous restoration and expert refurbishment. "These are just ordinary stock, meant for young heirs and nouveau riche," Shah remarked dismissively. He gestured casually toward the rows before striding to the farthest corner of the shed, where several vehicles lay shrouded beneath heavy canvas. "Here, take a look at this one." With a sharp tug, he yanked away the first tarpaulin. Out emerged a sleek, imposing black luxury sedan, square-shouldered, stately, radiating quiet authority. It was a Mercedes-Benz, but broader, heavier, and more commanding than those displayed outside. Mercedes-Benz Pullman, Armored Edition. Though an older model, its armor plating is thick enough to stop bullets, and its laminated glass can withstand AK-47 fire. Its V8 engine may not be the fastest, but it delivers unwavering stability and absolute security, essential for any high-profile figure. Shah slapped the roof proudly as he introduced it. Yu Haidong nodded thoughtfully, but remained silent. Shah then pulled aside the second tarpaulin. A flash of brilliant crimson instantly seized everyone's gaze. A low-slung, sinuous, aggressively styled two-door Porsche 911 SC 930. Its iconic frog-eye headlights and fastback silhouette shimmered under the lights, exuding pure, unadulterated driving passion. "Whoa, Porsche!" Liang Kuan blurted out, eyes wide and fixed, nearly lunging forward. "Damn, you look like you've never seen a woman before." Shah teased with a laugh, then patted the roof triumphantly. Porsche 911 SC 930. The turbo's younger sibling, yet no less ferocious. A 3.0-liter flat-six rear-engine rear-wheel drive. This is no mere car, it's a true driver's machine. It's not for playboys chasing girls. It's for those who crave raw, visceral engagement. Floor the throttle, and that surge of acceleration hits your chest like a well-placed punch. Exhilarating beyond words. Does it suit your taste? Liang Kuan was already spellbound, circling the car, murmuring reverently, "Perfect. Absolutely perfect." Yu Haidong smiled faintly. This car indeed matched Liang Kuan's flamboyant spirit. Already immersed, Liang Kuan had slipped inside to explore the cockpit, while Shah guided the others to the third tarpaulin, which fell away with a soft rustle. There stood a silver-gray luxury sedan, long, refined, emanating unmistakable British aristocratic poise. Its lines lacked the sharp angularity of German engineering, instead flowing with seamless grace. Elegant, yet undeniably powerful. The leaping silver Jaguar emblem gracing its hood confirmed its identity. Jaguar. D's eyes lit up, instantly captivated beyond resistance. "Stunning, isn't it, D?" Shah swung open the weighty door. Jaguar XJ 12 Series 3. This is no ordinary specimen. It's a meticulously selected and restored masterpiece. Take a look at the interior. He pointed inside. Full leather upholstery, walnut trim. Sitting within feels like stepping into a gentleman's club in Mayfair. But don't let its polished demeanor deceive you. He lifted the hood. "Look, See for yourself. Beneath lay a roaring 5.3-liter V12 beast. At rest it purrs like a cat, but press the throttle and all 12 cylinders awaken in unison, delivering relentless whisper-quiet power, smooth as liquid silk. This, truly, is the gentleman assassin. D gazed upon the Jaguar, genuine affection in his eyes, his fingers tracing its flawless gleaming body. Shah approached the final tarpaulin and dropped it, revealing a silver-gray sedan parked in serene stillness. It bore none of the Pullman's gravitas, nor the 911's audacity, nor the XJ's classical refinement. Its contours were fluid, modern, radiating restrained technological sophistication and latent power. Its signature kidney grille and blue and white roundel proclaimed its lineage. BMW 728 IE23. Shah brushed dust from his palms and asked, "So, any of these caught your eye?" "Yeah. All of them. All of them. If my brothers like them, we'll buy them," Yu Haidong replied calmly. Shah glanced at D and Liang Kuan, still enthralled inside their chosen cars, then back at Yu Haidong. He'd already sensed that those two vehicles had been Yu Haidong's selections from the start. Impressive. Shah gave a thumbs up. Whether praising Yu Haidong's boldness or magnanimity remained delightfully ambiguous. Armored Mercedes HK500, Jaguar HK200, Porsche HK100, BMW HK100. I admire you. All at 20% off. Nowhere else in Hong Kong will you find such value. Indeed, the price was extraordinarily generous. Yu Haidong offered a slight appreciative smile. "Thank you, Brother Da." "Thank you, Brother Da," echoed both men still seated inside their cars, faces alight with exhilaration. D having secured a vehicle worthy of his stature, Liang Kuan fulfilling a childhood dream. "Ha, trifling matter. From now on we're family." Shah slung an arm around Yu Haidong's shoulders, warmth evident in his embrace. Through the window, Yu Haidong casually scanned the yard once more, his gaze gliding over the orderly rows of comparatively ordinary, yet still immaculate vehicles, before asking, "Brother Da, how about your everyday workhorses? What's their quality like? Suitable for office use, or for sending our men out on errands?" Shah paused, surprised by the question, then answered promptly, "Absolutely. We've got them in abundance. Every brand, Toyota, Nissan, Mazda, new models, pristine condition, fair pricing. Here's the plan, brother, to help me select 6 sedans, black uniform model, impeccable condition. They'll serve as our official fleet. 6 vehicles. Again, 6. Though individually far less expensive than the luxury models, their aggregate cost was substantial." Shah's eyes sparkled anew. "No problem. Leave it to me. I'll handpick the newest, most lustrous, quietest running Nissan Bluebirds you've ever seen. Price guaranteed to be fair." He thumped his chest, his smile, now warmer, more sincere. Today's deal had already dwarfed his usual turnover. Drawing Yu Haidong aside, Shah clapped him on the shoulder. "Young master, you impress me. You chose a BMW for yourself, yet outfitted your men with top-tier vehicles. Truly magnanimous. I'm delighted to meet a brother so refreshingly forthright and far-sighted. Don't rush off. Do me the honor, let me host you for a taste of Sai Kung's local specialties. Our seafood is 10 times fresher than anything in Hong Kong Island. After dinner, all paperwork will be finalized. You'll drive home tonight. How does that sound?" Yu Haidong agreed readily. "Excellent. Thank you for your hospitality, Brother Da." "Precisely. Let's talk at length." Delighted, Shah immediately called out to his subordinate, Pei Pinyo. "Arrange an extravagant feast at the pier." "Yes, boss." Inside a stilted wooden shack by the seaside, facing the ocean, several people gathered around a large round table. A colossal steamed humphead wrasse, salt and pepper mantis shrimp, each as thick as a human forearm, crispy crab stir-fried, in Bohemia-style sauce fragrant enough to awaken the senses, blanched prawns glowing vividly, crimson scallops steamed, with garlic and vermicelli, and clams stir-fried, with black bean and chili. The table overflowed with seafood. Though the presentation lacked the refinement of a luxury hotel, its sheer abundance was irresistibly appetizing. "Go ahead, help yourselves. Try this steamed humphead wrasse caught fresh this morning, still leaping and thrashing. The finest craftsmanship in the village, truly rivals any high-end restaurant in the city." Shah warmly invited the guests, personally serving Yu Haidong. He took a bite, the fish tender, sweet, and perfectly cooked, far surpassing the stale second-hand stock sold in urban markets. Excellent indeed. You've gone to great lengths, Brother Shah." It's humble here, but we serve only one thing: freshness." Shah proudly raised his glass. "To our partnership today, cheers." All 4 lifted their glasses and drained them in unison. After 3 rounds of toast, the atmosphere grew warmer, and they began addressing each other as sworn brothers. Sensing the moment ripe, Yu Haidong set down his chopsticks and asked casually, "Brother Shah, your auto yard is massive, your network vast. Besides selling cars, have you ever considered expanding into related ventures?" "What kind of venture?" "Your skilled artisans spend every day dismantling, repairing, and refurbishing mangled metal shells. Surely such talent is wasted on scrap alone. Is it fitting for masters of their craft to devote themselves solely to ruined parts?" "Brother Shah, I'm young. I speak plainly without pretense or restraint. You're holding a golden bowl while begging for alms. Dasha set down his chopsticks and leaned back. His face, moments earlier beaming like a blossoming flower, hardened instantly into that of a stern, formidable man. Seeing the tension rise, D coughed lightly and boomed. This fish is truly outstanding. Dasha jabbed a finger at him. Silence. Then he pointed at Yu Haidong. You speak. Yu Haidong remained utterly relaxed, speaking at a measured, unhurried pace. Brother Sha, you know who visited my shop last night, and what cars they drove. None were inferior to the one I bought today. What's it got to do with me? I didn't sell them those cars. Dasha's tone had already turned sharp. People eat grain and fall ill. Even the most careful drivers encounter mechanical failure. When their cars break down, where do they go for repairs? Where they buy, there they repair. Do you expect them to drive all the way to our fishing village? Exactly. Mercedes-Benz owners turn to authorized dealers like Renfu Auto. BMW drivers head to Hong Kong BMW Ltd. Others seek out official agents like Inchcape, all offering maintenance services. They supply genuine OEM parts, but at exorbitant prices. Even if tycoons disregard cost, long appointment wait lists and slow turnaround times remain unavoidable. Repairs take weeks at minimum, or months at worst. Would time-sensitive magnates willingly wait? Most small business owners and heirs driving luxury or sports cars acquired theirs through gray market channels, or via obscure, unconventional routes. So tell me, when their vehicles break down, require servicing, or need replacement parts, where can they possibly go? Dasha's expression shifted. Irritation faded, replaced by rapt, searching curiosity. Yu Haidong, throat dry, emptied his half-filled beer glass in one swallow. Dasha immediately rose and refilled it. Authorized dealers. They'd be lucky not to call the police, accusing you of trafficking stolen goods, just to show restraint. Street-side garages. No offense, but they might manage Toyotas or Hondas adequately. But a V12 engine. He glanced at D, or a horizontally opposed 6-cylinder turbo. His gaze shifted to Liang Quan. Can they handle those? Even if a rare master mechanic could, where would they source authentic OEM components? Ultimately, they'd still have to find their way, through circuitous paths, to you, Brother Sha. Most importantly, Yu Haidong's voice deepened sharply. Would the wealthy entrust their million-dollar status symbols, vehicles embodying prestige and power, to some greasy, nameless roadside stall perpetually teetering on collapse or sudden disappearance? Would they not fear tampered or substituted parts? This barrage of questions struck Dasha like successive cannon blasts, leaving him speechless. He opened his mouth. Perhaps he'd sensed these truths subconsciously, yet never so clearly systematically laid bare before him. Liang Quan and D stared dumbfounded. Anyone could see Yu Haidong wasn't posing problems. He was unveiling opportunity. Yu Haidong's vision unfolded steadily. My newly opened golden splendor has already attracted clients of this caliber. They share a common, unspoken frustration when their treasured vehicles malfunction. It becomes deeply troublesome. Across all of Hong Kong, no establishment exists that is simultaneously trustworthy, technically peerless, rigorously discreet, swift, efficient, and exclusively dedicated to serving their elite circle. So why not proactively meet this demand? Why not collaborate to launch Hong Kong's most exclusive, professional, invitation-only automotive care salon, guaranteed, confidential, and unparalleled? I'll secure the clientele. You, Brother Sha, will provide core expertise, a team of master technicians, and access to Hong Kong's finest OEM and salvage parts. We'll build a gleaming, state-of-the-art workshop on Hong Kong Island, dedicated solely to maintaining the finest automobiles in the territory and command premium service fees. And we'll strive not merely for excellence, but for singularity. We'll offer white-glove concierge service. Clients need only make a single call. We dispatch impeccably dressed, rigorously trained specialists in courtesy vehicles to central office towers or peak mansions, collect their cars with utmost care, perform maintenance flawlessly, and return them pristine, saving our clients their most precious resource, time. We'll even provide premium courtesy vehicles, complimentary, immaculate luxury cars of equal stature available during service periods. Such services exist nowhere, not across Hong Kong, nor anywhere in the world. Only you, Brother Sha, and I possess the capability to deliver them. These are true bespoke services, unreplicable, irreplaceable, and inherently scarce. As Yu Haidong spoke, his knuckles tapped rhythmically against the table, a steady, resonant pulse striking deep into Dasha's heart. Golden Splendor itself is the ultimate living advertisement. I guarantee once open, demand will flood in. The wealthy will queue for service. Cars lining up all the way to the Cross Harbor Tunnel. Daily earnings will fill sacks. Slam. Dasha slammed the table again, this time leaping to his feet, face flushed crimson, neck veins bulging with exhilaration. Damn. Brilliant. Brother Dong, you're absolutely brilliant. What a fool I've been. Of course. These rich bastards hate trouble above all else. And they cherish time more than anything. For years I've dealt in gray market cars, living in fear of police raids and dealer reprisals, yet never imagined I could operate openly, honorably, and lucratively within this very system. He paced the room like a lion long caged, finally spotting the exit. gesturing wildly, striding with unrestrained fervor. Exactly. Authorized dealers ignore them, street garages disgust them. This enormous succulent prize has hung untouched. No one dared claim it. Brother Dong, you're a genius. This idea is worth 1,000 gold pieces, no 10,000. It's pure alchemy, turning base metal into gold. No, we must swear brotherhood. Right now. Yu Haidong's visionary strategy laid out the blueprint for the automobile maintenance center with crystalline clarity, pointing directly toward a future of boundless wealth. His words not only utterly won over Liang Quan and Big D, but also stirred Desha to such emotional fervor that he could barely contain himself. Desha's voice, hoarse with excitement, trembled almost imperceptibly. Desha, I've roamed the underworld for half my life, carved out a name for myself in this tiny corner of Saikong. I've seen fighters, seen ruthless men, seen the wealthy, seen the powerful, but someone like you. This is truly my first time. He slammed his palm against his own temple. You're young, bold. That's no surprise. What astounds me is your mind. What you just described, I'd never even dared dream of it before. Yet the moment you spoke I knew, yes, that's exactly how it must be. That's precisely how we must act. His passion mounting, he strode around the table and stood before Yu Haidong. His massive frame, like an iron tower, tilted forward ever so slightly, assuming a posture verging on reverence. Desha drew a deep breath, his gaze sharpened with solemn intensity, exuding the dignified aura of an old-school underworld elder. You are a dragon among men. You will soar to extraordinary heights. I, Desha, am a rough man, a local snake in Saikong, dealing in shadowy trades unfit for polite society. Logically speaking, partnering with you is already an honor beyond my station, a fool's fortune. His tone shifted, turning grave and resolute. But today you shared this vital plan with me, holding nothing back, trusting both my character and my craft. I accept this bond of loyalty and gratitude. I may not have studied books, but I know the old ways. I feel a kinship with you. I admire your integrity and your ability. I propose we swear brotherhood. These words struck the private room like a boulder dropped into still water, ripples of astonishment spreading wide. Liang Quan and Big D stood frozen mouths agape. Yu Haidong himself paused, slightly taken aback. He had anticipated Desha's enthusiasm, his deeper commitment, but never imagined such traditional, unvarnished directness, a proposal of sworn brotherhood. Brother, we're merely partnering to make money. Must we go this far? It seemed Desha read Yu Haidong's hesitation. I know you're a man of grand ambition, unwilling to entangle yourself in underworld affairs. Rest assured, outwardly you remain Mr. Yu, the respected boss. Inwardly I recognize only you as my younger brother. What say you? At this point refusal would shatter the bond irreparably. Yu Haidong took a slow, steady breath. Very well. Since brother Desha holds me in such esteem, to decline further would be sheer arrogance. I accept you as my elder brother. Excellent. 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 Overjoyed, Desha exclaimed thrice, his face crinkling into radiant laughter as if he'd just claimed a priceless treasure. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Huh. He rubbed his hands together gleefully and shouted toward the door. Pei Pine Yo. Get in here. What is it, brother Desha? Go fetch the elder patriarch. We shall hold a formal oath ceremony. Yu Haidong had assumed a cinematic ritual. Chopping a rooster's head, drinking blood wine, would suffice. Yet he hadn't reckoned with Desha's profound reverence for ancestral rites. The traditional ceremony left Yu Haidong quietly awestruck. Desha summoned several revered village elders, the patriarchs and great-uncles, to serve as witnesses. Under their guidance, Yu Haidong learned the full sequence and strict protocols of the rite. Sworn brotherhood traditionally involved an odd number of participants, 3, 5, or 7, to symbolize unity and unwavering solidarity. When only 2 swore brotherhood, termed dual covenant or life and death pact, the procedure mirrored larger ceremonies, yet incorporated specific adaptations and taboos to counteract the inauspicious symbolism of duality. A senior elder, of higher generational rank than both men, was required to witness and vouch for the oath, thereby fulfilling the symbolic role of an odd-numbered third party. The two entered the village ancestral hall, washed their hands, and knelt before the statue of Lord Guan. An altar was set with the lesser 3 sacrificial offerings, pig, chicken, and fish, and prepared with yellow paper, red paper, a ceremonial dagger, wine bowls, incense, and candles. One elder voice, resonant and authoritative, declared, brothers, all today is an auspicious day under heaven's favor. 2 noble brothers, Tung Sing and Yu Haidong, bound by shared spirit and mutual trust, seek to emulate the ancient peach garden oath before Lord Guan, forging a golden orchid bond and becoming sworn brothers for life and death. We gather here as solemn witnesses. First, the heaven declaration. Right, please step forward, offer incense to Lord Guan, and bow deeply. After offering incense and kowtowing, the 2 raised yellow paper and recited the vow in unison. Yellow heaven above, thick earth below. Today Tung Sing and Yu Haidong, though 2 in number, unite in heart and virtue, pledging to mend heaven's flaw and seal our life and death covenant. From this day forth, where he lacks, I shall supply him. My life he shall share. Fortune we shall enjoy together. Hardship we shall bear together. In life we shall never betray one another, in death we shall never forget. Should either break this vow, heaven and earth shall rage in fury, the 5 thunderbolts shall strike, and gods and men alike shall condemn. May heaven bear witness. Bowing thrice again before Lord Guan, they jointly ignited the yellow vow paper and candle flame and burned it in a bronze basin. Though ranked as elder and younger brother, their movements during the rite were perfectly synchronized and symmetrical, signifying absolute equality, neither superior nor inferior. The elder then intoned once more. 1 cup of blood wine. Drink it, and you become life and death brothers. Let each draw blood into his wine, exchange hearts and livers, and let our bloodlines flow as one. Here the rite diverged from larger oaths. Rather than sharing a single cup, each drank his own blood wine simultaneously, and neither cup was to be shattered upon finishing. The elder proclaimed to exchange cups, not vessels, is to ensure eternal wholeness of sentiment. They swapped wine bowls, then handed them to the witness, who placed them reverently upon the altar. Turning back to the two, the elder declared, from this day onward, Chungayan is the elder brother, Yu Haidong the younger. This fraternal hierarchy is ordained by natural order, never to be disturbed. Remember well these 3 prohibitions. First, never let your hearts drift apart or betray virtue. Second, never raise arms against one another. Third, never sacrifice loyalty for profit. A brother's cause is your own cause. A brother's enemy is our common enemy. May you both uphold this vow faithfully, walking side by side, honoring Lord Guan's loyalty and righteousness, and embodying the unbreakable trust of sworn brothers. Together they inscribed their birth dates, year, month, day, and hour, onto 4 red papers. 1 was burned, 1 entrusted to the witness, 1 given to elder brother Desha. By tradition, the 4th should have been enshrined in the ancestral hall, or archived within the Triads' secret records. But Yu Haidong belonged neither to the village nor to any Triad, so the final paper remained in his keeping. The elder then faced all present and proclaimed aloud, "The rite is complete. Congratulations to Chung Guian and Yu Haidong, sworn brothers by choice, not blood. May your stars shine in tandem and your brotherhood endure eternally." Desha burst into hearty laughter, pulling Yu Haidong into a fierce embrace, his palm broad as a fan thumping hard against Yu Haidong's back, his joy overflowing. "From now on you are my younger brother. Any who dare deny you respect, dare defy me." Desha, Liang Quan, and Big D rushed forward, clasping fists in salute. "Congratulations, brother Desha. Congratulations, brother Dong." Outside the ancestral hall stood dozens of Desha's most trusted lieutenants and captains. "All of you, watch closely. This is my sworn younger brother. Bow and greet him, big boss." The assembled gangsters bowed deeply and shouted in unison. In high spirits, Desha ordered a feast, inviting everyone present to drink and celebrate together. His demeanor toward Yu Haidong transformed instantly, warm, intimate, fiercely protective, genuinely embracing him as family. A boisterous banquet stretched from morning until dusk, when Yu Haidong's pager suddenly chimed. Returning the call from Desha's office, he rejoined the table and said, "Elder brother, there's an urgent matter at the shop. I must return immediately." "An urgent matter? Do you need a hand?" Although Big Fool was drunk, the vigilance of a Jianghu person remained. "No trouble at all, brother Fool," Yu Haidong smiled. "Just an important guest who wants to meet me tonight to discuss some matters." "Oh, an important guest. It must be a big deal." Big Fool suddenly realized, happier than if he had closed the deal himself. He suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. "Oh no. Look at me. I was so busy drinking and celebrating that I almost forgot the main business." He shouted outside, "Skinning cow. Tell them to come over immediately." Before long, a low and pleasant engine sound came from outside the window. A silver-gray BMW 728. I was the first to slowly arrive and stop at the entrance of the restaurant, its lights drawing elegant beams in the twilight. Following that, Big DS silver-gray Jaguar XJ12 and Liang Kun's striking red Porsche 911 SC also arrived in succession, 3 luxury cars parked side by side, exuding an impressive aura. At the back was a black, bulletproof Mercedes-Benz Pullman, accompanied by 6 uniformly shiny black Nissan Bluebirds lined up like a silent guard. All the vehicles were washed spotless, shimmering under the afterglow of the setting sun. Folders containing license plates and related documents were neatly placed on the front passenger seats of each car. "Adong." Big Fool put his arm around Yu Haidong's shoulders, leading him to the parking lot, pointing at the fleet in front of him, and said grandly, "These cars, all the paperwork is complete. You can drive them away right now. These cars are a gift from your elder brother to celebrate our meeting. No need to talk about money. Talking about money is looking down on me, Big Fool, and looking down on the bond we forged while dealing with the chicken heads and burning yellow paper." Yu Haidong was indeed taken aback. This gift was too hefty. Those 4 luxury cars, along with 6 official vehicles, totaled around 2 million. "Brother Fool, this gift is too much." "No more nonsense." Big Fool interrupted him directly, his eyes glaring with undeniable dominance, revealing the majesty of the king of Saigon at this moment. "If I say it's a gift, it's a gift. Who dares to refuse? You are my little brother, and it's only right for me to give you something." You are starting your business, and as your elder brother, shouldn't I gift you something grand to celebrate? Consider these cars my congratulatory gift. If you keep refusing, it's as if you don't acknowledge me as your elder brother." His words were resolute, filled with the stubbornness and generosity of an old Jianghu person, leaving no room for Yu Haidong to decline. Yu Haidong looked at Big Fool's serious and somewhat stubborn expression, knowing that this was not mere politeness, but his most direct way of expressing brotherly affection. To refuse further would only hurt the hot-blooded camaraderie they had just forged. He nodded heavily. "All right. Since you as the elder brother say so, I as the younger brother will graciously accept this generous gift. Thank you, elder brother." "Haha, that's more like it." Big Fool, seeing Yu Haidong accept, immediately beamed with joy, happier than if he had earned money himself. Between brothers it should be this straightforward. But he seemed to feel that this was not enough, and then proposed an even bolder decision. Not just these cars. That automotive maintenance center we talked about earlier. All the money, all the investments, renting the shop, renovations, buying equipment, hiring people. All of it will be on me. Adong, you only need to find customers and tell me how to deal with those wealthy people. When we make money, we brothers will share it slowly. I, your elder brother, have not been educated. I lack culture, and my brain is dull. I can't handle things like a refined person. You, as the younger brother, just need to keep an eye on things. If there's anything that needs to be done, just instruct my subordinates to handle it." This time, even Big D and Liang Kuan were completely stunned. This was no longer generosity, it was a total investment of all he had into Yu Haidong. Yu Haidong felt waves rising in his heart. Big Fool's action, seemingly a huge loss bearing all costs and risks, actually contained great wisdom. This meant that all of Big Fool's wealth and technical prowess were completely bound to Yu Haidong, fully trusting Yu Haidong's intellect and a brilliant platform to bring returns far exceeding the investment. This was a selfless Jiang hubbing it all in. "Skinning cow, come here." Big Fool patted the shoulder of the incoming person. "This is also my little brother. If you need anything, just tell him to handle it. If he cannot handle it, let me know, and I will take care of it myself. Call someone." Big Fool shot a glare at Skinning Cow, who immediately bowed to Yu Haidong. "Elder brother." Yu Haidong took a deep breath and nodded, saying no more polite words, as some sentiments weighed heavier in his heart than on his lips. He extended his hand and firmly shook Big Fool's rough, yet powerful hand, saying, "Elder brother, rest assured. I will not disappoint your trust. This maintenance center will surely become the most profitable automotive club in all of Hong Kong. I believe in you." Big Fool replied with a firm grip, patting Yu Haidong's shoulder, everything unspoken. On the way back, the three of them sat in the Mercedes-Benz with a convoy sent by Big Fool following behind them. The convoy of 10 brand new luxury cars attracted the attention of passers-by. There was no need for police to clear the way. No vehicles dared to cut into their convoy, either yielding or keeping their distance. Even the patrolling traffic police took a few extra glances at the license plates, rummaging through their memories for information. No impression who got a new car. Liang Kuan, driving the car, finally couldn't hold back. "Damn. Adong, I feel like I'm dreaming right now." He slightly reduced the speed to let the following convoy catch up, looking through the rearview mirror at the long line, and said to Big D in the front passenger seat, "Pinch me, see if this is real. Are we really just bringing back the entire convoy like this? Not spending a single cent. Adong even has a sworn brother who is the king of Saigon." Big D was a bit stronger than Liang Kuan, yet was equally exhilarated. He touched the soft leather seat beneath him, glanced at the swiftly passing scenery outside, and spoke with emotion, "This is not a dream. All of this is real. Brother Dong, I, Big D, have seen and followed many big brothers, but I have never seen anyone like you. Not only do you know how to find water, but you also know how to find people." After a long time, Yu Haidong, who was sitting in the back and sobering up, finally spoke. "Brother Fool is now family, not just an ordinary partner. When we meet, there must be rules and respect. Understood? Got it, won't get it wrong." Yu Haidong nodded and continued. "Earlier at the store they said Shun Bis secretary was waiting for me. I'll head out tonight by myself. Shouldn't I follow you?" Big D turned to Yu Haidong. "No need, the store can't be left unattended. Also, I guess you should be wrapping up soon. Think about what comes next." Yu Haidong stretched his arms over the backrest of the rear seat, speaking pointedly. "We have the cars now, but we still don't have a parking spot." Big D straightened up, looking through the windshield at the traffic blocking his way, his hands clasped, cracking his knuckles. Liang Kuan slammed the accelerator. The powerful engine of the Mercedes-Benz responded to the command, quickly speeding past the car in front, with the engines of the following convoy roaring loudly, closely pursuing. In the resplendent surroundings, Yu Haidong met with Shun Bis secretary. Leaving Liang Kuan and D behind, he took the dedicated car to meet Shin Bai. Initially, Yu Haidong thought that someone of Shun Bis stature would either choose a high-end public venue like the Peninsula Hotel or a private club. However, the car drove straight into Central, weaving through the narrow streets. Yu Haidong had a foreboding feeling. Could someone have bribed Shin Bis secretary to set him up here? At that moment, he even regretted not bringing D along. The car finally stopped beside an inconspicuous old street. Yu Haidong looked out the window at a traditional Hong Kong-style tea restaurant that seemed quite old. With green iron windows, a faded sign, and a menu stuck to the glass, the restaurant was dimly lit, seemingly closed, yet two well-dressed foreign security personnel stood at the entrance, nodding slightly as the car arrived. The secretary had already gotten out to open the door, and Yu Haidong followed Shun by into the tea restaurant. The security personnel silently pushed open the glass door. Inside, the tables and chairs were neatly arranged, but the air still carried the unique scent of milk tea, pineapple buns, and disinfectant. "Please have a seat." Shunbai, seated inside, stood up and gestured for Yu Haidong to sit across from him. The secretary and bodyguards quietly stood at the door, ensuring absolute privacy. "Thank you for coming, Mr. Yu. Please forgive my abrupt invitation." "Not at all. It is an honor to receive an invitation from the chairman of HSBC." After exchanging pleasantries, both took their seats. Shunbai glanced around the tea restaurant, filled with a bustling atmosphere, a hint of complex nostalgia reflected in his eyes. He slowly spoke, his tone no longer that of a precise and sharp business magnate, but rather infused with a rare personal emotion. "Mr. Yu, have you heard of the officer trainee program?" Seeing Yu Haidong shake his head slightly, Shunbai continued, "In HSBC's early days, there was a very unique system that mimicked military training for talent cultivation. They recruited young university graduates from the local area and then sent them to various overseas branches for training, aiming to cultivate loyal and skilled professionals. Actually, it's not particularly unique. Thousands of years ago, Huaxia had a similar way of cultivating the talents it needed, which we called E2. Shunbai hesitated for a moment, nodding slightly with a hint of apology. "You see, even though I've spent most of my life in the East, some things are still hard to change. My apologies." Yu Haidong merely smiled and kept silent, signaling Shunbai to continue with the topic he had not finished. "In 1953, after I had just finished my service in the Royal Navy, I arrived in Hong Kong as an HSBC officer trainee. I was only 26 then, a young man just entering the workforce. Still jet-lagged, I was completely baffled by this somewhat chaotic, vibrant, and overwhelming city. It was in this restaurant that I had my first Chinese meal. I ordered some dishes I couldn't pronounce and ended up with a plate of noodles topped with 2 fried eggs. Later I learned that it was called sauté beef with double eggs. It was messy and greasy, but absolutely delicious. I sat here watching the hustle and bustle outside, listening to the rapid Cantonese that I couldn't understand, and thought to myself, this truly is a unique place in the world. Over the years, that feeling has never left me. This city, it runs deep in my bones." Yu Haidong listened quietly, not interrupting. He could sense that Shunbai's words were not merely nostalgic, but were setting the stage for something deeper. Shunbai sighed, his tone turning somewhat emotional, even tinged with a hint of helplessness. "From being a foreign exchange trader at HSBC to my current position, I have spent a significant portion of my life here. I have watched it grow, and I have prospered alongside it. In many ways, I consider it home. I sincerely wish for its well-being." He shifted the conversation, his gaze sharpening as he looked at Yu Haidong. "However, to understand it and truly comprehend it are two completely different matters. Language, culture, those subtleties, they are elusive and can even drive one a bit crazy." He leaned slightly forward, his blue eyes squinting, revealing a hint of genuine confusion. "For example, Mr. Yu, your note used a phrase Ming Xiuzhan Dao and Du Qin Song. My translation is at a loss. It seems to refer to some ancient military strategy regarding Ming Xiuzhan Dao and Du Qin Song. What does that have to do with the Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking Corporation?" Finally, he had arrived at the true topic of the evening. Yu Haidong understood. Shunbai had meandered so long, yet his focus remained on the strategy contained within that note. He was unable to comprehend this proverb filled with Eastern wisdom, but it evidently struck a nerve, making him feel uneasy, yet curious, prompting him to meet Yu Haidong privately and seriously for advice. Yu Haidong did not answer immediately, but pondered for a moment, organizing his words. He knew that the upcoming explanation would directly impact Shunbai's perception of him and any potential collaboration. Yu Haidong slowly spoke, his tone steady. "Ming Xiuzhan Dao and Du Qin Song is indeed a strategy that originates from ancient Chinese warfare. Its core idea is to attract and confuse the opponent through a public and obvious action, thereby concealing another genuine secret intention." He observed Shunbai's reaction, seeing that the latter was listening attentively, and continued to explain in depth. "Before I explain Zhan Dao, we need to clarify whether my understanding of Chun Song refers to HSBC relocating its registered office from Hong Kong." Shunbai fixed his gaze on Yu Haidong's eyes, and after a long pause replied, "We can make such an assumption." Yu Haidong smiled and continued, "Applying Ming Xiuzhan Dao and Du Qin Song to the current situation HSBC faces seems most appropriate. HSBC has been rooted in Hong Kong for over a century, already a symbol of the financial lifeline of this city. Any public discussion or action regarding HSBC's relocation, i.e., the company moving its registered office away from Hong Kong, especially during this delicate period, would be akin to a massive earthquake, triggering unimaginable market panic, customer loss, and even strong political backlash. This is the Chun Song that needs to be quietly seized, the one everyone is watching and should not be touched." Shunbai's gaze became extremely focused, nodding slowly, urging Yu Haidong to continue. However, Yu Haidong shifted his tone, lowering his voice, yet making it clearer in the face of an uncertain future. It is a logical necessity for HSBC to seek a safer international structure and a more stable legal environment for protection. This genuine intention cannot be abandoned simply because the Tung Sing cannot be made public. So what should be done? He gazed intently at Shun Bai and said, "The answer is to build the road while repairing the bridge. Instead of making a fuss over the sensitive issue of relocation, we should rephrase it into a more technical and depoliticized business narrative. For example, in order to optimize the global management structure of the group, adapt to the needs of international development, and enhance financing efficiency and risk control capabilities, HSBC has decided to establish a new holding company in London or another suitable location, which will then acquire or hold the shares of the Hong Kong HSBC and other regional branches." With this, Yu Haidong revealed a hint of a wise smile, saying, "Legally speaking, the ultimate parent company of HSBC becomes this British company, enjoying the protection of British law and political environment, achieving a de facto relocation effect. However, on the surface, HSBC's operational entity in Hong Kong still exists. Business continues as usual, and employee stability minimizes the impact on the market and customers. Outwardly, we discuss structural optimization, flamboyantly building the road while repairing the bridge, while secretly completing the transfer of legal ownership, sneaking through the dark. This is my interpretation of that note, and I believe it is the most prudent and wise strategy HSBC can adopt under the current circumstances." After finishing, Yu Haidong said no more, leaving Shun Bai space to digest and reflect. The tea restaurant fell into a brief silence. Shun Bai leaned back against the chair, his gaze directed towards the night view of Hong Kong outside the window, his fingers tapping lightly on the table unconsciously. There was no expression on his face, but Yu Haidong could sense that the financial magnate's heart was experiencing tremendous turmoil. After a long while, Shun Bai slowly turned his head, refocusing his gaze on Yu Haidong, his eyes filled with incredulous amazement and a sharpness of reevaluation. "A holding company," he murmured, as if savoring the endless implications of this term, "a holding company. In London. Publicly, we discuss efficiency and global governance. Privately, we secure the necessary legal protection. Without ever mentioning the word relocation. This not only resolves HSBC's ownership issue, but also avoids causing tremors in Hong Kong's finance." He took a deep breath, and his gaze towards Yu Haidong became incredibly complex. "Mr. Yu, this is breathtakingly bold, yet exceptionally clever. This is a brilliant move. You are facing a political and commercial minefield, yet you proposed a graceful path." He paused for a moment, his tone carrying a hint of self-deprecation and genuine admiration. "And to think the key to understanding it lies in a 2,000-year-old Chinese strategy, which my entire advisory team overlooked. This city constantly reminds me how much I still have to learn." Shun Bai leaned forward again, this time his posture transformed from tentative to one of equality, even carrying a hint of seeking advice. "The idea of this holding company, the timing, the execution, will be immensely complex. Just the regulatory hurdles in London and Hong Kong are. Market reactions, even regarding the narrative of optimization, need to be managed with caution." Yu Haidong understood that Shun Bai had accepted and begun to deeply contemplate the core of this idea. He calmly responded, "Any great strategy is fraught with challenges in execution. But precisely because of its complexity and brilliance, it can shield most imitators and competitors, allowing the pioneers to gain the greatest advantage in time and space. HSBC possesses the top legal and financial teams. As long as the direction is clear, solutions can always be found for the details. As for the market, a carefully prepared, positively framed internationalization and modernization narrative is far easier to manage than a panic-driven rumor of withdrawal." Shun Bai slowly nodded, the hesitation in his gaze gradually replaced by determination. He looked at Yu Haidong as if he were gazing at a rare treasure. "Mr. Yu, your insights tonight are invaluable. Truly, they have given me much to ponder, perhaps a path I had previously failed to see clearly." He stood up and extended his hand. "Thank you for your time and candor. I hope this conversation remains strictly between us. Of course, it is my honor to provide you with some insights." Yu Haidong also stood up and shook hands firmly with Shun Bai. As Shun Bai was about to conclude today's conversation, he suddenly seemed to remember something and asked abruptly, "Mr. Yu, before we end this very constructive conversation, there is a question that has been troubling me. Given the trust we have just established and the potential for future trust, I feel I should candidly ask it." Yu Haidong nodded, signaling him to continue. Shun Bai paused, each word crystal clear. "I have looked into your background. It is very clean yet very simple. A young man who grew up in a village, who didn't even finish high school, but has struggled in society. The gap between your past experiences and the profound strategic vision, the exquisite understanding of international financial structures, and the wisdom referenced tonight is perplexingly vast." Shun Bai slightly leaned forward, the aura of a longtime leader creating a pressure far beyond that of their previous discussion of business strategy. "Mr. You can tell me how a young man who has not received top-notch education and has not been trained in an international financial center can grasp the deepest dilemmas facing HSBC and Hong Kong's future and propose such shrewd and practical solutions? I do not doubt your sincerity. I am purely curious, or rather, I need an answer that can help me thoroughly understand and feel reassured. Who are you? This question was like a precise scalpel directly piercing Yu Haidong's most core secret, his understanding and abilities that were entirely unmatched by his experiences. The air in the tea restaurant seemed to freeze in that instant. Yu Haidong's heart lurched at that moment, but his strong mental fortitude and the prepared response kept him from showing any signs of disturbance. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he slowly picked up the cup of milk tea on the table which had grown cold and was hardly touched, took a gentle sip, as if using those brief seconds to savor the weight of the question as well as the bitterness and aftertaste of the tea. Putting down the teacup, he raised his head to meet Shin Bis' probing gaze, his face not showing any displeasure from being offended, but rather revealing a candid smile. Neither of them even sat down. They stood across the dining table like boxers about to start a match, engaging in a face-to-face conversation. Sir Shinbai, your question is very direct and powerful. Thank you for your candor. Yu Haidong's opening remarks took Shinbai by surprise. You are correct in your investigation. I really haven't read much, and I didn't finish high school. By traditional standards, I certainly shouldn't be sitting here, let alone discussing HSBC's future strategy with you. But Sir Shinbai, do you believe that knowledge and wisdom can only come from textbooks in schools and libraries at Oxford and Cambridge? He did not wait for Shin Bis' response, but gently tapped the mottled tabletop with his finger. My university is the bustling mahjong parlor on Temple Street, shrouded in smoke and filled with voices. Since I learned to read, I have been immersed in that environment. To many, it is merely a place for gamblers' sweat and wins and losses. But to me, it is a microcosm of the entire society of Xiangjiang, an ocean of information. There are all kinds of people there, factory owners boasting about their stock market gains, trade managers complaining about customs taxes after losing money, construction foremen chatting about rising land prices while playing cards, and landlords calculating the details of each household. Each of them inadvertently reveals fragments of the city's operations, the fluctuations of the economy, the rise and fall of industries, changes in policies, and the greed and fear within people's hearts. Most people, Yu Haidong paused and emphasized, only hear the stories and see the wins and losses. But I have learned to listen for logic and observe patterns. I have learned to piece together the true appearance of this world from those scattered, even contradictory fragments of information. This is far more vivid, brutal, and direct than any economics textbook. Then he introduced a bit of Eastern philosophy. Moreover, mahjong itself is the best strategic teacher. Its essence lies not in the moment of winning, but in the calculations and gamesmanship throughout the entire process. For us Chinese, playing mahjong emphasizes controlling the next player, watching the opponent guarding against the previous player. He looked at Shun by trying to explain in the most vivid way, this is not just about winning for oneself. Controlling the next player means you need to manage the aspects directly influenced by you. Watching the opponent means you must closely monitor the movements of competitors on par with your strength. Guarding against the previous player means you need to be wary of those who can directly restrict you and the rule makers. Isn't this way of thinking the core of business and even international strategy? Isn't the situation of HSBC similar? You need to control the next player, the market, or watch the opponent, other British and Chinese financial giants. Guard against the previous player, the uncontrollable political factors. I simply applied the principles I learned at the mahjong table to a larger game. Shinbai leaned back slightly, and for the first time genuine surprise and contemplation appeared in his previously sharp gaze. He clearly had never considered the issue from this angle. Yu Haidong did not stop. He continued to deepen his argument. As for the systemic cognition and structural abilities you mentioned, Sir Shinbai, I admit that this requires learning. However, I believe the true essence of education is never merely about mechanically imparting knowledge. Such things become outdated. What it truly teaches is the method of learning and nurturing a patient and persistent habit of gradual continuous learning. He looked earnestly at Shun. I never had the opportunity to receive such training systematically in school. But I treated society as my classroom, considering every observation, every conversation, and every failure as a learning experience and an examination. I forced myself to look beyond surface appearances to the underlying logic, to think about why and how. My thoughts on HSBC were not formed overnight. They were based on my long-term observations of the Xiangjiang economy and my understanding of the power dynamics at play, culminating in countless nights of repeated reasoning, denial, and reconstruction after hearing news of negotiations between the two countries. This is a clumsy method of a self-learner, but perhaps it is precisely because there are no rigid frameworks that I can think of some unconventional solutions. Finally, he skillfully turned the topic towards Shun by himself. Sir Shinbai, please allow me to venture a guess. Is it true that your ability and vision, which have led you to preside over HSBC and become the financial king of Xiangjiang, were entirely learned in the classrooms of British universities? Isn't it rather the case that after coming to Xiangjiang on this land where East meets West opportunities coexist with risks through countless practical experiences, decisions, and even setbacks, you continually learned, comprehended, and grew? The classroom provided you with a foundation, but what truly made you was this University of Xiangjiang in practice as your stern teacher. After finishing, Yu Haidong picked up the glass of iced milk tea again, took a sip, and concluded this lengthy self-analysis and philosophical discourse. He showed no exaggerated expressions, simply waiting calmly, as if he had just stated an utterly simple fact. The tea restaurant fell into a long silence. Shinbai was completely lost in thought. He no longer looked at Yu Haidong, but lowered his gaze, staring into the dark coffee in his cup, his fingers unconsciously tracing invisible patterns on the table. Yu Haidong's words were like a key, unlocking his sealed memories and deeply buried realizations. He recalled his naivety when he first arrived in Xiangjiang, the decisions made amid countless market fluctuations, and how he gradually came to understand the complexity of this city and its unique operating rules. Indeed, many crucial things cannot be taught in any university. He suddenly understood why he felt an inexplicable admiration for this young man. Because in this young man he saw another form of daring to break through traditional shackles and limitations, much like himself in his youth. Only their paths diverged. One learned in the boardrooms of HSBC and global markets, while the other gained insights from the chaotic mahjong parlors and streets of Xiangjiang. Yet the core might share a commonality. After a long while, Shunbai slowly raised his head. All his doubts, scrutiny, and confusion had vanished, replaced by a newfound tranquility and unprecedented respect. His gaze towards Yu Haidong was no longer that of a banking magnate assessing an interesting young man, but more like looking at someone who, despite different paths, was in some respects a kindred spirit. Mr. Yu. Shunbai began, his voice much gentler than before, even tinged with a hint of emotion. Thank you. Thank you for giving me what has been the most enlightening conversation I have had in a long time. He shook his head slightly, revealing a trace of self-deprecating humor. You were completely correct. The most valuable lessons are indeed learned outside the classroom. The ability to learn, adapt, and distill essence from places where others only see chaos. That is the true knowledge. He straightened up, and this time his actions seemed more sincere and serious. He extended his hand to Yu Haidong. If my question seems presumptuous, I apologize. It does not stem from doubt, but from a genuine desire to understand. And you have given me a far deeper answer than I could have anticipated. Yu Haidong shook hands firmly with Shunbai. You flatter me, Sir Shunbai. Your questions are perfectly reasonable. Engaging in such in-depth dialogue with you has equally benefited me greatly. Shunbai nodded, and finally said, continue to observe, Mr. Yu. Keep learning. Xiangjiang needs minds like yours. No matter which side you stand on, it is true. I believe this conversation has given me a new understanding of you, as well as of the wisdom of Huaxiao and Xiangjiang. I also believe this is not our last conversation. Thank you again, my friend. Until we meet again. Shunbai left, but did not take his exclusive vehicle. His secretary, following orders, stood by the Rolls-Royce and opened the door for Yu Haidong. The elderly elder with white hair walked over with a purple sandalwood staff, his brows tightly furrowed. Dragonhead, are you really going to open a platform just for Liang Kuan? This is against the rules. Traditionally, there are 3 people on stage: the red cane, the white paper fan, and the straw sandals, none of which can be omitted. Jiang Tiansheng respectfully placed the golden rod back on the altar and turned to face the elder. Rules are set by people. Liang Kun's performance was resplendent, making his name known across Xiangjiang overnight and garnering prestige for the society. A brother like him deserves an exception. But elderly wanted to say something further, but was interrupted by Jiang Tiansheng raising his hand. Uncle, times have changed. Jiang Tiansheng's gaze swept across the courtyard. Every society is competing for territory now. We need talents like Liang Kuan. Today we open a platform just for him to let all of Xiangjiang know that Hongxing values and cherishes talent. Chen Yao hurried over. Today he served as the host with the white paper fan and wore a dark red long shirt. Jiang Sheng, the time is almost here, and all the decision-makers from the various halls have arrived. Jiang Tiansheng nodded. Let Liang Kuan prepare. Watching the elder sigh and leave, Jiang Tiansheng's previously smiling face turned extremely gloomy. These old folks cling to dead rules, discussing trivial matters. If they don't let Liang Kuan take the position today, he might become the hall master of another society by tomorrow morning. If it weren't for the fact that there aren't many halls in Hongxing, and there are many people competing for scraps, I would have directly appointed Liang Kuan as a hall master. Otherwise, perhaps. In the side hall, Liang Kuan changed out of his usual floral shirt and suit into coarse hemp clothing. The rough and heavy fabric was itchy against his skin. A straw belt was tied around his waist with 3 copper coins hanging at his side, gently clinking with his movements. He stood barefoot on the bluestone slab, feeling the cold seep directly into his head. 2 elders from Hongxing were making the final preparations for him. One was combing his hair with a peachwood comb, while the other was cleansing his face with mugwort water. During the ceremony, one must be sincere and righteous. The elder combing his hair said slowly, every step must follow the rules set by our ancestors. Not a single detail can be overlooked. Liang Kuan nodded, his gaze fixed on the blood-red mat in the center of the courtyard. Soon he would kneel there and take the position for Hong Sing's Si-San Air straw sandals. Recalling his return to the resplendent hall, he watched Yu Haidong leave in Secretary Shun Bai's car. After arranging for his subordinates to secure the car, before he could enter the nightclub, his boss dog uncle called him, saying they would be holding a ceremony for him tonight. Liang Kuan briefly explained to Didi and was hurriedly pulled away. "Time's up," Chun Yao shouted loudly. The courtyard was filled with the scent of aged sandalwood and fresh vermilion. 72 oil lamps were arranged on the ground in the shape of the bagua, their flames flickering gently. In front of the Guandi shrine, offerings of 3 animals and 5 fruits were placed with 3 thick incense sticks in the incense burner before the statue. The second route marshal wore a black satin long robe embroidered with dark golden clouds. He stood on the eastern side of the altar holding a roll of yellow silk containing the teachings of the ancestors. Hong Sing's dragon head Jiang Tianxing led the hall masters and over 10 elder uncles to sit on both sides in grand chairs. "Strike the bell." White paper fan Chen Yao elongated his tone. The bronze bell rang 3 times and all the doors and windows of the Tang building instantly closed, covered with black cloth. Liang Kuan stepped forward barefoot and knelt at the mat in the center of the courtyard. "Clean hands." Chun Yao handed him a copper basin. Liang Kuan submerged his hands in the rice-washing water, scrubbing 3 times before drying them with a white cloth. The second route marshal unfurled the yellow silk scroll, his voice like gold and stone. The Hong flag rises smoke across the 5 lakes. All disciples responded in unison. The sun and moon shine together, illuminating the 9 heavens. Brothers across the 4 seas unite. Blood oaths bind us in righteousness. The disciples of the Hongmen Li Qiankuan, the second route marshal said solemnly. Today, as an exception, we open the platform just for you, granting you the position of straw sandals. Do you know the significance of the straw sandals? Liang Kuan raised his head, his gaze firm. A pair of straw sandals travels the world, connecting the halls, delivering messages, visiting friends, and mediating disputes. I do not seek fame or fortune, but willingly serve as the stepping stone for the society. Chen Yao brought over a vermilion tray on which were 3 tokens: a serrated knife, a worn brush, and a chipped coarse porcelain bowl. According to the rules, the knife is selected as the red cane, the brush as the white paper fan, and the bowl as the straw sandals. Liang Kuan held the ceramic bowl with both hands. The vessel accommodates rivers and streams, nourishing all things. The second route marshal asked, "What is the use of the bowl?" "To hold rice for nourishing brothers, to contain wine for honoring heaven and earth." A 7-gene heavy copper basin was brought into the hall, mixed with rooster blood, vermilion, and white wine. Liang Kuan pricked his left middle finger, letting blood drip into the copper basin. He then followed the second route marshal in reciting the 36 oaths aloud. The first oath: "Since entering the home, your parents are now my parents." The second oath: "Brothers must help each other in times of trouble." The third oath: "Do not deceive your teacher or betray your ancestors." After reciting the 36 oaths, Chun Yao filled a bowl with the blood wine using a sea bowl. Jiang Tianxing took the lead and drank a mouthful before passing it to the elders and hall masters. When the blood wine returned to Liang Kun's hands, he tilted his head and drank it all. Jiang Tianxing retrieved a sandalwood box from under the altar. Inside, red silk lined a pair of brand new straw sandals. Straw sandals measure 3 feet 6 inches, step by step ascending the platform. Jiang Tianxing knelt on one knee, personally putting the straw sandals on Liang Kun's feet. As the hemp rope wrapped around his ankle, it left deep marks, and the red thread embroidered the character Hong on the heel, barely visible. After tying the final knot, he took the red flower cane and tapped it on Liang Kun's left shoulder. Left shoulder bears righteousness. The cane moved to the right shoulder. Right shoulder carries benevolence. Finally, he tapped it on his heart. Loyalty resides in the heart. Liang Kuan stood up and stomped the ground 3 times, the straw sandals striking the bluestone with a heavy sound. He received 3 sticks of high incense and placed them in the incense burner, the smoke spiraling upward towards the beams. Chen Yao presented the Hongxing roster, adding the words "straw sandals" under Li Qiankuan with a vermilion pen. Jiang Tianxing took out an ivory token with the character Hong carved on the front and connecting the 4 directions on the back. The position of straw sandals holds the power of connection. Jiang Tianxing placed the token in Liang Kun's palm. When walking among the halls, you must remember 3 rules. First, do not overstep your authority to transfer people. Second, do not privately collect fees. Third, do not misrepresent orders. Liang Kuan bowed and accepted the token, taking out a red envelope from his hemp clothing. Inside were 108 brand new red shirt fish offered to the elders as lucky money. This is the rule. Newly appointed individuals must pay their respects to the society's elders. At the end of the ceremony, Chun Yao brought 3 bowls of red flower wine. When the rooster crows 3 times, 3 bowls of blood wine. The first bowl is spilled on the ground to honor the gods. The second bowl is for honoring heaven and earth. The third bowl is handed to Liang Kuan. After Liang Kuan finished the blood wine, he smashed the bowl to pieces. Do not deceive the dragon head. Do not oppress your brothers. and do not leak secrets. If you violate this oath, your body will be the same as this bowl. The bell rang 3 more times and the doors and windows opened again. The evening breeze rushed into the courtyard, causing the flames of the oil lamps to flicker violently. Jiang Tianxing personally draped a black satin coat embroidered with the Hongmen emblem over Liang Kuan, replacing the rough hemp clothing. From today onward, you are the foundation of Hongxing, Jiang Tianxing said solemnly. Remember, though the straw sandals may seem insignificant, they are the branches of the society and an important step for you to become a hall master in the future. When you walk outside, you represent the face of Hongxing. Liang Kun's soles were made uncomfortable by the straw sandals, but he dared not show it on his face. Dragon Head, rest assured, Liang Kuan will never let the society down. The decision-makers and elders from the various halls came forward to congratulate him, and the atmosphere finally became less solemn. After the ceremony, the old straw sandals, the token, and the clothing were collected, waiting for the next qualified person to wear them. Liang Kuan finally achieved his wish, officially becoming a grass shoe from Cgio Zai. Although he lacked the glory of a red stick and the respect that comes with a white paper fan, this meant he was no longer a lowly lackey, qualifying him to open his own establishment and granting him a formal title and voice within the gang. After changing into a brand new suit, the iconic manic grin on his face subdued somewhat, yet the pride and ambition in his eyes seemed to be overflowing. Jiang Tianxing patted Liang Kuan on the shoulder, saying, Liang Kuan, today was a bit rushed, but you still need to work tonight. Tomorrow noon, or I'll help you set up a table at your establishment, and all the uncles and brothers will come to celebrate. Don't forget to be on time. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. I should be the one treating for this banquet. How can I let you spend your money? No need to be so formal with brothers. Ooh, just enjoy the meal. All right, I'll take my leave first. Yes, Mr. Jiang, take care. Watching Jiang Tianxing leave with the elder uncles, Liang Kuan gathered his thoughts and planned to take his car back. At that moment, a figure blocked Liang Kuan's path. This person was tall, and even in a loose suit, one could sense the explosive power contained within. His face was rugged, his short hair standing upright, and his gaze sharp like an eagle. Standing there, he resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, exuding a strong sense of oppression. He was none other than the spokesperson for the Hongxing Society, and Sim Sha Sui recognized as the #1 fighter, the prince. Kuan, congratulations, you've finally become a grass shoe. The prince's voice was loud and carried the strength unique to a fighter. He patted Liang Kun's shoulder with considerable force, carrying a hint of testing. From now on, we are true brothers. You must do more work for the gang. Though Liang Kuan was cocky, he restrained his arrogance in front of the prince, who was exceptionally powerful and had his business in the latter's territory. Smiling slyly, Prince, I'll be counting on you to look out for me in the future. My small operations can't compare to your strength in Sim Sha Sui. Hey, you can't say that. The prince waved his hand, walking alongside Liang Kuan. Your grand opening caused quite a stir. Even old G came out to support you. How impressive is that? Now who in the underworld doesn't know that Liang Kuan has found a big water source? It'll be hard not to rise to prominence in the future. The two exchanged pleasantries as they walked out of the tea house. The prince's attention was quickly drawn to a striking red color parked by the roadside, an elegantly designed low and fierce Porsche 911 SC, lurking like a predatory beast. Wow, awesome. Even the well-versed prince was taken aback by this brand new supercar. He walked around the car, his eyes revealing unmasked admiration and envy. A Porsche 911. The latest model. Kuan, is this your new car? Quite impressive. Seeing the prince's reaction, Liang Kun's pride peaked as he deliberately downplayed it, taking out the key and unlocking the door. It's not that expensive. The brother from Sai Kong is a friend of my boss. Just gave me a friendly price. Do you like it, Prince? Feel free to take a look. Your boss is friends with Big Silly. No wonder. No wonder. Your connections are indeed vast. Kuan, next time I buy a car, you must help me get a connection. That's easy, but it's just a matter of a few words. Come sit inside and give it a try. The prince genuinely loved sports cars, especially such performance beasts. He opened the car door, sat in the low driver's seat, touched the steering wheel, and felt the aggressive interior, exclaiming, nice car. It's really a nice car. Drive it out, no need to say anything, the ladies will automatically flock over. Liang Kuan leaned against the car, laughing. Prince, you're joking. Who doesn't know you, Prince, with your dual red sticks, and being the battle god of Hongxing? What car do you need to attract ladies? The prince stepped out of the car, casting envious glances before returning to the topic seriously. Kuan, with your establishment so grand, and right in Sim Sha Sui, the East Star gang is watching you closely. You need to be careful. Especially those two punks under the camel. Recently, I've heard rumors that they might cause trouble. At the mention of East Star, Liang Kun's expression darkened him. I know. Those punks who don't know their place dare to cause trouble at my establishment. Oh, I guarantee they will come in upright and leave sideways. Gangsters talk like this regardless of ability. They must first put on a front. Do you need help? The prince seemingly asked casually, but his eyes turned serious. His offer of assistance was not only out of camaraderie, but also a chance to closely observe the strength of Jin Bai Hui and connect with Liang Kuan's mysterious boss. Liang Kun's heart stirred. This was the perfect opportunity to strengthen his ties with the prince and showcase his own power. He readily said sure. It would be great if the prince is willing to grace us. So do you have time now? Come to my place, have a drink, and chat slowly. I'll give you a tour as well. Good. I've been waiting for you to say that. The prince was also a straightforward person and immediately agreed. At this moment, a middle-aged man who had been quietly following Liang Kun stepped forward. He appeared to be in his 50s, dressed in ordinary Tang attire with a thin build and an unremarkable appearance, even slightly hunched, making him stand out in a crowd. Only his seemingly murky eyes occasionally revealed a hint of shrewdness and weariness. He was Dog Uncle Liang Kun's early mentor. I also want to see some new things. Dog Uncle's voice was hoarse, calm in tone. Dog Uncle, you sit in my car, Prince drive behind me. Dog Uncle nodded quietly, silently opening the passenger door of the Porsche and bending to sit inside. The prince walked towards his car, a modified Mitsubishi Starion, also a performance car of the time. The two sports cars drove one after the other, the engines emitting a low rumble as they headed towards Jinbaihui. Inside the Porsche, the engine noise was well isolated, yet that low growl still stimulated one's adrenaline. Liang Kun skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, wearing a spirited smile on his face. Beside him, Dog Uncle squinted his eyes, his expression neutral. Dog Uncle did not come from a prominent background. He was a typical local big shot, having started his journey in the underworld around Yao Mati and Mong Kok. He was not known for his fighting prowess, but for his shrewdness and social skills. Within the Hongxing society, he belonged to the kind of person who doesn't show off, but has extensive connections. He had served for many years as a big bottom in the peripheral branches of the Hongxing society, gradually rising through accumulated relationships and resources, eventually becoming a spokesperson. Dog Uncle himself was a grass shoe of Si Sen Air, which is why he recognized Liang Kun, who was well-versed in the ways of the world, eventually cultivating him into a grass shoe of Hongxing. Dog Uncle's personality was complex, combining the loyalty of traditional gangsters with pragmatic considerations of interests. His relationship with Liang Kun was not merely that of superior and subordinate, but carried an emotional bond akin to master and disciple or father and son. Although Dog Uncle did not have a decent turf, Liang Kun had always respected him greatly and had followed Dog Uncle's advice when he first joined the gang. Kun, do you know why Jiang Tiansheng is in such a hurry to promote you? I will establish authority for the society and earn money for it. Kun, do you really think that Jiang Tiansheng is eager to promote you just because he needs your fee or your ability to make noise? Liang Kun was taken aback, his smug expression fading slightly. Dog Uncle, isn't that the case? Dog Uncle shook his head, his bony fingers lightly tapping on the armrest, producing a dull thud-thud sound. The car was very quiet, and this sound seemed to strike Liang Kun's heart. Making money, gaining face, these are reasons, but merely the surface reasons. Dog Uncle's gaze swept over the bustling night scene outside the window. If you want to truly establish a foothold, or even aim higher, you must understand what Jiang Tiansheng is thinking. You need to learn to read his chess game. Chess? Liang Kun furrowed his brows. Exactly. Dog Uncle turned his head back, refocusing his gaze on Liang Kun. In Jiang Tiansheng's eyes, the entire Hongxing, even the entire Jianghu of Xiangjiang, is his chessboard. We are merely his chess pieces. His promotion of you tonight is not a whim, but a well-considered arrangement. Liang Kun, listen more attentively. Dog Uncle, a seasoned veteran of the Jianghu for decades, looked at issues far more profoundly than they the young ones did. First, you must understand Mr. Jiang's identity. He is not only the leader of Hongxing, but also the head of the Jiang family. Hongxing has been the family business of the Jiang family since his father Jiang Zhen's generation. Do you think he, like you and me, comes from a wretched background? Speaking of loyalty in the Jianghu, wrong. He is a businessman. Loyalty and rules are merely tools to him. The ultimate aim is to ensure that the Hongxing business can be passed down and thrive under his stewardship. Therefore, every decision he makes must be considered from a business perspective. Promoting you, Liang Kun, is a high-return investment. Dog Uncle extended a finger. First, internally, this is both a warning and a way to plant a flag. What is Hongxing's current situation? Oh, Dog Uncle's tone carried a hint of disdain. You also saw today that those old uncles always talk about rules and traditions. In their eyes, to gain a position requires 3 people. The red stick must be able to fight, the white paper fan must be able to calculate, and the straw sandals must run diligently. These rules may have been useful decades ago, but what era is it now? It is the era of money. What does Mr. Jiang need? A project manager who can create profits for the company. And you, Liang Kun, your golden splendor is currently the most successful and profitable project for Hongxing. You let the whole Xiangjiang know overnight that following Hongxing means eating well, and it's the best food. Mr. Jiang's unusual promotion of you today is to tell everyone in the society, especially those old folks clinging to old rules, and those young ones aspiring to rise. Dog Uncle's voice suddenly rose. When I Jiang Tianxing use people, I do not look at how long you've been in the society, nor how many people you've harmed. I look at the value you can bring to the society. Whoever can make money, whoever can expand territory is my trusted aide, and whoever can rise. He is using you as a catfish to stir the stagnant waters of Hongxing. forcing those hall masters to find ways to make money rather than just sitting around collecting protection fees. This is necessary for internal management and a means to activate the entire company. Liang Kuan felt a jolt in his heart. He had never considered the issue from this angle. At the same time, you are also a counterweight he uses to balance internal power. Hongxing is not a united front. The prince is aloof. Han Bin and the Dragon Brothers have their own small circles, keeping the spokespersons of each hall in check, maintaining a loose unity, ensuring that no single force can challenge the absolute authority of the Jiang family. His trusted aide B is not on good terms with you, and although he is loyal, who knows what he will become after he grows powerful. Every time someone wants to grow powerful, either remove him, or if he cannot be removed, he will add a new counterweight to suppress the one who is rising. This is like a CEO of a company, making the general managers of major divisions compete against each other to solidify the owner's control. Dog Uncle extended a second finger. Second, externally, you are a piercing arrow shot by Mr. Jiang, both a demonstration and a test. What is the current external environment? East Star's camel is eyeing us, and with the upcoming leadership change of Lianxing, internal chaos is inevitable, but historically the new heads of Lianxing will definitely attempt external expansion regardless of success. Who knows who Lianxing will target? Moreover, other various societies are also watching us. Hongxing. Mr. Jiang's elevation of you is to let all opponents see Hongxing not only has a war god like the prince, but also a god of wealth like you, Liang Kuan. We are both scholarly and martial. We are strong and powerful. If you want to move against Hongxing, you better weigh your own weight first. Moreover, Dog Uncle changed his tone. Golden Splendor is located in Simsha Sui, the prince's territory. You two, one martial and one scholarly, complement each other perfectly, ensuring that all the benefits of Simsha Sui are siphoned cleanly for Hongxing. Today the prince took the initiative to speak to you. I also suspect it was Jiang Tiansheng's idea. Putting you two together is to see if this model of scholar and warrior combined can be replicated in other districts. You, Liang Kuan, are his experimental subject. Liang Kuan felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He felt as if he were an insect under a microscope, every move being scrutinized. Dog Uncle did not stop. What I mentioned earlier is merely the present. What Jiang Tianxing sees is not only the present, but also the future. This is the core reason he is so eager to promote you. He extended a third finger, his tone serious. Third, for the future of Hongxing, for the transformation from black to white. Akuan Prince, have you considered how long we can continue this life of fighting and killing, collecting protection fees? 10 years. 20 years. Dog Uncle pointed outside the window. This is Xiangjiang, the territory of the British. The foreigners allow us societies to exist because we handle some trash they find inconvenient to deal with, maintaining an underground order. But now the wind has changed. Liang Kuan felt a stir in his heart, recalling the matter of Yu Haidong and Shunbai. Dog Uncle seemed to see through his thoughts and continued. Exactly, its negotiation. The North is about to reclaim Xiangjiang, whether through legal means or force. It is a done deal. Do you think someone like Jiang Tianxing would be unaware? He sees farther than anyone else. When that time comes, when the red flag rises, do you think the Hongxing society can still be as imposing as it is now? Liang Kuan frowned tightly. Dog Uncle, what do you mean? It means transformation is essential. Dog Uncle spoke word by word. Jiang Tianxing's goal is to transform Hongxing from a black society into a legitimate commercial empire with legal industries, film companies, real estate, legitimate entertainment, financial investment. These are the future. And you, Liang Kuan, are the first and most important stepping stone he sees. Liang Kuan suddenly asked, what if the North does not accept the transformation? Uncle Dog glanced at Liang Kuan and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, we can talk about washing white later. Let's discuss your matters first. Why did Jiang Tianxing choose you for washing white? Uncle Dog's gaze was piercing as he stared at Liang Kuan. Because of the person behind you. Your boss, that Yu Haidong. Your childhood friend made a big move, taking over the splendid establishment, even inviting old chicken uncle, and I heard that he left in the car of HSBC's Shunbai this evening. Liang Kuan understood it was not simple, but he didn't expect Uncle Dog to know even this. Uncle Dog sneered. I know everything. Do you think Jiang Tianxing doesn't? His informants are spread all over Hong Kong. Your boss can talk to Shunbai. Oh, do you know who Shunbai is? He is the god of wealth of Xiangjiang, a top figure in the foreigner world of Xiangjiang. What does this imply? It means your boss possesses the key to the highest echelons of the White Road. This is something Jiang Tianxing has been dreaming of. Jiang Tianxing supports you to curry favor with the people behind you and to establish connections. He hopes to use you to pave the way for Hongxing's future washing white. Secondly, he is also observing you, scrutinizing your collaboration with your boss. He wants to see how the power of the society can perfectly integrate with upper-level capital to create greater benefits. The success of the splendid establishment has shown him this possibility. So do you understand now? Your identity as a grass shoe is fundamentally unimportant. What matters are your identities as the splendid establishment's overseer and Mr. Yes, partner. By appointing you, Jiang Tianxing is giving you an official identity in the society, formally integrating your powerful external influence into the Hongxing system. He is not rewarding you. He is acquiring you as a valuable asset. Liang Kun completely calmed down. The bit of pride and arrogance in his heart was washed away by Uncle Dog's cold water, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and a hint of fear. He had always thought he had seized the opportunity, only to realize that he had been a mere chess piece on someone else's board from beginning to end. Uncle Dog watched Liang Kun's changing expression and knew his words had an effect. He softened his tone and said earnestly, "A Kun being a chess piece is not terrifying. What is terrifying is to be a chess piece for a lifetime while thinking you are the one playing the game. Mr. Jiang is using you and supporting you because you have utilitarian value. The greater your value, the more important your position on his chessboard becomes. One day you might transform from a piece into a player against him. But if you cannot see this point clearly, only relying on the society's name to act arrogantly and stir trouble, once your utilitarian value runs out, or the trouble you bring exceeds your worth, he will not hesitate to remove you from the chessboard. Today you are appointed as a grass shoe enjoying boundless glory. But what is a grass shoe for? To connect with all sides, to run errands. This position he gave you is also a reminder that you are still running errands for the society and for Jiang Tianxing. The road ahead is still long." Liang Kun took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "Uncle Dog, I understand. Thank you for awakening me." Uncle Dog's words tonight unveiled a world he had never touched before, allowing him to see his position and future path clearly. This is more valuable than being given 10 venues. Uncle Dog accepted it calmly and nodded. "It's good that you can take it in. Remember from today on, be less of a reckless brat and more of a composed boss. Mr. Jiang is watching, and your Mr. Yu is also watching. What they want to see is a partner who can wield wealth and power continuously, creating greater benefits, not a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. Now let me answer your earlier question. What if the North doesn't accept the bleaching?" Uncle Dog's speech began to slow down, his eyes unfocused as he gazed into the distance. "When I was your age, I loved going to the Kwaicheng Lychee Garden amusement park to listen to operas. My favorite was Yuzhan Yuan singing Borrowing the East Wind." "I know. Zhuge Liang borrowed the East Wind." Liang Kun nodded. "Do you know that Zhuge's 3 brothers followed the 3 big bosses of Wei Shu and Wu? No matter which big boss sits on the throne, the Zhuge family always wins. Damn, can it be played like this? Jiang Tianxing has a brother raising elephants in Thailand. Furthermore, even if the North does not recognize black, turning white, Jiang Tianxing will casually hand the society over to a trusted subordinate and go ashore himself. The society is not a glorious enterprise to be passed down to future generations. It is merely a tool for the Jiang family to seek wealth and expand connections. Jiang Tianxing's father did not aspire to be a gangster from a young age. Then, should such a large society be abandoned? The Hongxing brand has tens of thousands relying on it for shelter from the storm. No one wants to see it fall, and it won't fall. So Jiang Tianxing will find a trustworthy person to continue supporting it. After all, without this brand, even if he goes ashore, people will come to settle accounts with him later. Thus, the capability of his successor is also crucial. Currently, Hongxing has no decent successor at all. Boss B is merely a biting dog with fine to hold the leash, but once released, how long this dog can survive is questionable, let alone becoming a leader. Shen Yao, who has long been by Jiang Tianxing's side offering advice, rarely moves in the underworld. He can act as a strategist, but cannot lead. Gan Zitai possesses powerful martial skills that intimidate the underworld, but his obsession with fighting and simple-mindedness destined him to be a tool for others. Han Bin, on the other hand, is a talent with both strength and ability. But he came from the old Hezi faction, and unless Hongxing cannot find a decent person who would obey an outsider. The remaining Hall Masters, the old, are old, and the cunning are cunning. Each one fights for their own benefits, but in terms of capability, they are all useless. Jiang Tianxing has long lost hope for this generation of Hall Masters, which is why he is focusing on cultivating a new generation. Even if it involves some risks, he is willing to take them. If it wasn't for you connecting with Yu Haidong based on your previous conflicts with Boss B, even if you achieved great merits, Mr. Jiang would at least suppress you for 3 to 5 years, waiting for you to be completely softened and understand what rules are before considering giving you the title of Grass Shoe. So now is a good time for you to let go, expand your ambitions, and strengthen your power while others have yet to shine. With Yu Haidong as a strong backing and Jiang Tianxing vouching for you, as long as you don't mess around, you'll soon be able to sit in the position of Hall Master. The most urgent thing for you now is to win over the prince. Although he might have been sent by Jiang Tianxing to gauge the situation, he is relatively simple-minded, so if you approach him sincerely, you will definitely be able to win him over. With this support, at least it will greatly help you in expanding your territory. Liang Kun contemplated Uncle Dog's words in his mind, glancing at the prince's car in the rearview mirror. Standing in a new position and perspective, Liang Kun gained a new understanding of the underworld and the society. The red body of the Porsche 911 sliced through the night, finally coming to a steady stop in front of the resplendent entrance of the nightclub. Even with the windows tightly shut, the cacophony of voices from outside seeped in like a tide, making the silence within the car feel somewhat surreal. Liang Kuan turned off the engine, but did not immediately exit the car. He glanced at his companion Uncle Dog, and through the rearview mirror caught a glimpse of the Mitsubishi Starion, behind them a smile spreading across his face. Uncle Dog, we've arrived. Uncle Dog's seemingly murky eyes were already fixed on the window. At this moment, even he, an old hand with decades of experience in the underworld, couldn't hide a trace of astonishment in his gaze. As the car door opened, a wave of warmth mixed with high-end perfume and noise rushed in. The scene before him momentarily stunned the prince, who had just stepped out of the car. Before the resplendent golden door, an exaggeratedly long line had formed on the broad sidewalk. The queue extended from the entrance all the way to the street corner, a dark mass of at least several hundred people. Each person was impeccably dressed, men in tailored suits, and women adorned with dazzling jewelry, exuding an air of wealth and class with every gesture. It was only 8:30 in the evening, half an hour before the nightclub officially opened at 9, yet the entrance was already bustling with cars and crowds. Bentleys, Mercedes, BMWs. Various luxury vehicles were parked in an orderly fashion under the guidance of the doormen, and the guests descending from the cars seamlessly merged into the end of that long line. Damn, the prince couldn't help but mutter under his breath, Cohen, what the hell is going on? It's only the second day since opening. Why does it look like the Queen of England is on a tour? Anyone who steps out of this line is practically a boss out there. Liang Kun's face had lost some of its previous pride. He walked over to the prince, patted his shoulder, and spoke in a lowered voice, brother prince, this is just a small scene. You didn't see last night's scene. Almost every celebrity who made it into the newspapers and on television in Hong Kong came to our establishment for a showcase. After the word of mouth from the first night, the reputation of the Resplendent Club had thoroughly taken root in Hong Kong's social elite. This place was not merely a venue for consumption, it had become a symbol of status. Those who missed out last night were even more determined to squeeze in today. Just then a black Mercedes slowly pulled up. The car door opened, revealing a middle-aged man dressed in a handmade suit accompanied by an elegant and dignified lady. The man held a black card that reflected a metallic sheen under the lights. Two security guards in black suits, tall and upright, immediately stepped forward and respectfully bowed, saying welcome. The man simply nodded slightly and handed over the black card. After inspecting the card, the guards stepped aside, creating a passageway. Mr. Wong, Mrs. Wong, please. The couple walked in with their heads held high amidst the envious gazes of nearly 100 onlookers. While there are special privileges, the prince exclaimed in surprise. Black card members, Liang Kuan explained. All esteemed guests from last night received one upon departure. With this card, you can skip the line and have priority booking for the VIP rooms on the second floor. So, can we still apply for a black card? Yes, but it can only be a gold card. You just need to spend $1 million or pre-deposit $1 million. $1 million? Are we robbing a bank? The prince's eyes nearly popped out. Uncle Dog had been silently observing and now slowly spoke, his voice hoarse. What a clever tactic. I don't know how many people will be fighting to line up to give away their money. Kuan, your boss is truly a business genius. Liang Kuan wholeheartedly agreed, but replied with a grin, let's go, we don't have to line up. Saying this, he led the prince and Uncle Dog straight towards the entrance. The guards at the door immediately bowed in unison, shouting, Brother Kuan. This display captured the attention of the line, with many eyes showing curiosity and respect. This feeling greatly satisfied Liang Kun's vanity, making him feel even more glorious than the prince beside him. The dozen or so security guards greeting him as Big Brother felt far more impressive than hundreds of followers on the street calling someone boss. Just as the three were about to enter the door, another Rolls-Royce pulled up. The door opened, and out stepped Yu Haidong, who had just met with Shen Bai. Upon seeing him, Liang Kun's pride quickly faded, replaced by genuine respect, as he quickly approached her back so soon. I thought you would be talking with Shen Bai for a long time. It was unclear whether Liang Kuan was being intentional or merely casual, but his ordinary question was loud enough, as if he feared the people at the street corner couldn't hear him. Yu Haidong nodded, his gaze sweeping over the exaggerated queue, his expression neutral, as if everything was within his expectations. His gaze landed on the prince and Uncle Dog behind Liang Kuan, his eyes calm and unperturbed. Who are these two? Oh, let me introduce them. Liang Kuan immediately pulled the two forward. This is Brother Prince, the leader of the Hongxing gang in Simsha Sui. This is my boss, Uncle Dog. He turned to the prince and Uncle Dog. This is my employer, Mr. Yu Haidong. The reactions of the prince and Uncle Dog were entirely different. The prince, tall and imposing, typically exuded an air of dominance, but in front of Yu Haidong that pressure seemed to lose its effect. The young man before him appeared to be a few years younger, lacking any hint of the roughness typically associated with the underworld, instead resembling a fresh graduate. Yet this was the person who had stirred the entire storm in Hong Kong overnight. The prince's gaze was sharp, filled with scrutiny and curiosity as he extended his hand, his voice booming, Mr. Yu, I've long heard your name. Yu Haidong shook his hand, his palm warm and firm, wearing a polite smile. Brother Prince, a pleasure to meet you. I often hear Liang Kuan mention the Hongxing war god. Today, I finally have the privilege of meeting him in person. You're too polite, mister. You too polite. Huh. Uncle Dog, from the moment he laid eyes on Yu Haidong, had seen a glimmer of sharpness in his murky old eyes. He sensed a similar yet distinctly different aura from Yu Haidong compared to Jiang Tiansheng. Jiang Tiansheng was a cunning hero, a player manipulating the underworld, whereas the Yu Haidong before him seemed more like someone standing outside the chessboard defining the rules. He emanated no killing intent, no oppressive aura, only a serene understanding of everything. Uncle Dog bowed slightly, adopting a very humble demeanor, speaking in a traditional underworld tone. Mr. You have long admired your name. I am Liang Kun's uncle, known as Short Dog in the underworld. You're too polite, Uncle Dog, Yu Haidong replied with a smile. Since you are a brother and elder of a Kowloon, you are a distinguished guest of the Resplendent Club. Please let's go in and have a seat. Tonight I'll treat you all. After some pleasantries, they followed Yu Haidong into the Resplendent Club. The Prince Sharpie noticed a small detail. Although the doorman opened the car doors for the VIPs, it was actually Tung Sing's underlings who took the keys to park the cars. At exactly 9 o'clock in the evening, the heavy golden doors swung open, welcoming the guests who had been waiting patiently. The opulent interior design did not excessively pursue vulgarity with gold and jade, but instead infused a sense of modern artistic beauty into the design. The massive hall on the first floor features a semicircular stage on the north side, surrounded by well-placed booths. Opposite the stage is a row of luxury booths elevated in a tiered fashion, offering the best vantage point for watching the performances. Near the edges are various soundproof private rooms, large and small. The second floor hosts more private VIP rooms, each equipped with its own balcony that overlooks the bustling scene of the first floor hall, allowing guests to enjoy the lively atmosphere while retaining ample personal space. Yu Haidong guided Liang Kun and the others to a VIP room on the side of the second floor, directly facing the entrance. Although this was not the best spot for viewing the performances, it provided an excellent view of the guests. From here one could see everything happening downstairs. Guests entering, finding their seats, and even making their way to the balcony on the second floor were all clearly visible, as long as they did not enter the private rooms or VIP areas. It could be said that this was the best position for management or those observing the nightclub's operations, specifically reserved by Yu Haidong for his own use. A security guard approached and whispered a few words in Yu Haidong's ear. "Akuen, please take care of Prince and Dog, Uncle. I have some matters to attend to first." After giving a brief instruction, Yu Haidong left. Inside the booth, a hostess dressed in a high-slit qipao with a graceful figure immediately brought out the finest foreign liquor, cigars, and fruit platters. The prince stepped to the edge of the balcony and looked down, watching as the seats downstairs quickly filled up, observing those who could only be seen in the Hong Kong Finance magazine, searching for their places like ordinary guests. He was deeply shocked once again. "Akuen, this place of yours truly is a money pit," he exclaimed sincerely. Dog Uncle remained silent, quietly pouring himself a glass of Remy Martin XO, moving to the other side of the balcony, his deep gaze sweeping over the entire venue. He was observing and analyzing. He scrutinized the composition of the guests here, the security arrangements, and the service processes. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. The waitstaff here were all well-trained, with warm smiles in stark contrast to the casual and lackadaisical handsome waiters found in typical nightclubs. The security personnel were all dressed in black suits and white gloves, stationed in various corners, vigilant, yet not making the guests feel uncomfortable. The female hostesses were all beautiful and dignified. Their service movements were standardized and executed with perfect timing, anticipating the guests' needs without appearing abrupt. This was no longer the model of a gang merely holding the fort. It was the operation of a mature and efficient commercial empire. At 9:30, the warm-up time commenced. The resident band began to play soft jazz music, and a resident singer known as Little Teresa Tung took the stage, performing the most popular songs of the moment. The atmosphere gradually grew warmer. "Hey Sam, I heard you bought a Daytona last week. Show it to us." "It's nothing. My watch can't compare to your Patek Philippe Chen Sheng." A few young wealthy heirs at a booth began to compare with each other, spurred on by the alcohol. Luxury watches and car keys casually flashed in the light, shimmering with the glow of wealth. On the other side, a real estate tycoon, wanting to impress his female companion, waved to the waiter saying, "Bring us 5 bottles of Louis XIII, oh, and send one to the singer on stage." In Hong Kong in 1982, a single bottle of Louis XIII sold for several thousand Hong Kong dollars, and in nightclubs it sold for even more. Normally one bottle would require careful consideration. This boss ordered 5 at once, nearly equivalent to an ordinary person's annual salary. Soon 5 crystal-clear bottles were placed on the boss table. One bottle was placed on a tray and sent to the stage, where the resident female singer quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, boss." After her performance, she would return the liquor and could get back at least half of the rebate, although she would inevitably have to socialize with that boss. This act seemed to ignite the fuse of an arms race. "Humph, that nouveau riche Lucy only knows how to throw money around," remarked another young heir from a shipping company, rolling his eyes at the nearby hostess. "Arrange for 10 longevity flower baskets to be sent to Miss May when she comes out." The hostess immediately beamed, saying, "Of course, young Master Song. They'll take care of it right away." In the VIP room on the second floor, the prince watched in disbelief. He stared at the drink menu and the flower basket list on the table, wide-eyed, exclaiming, "Damn. Do these people have so much money they don't know where to spend it? Just for the sake of face, throwing out over $100,000 like it's nothing. And this is just the warm-up. I work hard for a month in Simsha Sui and might not earn as much as they spend in a single night." He had seen the violence and bloodshed of the underworld, accustomed to fighting over a few $1,000s in protection fees. But the scene before him, where money was spent like dirt and treated with disdain, was completely beyond his understanding. He suddenly felt that his proud identity as a dual flower red stick seemed somewhat ridiculous in the face of such pure financial power. Liang Kuan leaned back on the sofa, leisurely smoking a cigar, and smiled. "Prince, this place is a money pit. Here money is not just money, it's face. Do you think they really enjoy listening to music or drinking? What they want is to showcase their strength in this top venue of Hong Kong in front of all the prominent figures. What we sell here is not liquor or performances, but a platform for them to compare wealth. It allows them to display their superpowers, leaving us, those who watch the venue, serve drinks and sing, with our mouths agape." Dog Uncle, holding his wine glass, slowly returned to the sofa, looking at Liang Kuan with a complex expression. The glittering success is not merely measured by how much money has been earned. What is even more terrifying is that it is subtly transforming the social rules of Hong Kong's upper class. In the past, the wealthy discussed business either in private clubs or high-end hotels. But now this place has become a new option, even the best option. Who can squander money here will attract more attention and respect. Those who can become regulars here essentially obtain a ticket to enter a certain top circle. The energy behind this has already surpassed what traditional gangs and their violent struggles could reach. Dog Uncle's gaze inadvertently swept across several corners of the hall. He recognized a few familiar faces, some from Dongxing, some from Heliansheng, and even some from Tiaoxi. They disguised themselves as guests, mingling in the crowd, yet their eyes did not show the same intoxication as other guests in the pleasures of life. Oh, instead they were filled with greed, jealousy, and vigilance, constantly observing everything here. Fame brings troubles. With a bustling venue, there will be no shortage of envious eyes, Dog Uncle reminded. Liang Kuan flicked the ash from his cigarette, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "I know. But it doesn't matter. The rules here are set by Mr. You. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here is not just going against us, but against money, against all the wealthy people in Hong Kong. Anyone who isn't afraid of death can feel free to come up." Liang Kun's words brimmed with unprecedented confidence as he leaned over the railing, disdainfully looking down at the lowly figures below. This confidence no longer stemmed from his identity as a grass shoe of the Hongxing gang, but from the golden empire below his feet that raked in profits by the day. While the Crown Prince and Dog Uncle were still intoxicated by the opulent decadence of the Golden Splendor Club, a chilling aura, dense and palpable, had already settled over an old warehouse in Sin, one on the far side of Hong Kong. Didi stood alone at the center of the warehouse. He still wore the Italian designer suit he had specially purchased to oversee operations at the Golden Splendor Club. His gleaming dress shoes were now smudged with dust from the grimy floor, jarringly out of place amid the surrounding decay. His face, usually arrogant and domineering, was eerily calm, though deep within his eyes smoldered a tightly suppressed fury. Before him stood over 30 men, short, stocky enforcers brandishing watermelons, knives, and steel pipes, their blades glinting with cold, lethal light under the dim illumination. A middle-aged man in a flamboyant shirt and thick gold chain watched him with the mocking, predatory gaze of a cat toying with its prey. Canon King long vanished from sight. Behind Canon King stood his patron and one of the founding elders of the Ho on Lock Triad, Feng Shui Man. Shi Jiao Deng, the young underling who had followed Didi, slowly approached Canon King, then turned to face Didi and said, "I'm sorry, brother Didi. It was I who lured you here. Shi Jiao Deng, when you left Canon King to join me, I treated you with nothing but loyalty and generosity. And he offered more. Ha ha ha. Didi, does this scene look familiar? Back at the nightclub when you led your men in rebellion, did you ever imagine this day would come?" Didi's expression remained impassive as his gaze swept calmly across every face present, then settled upon Feng Shui Man, the elder who stood silently behind Canon King, fingers absently turning his Buddhist prayer beads. "Brother man, I've served the Triad with unwavering loyalty, shown you due respect, and paid my monthly tribute without fail. What is the meaning of this trap today? Didi, you must not blame me." In Feng Shui Man ceased turning his beads, his small eyes, deceptively serene, now gleamed with rapacious cruelty. "Blame your fate, instead, for being so fortunate as to guard a henhouse that lays golden eggs." And he took 2 deliberate steps forward, his voice low and measured, struck like poisoned darts. "The Golden Splendor. TSK. Rumor has it pulls in millions per night. In such a succulent prize, why should it belong to you alone? Even when beating a dog, one must consider its master. Yet you deposed my top lieutenant without so much as asking my permission. What right does a mere 4th 9 ranker like you have to act thus? And today I purge the Triad of traitors. Of you. And let any dare utter dissent. Later I'll inform Elder Chicken that such a vital asset as the Golden Splendor must be overseen by someone I trust implicitly. Canon King has served me loyally for years. His appointment to replace you will meet no objection from the Dragon Head himself. Feng Shui Man's calculation was precise. Kill to deframe it as a gangland vendetta, and then leveraging his senior status forcibly install Canon King in his stead. In time, the Golden Splendor's endless stream of profits would flow entirely into his own coffers. And for wealth of such magnitude, risking a little danger and eliminating a man he deemed utterly expendable seemed to him more than justified. So that's how it is. Didi nodded slowly, and a faint chilling smile crossed his lips. Brother man, you truly are ruthless. What's the point of all this chatter? Cut him down. From tonight onward, the Golden Splendor is mine. Canon King roared impatiently. Ha 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 ha. Ndad laughed, a cold, hollow, world-weary laugh, then raised a single finger to his mouth and whistled sharply. Boom. In the heavy corrugated iron gate of the warehouse was kicked inward with tremendous force from outside. Clang. A deafening metallic crash reverberated through the entire factory hall. And who dares lay a hand on my boss? A thunderous bellow erupted from the doorway. A young man with a long ponytail and fierce predatory eyes burst in first, brandishing a 2-foot-long kukri. Nit was Chong Mao, Didi's top lieutenant. Behind him surged a black tide of men. Over 100 burly, battle-hardened fighters, each armed with razor-edged weapons and radiating raw, murderous intent. Cut them down and kill. Nat Chong Mao's command, the 100-strong force descended like tigers from the mountain, slamming headlong into Canon King's 30-man cohort. The confrontation devolved instantly into a one-sided slaughter. Ndad calmly lit a cigarette, shrugged off his jacket, and draped it over his left forearm, then watched the carnage unfold with detached, almost theatrical appreciation. In truth, Yu Haidong had foreseen Didi's imminent bloodshed 2 days earlier, via his system, and had warned him precisely when and where Shi Jiao Deng would betray him. Oh, and no. In my hand. In screams, wails, and the sickening thuds of blades biting flesh rose in chaotic crescendo. Canon King's men broke instantly upon contact. In their vaunted numerical advantage proved laughable against Didi's overwhelming force. Within 3 minutes the battle ended. And inside the warehouse only Didi and his men remained standing. Every enemy lay fallen. All 30-odd of Canon King's men lay writhing on the filthy floor, limbs severed, shrieking in agony, their blood staining the ground a dark, viscous crimson. Canon King himself lay sprawled on the ground, his arms and legs shattered by iron rods, his head gashed open and bleeding profusely. In Feng Shui Man's face had gone deathly pale. He slumped paralyzed against a concrete pillar. Staring at the hellish tableau before him, his legs trembled violently. He lacked even the will to flee. And how could this be possible? Where had so many men come from? And hadn't Didi come alone? Didi flicked away his cigarette, and strode calmly toward Feng Shui Man, then withdrew from his inner jacket pocket a sleek silver-gray metal device bearing the Sony logo. It was Sony's latest portable cassette player, with built-in recording capability. Ndad deftly pressed the rewind button. The tape hissed softly as it spun backward. Seconds later he hit play. A clear, unmistakable voice emanated from the tiny speaker. You 2026, such a succulent prize. Why should it belong to you alone? You 2026. You 2026, today, I purge the triad of traitors. Of you. And let any dare utter dissent. Naviri word matched Feng Shui Man's own speech, verbatim. Feng Shui Man's pupils contracted into needle-thin points. And you. He pointed a trembling finger at Didi, too stunned to speak. Boss, the times have changed. Didi switched off the player, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. To survive in this world, you need more than a blade. You need a mind. Do you understand these new tools? No, you don't. This is the Walkman R2. Every word you just uttered, every vile self-incriminating breath, has been captured in my pocket. This is evidence. You're obsolete. Step aside. And this was no ambush. It was a meticulously orchestrated counter-trap conceived by Yu Haidong. He had not stopped Didi from walking into the trap alone. Instead, he'd armed him with this cutting-edge recorder, sending him in solo precisely to obtain irrefutable proof of their intent to murder and silence him. Simultaneously, he'd dispatched Chong Mao and his men to lie in wait around the warehouse, ready to storm in at Didi's whistle and rescue their boss. Yu Haidong sought not merely to foil a plot, but to eradicate its root entirely and to deliver Didi a decisive, unassailable reason to sever all ties with Ho on lock forever. Didi tapped the recorder lightly against Feng Shui Man's temple. In brother man, shall we discuss terms? Di's voice was calm, yet to Feng Shui's ears, it was more terrifying than the whispers of a devil. What? What do you want? Feng Shui asked in a trembling voice. Di extended a finger. First, I want to deal with this rebellious one, and I want his life. In the Jianghu, it is customary to honor 2 cups of tea. His death is not regrettable. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Mao grinned maliciously, dragging the trembling and injured rebel from the crowd in front of D like a dead dog. Boss, this has nothing to do with me. The Cannon King forced me, the rebel cried out in desperation. D didn't even glance at him and raised a second finger. Second, your man the Cannon King attempted to kill a fellow disciple. You must deal with it yourself. I want you to execute the family law with your own hands. What? The Cannon King looked at D in disbelief, and then turned to Feng Shuan. Brother one. Don't do this. I'm your man. Feng Shuan's face shifted between blue and white. He understood D's malicious intent. Forcing him to kill the Cannon King was equivalent to severing his own arm and would end any chance of using the Cannon King's death to his advantage in the future. D ignored their expressions and extended a third finger. Third, I D hereby officially withdraw from He and join Lianxing. As a senior member of the organization, you must agree. Tomorrow Lianxing's people will come to toast you from now on my subordinates, and I will sever ties with you and He. In fact, Deng Bo from Lianxing had long recognized DS capabilities and the potential of the Golden Glimmer and had privately reached out to him through a friend offering him the position of Red Stick, hoping to recruit him. Although D was domineering, he was fundamentally traditional and valued loyalty. Once he entered he had no desire to betray easily. Feng Shuiwen understood as well. The irrevocable decision he made today had thoroughly chilled DS' heart, severing the last thread of friendship between him and He. Feng Shuiwen looked at the silver portable music player in DS' hand, then glanced at the murderous Chang Mao and others around him, realizing he had no room for negotiation. He forced a smile like a deflated balloon. All right, I agree. D took out 200,000 and tossed it into Feng Shuiwen's arms. This is for medical expenses and the transfer fee. Tomorrow morning, if I don't see you, this recording will be sent to the Dragon Head and every senior's desk. Do you understand? I understand what to do. Feng Shuiwen lowered his head, utterly defeated. D turned around, lit a cigarette, and walked towards his car without looking back. Chang Mao threw a dagger beside Feng Shuiwen, staring at him ominously. From then on, no one ever saw the Cannon King and the rebel again. From then on, He lost one of its 49 sons D, while Lianxing gained a new Red Stick. Brother D. Returning to the Golden Glimmer, D found Yu Haidong chatting with several big shots. He exchanged nods with Yu Haidong, signaling that everything went well, and then went to the private room of Liang Kuan. Upon seeing D return, Liang Kuan also knew everything was fine and made introductions. They were all people from the Jianghu, quickly bonding over drinks. Time quietly slipped into the deep night, approaching 11 o'clock. The revelry and extravagance of the Golden Glimmer showed no signs of waning. Instead, it intensified with the fermentation of alcohol and hormones. In the lobby on the first floor, the sounds of guests laughing, clinking glasses, and the lazy jazz music from the warm-up band on stage blended into a vibrant ukiyo of Hong Kong's upper class. However, in the VIP room on the second floor facing the stage with a wide view, the atmosphere was starkly different from the excitement below. There was no noise, only a subtle game of chess and scrutiny. Yu Haidong wore a calm smile, personally pouring wine for the lady across from him. Miss Feng, try this 1970s Napoleon and see if it suits your taste. Sitting across from him was a woman in her 30s, dressed sharply with an extraordinary demeanor. She was Feng Meiji, the director of the variety department at Hong Kong Broadcasting Television Limited, also known as TVB. In the kingdom of television, that is TVB, Feng Meiji is a legend. She is known for her iron fist and keen eye, and every variety show crafted under her hand guarantees high ratings. In the early 1980s, the TVB was able to firmly suppress lead to television, the predecessor of Asia Television, and dominate the variety show sphere largely due to Feng Meiji's contributions. Insiders privately referred to her as the female tyrant of TVB, a term that reflects both awe and admiration. Her personal visit this time was not a whim, but was ordered by the highest authority at TVB, Sir Xiao, the sixth uncle. The Golden Glimmer has already become the hottest topic among Hong Kong's elite society. Besides the bustling nightlife of this newly risen gold mine, another name has frequently emerged, Mei Yin Fong. It is rumored that this young girl possesses a voice and stage presence that belong to another era, capable of making the most discerning tycoon spend lavishly and can cause even the most reserved socialites to swoon. Sir Xiao simply stated, such a talent should be on our TVB stage. Meiji, go take a look. Thus tonight's meeting came to be. Mr. You truly promising and accomplished. Feng Meiji lifted her glass, took a small sip, but her gaze did not leave Yu Haidong. Sir Xiao rarely shows interest in performances at a nightclub. This time, he sent me over because he indeed heard some unusual singing. Yu Haidong smiled slightly, his expression warm, yet exuding unyielding confidence. Miss Feng overstates my abilities. Sir Xiao is a towering figure in Hong Kong's television entertainment industry. To earn his favor is a privilege for both our Golden Glimmer and Anita Mei Yin Fong. I believe she will not disappoint you. Feng Meiji's calm exterior hid a hint of skepticism. She was accustomed to the stars churned out by the television station's assembly line and held a more doubtful attitude towards the sensational rumors about so-called nightclub singers. Had it not been for Sir Xiao's direct order, she probably would not have set foot here. I hope so. Feng Meiji put down her teacup, her tone businesslike. TVB's platform requires truly talented artists who can withstand public scrutiny. Stage presence, audience appeal, and malleability. None can be lacking. Her implication was clear. The small-scale sensation of a nightclub is entirely different from facing millions of television viewers in Hong Kong. Yu Haidong merely smiled and remained silent, making a gesture of please wait and see. He glanced at his watch. It was about time. At that moment, the lights in the lobby below slowly dimmed, leaving only a few spotlights focused on the empty stage. The originally boisterous hall seemed to have been muted, the cacophony fading at an astonishing speed, replaced by a silence filled with anticipation and nearly tangible stillness. Feng Meiji raised an eyebrow slightly. This spontaneous and momentary quietude from the audience usually occurs just before a true superstar with a powerful aura and appeal takes the stage. This made her retract a hint of her previous nonchalance, leaning forward slightly, her gaze fixed on the stage below. Dressed in a black low-cut evening gown, Yizume held a microphone and said with a sultry voice, "Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Golden Glimmer. Next, our most dazzling jewel will use her voice to transport you into a dreamlike night. Let us give her the warmest applause, Miss Mei Yanfang." The spotlight suddenly brightens. In the center of the stage, a figure stands there, having appeared without anyone noticing. The prelude of the music flows like a gentle stream. Mei Yanfang gently closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and then slowly raises the microphone. Gazing at the sea filled with weariness, no tears, and no words. Gazing at the sky, only feeling a turmoil of emotions. It is still that song, like water flowing years, but utterly different. If the performance on the first night was the heartfelt emergence of a rough gem, then tonight is a dazzling diamond polished to perfection, radiating brilliance. Her voice seems even more steady and rich than on the first night, the magnetic quality of her mid-low range fully unleashed, each word seemingly laden with a story, striking heavily on the hearts of the audience. As she reaches the chorus, the immense power contained within her petite frame bursts forth, once more her emotional release, more fluid and perfect in technique. Even more astonishing is her stage presence. She has completely set aside her initial nervousness and awkwardness. She begins to communicate with the audience through her gaze, her slightly melancholic yet determined eyes sweeping across the crowd, evoking a wave of suppressed gasps wherever they land. In harmony with the music, she adds subtle, yet perfectly timed hand gestures and body movements. Every pause, every turn is filled with dramatic tension and star quality. The stage lighting design far exceeds the level of contemporary nightclubs. The spotlights, colored lights, and even the simple dry ice effects perfectly align with the emotional highs and lows of the song, elevating her to the status of the only queen in the center of the stage. In the second-floor box, the prince unconsciously stands up, leaning over the railing to look down. Feng Meiji's heart trembles, her body leaning slightly forward. Compared to the extravagant stages and lighting of modern Hong Kong, the blank canvas crafted for Mei Yanfang is undoubtedly a top-tier artistic display ahead of its time. It truly feels like the dreamlike sensation described by the flamboyant host just now. No wonder these young nobles, usually jaded by everything, are willing to spend lavishly to experience it again and again. Because such an atmosphere, such a voice is nowhere to be found in Hong Kong at that time, or even in all of Asia. Now she understands the meaning of Uncle Liu's words. For TVB to miss out on this singer, or rather to not showcase her current performance to the audience, would be a lifelong regret for an entertainment producer. Well, in layman's terms, if she is signed by Asia Television, it would deliver an unpredictable blow to TVB. During the song's interlude, "Miss May, bravo, Anita, waiter, floral basket, send 20 long-lasting up to me." A real estate tycoon excitedly reddened his face, shouting at the waiter, "Song Shao, you're being stingy, ooh, just 20. Give me 40. As long as Miss My song continues, the floral baskets shouldn't stop." Another shipping tycoon refused to back down. The scene has once again fallen into that night's arms race. Countless floral baskets delivered in a steady stream to the stage, quickly piling up in front of Mei Yanfang, even spilling into the aisles. Feng Meiji watched the big shots below, who usually called the shots, now behaving like fervent fans, spending lavishly just to earn a smile from their idol. She took a deep breath, forcing down the tumult in her heart. She finally understood that the rumors were not exaggerated. In fact, they were too conservative. This is not merely talent. This is genius. No, even calling it genius is not entirely accurate. She is a finely polished work of art, from her image, song, stage presence, to commercial appeal, perfect enough to not resemble a newcomer. The prince is not a novice in the nightlife either. What kind of nightclub hasn't he been to? What kind of resident performances hasn't he heard? What kind of women hasn't he seen? Yet currently he shows none of the demeanor of an elder brother. His gaze is vacant, mouth slightly open, chin resting on the railing, his eyes clear, as if he were a student who hasn't left school. Liang Kuan and Didi are not surprised by the prince's demeanor at all. They weren't much better when they first experienced it. Had it not been for the numerous rehearsals they've witnessed, having essentially desensitized themselves, they would currently appear even more innocent than the prince. However, they did not interrupt the prince's state, knowing it would be futile. Feng Meiji turned her head, casting a complex gaze at the calm and composed Yu Haidong. This song, with its melodious tune and profound lyrics, is undoubtedly the work of a master. This styling, looking across all of Hong Kong, no one can surpass it. And this stage, with its lighting, stage design, and sound, all top-notch configurations, perfectly highlight the performer, elevating it to art. All of this could be directly transported to the television screen, with virtually no modifications, even surpassing the current grand productions of TVB. A frightening thought arose in Feng Meiji's mind. Could the mastermind behind all this be the young man before her? She looked at Yu Haidong, her voice slightly quivering with excitement. Mr. Yu, did you create all this for her? Yu Haidong calmly nodded, as if this were only natural. I provided some ideas. What's important is that Anita herself possesses infinite potential. My role is merely to help her find the most suitable starting point. Feng Meiji took several deep breaths, barely suppressing the turbulent waves within her. She completely set aside all previous contempt and businesslike attitudes, her gaze becoming incredibly fervent and serious. Feng Meiji steadied her mind, regaining the calmness of a professional director, but the admiration in her tone could not be concealed. Mr. Yu, you have one. Miss May. She is not a star of tomorrow, but she is already a superstar today. This is the highest praise she could give. TVB needs her. Feng Meiji's gaze became fervent. We are willing to use all resources to elevate her to the throne of Hong Kong's #1 female singer. TV dramas, variety shows, hosting large-scale galas. As long as she nods, the entire television city will throw open its doors for her. She put forth an enticing offer that no newcomer could refuse. Entering TVB means a meteoric rise. Yu Haidong smiled and shook his head. Miss Feng, I think you may have misunderstood something. Anita already has a management company. Which one? Feng Meiji immediately pressed on, rapidly calculating her strategies. If she has already signed with a music company, although troublesome, given TVB's status, there will surely be a way to negotiate. Yu Haidong lifted his glass, gesturing to her, and slowly said, her management company is called Brilliant Entertainment. The boss, unfortunately, is me. Feng Meiji's heart sank suddenly. The worst-case scenario had occurred. This means that the person she is facing today is not a newcomer who can be easily manipulated, nor a peer who can be bargained with, but a true mastermind who holds all the trump cards. The difficulty of negotiation instantly skyrocketed. Feng Meiji took a deep breath, adjusted her strategy, and a smile reappeared on her face. I see, I took it for granted. Mr. Yu is farsighted, having long since held this rough gem in his hands. Therefore, instead of discussing signing, let's talk about cooperation. As expected of the female tyrant, her reaction is extremely fast. I would love to hear the details. Yu Haidong gestured for her to proceed. TVB can sign a comprehensive cooperation agreement with Brilliant Entertainment. Feng Meiji began to throw out her chips. First is the television contract. We can guarantee that Miss May will star in at least 2 A-grade productions each year, collaborating with our biggest male stars, such as Zhou Ruanfa and Zheng Xiaoqiu. Secondly, the singer contract, she continued. Miss May can freely choose to participate in all of TVB's music programs, including Happy Tonight and Golden Songs. We can exclusively premiere her new songs MTV, ensuring the highest exposure. Lastly, and most importantly, the film contract. Feng Meiji's gaze became sharper. TVB, backed by Shaw Brothers, possesses the strongest film production and distribution capabilities in Hong Kong. As long as we sign the film contract, we can guarantee that Miss May will immediately step onto the big screen and become a new star in the film industry. The conditions she proposed were interlinked, covering almost all conceivable development paths for an artist. For any management company, this was an irresistible, exorbitant contract. However, after listening, Yu Haidong simply took a calm sip of his drink and gently set down the glass. Miss Feng, your proposal is very sincere. We can negotiate the television contract and the MTV premiere contract. But, he paused, his gaze fixed on Feng Meiji, I reject the film contract. What? Feng Meiji thought she had misheard. In Hong Kong, which star wouldn't want to make films? The status of movie stars far exceeds that of television stars. Shaw Brothers film contracts are resources that countless people would fight for. Why? She asked in confusion. Because film is art, but it is also business. More importantly, it is an extension of an actor's feathers. Yu Haidong's voice was not loud, but every word was clear. TVB's television production model is an assembly line. For the sake of ratings, it can sacrifice the logic of the script and the depth of the characters. This is a successful business model in the television field, and I understand that. Feng Meiji's expression slightly changed. Yu Haidong's words hit the nail on the head, directly addressing Shaw Brothers' declining predicament. Therefore, Yu Haidong concluded, Miss Mai's film journey must be approached with caution. Every script, every director, every collaborative team must be personally vetted by me. Only the best deserves her. We pursue quality, not quantity. These words left Feng Meiji utterly speechless. Having dominated the television industry for over a decade, she was used to being assertive, accustomed to using TVB's vast resources to set the rules. Every artist she had encountered regarded TVB as a sanctuary. Every agent she had seen took pride in securing a contract with TVB. She had never met anyone like Yu Haidong. He was not tempted by immediate interests, had no reliance on others' resources, but instead exhibited an almost obsessive care and long-term planning for the artists in his hands. Such a person is either a madman or a genius. Business negotiations are like this. There is no smooth sailing, only bargaining. The two sides argued back and forth, with Feng Meiji attempting to apply pressure several times, even bringing up Sir Shaw and TVB's platform advantages. This time TVB was not dealing with a newcomer who could be easily manipulated. The young man named Yu Haidong was unfathomable. He held a true trump card and was acutely aware of its value. Back and forth the two sides remained locked in this stalemate for a long time, neither willing to concede. The commercial battle in the private room did not dampen the enthusiasm of other guests on site. Mei Yanfang took the stage again, dressed in tight black leather outfit, wearing a large cap resembling a policewoman, instantly stunning the audience. Against the backdrop of more than a dozen dancers in similar attire, but in a uniform white, her queenly aura was further highlighted. The energetic song and dance accompany turned the lobby into a massive dance floor. The young crowd danced along occasionally, singing along to the chorus, with the accompaniment raising the atmosphere of the entire nightclub to a peak. If it hadn't been for the strict quality control initially imposed, the roof would have been blown off. Watching the crowd going wild for Mei Yanfang downstairs, Feng Meiji realized that Yu Haidong would surely be the ultimate victor. She suddenly realized that from the very beginning of today's negotiations, the initiative was not on her side. Mei Yanfang's immense appeal was Yu Haidong's strongest card. I lost. Feng Meiji sighed with a bitter smile, making the biggest compromise of her career. We can renegotiate the film contract. She knew she had to secure this cooperation. Otherwise, tomorrow Mei Yanfang would appear in the office of Lee's television. The task assigned to her by Sir Shaw would be utterly failed. Yu Haidong raised his glass. No, Miss Feng, we both win. It should be called a win-win, shouldn't it? Feng Meiji also lifted her glass to clink with Yu Haidong, tilting her head with an appreciative gaze at the remarkably young, handsome man before her. I like your concept of win-win. The assertive Feng Meiji had to make numerous compromises. The two sides initially reached a verbal agreement highly favorable to Mei Yanfang. TVB will obtain priority rights for Mei Yanfang's television debut, priority negotiation rights for major variety shows, and the premiere rights for the MTV, but the copyright and revenue-sharing model will lean more towards the artist's side. The film contract will be completely independent, controlled by Yu Haidong. On one side, Yu Haidong was in control, while on the other side the prince had already lost control. Like a fool, he grinned widely, dancing to Mei Yanfang's song on the balcony of the private room in a good disco style. Uncle Dog was also busy. He was counting flower baskets, but he couldn't keep up. Just as he counted one side, the other side sent more, and the old man gestured with both hands, sweating profusely, but still unable to count clearly. Today was the first time they truly opened for business. To warm up the crowd, Yu Haidong arranged for Mei Jie to sing accompany one more time. During the encore, Mei Yanfang took off her hat. With her long hair still flowing, she kept dancing, flicking her hair, pushing the atmosphere of the audience to a climax time and again. Feng Meiji watched the performance on and off stage and couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Yu, I have to admit you are a master at creating atmosphere. I even want to invite you to be our stage director for the anniversary celebration. Yu Haidong smiled and shook his head. Please don't joke with me. Let's talk about how Mei Jie will debut instead. With Anita's strength, she could go directly to release an album and appear on programs. Feng Meiji looked at the stage, but she lacks a breakthrough point, an opportunity for all of Hong Kong's audience to remember her instantly. Miss Feng, I remember that TVB and Huaxing Records are preparing a singer competition, right? Yu Haidong revealed his long-planned blueprint at the right moment. Are you saying the first new singer singing contest? Feng Meiji's heart stirred, and she immediately understood Yu Haidong's intention. This plan was simply a stroke of genius. It could not only make Mei Yanfang famous overnight, but also greatly enhance the status and attention of the new singer singing contest. More importantly, this kind of dimensionality reduction strike style of debut could secure Mei Yanfang's position at the top of all newcomers overnight, paving the sturdiest first stone for her future path as a diva. Great. It's settled. In Mr. Yes words, this is a win-win, brilliant plan. A negotiation that determined the future landscape of the music scene in Hong Kong was finalized amidst the clinking of glasses. The two exchanged smiles, the previous game and tension dissipating, replaced by a shared anticipation for the future. They raised their glasses again, enjoying Mei Yanfang's subsequent performance, and enthusiastically began discussing the performance details for the new singer-singing contest, from costumes to lighting to song selections. A magnificent new era of entertainment was slowly unfolding under their planning. Uncle Dog gave up, lounging in his chair with an XO in one hand and a cigar in the other. The display of wealth in the nightclub had little effect on him, yet, as an observer, he was metaphorically scorched black. Let it be destroyed. The money burned by these ostentatious, wealthy individuals is faster than the paper offerings during the Qingming festival. The price of the flower baskets is starkly displayed on the sign. Are there flowers in that basket? The green leaves resemble green crabs worth 50, The red petals look like red snapper valued at 100. The yellow petals are akin to big oxen worth 500. Those flower baskets are like bundles of cash. What are we still mixing in the underworld for? Everyone should just go sing and dance. This bit of old underworld history, even if wrapped in a new skin, probably wouldn't catch Boss Yu's eye. Does Uncle Dog have no ulterior motives? Of course, he does. Getting close to the inner circle of Yu Haidong as a strategist for Liang Kun is his little scheme. He may not have much ability, but his keen eyes can read people fairly well. However, even if he sees clearly, it remains an illusion. Old chicken uncle, you've hidden Yu Haidong far too well. It's as if the prince's demeanor is hidden among the commoners, and once he comes of age, he dons the dragon robe. No one would spare a second glance at someone hustling in a mahjong house. How impressive. Truly impressive. Old chicken uncle is indeed remarkable. With a single move of the white dragonfish suit, he allowed Yu Haidong to attain his true form without drawing attention, safely maturing. Indeed, one's own offspring either become disheartened or achieve little. This adopted son must be nurtured differently. I, the short dog, concede. I am convinced. I can't be a founding hero, but being a steward for a founding hero is still acceptable, right? Uncle Dog squinted, looking at Liang Kun and the others as if drunkenly. At this moment, the prince had already calmed down from the frenzy of the Xiaogu version of disco. After Mei Yanfang made her final appearance and sung the slow-tuned song of the setting sun, the heat in the venue gradually subsided, transforming into a lingering aftertaste. He still leaned on the railing, but his gaze was no longer dull. Instead, it became deep and complex. Throughout his life, there were only two things in his world: the brutality of fists and the knife edge of the underworld. Women. In his life, they were merely a vague and distant term, appearing only during physiological impulses, serving as tools to satisfy needs to the point where he couldn't even recall their faces afterward. He thought he would continue this way, marrying a woman of equal status, having heirs, and then spending his life in fighting and killing. But tonight, everything changed. When that girl named Mei Yanfang stood on the stage and her voice rang out, the prince felt as if something had gently but firmly opened a crack in his iron-like heart. Light poured in through that crack. It was not desire. He could feel desire for those downstairs dressed provocatively, for the charming hosts, and even for any woman he had seen in other nightclubs before. But for Mei Yan, no, for Anita, he could not harbor even a hint of lewdness. It was an almost reverent admiration and infatuation. He was captivated by her voice, which belied her age, as if every lyric concealed an unspeakable story. He was enchanted by the queenly aura she exuded on stage, so free-spirited, confident, and radiant. He was even fascinated by the hint of melancholy in her eyes when she sang with passion. She was like a mystery, a profound whirlpool, drawing him and urging him to explore, yet he feared being completely consumed by that overwhelming force. This feeling was strange, fearful, yet laced with an indescribable sweetness, like a child who had never tasted candy experiencing the sweetness for the first time, both curious and at a loss. The prince even found himself somewhat ridiculous. He, the top enforcer of the Hongxing gang, the prince who would risk his life in a fight, was now like a lovesick middle school student, a flurry of butterflies in his heart, losing the courage to even speak to his brothers. Ahem. A Kun. Oh, Prince, what's wrong? Is it that there isn't enough alcohol? I'll go get more. Liang Kun was still basking in the excitement brought by the bustling nightclub business. His face flushed. No, the prince said, his eyes fixed on the dispersing crowd below, not daring to meet Liang Kun's gaze. That Miss May, her singing is indeed quite good. Later, can you help me get an autograph? After he spoke, he felt his cheeks flush slightly, reassuring himself that the reason for this request was merely to appreciate her singing. Yes, just appreciation. Upon hearing this, Liang Kun burst into laughter, slapping the prince's shoulder with enthusiasm. I thought it was something serious. Prince, you also think Anita is great? Of course. She's a treasure personally unearthed by Brother Dong. An autograph? No problem at all. After the show, I'll take you to meet her backstage. We're all in this together. Don't mention just an autograph. Taking a photo is also no issue. Liang Kun was a standard greenhead bachelor with no thoughts of romance beyond fighting and making money. He completely missed the carefulness and shyness in the prince's tone, thinking he, like himself, was captivated by Mei Yanfang's stage presence, purely a fan meeting an idol. Hearing Liang Kun's enthusiastic agreement and promise to take him backstage made the prince's heart skip a beat. Anticipation mingled with nervousness. He eagerly awaited the chance to see her up close while worrying he might say the wrong thing. He took a deep breath and feigned a carefree laugh. All right, it's settled then. Uncle Dog observed everything, taking a puff of his cigar and slowly exhaling. With eyes closed and face tilted up, seemingly savoring the moment, he was actually shaking his head inwardly. Oh no, another one is falling in. Prince, you will sooner or later fall into Yu Haidong's trap. Just then, as the group in the box harbored their own thoughts, the door of the room was pushed open a crack from the outside, and a head peeked in. It was Shaqiang, Liang Kun's right-hand man. Shaqiang hurried to Liang Kun's side, lowering his voice and speaking urgently. Brother Kun, something's happened outside. Liang Kun's smile instantly vanished, his brow furrowing. What happened? On the first day of opening, and someone is causing trouble. It's a group from Mongkok, Shachang quickly explained. The leader seems to be someone named Brother Tony. I don't know what it's about, but he's arguing with our manager Ollie, and now they've blocked the back door, holding Ollie hostage. Ollie is a manager hired by the nightclub. He is clever and usually does his job steadily. A trace of severity flashed in Liang Kun's eyes. Mongkok. Tony. Never heard of such small fries. Golden splendor is the foundation of my livelihood here. If someone disrupts the opening on the first day, how will I Liang Kun ever survive in Simsha Sui? Understood, I'll go take a look. Liang Kun stood up, grabbed the XO bottle from the table, poured himself another half glass, and downed it in one go. The fiery liquor slid down his throat, igniting the anger in his chest. Kun, what's going on? The prince also heard the commotion and stood up. It's nothing, prince brother, just a few blind little punks. He'll handle it. You and dog uncle sit tight for now. Liang Kun didn't want the prince to intervene in such trivial matters as it would make him seem useless. However, the prince waved his hand, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just feeling a bit bored sitting here, let's go down and stretch our legs together. Tonight he was disturbed by Mei Yanfang's singing, a restlessness surging within him, seeking an outlet. Perhaps fighting and killing was the most familiar way for him to quickly regain his composure. Liang Kun noticed the fighting spirit in the prince's eyes and understood. He laughed heartily, patting the prince on the shoulder. Good. Then let's go together. Let's show those punks from Mongkok what our Hongxing prince is made of. Big D, keep an eye on the place while we're gone. Before leaving, Liang Kun reminded him, and seeing Big D nod, he stepped out the door. Dog uncle shifted on the sofa, slitting his eyes open just a crack, watching the backs of the departing figures with a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Dog uncle's thoughts remained a mystery to no one. He leisurely leaned back on the sofa, puffing out clouds of smoke, as if he were a true underworld boss enjoying the fruits of victory. In the back alley of the nightclub, typically an employee passage and garbage disposal area, it was currently blocked by a dozen people, making it impassable. Trapped in the middle was the manager named Ali. His suit collar was torn open, a clear slap mark was visible on his face, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained defiant, glaring fiercely at the person in front of him. At the forefront was a tall, skinny youth dressed in a flashy silk shirt with 3 buttons undone, revealing a tattoo on his chest. He held a beer bottle in his hand, casually tapping it against his palm, with an extremely arrogant posture. He was Tony, the leader of a small gang called Zhongyi Tang in Mongkok. So what's up, manager? Tony pointed the beer bottle at Ali's face, tilting his head with a mocking expression. Have you thought it through yet? Kneel down, give my brother 3 loud bows, and compensate us with $100,000 for the medical fees, and today's matter will be forgotten. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't make it out of Tsim Sha Sui. A lackey behind Tony, clutching his head, immediately chimed in, wailing, ouch. My head hurts so much. Boss, I might have a concussion. 100,000 isn't enough. Ali spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, cursing, what the hell? I'm just following the rules. What's wrong with that? Rules. Tony laughed heartily as if he had heard the greatest joke, saying, I, Tony, am the rule. I'm giving you face by even talking to you. If you don't give me face, then I'll have to use my fists. I'll count to 3. If you're not on your knees, I'll make you lie down and listen to the rules. 1. His lackeys also revealed the pipes and knives they had concealed, the atmosphere instantly becoming tense. Ali and the 2 security guards beside him changed their expressions slightly, but still did not retreat. They knew that behind them was the dazzling sign of the club representing Liang Kun's reputation. Taking a step back meant they would never be able to lift their heads again. 2. Tony's voice dragged on, filled with menace. Just as he was about to shout 3, the back door was pushed open and a lazy voice drifted in from outside. Yo, what a big show of force. Since when do the little cats and dogs from Mongkok dare to come to Tsim Sha Sui to act like kings? Everyone turned to look, and there was Liang Kun accompanied by the prince and Sha Chong, leading a dozen lackeys holding small weapons, walking over leisurely. Liang Kun led the way, not holding any weapons, merely playing with a Zippo lighter in his hand, a trademark smile with a hint of wickedness on his face. Seeing Liang Kun, Ali felt a surge of confidence and shouted, Kun go. Tony's expression changed slightly upon seeing the number of people and their momentum, but refusing to lose face, he stubbornly pointed the beer bottle at Liang Kun. Who are you? This is none of your business, so get lost. Liang Kun ignored him and walked straight to Ali, patting him on the shoulder and softly asking, are you okay? I'm fine, Kun, good, just a superficial injury. Ali shook his head. Liang Kun nodded and turned to face Tony, his smile vanishing, replaced by an icy indifference. I am Liang Kun of Hongxing, and I oversee this place. Today is our first day of business, and I'm in a good mood. Now I'll give you a chance, take your people and disappear immediately, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Liang Kun. Tony was taken aback, clearly unfamiliar with the name. However, the prestige of Hongxing was not to be trifled with. But he had his own dozen brothers behind him, and under the influence of alcohol he was unwilling to back down. He sneered, so you're from Hongxing. I'm Tony from Zhongyi Tang. Let's see if you dare to touch me. Tony. Never heard of you. Liang Kun dug in his ear, a look of disdain on his face. I only know this is Tsim Sha Sui, not Mongkok. You've got some nerve causing trouble here. Hongxing. Tony wanted to negotiate, but Liang Kun had no patience to entertain him. Having made his identity clear, was he still chattering away? Did he not take Hongxing seriously? He shouted, "Kill him." In a flash, a figure darted past Liang Kun like a ghost taking action first. It was the prince. He sidestepped and with a hand quicker than lightning grabbed Tony's outstretched wrist. Crack! A crisp sound of bone cracking echoed, accompanied by Tony's pig-like scream. The prince did not pause for a moment, shaking his wrist to snatch the beer bottle from Tony's hand, and with a backhand swing of the bottle's bottom struck Tony solidly on the temple. Bang! After a dull thud, glass shards mixed with blood splattered. Tony couldn't even fully scream before his eyes rolled back, collapsing limply to the ground unconscious. The entire process flowed seamlessly, fast enough that everyone was caught off guard. The prince's face bore no expression, as though he had merely done something trivial. Liang Kun's men also rushed into the fray. The security guards inside the nightclub were not just punks standing on street corners, they were all carefully selected fighters. They never wasted time talking. As soon as the boss gave an order, they would strike, without mercy. Most of Tony's lackeys were merely there to fill the atmosphere. They were no match for this group of fierce wolves, and soon they lay scattered on the ground, howling in agony. Liang Kun saw it was about time and shouted, "Stop!" The Hongxing lackeys kicked and shoved, herding Tony's men together. Those lackeys looked at Tony, who was twitching on the ground, and then at Liang Kun and the prince, whose gazes were as chilling as looking at corpses, and they no longer had any trace of the arrogance they had just displayed. "B-boss, we were in the wrong place. Spare us. We won't dare again." Liang Kun lazily twisted his neck, maintaining that nonchalant tone. "Get lost. If I see you again in Simsha Sui, they'll take your lives." The lackeys from Zhongyi Tang hurriedly helped the unconscious Tony and fled the back alley in a disheveled manner. The Hongxing lackeys erupted into cheers. Liang Kun gave a thumbs up to the prince beside him, sincerely praising, "Prince brother, great skills. No wonder you're the top red stick of Hongxing." The prince, expressionless, pulled out a handkerchief from his suit pocket, carefully wiping off the blood splatters on his hands, and said lightly, "Just a piece of trash." After cleaning his hands, he casually tossed the handkerchief to the ground, as if throwing away all his pent-up aggression. He looked up, gazing at the brightly lit upper floors of the nightclub, a hint of wistfulness resurfacing in his eyes. He remembered the figures shining brightly on stage, recalling that dreamlike voice. He suddenly felt that the fighting and killing just now was so crude and uninteresting. When a group of people returned to the store, they were greeted by an empty hall. Most of the nightclub's guests had already dispersed, and the waitstaff were busy clearing the mess on the floor. The stage that once stirred his heart was now dimmed, empty of life, with only the flower baskets left in front of the stage, silently narrating the brilliance of moments gone by. The prince's heart sank as she had left. An indescribable sense of loss instantly filled his heart. Like a traveler who had traversed a desert for too long, finally spotting an oasis only to find it was merely a mirage. "Brother Prince," Liang Kun seemed to sense his disappointment and walked over to comfort him. "Sister May is from Dong Guest Company. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. Don't even mention listening to her sing. It would be perfectly reasonable to have a meal with her." The prince remained silent, merely nodding slightly, drawing his gaze back from the empty stage, the light in his eyes dimming. After Liang Kun and Adi dealt with the matters outside, their spirits lifted. They opened a few bottles of wine and began boasting about how Brother Prince had displayed his might, easily taking down the arrogant Tony. However, Dog Uncle had hardly said a word. Holding his wine glass, he walked over to Liang Kun and casually said, "Kun, what do you think about today's events?" Liang Kun took a large gulp of wine and replied carelessly, "What else is there to think? A few drunks from Mong Kok came looking for trouble, that's all. Brother Prince has already taught them a lesson. This matter should be over." "Over?" Dog Uncle shook his head, a glimmer of sharpness flickering in his murky eyes. "I feel this is just the beginning." "Oh." Liang Kun's interest was piqued. "Dog Uncle, what do you mean by that?" Dog Uncle took a sip of XO and slowly analyzed. "Think about it. Why did the people from Mong Kok come to stir up trouble? With the grand opening of the dazzling venue, the local snakes in Simsha Sui, whether it be Dong Xing or other gangs, would only send people to check the situation. No one would dare to directly confront us. Why? Because they know whose territory this is. But the Mong Kok folks dared. What does this imply? It indicates that in their eyes the Hongxing brand isn't bright enough, at least not enough, to have even a base established in Mong Kok." Dog Uncle's words pierced like a needle, hitting Liang Kun's most sensitive spot. Liang Kun was destined for greatness. His ambitions were not limited to merely being a middleman in Simsha Sui. "Dog Uncle, please continue." Liang Kun's expression turned serious. "What came today was just an unknown faction from the Chung Yi Tang. Tomorrow, it could be another gang. We managed to fend them off today, but what about tomorrow? And the day after? 1,000 days of vigilance against thieves. There will always be moments of negligence." Dog Uncle's voice lowered significantly. "The best defense is to attack." "Attack?" "Exactly." Dog Uncle's eyes sparkled with fervor. "Seize this opportunity, and we push straight into Mong Kok. That so-called Chung Yi Tang would be the perfect sacrifice for us. Establish your own territory in Mongkok Liangkuan. Let all of Kowloon know that if they provoke Liangkuan, no matter where they hide, we will come knocking at their door. Dog Uncle grew more excited as if he could already envision Liang Kun's magnificent presence in Mongkok. He sighed deeply, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Unfortunately, I'm merely a grass shoe. Strategizing is within my capacity, but this kind of territorial expansion requires manpower, funding, and most importantly, a capable leader who can fight. I lack that ability. Oh, I can only dream. But you are different, Akun, you have that strength. Liang Kun's heart was ignited by Dog Uncle's words. Charge into Mongkok. Establish your own territory. This thought grew like a wild seed, instantly occupying his entire mind. He glanced at the silent prince beside him, whose demeanor had clearly returned to normal as a bolder plan began to brew in his heart. The next day at noon in the office of the Brilliant Entertainment, Yu Haidong, after listening to Liang Kun's recounting of Dog Uncle's suggestion about advancing into Mongkok, did not immediately express his stance, but gently tapped his fingers on the table, falling into deep thought. Adong, I believe Dog Uncle has a point. Liang Kun could no longer contain his excitement, and standing before Yu Haidong's desk leaned forward with both hands on the table and said, I can't just remain in Simsha Sui waiting for others to come looking for trouble. We need to strike out, making everyone fear us. That area in Mongkok may be chaotic, but there's plenty of profit to be made. Yu Haidong lifted his eyelids, glanced at him, and asked lightly, what about the people? How many people do you have that can push into Mongkok? More importantly, once you take it, can you hold it? A single Chung Yi Tang isn't much. Without the DS help, you could handle it yourself. But what comes next? In Mongkok, with so many gangs around, if you drive away one Chung Yi Tang today, tomorrow dozens of factions will unite against you. What will you do then? A barrage of questions poured over Liang Kun, like cold water, dampening much of his enthusiasm. He opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. He truly hadn't considered these issues. He simply wanted to trample through Mongkok, pull down the flag of Chung Yi Tang, and then slowly strategize. Yu Haidong stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the bustling streets below. Brother Kun, I understand your ambition. It's not wrong to want to expand and establish a territory. If others don't support you, we grew up together, would I not support you? Yu Haidong paused for a moment before continuing slowly. But have you considered why such a large gang as Hong Xing, despite competing fiercely in Simsha Sui and Causeway Bay, has never truly extended its hand into Mongkok? Liang Kun frowned and thought, I've thought about it. Is it because Mongkok is too chaotic and the profits are not as good as the nightlife in Simsha Sui or the venues in Causeway Bay? Mongkok is a quagmire. It's not like Simsha Sui, which has high-end hotels and nightclubs as big chunks of fat meat. Mongkok is made up of countless small stalls, vendors, shops, and workshops. Protection fees range from dozens to hundreds at most. If you want to plant a flag, you need to send countless subordinates to sweep through the streets, negotiating with each shop one by one. It's time-consuming and labor-intensive with profits that are disproportionate. For a gang the size of Hong Xing, it's a tasteless food that can be discarded situation. They would rather expend energy competing for a large venue than get bogged down in the street battles of Mongkok. Only sunset gangs like Chung Yi Tang and other disorganized factions struggle there. Didn't you just connect with the prince? He is holding up the Hong Xing territory in Simsha Sui with just a martial arts school. Although he can barely maintain the facade, he doesn't have many profitable ventures. If you can bring him in to share the profits, strengthen your power, wouldn't it be a strong ally to push into Mongkok? Your idea is good. Having ambition is a good thing. However, meals must be eaten bite by bite and roads must be walked step by step. He turned around, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Liang Kun. The bone in Mongkok is too hard. We can't chew on it just yet. But before we tackle that hard bone, we can first savor the fatty meat right at our doorstep. The fatty meat at our doorstep. Liang Kun was puzzled. The parking rights in Simsha Sui, Yu Haidong said clearly, word for word. Liang Kun's breath quickened. Parking rights. These three words signify a stable and substantial cash flow for any gang. In Simsha Sui, nightclubs, bars, restaurants, and hotels are abundant. How many cars need to be parked every day? The profits involved are astronomical. Most of the parking business in Simsha Sui is currently in the hands of Dongxing, especially that golden-haired tiger who guards it as fiercely as his own lifeline. If we move, it would mean directly declaring war on Dongxing. Liang Kun's expression turned extremely grave. Declare war. Yu Haidong laughed. When has Hongxing ever stopped fighting with Dongxing? The previous conflict over the nightclub will eventually be settled. Rather than passively taking hits, it's better to take the initiative. Are you saying I should team up with the prince to take on the golden-haired tiger? Exactly. Yu Haidong walked up to Liang Kun and patted his shoulder. If you go alone, that's your personal matter. But if you join forces with the prince, that becomes a family affair for Hongxing. The prince holds a unique position in Hongxing. He is a flag bearer for the gang. As long as he takes action, Jiang Tiansheng and the elders in the gang won't deny it. At that time, it will be two gangs facing each other. Liang Kun's heart raced, but will the prince agree? Do you think the prince is doing well in Simsha Sui? Besides his boxing gym and 2 or 3 small storefronts, what other businesses does he have? He is essentially a martial arts enthusiast, not good at making money. If it weren't for maintaining Tung Sing's only foothold in Simsha Sui, he wouldn't care about anything apart from practicing boxing and playing with cars. He only has a handful of fighters under him, he can't afford more. If it weren't for his incredible fighting prowess, his territory would have long been devoured by Dongxing. Jiang Tianxing uses him both for utility and as a safeguard, offering neither money nor manpower. With the prince's own abilities, he can barely maintain his territory. He has neither the financial nor human resources to expand. Liang Kuan silently pondered Yu Haidong's words, realizing that teaming up with the prince could achieve 3 goals. First, secure tangible territory and revenue. Second, leverage the prince's identity and power. When they advance into Mongkok, they will have a legitimate reason consolidating internal gang resources to face external challenges. Third, and most importantly, through this war against Dongxing, he can firmly establish himself and the prince as leaders among the new generation in the gang. Adong, I understand now. Liang Kun's eyes reignited with fierce passion. I'll go find Brother Prince to discuss this right away. Go ahead. Yu Haidong waved his hand. Tell him that we will cover all the funding for this operation. Liang Kuan nodded, unable to think of any reason the prince would refuse. In the evening, Liang Kuan hosted a banquet in the most luxurious private room at the Golden Splendor, treating the prince. After a few rounds of drinks, Liang Kuan laid out Yu Haidong's plan. The prince remained silent after listening. He held his wine glass, gazing into the amber liquid, his expression deep and contemplative. Liang Kuan felt a bit nervous, unsure of what the prince was hesitating about. After a long moment, the prince raised his head, his gaze drifting past Liang Kuan towards the stage. Though separated by the walls of the private room, he seemed to hear that soul-stirring song and see that shadow that haunted his dreams. Cheers. The prince downed his glass in one gulp and slammed it down on the table. For money and for the hope of being able to listen to songs here in peace in the future. His eyes were more resolute than ever. Seeing this, Liang Kuan was overjoyed and raised his glass to drink as well. Good. Brother Prince. From today onwards, as brothers, this territory of Tsim Sha Sui will be ours. Their hands clasped tightly together in the smoke-filled private room. Outside the window, the neon lights of Tsim Sha Sui continued to flicker, bustling and lively. Yet beneath this facade of prosperity, a storm of blood and chaos was slowly unfolding. After dinner in the backstage dressing room of Golden Splendor, Mei Yanfang was preparing for the evening's performance with the makeup artist delicately applying her makeup. There was a knock at the door. Sister, Mei, Brother Cohen brought friends to see you, said the assistant, peeking in at the door. Please let them in. Mei Yanfang looked through the mirror and saw Liang Kuan walking in front with the somewhat anxious prince following behind him. Today's prince was not in his branded suit. Instead, he wore a clean white shirt and jeans, and his hair was well-groomed, making the intimidating aura around him much softer, resembling a big boy next door. Anita, sorry to interrupt your preparations. Liang Kuan, shedding his usual arrogance, smiled amiably and was very polite. Let me introduce you. This is the prince, the leader of Hongxing and Tsim Sha Sui, and your most loyal fan. Hello, Brother Prince. Mei Yanfang turned around and politely extended her hand. Today she wore light makeup, lacking some of the queenly aura from the stage and adding a touch of youthful grace. Hello, Miss Mei. The prince felt his heart racing, hurriedly extending his hand and gently shaking hands with Mei Yanfang's soft hand, only to pull back immediately as if electrocuted. His cheeks flushed, his gaze evasive, not daring to meet her eyes. He stammered, I really like your songs. Really? Especially that song. What was it called? He had been entranced by it last night, but now his mind was blank and he was sweating nervously. Is it like Water Flowing Years? Mei Yanfang smiled, prompting him. Yes. It's like Water Flowing Years. The prince exclaimed as if pardon, nodding repeatedly. You sing it so well. Really? Can I ask for your autograph? He said, taking out a brand new notebook and a pen from behind, presenting them with both hands, looking just like a primary school student meeting his idol for the first time. Liang Kuan couldn't help but laugh at the side. He had never seen the prince like this. Is this really the same fighter who could take someone down in an alley with a single move? Mei Yanfang was amused by his earnestness, took the paper and pen and graciously signed her name, Anita Mui. Thank you so much. The prince happily received the autograph, carefully blowing on the ink, and then solemnly closed the notebook as if it contained some kind of rare treasure. Brother Prince, you were too polite. If you like my songs, just come to support me more often. Mei Yanfang said politely. Definitely. Absolutely. I will come every day. The prince blurted out without thinking. Only after saying it did he realize how exaggerated it sounded, his face reddening as he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Seeing this, Liang Kuan quickly smoothed things over. Haha, Miss Mei, Brother Prince is just joking. We won't disturb your work. Let's treat you to a meal when you have a day off. Saying this, he pulled the still dazed prince out of the dressing room. Until they exited the backstage, the prince's heart was still racing. He looked down at the notebook in his hand, grinning foolishly. The sense of loss from missing out last night had been completely replaced by a huge sense of happiness. He secretly resolved to create more opportunities to see her in the future. Hey, Akuin, did you just mention dinner? Make sure to include me. In the early 1980s, private cars were far from widespread in Xinjiang, and owning one was a symbol of status and wealth. Thus, those who used valet parking services generally had better economic conditions and were less sensitive to prices. At that time, Zhangjiang's economy was developing rapidly, but urban planning failed to keep pace with the growth of automobiles, especially in commercial core areas like Tsimsha Sui, where legal parking spots were hard to come by. Although parking meters had already been introduced, they were only trialed in core areas inhabited by foreigners, such as Central and Wanchai on Hong Kong Island, while other places still relied on manual valet services. Kowloon Road, Chatham Road, Austin Road, Nathan Road, Guangdong Road. Each street represented a massive flow of customers, countless nightlife venues, and the enticing parking business behind them. Parking was divided into watching cars and valet parking. The government set fees ranged from 10 to 20, but in bustling areas, especially commercial centers and nightclubs, the parking rights were held by organized crime groups. For ordinary people trying to find a parking spot on their own, it would take at least an hour or two. Besides parking fees, valet parking also required tipping, equating to the parking fee. If it were a luxury car, the owner would pay extra for car watching fees to avoid scratches, dents, or theft, and would also tip upon retrieving the vehicle. Thus, the average hourly income from each parking space ranged between 50 to 80, equivalent to the daily wage of a regular worker. Especially on Friday and Saturday nights, the golden time for nightlife and entertainment consumption, a surge of luxury cars flooded into Tsim Sha Tsui, greatly increasing the demand for valet parking services, with tips needing to be given up front and doubled to secure a parking spot. In busy streets, just a single parking space could generate tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars in monthly income, and it was a no-cost business. Therefore, battles over parking spots were almost a daily occurrence. Whoever could control the parking spots held a critical chokehold on the nighttime economy. This not only represented substantial monthly parking fees collected, but also indicated influence over the order of an area. If customers couldn't find a parking spot, would they walk to consume? Thus, having parking rights also served as a link to establish connections with all nearby nightclub owners. The profits were incredibly lucrative, far exceeding outsiders' imaginations. Currently, this fat piece of meat was mostly in the mouth of golden-haired tiger Sha Mang, one of the 5 tigers of the East Star. Sha Mang's core strength consisted of about 80 to 100 people stationed primarily at the Didi Cat nightclub, which was his stronghold and primary source of income. At other parking points, there were only about 10 to 20 people scattered across each street, with weak influence. At 11 o'clock at night, the nightlife was reaching its peak. Neon lights flickered on both sides of the street, traffic flowed like a river, and well-dressed men and women darted back and forth. A few underlings dressed in cheap t-shirts and responsible for watching cars for a nightclub lazily leaned against the roadside, collecting money while gazing at passing beauties. Suddenly, 7 or 8 motorcycles roared to life, bursting out of an alley like wild dogs and halting abruptly in front of the parking spot. Each motorcycle had 2 riders wearing helmets, their faces obscured, and those in the back were wielding gleaming machetes or thick pipes. "Hey, what are you doing?" One of the East Star underlings sensed something was off and began to shout. The rider on the back of the leading motorcycle had already leaped off, and without a word swung the pipe with great force against the window of a freshly parked Mercedes. Crash! The deafening alarm instantly blared. "Smash it! Break everything!" the leader shouted. A dozen helmeted men lunged at the East Star valet. Although these valets were also part of the gang's lower ranks, they mainly collected money and watched cars, so how could they compete against these clearly well-prepared attackers? In an instant, they were knocked to the ground with screams, curses, the sounds of metal clashing, and car alarms blending into a chaotic symphony. The tin box for collecting money was kicked away, and coins and bills scattered everywhere. In the chaos, one helmeted man snatched the money box and jumped onto a motorcycle. The others smashed a few more car windows and then sped away amidst a cacophony of whistles and roaring engines. The entire process took less than 3 minutes. Similar scenes unfolded almost simultaneously at other East Star parking points on Chatham Road, Austin Road, Guangdong Road, and several other main streets. The attackers were not many, but they acted swiftly and ruthlessly, stealing the day's revenue, vandalizing, and then quickly retreating. News spread like wildfire to the Didi Cat nightclub. In the largest VIP room, golden-haired tiger Sha Mang was surrounded by women drinking and playing games with several business associates, his face glowing with joy. He was about 27 or 28 years old, tall and robust, with his hair dyed golden, standing upright, and his eyes slightly clouded from alcohol. A flustered underling rushed into the room, disregarding the occasion, and exclaimed urgently, "Boss, it's bad. Our parking spot has been cleared out. Brothers were beaten, money was stolen, and many cars were smashed." "What?" Sha Mang abruptly pushed the girl beside him aside, stood up sharply, his drunkenness instantly replaced by rage, his face turning red. "Who is so bold? Who did it?" I don't know. I couldn't see their faces. Some were wearing helmets, and they left right after." "Damn it. Am I going to die here?" Sha Mang roared in fury, kicking over the tea table in front of him, spilling drinks and fruit plates everywhere, causing the women to scream and dodge. "Blow the whistle. Immediately blow the whistle. Gather all the brothers. Bring weapons. Let's see who dares to step on my head and take a dump." If we don't retaliate, how can I continue to mix in Simsha Sui? Damn it. Follow me. Soon sharp whistles and chaotic shouts echoed inside and outside the nightclub. The East Star members who were originally dispersed throughout the nightclub's various floors and on standby in nearby pool halls and mahjong houses quickly converged. These gangsters mostly wore tank tops or floral shirts, showcasing various tattoos, holding machetes and steel pipes wrapped in newspapers, their faces mixed with excitement, ferocity, and a hint of confusion amidst the chaos. Sha Mang, surrounded by a group of loyal followers, stormed out of the nightclub. The night breeze blew, making him slightly sober, but his anger flared even more. He looked at the 70 or so people gathered in front of him. Although some had been stationed at the outer parking points for a long time, it seemed slightly fewer than he expected, but he felt the momentum was still sufficiently grand. Brothers, there are some bastards who don't know their place daring to come to our East Star territory to stir trouble, stealing our money and attacking our people. Sha Mang jumped onto the hood of a car, waving his arms and hoarsely rallying, "Let's go and chop those bastards to death. Tonight I want them to lie down as they leave Simsha Sui. Chop them to death. Brother Sha Mang. Brother Sha Mang." The East Star members were fired up, raising their weapons and responding loudly. "Let's go." Sha Mang waved his hand and was the first to jump back into his Toyota Crown. The crowd of people chaotically boarded vans and cars, engines roaring. The convoy surged forward like an angry, venomous snake heading towards the direction of Kowloon Road, where the attack had been reported. Just 5 minutes after the main convoy of the Sand Locust departed, a group of people silently emerged from a dim alley opposite the Didi Cat nightclub. Leading the way was the Crown Prince, clad in a black tracksuit, tightly gripping a thick-backed machete, his face devoid of any previous restraint in front of Mei Yin Fong, replaced instead by the ruthless and murderous aura of the first enforcer of Hongxing. Behind him were over 30 similarly dressed enforcers of Hongxing, clad in black and silent. These were the most capable and trustworthy brothers he had carefully selected. Meanwhile, near the front entrance of the nightclub, over a dozen people quickly exited from several cars that seemed to be parked casually, with Shag Chong leading the group. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth and an expressionless face, he wielded a gleaming Japanese knife, gesturing towards the Crown Prince before leading his men toward the nightclub's back door. The combined forces numbered over 50, surging like a tide from the darkness, swiftly and orderly advancing towards both the front and back entrances of the Didi Cat nightclub. At the entrance, 2 East Star guards on lookout noticed something was amiss. Just as one shouted, they were swiftly kicked in the abdomen by the rushing enforcers of Hongxing, bending over in pain and dragged inside. "Hongxing is here. Unrelated people, get out." The Crown Prince roared, kicking open the nightclub's door and charging in at the forefront. Inside the nightclub, the music was deafening and the lights were dazzling. Most of the small-time henchmen had been taken away by the Sand Locust, leaving only a handful of bewildered waitstaff and guests. "Chop them up." The Crown Prince had a clear target, ignoring the panicked guests and directly charging towards the East Star's personnel. Shag Chong, bursting in through the back door like a wolf, immediately clashed with several East Star guards trying to flee and report. The sounds of blades clashing, screams, curses, and shattering glass quickly drowned out the music. The battle was utterly one-sided. The East Star guards were few in number and caught off guard, almost falling to the ground with a single attack. The Crown Prince struck fiercely, swinging the machete with great force, toppling 2 men in quick succession. Shag Chong, displaying even more madness, swung his Japanese knife wildly. Though lacking finesse, his presence was terrifying. After securing the main hall, the Crown Prince left some men to guard the exits and intimidate the guests, while he led his core team straight to the Sand Locust's office. Bang! With a mighty crash, the sturdy wooden door of the office was burst open. Inside, 2 bodyguards of the Sand Locust attempted to resist, but were immediately cut down by the chaotic onslaught. The Crown Prince dashed into the office, scanning his surroundings before charging to the massive desk, raising his machete to smash it. The others began to rampage as well, destroying everything: phones, file cabinets, safes. Everything was obliterated. "Search. See if there are any hidden compartments," commanded the Crown Prince. Soon a Hongxing enforcer found a concealed small safe behind the smashed bookshelf. "Brother Crown Prince, over here. Bust it open." Several men used pipes and axes to violently pry it open, quickly destroying the small safe. Inside were stacks of $1,000 bills, some IOUs, a few packets of white powder, and a black pistol with spare magazines. Indeed, there's something valuable. The Crown Prince collected the money, IOUs, and gun, pouring the white powder into a fish tank. "Let's go." The entire process was clean and efficient, from the intrusion to complete control and destruction of the venue, taking less than 15 minutes. On the other side, the Sand Locust arrived at Jiaoyanwei Old Road with the main convoy, only to find devastation. A sea of shattered car glass, several injured henchmen sitting by the roadside wailing, and the attackers long gone. "Boss, looks like those bastards have left." The Sand Locust's face turned ashen just as he was about to curse. A manager from a nearby store rushed out. "Brother Sand Locust, there's a call for you at your venue." The Sand Locust stepped into the store, picked up the phone, and shouted angrily, "Hello? Who is it?" On the other end came a panicked voice, almost crying, "B-Boss. B-Boss. It's bad. The nightclub. The nightclub has been smashed. It was the crown prince of Hongxing who led the attack. The brothers are injured, and your room has been. What? The sand locust felt a buzz in his head as if struck by a heavy hammer. His vision darkened, nearly fainting. He grabbed the edge of the nearby table to steady himself, his face instantly turning from ashen to pale, cold sweat pouring down. I've fallen into a trap. I've truly fallen into a trap. The tiger has left its mountain. Damn it. Hongxing, Crown Prince, I will not rest until we settle this. The sand locust let out a beast-like roar, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Return. We must go back immediately. All of you come with me. I will tear those Hongxing bastards to shreds. The East Star convoy started up again chaotically like headless flies madly racing back toward the Didi Cat nightclub. Seated in the car, the sand locust ground his teeth in frustration, continuously urging the driver to go faster, his mind filled entirely with thoughts of rage and revenge. Little did he know a deadly trap had quietly unfolded on the route he took to return. On Shixian Road South, a relatively secluded stretch with dim streetlights, several trucks blocked an entire lane of the already narrow road, leaving only a narrow passage. Ling Kuan sat in the back seat of a car parked in the shadows, half the window rolled down, silently watching the time on his watch. Old buildings and alleyways on both sides along with the back of the cars were already ambushed by over 100 elite enforcers. Everyone held their breath, gripping their knives and clubs tightly as a deadly atmosphere hung in the air. Soon the distant sound of rapid and intense engine roars and blaring horns approached. The convoy of the sand locust appeared clearly in a hurry, moving at high speed. The lead vehicle, seeing the narrow road ahead, had to slow down. Damn, what the hell? Whose cars are these? The driver of the lead car shouted angrily. The sand locust leaned out of his luxury car, shouting angrily, who cares whose it is? Get through quickly, hurry. However, it was already too late. In that moment of chaos and slowing speed, two large trucks came speeding toward them, showing no sign of slowing down, and crashed directly into them. The first and last vehicles were all deformed from the impact, blocking the entire road. Kill! A thunderous roar echoed like a signal, suddenly ringing out from all directions. Dozens of enforcers jumped out from the front and rear trucks, and from the darkness on both sides, countless shadows surged forth, as if performing a magic trick. The forces of Hongxing surged like a flood breaking through a dam, rushing out from every corner where they could hide, instantly cutting off and surrounding the East Star convoy. The gleam of blades flashed as fierce faces emerged. It's an ambush, the East Star henchmen cried out in terror, hastily trying to grab their weapons to resist. But they were caught off guard and hastily returning, while the Hongxing side was prepared and had long plotted, holding absolute advantages in numbers and morale. The battle was almost a one-sided massacre from the very beginning. The prince charged into the fray like a fierce tiger among sheep, each swing of the mountain-cutting knife unleashing a torrential rain of blood. Xuanchang yelled madly, wildly brandishing a katana. Though lacking in technique, he appeared particularly terrifying amid the chaos. The henchmen of Hongxing moved in groups of 3 and 5, working in perfect harmony as their machetes and steel pipes rained down like a storm. The forces of Dongxing lacked training. Some were still allies, their movements weak and ineffective, unable to mount any substantial resistance, and they were instantly scattered. The night sky echoed with screams, the sounds of slaughter, pleas for mercy, the clash of metal and car alarms. Countless bodies fell to the ground, blood staining the pavement. Shamong sat in the luxury car, watching helplessly as his subordinates fell like wheat being cut down, his eyes wide with rage. He frantically shoved the car door open, seized a machete from a trusted aide, and prepared to rush out and fight. Boss, no, we must leave now. Several loyal aides desperately held him back, pushing him back into the car. Boss, this is not the time. We must go. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not fear a lack of firewood. We can't hold out here. The driver was quick-witted, suddenly yanking the steering wheel. The luxury car violently squeezed through the gaps between two parked cars, forcing its way out of the chaotic battle and roadblocks, accelerating recklessly to escape. Other Dongxing vehicles attempted to flee as well, but were immediately surrounded by Hongxing's men. Their windows were smashed, and those inside were dragged out and hacked down. The battle did not last long. In just over 10 minutes, the main forces brought by Shamong had been completely wiped out, either dead or injured, lying scattered on the ground. The prince, holding a bloodied mountain-cutting knife, surveyed his surroundings, panting heavily, his face splattered with blood. Damn, that bastard Shamong got away. Xuanchang, brandishing his dull katana, walked over cursing. Liang Kuan approached, carrying a bent iron rod, and coldly said, "What are you panicking about? He can't escape." The next morning, in a rundown tenement near Kowloon City, Shamong sat disheveled and disoriented on a tattered sofa. Last night's experience felt like a nightmare. Only a handful of his battered and wounded aides remained, each one like a startled bird. In a single night, the territory, manpower, and financial resources he had painstakingly built over the years had all vanished. From the formidable golden-haired tiger of Dongxing, he had become a lost dog. What do we do? Boss, what do we do? One of the younger brothers asked with a sorrowful face. Shamong suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes flashing with a frenzied light. What do we do? I Shamong haven't lost everything. Hire troops, I don't care how much it costs. I will exact my revenge. I want Hongxing and the prince to pay tenfold. The aides exchanged glances. Given the current situation, where could they possibly hire troops? With such a great loss, he truly had no face to approach the boss for assistance. Whether through elections or inheritance, gangs operate with a loose management style. Each boss contributes to the gang, but it doesn't mean the gang has to come to their aid when they are in trouble. Each person goes out under the banner of the gang. If you have the capability, you can expand your territory, but if you don't, you wait to be taken down. Gangsters are hardly ever obedient. Each one is a troublemaker. If everyone who fell sought help from the boss, then what is the boss? Just a firefighter. Calling in the gang for help requires one to admit their defeat, and whatever the outcome, they must accept it. If the boss steps in to help you settle matters, they have already done all they can. Once the boss is called in, what they gain is uncertain, but the benefits for the boss will definitely not be lacking. Thus, under normal circumstances, when a big brother suffers a loss, the first thought is to spend money to hire troops and resolve it themselves. They will not seek help from the gang unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, one of the aides' call phones rang. He looked at the number, his expression shifting slightly, and went outside to find a landline to return the call. Minutes later, a strange excitement spread across his face as he hurried back to Shamong, lowering his voice. Boss, good news. I found a group of people. They are Pakistani, and I heard they used to be soldiers. They can fight. Moreover, their price isn't too high, but they require cash. At this moment, Shamong was already consumed by hatred. Upon hearing this, he felt as if he had grasped a life-saving straw, his eyes lighting up. I remember now. Is it that group of South Asians who wanted to come over before to work as parking attendants? Exactly, boss, it's them. What was the name of the one in charge? Duh. What was it? I can't remember. How many of them are there? Can we rely on them? They said they can bring over 70 or 80 people anytime. They said as long as the money is right, they are willing to do anything. Good, good, good. Shamong repeated 3 times excitedly, standing up. Tell them to come immediately. Money is not the issue. He was only thinking about one thing: revenge. As for the origins and reliability of these Pakistani mercenaries, he couldn't care less. Immediately help me make a call. Call Uncle Lian from Lianying Society, call Fei Hong from Helatu, and call Brother Bao from C. Tell them I Shamong need to hire troops. According to the rules of the Underworld, 3 times the price. I want the best fighters. I want 300 men. Right now. The aide hesitated for a moment, saying, Boss, 3 times the price. And borrowing so many people at once, we are currently. I can't worry about that now. Shamong interrupted him roughly, his gaze fixated and frenzied. Do I Shamong lack money? If the money isn't enough, I can sell my house. If that's not enough, we'll go find Gue Li Wang and write an IO. Hurry up. After finishing, he dug out a stack of cash from a hidden compartment under the bed and threw it over. This is the deposit. You take 2 people and deliver it immediately. At this moment, Shamong was completely consumed by the fire of revenge, disregarding the massive debts and consequences. He only had one thought: to immediately and violently reclaim everything he had lost, and to tear the prince to shreds. The aide dared not offer further advice, only taking the money and going out with a couple of people. Having worked in Dongxing for many years, Shamong still had connections and relationships, especially when money was involved. Those bosses, upon hearing about Shamong's ordeal and the exorbitant price he was offering, had varied reactions. The Underworld is like this: few offer timely help, while many take advantage of the situation to profit. In less than half a day, the aide returned with a somewhat complicated expression. Boss, Lianying Society said they are short-staffed and can only send 50 men. Fei Hong is willing to send 100 men. Brother Bao is the most straightforward, agreeing to send 150 men. A total of 300 men are already being gathered, but the price. Accept their offer. Agree to all of it. Shamong shouted without thinking. Tell their men to go directly to the old No. 3 warehouse at the Changsha Bay cargo terminal to wait. When those South Asians arrive, they will go over together. He seemed to envision over 300 fresh troops at his command, sweeping through Tsim Sha Sui and trampling the prince beneath his feet. However, Shamong would never have anticipated that his nearly frantic struggle had long been anticipated by another person. In a luxurious top-floor office, the phone on Yu Haidong's desk rang. On the other end of the line was a deliberately lowered voice, speaking very quickly. Brother Dong Sha Meng has lost his mind. Just now he borrowed troops. Lianing Shihi Li 2 and Tiao Si, 300 men in total. The assembly point is the old warehouse No. 3 at Changsha Bay Freight Terminal. Understood. Yu Haidong replied flatly and hung up. Then he dialed Tai Zi. Brother Tai Zi, Sha Meng hasn't given up yet. He's hired 300 armed enforcers from outside and plans a counteroffensive. Yu Haidong summoned Liang Quan and instructed him. Sha Meng has secured 300 reinforcements. They're gathering at the old warehouse No. 3 in Changsha Bay. Take this check and deliver it to Brother Tai Zi. He's arranged 100 hardened mainland fighters, hard hands, from Daquan. The D will remain at the shop tonight. You take Chung Mo and his crew with you. In night fell over Changsha Bay Freight Terminal. The abandoned warehouse No. Three stood alone at the edge of the terminal, surrounded by rusting, derelict shipping containers. Dim street lamps flickered weakly, the sea wind howled relentlessly. Inside, the warehouse stretched vast and hollow. Only a few yellowed bulbs cast feeble light across the cavernous space. Nearly 300 knife-wielding enforcers, drawn from rival triads, had already arrived, clustering in three distinct, disjointed groups, shouting over one another, thick clouds of cigarette smoke curling through the air. They were desperate mercenaries and low-tier thugs dispatched by several bosses, lured by triple pay. Undisciplined, ill-coordinated, armed with whatever they could wield: cleavers, iron pipes, chains, even crudely fashioned spiked clubs. Car engines roared outside. Over 20 dump trucks pulled up. Sha Meng's lieutenants leapt out, shoved open the warehouse gates, exchanged terse words with the group leaders, and the crowd began filing out. Just as half the mob had spilled outside, three sharp horn blasts shattered the silence. From every truck bed, hundreds of armed assailants surged upright, leapt down in unison, and charged, roaring, into the disorganized throng. Chaos erupted instantly among the 300 enforcers inside. Those still within had no idea what had transpired outside. Those already outside hesitated. Should they stand and fight or retreat back into the warehouse? With no unified command, the scene devolved into utter pandemonium. Every attacker wore identical white industrial gloves on their right hands. In the center marched Tai Zi's elite Hing contingent. Thick-bladed, mountain-splitting cleavers gripped tight, eyes burning, with cold, silent fury, ranks locked in grim, disciplined formation. To the right advanced Liang Quan's core faction, reinforced by Di's top enforcer Tung Mo and his hardened cadre, motivated not by loyalty, but by exorbitant pay, their ferocity blazing with the reckless devotion of men who fight for gold alone. On the left moved the mercenary Da Quan gang. Their attire was haphazard, yet each bore a chilling, contemptuous gaze. Eyes sharp with battlefield ruthlessness, weapons drawn, military bayonets, triangular daggers, lethal, precise, radiating the raw, acrid aura of seasoned killers. The three forces converged seamlessly into a sweeping half-circle, tightening like a noose around the East Star, reinforcements funneling out of the warehouse gate. Tai Zi strode forward first, raised his cleaver high, and slashed it downward. Kill! And like a fuse igniting dynamite, the cry tore from 3,000 throats. Three black torrents surged forward, a deafening, earth-shaking roar erupting as they crashed toward the warehouse entrance. Battle erupted in an instant. Though the warehouse gate gaped wider than a vehicle, chaos reigned. One side retreating inward, while fighting the other blindly surging outward. The bottleneck became suffocating. This tactic, striking the enemy mid-exit, transformed what should have been a balanced clash into a brutal, one-sided slaughter. East Star's reinforcements fell at an appalling rate. The killing zone crept steadily inward, from the threshold, then across the concrete floor, deeper into the warehouse itself. Blades flashed, flesh parted, blood sprayed in arcs. This was no mere triad skirmish. It was annihilation, methodical and absolute. Sha Meng's 300 mercenaries were a fractious, leaderless rabble, uncoordinated, untrained, united only by greed, assembled hastily and without cohesion. Faced with Tai Zi's professional enforcers, Liang Quan's battle-tested cadre, and the Da Quan mercenaries, veterans forged in real bloodshed, they broke on contact. Tai Zi's men trained rigorously in boxing gyms, honing precision and endurance. They fought in disciplined pairs, advancing and retreating as one, slashing deliberately at joints and limbs, felling one foe before lunging toward the next, ruthless in efficiency. The Da Quan hard hands were even more terrifying, operating in lethal trios, thrusting bayonets and triangular daggers straight for vital organs, cold and mechanical as executioners. Liang Quan and Chung Mo's men swept through the fray like tigers into a flock of sheep, fluid synchronized cleavers and dogleg knives flashing in blinding arcs, leaving trails of crimson and shrieks of agony in their wake. The entire battle lasted less than 20 minutes before falling silent. The floor lay littered with groaning, wounded, blood soaked deep into the concrete, and the air hung thick with the coppery stench of slaughter. Of Sha Meng's 300, dozens lay dead or gravely injured. The rest either knelt begging for mercy, or fled in blind terror, discarding weapons as they scattered like startled birds. Tai Zi's, Liang Quan's, and Di's forces began securing the battlefield, rushing their own wounded into vehicles for urgent medical care. Liang Quan, breathing heavily, approached Tai Zi and grinned. Damn. Thought they were something special. Turns out they're just garbage. And Silly Chong clutched his bleeding left arm, while Chung Mo bandaged it. Without pausing, Chung Mo turned to Tai Zi and Liang Quan. Brothers, let's withdraw. Tai Zi nodded slowly, his gaze sweeping the ruined warehouse. Haunted, unreadable. Too much blood had flowed tonight. Yet he knew this was the Jianghu. If you do not devour others, you will be devoured. Soon the warehouse was hastily cleared. After the Hing forces departed, rival triads retrieved their wounded. Only splattered bloodstains and discarded weapons remained, mute, grisly witnesses to the carnage. The night wind off Victoria Harbor continued its relentless howl, carrying away the last traces of coppery stench. Changsha Bay Freight Terminal sank back into silence, as if nothing at all had occurred. Sha Meng's final gamble, his last desperate bid for survival, had been crushed with merciless surgical precision, snuffed out before it could even ignite. Meanwhile, Sha Meng paced feverishly inside his apartment, muttering, "Where are those South Asians? Why haven't they arrived yet? Did you confirm the time? Never mind. I'll go to the warehouse myself." Boss. They're here." A lookout posted by the window suddenly announced. Sha Meng peered out. The courtyard behind the building teemed with South Asian men. Tall, broad-shouldered faces, fierce and unyielding, many clutching newspaper-wrapped weapons in their hands. Sha Meng's heart soared with triumph. It was real. With this fresh wave of reinforcements, he felt power surge back into his veins. Straightening his jacket, he tried to reclaim his old aura of authority and ordered his lieutenants, "Go down and greet them." Sha Meng descended with 10 bodyguards to meet the so-called Pakistani mercenaries in the courtyard. But their expressions had shifted. Not fierce anymore, but eerily amused, cold as cats toying with cornered mice. At their head stood the taciturn Pakistani man Sha Meng himself had rejected days earlier. "Brother Sha Meng," the man said in halting but clear Cantonese, "do you remember me?" I do. Your name is Dud. Last time I brought my men to pledge allegiance to you, and you refused us. You said our scent was too strong, that we weren't fit to associate with people." Sha Meng's face froze, his smile strained. Brother, it was all a misunderstanding. If you help me win tonight, I'll hand you an entire drug line. I Sha Meng never break my word." Dud took a heavy, deliberate sniff. "Thanks, brother Sha Meng. But there's an old saying among your people that rings true. A fine horse never grazes twice on the same grass. Today we've accepted payment to escort you once and for all to your final destination." "What? Who? Who is it?" Sha Meng's voice was hoarse and trembling, his hands shook uncontrollably. As comprehension dawned, he turned his gaze toward the trusted subordinate who had just contacted the Pakistani mercenaries. The subordinate's face flickered with a barely perceptible flicker of panic. He instinctively took a step backward. In that instant, Sha Meng understood he had been betrayed. Another trap. Since last night, every move he made had led him deeper into a meticulously laid snare. This trusted man had likely been bought long ago. "Damn your whole family, you traitorous rat." Enraged beyond reason, Sha Meng yanked the knife from his waist, but it was already too late. Dawood waved coldly. Dozens of South Asian bladesmen closed in silently, their machetes gleaming with lethal frost in the black night. Sha Meng and his few loyalists attempted resistance, but the disparity in numbers and morale was insurmountable. After a few sharp cries and brutal clashes, silence reigned once more. That afternoon, Tsim Sha Sui, managers and head enforcers from every major nightclub in the district received an urgent new directive. Parking fees remained unchanged, but henceforth Carnarvon Road, Cox Avenue, Nathan Road, and Canton Road would fall under the jurisdiction of Hung Hing's Crown Prince. Granville Road would be handed to Hung Hing's Leung Quan. Meanwhile, the Modi Road district, home to the Golden Splendor nightclub, would be overseen by a Pakistani national named Dawood. Rumors swept the underworld. Sha Meng, the East Star, golden-haired tiger, and his entire inner circle had been eradicated overnight. Some claimed he died beneath a storm of blades, others whispered he fled. Yet one truth stood unchallenged: the parking rights of Tsim Sha Sui had quietly changed hands. Overnight, the name of Hung Hing's Crown Prince echoed across Tsim Sha Sui. In the penthouse office of the Golden Splendor nightclub, Yu Haidong sat before floor-to-ceiling windows, listening calmly to Leung Quan's animated report. "It's done. That treacherous subordinate of Sha Meng accepted $500,000 from us, played his part flawlessly, and I've already arranged for him to vanish to Thailand. Ensure all loose ends are tied." Yu Haidong spoke with detached calm, as though he'd merely settled a trivial administrative matter. "Understood, rest assured. Big D arranged the boat, no trace will follow." Leung Quan's face lit up with exhilaration. "Brother Crown Prince is thoroughly pleased. He says we're now on the same vessel." Yu Haidong opened a drawer and slid a check across the desk. "Take this $1 million. You know how to handle police, lawyers, and medical expenses. See to it that every link remains airtight." Leung Quan accepted the check with both hands, eyes fixed on the figure. "I'll handle it flawlessly." Leung Quan tucked the check away, then suddenly recalled something. "Oh, right. That Dawood volunteered to take full responsibility for the golden-haired tiger affair himself." Yu Haidong drew a cigar from the box on his desk. The two men lit up in unison. Settling back comfortably, he said, "He came to see me the very day after our soft opening. They'd been turned away everywhere across Hong Kong. No one would hire them. With the economy in freefall, they couldn't even land security guard jobs. He was sharp. He noticed our friction with the parking crews. Perhaps something Sha Meng did had pushed him over the edge. He walked in and offered to eliminate Sha Meng himself, with his own men taking the fall, as long as we gave them work and food." Leung Quan whistled in disbelief. "No wonder you told me not to bother with Sha Meng. I thought you were showing mercy, giving him a chance to live." Yu Haidong feigned innocence. "I never ordered Dawood to kill Sha Meng. How was I to know he'd go that far?" Then this man. From now on he answers to you. Assign him the parking operations outside the club, but avoid deploying his men for minor matters. It draws too much attention. And remember, they're ex-soldiers. Each has blood on his hands. Yes, I know. Still our guests drive luxury cars. Those fellows smell terrible. They'll sully the vehicles. Yu Haidong hurled the matchbox into Liang Quan's lap. Stop speaking recklessly. The golden-haired tiger ended up dismembered because of his foul mouth. Dawood's men wear uniforms and apply cologne. They're far cleaner than those parking attendants you hired who wear the same jeans for a month. Liang Quan chuckled as he picked up the matchbox from the floor. I'll try it, kids. We all talk trash. Next time I'll watch my tongue. Twirling the matchbox idly, he added, those parking thugs aren't my sons or daughters. I don't raise them. As long as they know how to read license plates, that's all that matters. Yu Haidong pulled out another wad of cash from the drawer and handed it over. Give these $200,000 to Dawood, his men's severance for taking the fall. Oh, then I'll get right to it. Liang Quan rose money in hand and headed for the door. Yu Haidong called after him, Brother Quan, mind your language with the rank and file. I've heard workers gossip about you more than once. I'm begging you, elder brother. This is literally saving your life. Liang Quan strode out with the same swagger, lifting a hand without turning back, a silent acknowledgement. After Liang Quan left, silence reclaimed the office. Outside, neon lights bloomed across Tsim Sha Sui, its nocturnal splendor deepening with each passing hour. Below, traffic flowed ceaselessly beneath shimmering signs, as if last night's bloodshed had never stained this city. From within the nightclub, Mei Yanfang's piercing voice resonated faintly, rehearsing for tonight's performance. Her song brimmed with raw power and quiet hope, a haunting, harmonious counterpoint to the dualities of light and shadow that defined this underworld. Control over Tsim Sha Sui's parking rights was only the first step. In this volatile serpentine harbor of Hong Kong, greater opportunities and steeper challenges lay ahead. Yu Haidong exhaled a slow smoke ring. It drifted upward, blurring the world before him, softening edges, dissolving certainty, like a dream half remembered. News of the golden-haired tiger Sha Meng and his faction being utterly eradicated from Tsim Sha Sui exploded across Hong Kong's underworld like water hitting scalding oil. Shock, suspicion, dread, and schadenfreude rippled through rival factions. Inside the East Star headquarters, a centuries-old ancestral hall, the air hung thick and heavy like the sea before a typhoon. Uncle Ben, nicknamed White Heron, was a founding elder of the East Star. Though past 60 and unimposing in stature, his hawk-like gaze pierced through decades of streetwise cunning. His silver hair bore witness to countless storms. As the White Fan, the society's chief strategist, he held unmatched authority. After the previous Dragon Head's death, leadership should have passed to his son Luo Tuo. But Luo Tuo was too young, too inexperienced, unable to rein in the fracturing senior leaders threatening to splinter the organization. On his deathbed, Luo Tuo's father entrusted his widow Shui Ling to serve as stepmother and mentor, guiding Luo Tuo until he matured into leadership. Yet a woman could not publicly represent the society, so the East Star adopted a dual leadership model. Uncle Ben, the most senior elder, and Shui Ling, the late Dragon Head's widow, jointly assumed control. Though outwardly a graceful aging beauty, Shui Ling was ruthless, brilliant, and unrivaled in her financial acumen and business networks across the East Star. By virtue of her unparalleled seniority, she became the de facto Dragon Head. No major decision could proceed without her explicit approval. Uncle Ben wore a dark tang suit, his hands busy with a pair of iron balls that had been polished to a shine, sitting silently on the Grandmaster's chair. Below, other big shots of Dongxing sat along with several eager candidates vying for the position left vacant by the death of the Sandhopper. Everyone's expression was grim, and the air was thick with suppressed anger and a barely detectable restlessness. Bang! A hefty fellow slammed the table, causing the teacups to rattle. Dongxing is too much. They took out our district's decision-maker without a word and seized all the parking in Tsim Sha Sui. Do they think Dongxing is just a decoration? If we don't reclaim this face, how can we continue to survive here? Another said coldly, calm down. The Sandhopper brought this on himself, falling into their trap and getting taken out all at once. Who can we blame? Moreover, it was the Prince of Dongxing and Liang Kuan who acted, but whether this was under the orders of Jiang Tianxing remains unknown. If it weren't for Jiang Tianxing's nod, would the Prince and Liang Kuan have had the guts and power to touch the Sandhopper? Even if he didn't give the direct order, he must have tacitly allowed it. We Dongxing can't just swallow this. The eager candidates below shouted even louder. We must demand an explanation from Dongxing. Blood for blood. Strike back at Tsim Sha Sui. Uncle Ben remained silent, his hands spinning the iron balls a bit faster, producing a soft clicking sound. Finally, he lifted his eyelids, scanning the agitated crowd. His voice was low but instantly silenced the hall. An explanation is a must. No matter how incompetent the Sandhopper was, he was still one of ours in Dongxing. We must respect our own. Jiang Tianxing wouldn't fail to understand this principle. He paused and continued. But how do we obtain that explanation? Are we really going to start a fight? For a dead sandhopper who has lost everything, are we supposed to send our brothers to face off against Hongxing on the streets with knives, risking lives? Who will send people? You, or you. Uncle Ben pointed at the most vocal of the big shots. Brotherhood is important in the underworld, but real interests are fundamental. The sandhopper is dead, his territory gone. To go to war with a giant like Hongxing over a dead man only depletes Tung Sing's strength, benefiting only other factions lurking in the shadows. Everyone knows that those shouting the loudest are eyeing the sandhopper's former territory. If they can take advantage of the situation to place their own people in power or directly seize the territory, that is their true aim. Uncle Ben was also warning those with ulterior motives not to think about fishing in troubled waters. Uncle Ben, are you suggesting? Negotiate with Jiang Tianxing face to face. I want to see what Hongxing truly intends. I've faced off against his father before. If a fight is necessary, Dongxing will oblige. But if he is reasonable, we might still have something to discuss. This is the difference between a leader and a big shot. A big shot can shout for blood, but a leader must weigh the entire situation. After Uncle Ben finished speaking, all eyes turned to Sister Shui Ling, who had been silent all along. Sister Shui Ling's lattice cigarette was about to burn out. She forcefully extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray and said coldly, "That's it." Then she stood up, leaving the ancestral hall with several attendants of varying builds. In a noisy mahjong parlor of the Lianing Society, Uncle Lian, while shuffling the tiles, listened to his confidant's low report, his face jiggling with the movement, revealing no signs of joy or anger. That useless sandhopper knew he was doomed, yet he has become a useless fool. Fortunately, I didn't lend him too many men. Uncle Y played a tile, but when did the Prince of Hongxing and Liang Kuan become so formidable? There must be someone backing them. Inform the brothers below to avoid stirring up trouble in Simsha Sui. For now, let's see how things unfold. In the He Litu headquarters, a tea room filled with the scent of aged sandalwood. Sitting in charge was Uncle Jia, nearing 70, with white hair but still sharp eyes. He leisurely brewed kung fu tea, listening to his subordinates report on the situation in Simsha Sui. The Prince of Hongxing and that new recruit Liang Kuan. Uncle Jia set down the small teacup, lightly tapping the purple clay pot with his fingers. What a formidable young man. The sandhopper, that mad dog, has rampaged through Simsha Sui for so many years, and yet he was uprooted overnight. Their methods are brutal and their plans meticulous. Opposite him sat Brother Fei Hong, who had just lost some manpower due to the sandhoppers borrowing his face, not looking too good. Uncle Jia, Hongxing is treating us, and He Litu, with such disrespect. My brothers can't die or get hurt for nothing. Uncle Jia shot him a glance and replied indifferently, Fei Hong, when you accepted triple pay, I didn't see you talking about respect. In the world of the underworld, cash for services rendered. Your men work for money and casualties are their own responsibility. Do you not understand this principle? Brother Fei Hong was momentarily taken aback, embarrassed, and dared not say more. Uncle Jia looked out the window and said leisurely, Hongxing has unleashed a fierce tiger. Whether it is good or bad, Jiang Tianxing is going to have a headache. The Number Gang headquarters. Known for his explosive temper, Brother Bao smashed the teacup in his hand upon hearing the news that nearly all 150 men borrowed by the sandhopper were wiped out. Damn it, Hongxing, I won't let you off the hook. I will definitely settle the score for that dead sandhopper. But after his roar, he was calmed down by a few composed older men. Brother Bao, calm down. Right now, Hongxing is too powerful, and the reasoning is not entirely on our side. It would not be wise to go to war with them over the sandhopper and the money already received. Let's wait and see how Dongxing reacts first. If they all endure this, why should we be the first to stick our necks out? Brother Bao, panting heavily though reluctant, understood that the older men's reasoning made sense and could only temporarily suppress his anger, but in his heart, he had already marked down Hongxing. The major and minor gangs, including Xi and Ji He Anil and He Lianxing, were also watching in secret, adjusting their attitudes towards Hongxing. The shift in Simsha Sui's dynamics affected the entire underground world of Xiangjiang. Victoria piqued the Ni family. The sound system playing traditional opera was turned off, and Ni Kuan stood with his back to the door facing the window, unusually not holding his beloved tea, but rather a thick cigar enveloped in smoke. He wore a velvet robe, yet his back was straight. His second son, Ni Yongxiao, stood quietly a few steps behind him, still the same refined demeanor, but with a slight frown, clearly contemplating how to deal with the topic his father was about to raise. Yongxiao and Ni Kuan did not turn around, his voice low, yet resonant, cutting through the smoke. Have you finished reading? Any thoughts? Ni Yongxiao stepped forward and gently placed the detailed report regarding the transfer of parking rights in Simsha Sui on the desk, maintaining his usual calm tone. I finished reading, Dad. The Prince of Hongxing and that Liang Kuan are just two blades. The real one holding the knife is the boss of Jinbi, Huangguang Yuhaidong. Ni Kuan indicated for him to continue. The sandhopper's defeat was not without reason. Ni Yongxiao analyzed, from the initial provocation to drawing the tiger away from its mountain, taking down the lair, ambushing halfway, even predicting that the sandhopper would make a desperate move to borrow troops for a counterattack, and setting up a deadly trap at the gathering point. This series of actions was intricately linked and executed with precision and ruthlessness. This is definitely not something a reckless person like Gan Zitai could plan. If Hongxing wanted to expand in Tsimsha Sui, they wouldn't have waited until today to act. The moment Yu Haidong appeared, he stirred up trouble along with Liang Kuan and Big D. I suspect he is the one pulling the strings behind this. Ni Kuan nodded, his expression revealing no joy or anger. So are you saying that our previous move of sending Tony from the Zhoumi Hall to stir up trouble at Jinbi Huangguang was a correct test? Yes, Dad. It turns out that the true mastermind behind Tony's trouble at the Golden Splendor is the Ni family. The core business of the Ni family, drug trafficking and distribution networks, mainly focuses on the Tsimsha Sui area. The rapidly rising Golden Splendor nightclub is located right in the heart of Tsimsha Sui. In Ni Kun's view, this cash cow, making money hand over fist, is simply the best sales terminal and money laundering venue tailored for his drug business. However, Yu Haidong's background is mysterious. Outsiders only know that he is the adopted son of Old Chicken Uncle. His style of action is elusive, and the Ni family dares not make contact recklessly. Thus, they orchestrated the scene of Tony causing trouble. On one hand, they tested Yu Haidong's foundation and handling style. On the other hand, they intentionally directed the conflict towards Mong Kok, trying to see if they could draw Yu Haidong and Liang Kun's attention. They're facilitating the Ni family's covert infiltration or even control of the internal affairs of Golden Splendor. Ni Yongxiao frowned slightly and continued. However, from the results, Yu Haidong did not fall for it. Not only did he quickly quell the incident, but he also seemed completely uninterested in the bait of Mong Kok. His goals are very clear: to consolidate resources in Tsimsha Sui, especially the parking rights which control the lifeblood of the nighttime economy. Liang Kuan and the prince have become pawns on his chessboard. In this battle for parking rights, the strength and determination he has shown are even stronger than we previously estimated. Ni Kuan took 2 deep puffs of his cigar, releasing large clouds of smoke. This Yu Haidong makes me uneasy, Ni Kuan said slowly. Ni Yongxiao pondered for a moment and said, Dad, could it be that Old Chicken Uncle is controlling everything behind the scenes? No. Ni Kuan deliberated for a long time before slowly shaking his head, saying, Old Chicken Uncle has finally washed his hands of the business and is now focused solely on his family's mahjong parlor. As long as others do not interfere with his business, he will not inquire into the matters of the underworld. Ni Yongxiao adjusted his glasses and said, This Yu Haidong. Dad, how about we just leave this Yu Haidong alone? Ni Kuan turned back, the red glow of his cigar reflecting 2 sharp points of light on his lenses. Tsimsha Sui is our foundation, the territory that the Ni family has built for decades. Now a powerful newcomer opens a nightclub, and within days he snatches the parking rights, becoming an overwhelming force. What will come next? Will he overstep and encroach upon our fundamental business? Then, what if we actively cooperate with them? Ni Kuan forcefully pressed his cigar into the crystal ashtray, producing a harsh hissing sound. Xiao, you must remember, engaging in the underworld can never be mutually beneficial and supportive like doing business. There are only a few profitable ventures in the underworld, and there are no technological barriers. It's all a matter of life and death. If those selling drugs fall, those selling arms can still thrive. In this society, if you do not advance, you retreat. Now someone has stepped on our toes. Are we to just sit back and watch the show? Once he puts a knife to our necks, it will be too late. Ni Yongxiao wanted to say something further, but was stopped by his father's raised hand. For now, let's leave it at that. We'll discuss everything once the dust settles. At this moment, in the eye of the storm, the leader of Hongxing, Jiang Tianxing, was sitting in his study at his luxurious home. In front of him sat a cup of long-cold ginseng tea, and with a slightly furrowed brow, he listened to his well-dressed confidant and strategist Chen Yao as he detailed the entire incident and analysis. Chen Yao's voice was steady and clear. It can basically be confirmed that the incident was orchestrated and executed by the prince and Liang Kuan, but the planning and financial support completely came from the owner of Golden Splendor, Yu Haidong. From the provocation, the diversionary tactics, the raid on the nest, the ambush, to the final counterattack being completely captured, every step was within his calculations. Jiang Tianxing took a deep puff of his cigar, slowly exhaling a ring of smoke. Guanzi Ta, this time the spotlight is too bright. His tone carried an obvious chill. Chen Yao cautiously said, Jiang Sheng, the prince indeed made a significant contribution this time by securing the parking rights in Tsimsha Sui for the gang. Many young brothers in the gang admire him greatly. However, he paused, observing Jiang Tianxing's expression. But this incident the prince did not report to the gang in advance. It was entirely a private action relying on an outside force like Yu Haidong, whose background remains unclear. This time he could mobilize so many resources to deal with the Sand Mantis. What about next time? His status in the gang is already extraordinary, and now he has taken over most of the parking rights in Tsimsha Sui. Moreover, he is very close to Liang Kuan, who is also an ambitious person. Jiang Tianxing remained silent, lightly tapping his fingers on the mahogany table. Chen Yao's words struck a chord with him. He hoped for the growth of Hongxing, but he absolutely did not want to see any subordinate's power swell to an uncontrollable level, especially with someone like Guan Zitai, who was not part of his main faction. The higher Guan Zitai's prestige, the greater the threat to him as the leader. This time the energy that Guan Zitai displayed and the mysterious presence of Yu Haidong behind him made him even more vigilant. Yao Jiang Tianxing finally spoke, his voice low. You are right. Guan Zitai has merit this time, but the mistake lies in overstepping his authority. Then, how should we respond to Dongxing? They are very angry and demand an explanation. Jiang Tianxing sneered. An explanation. Of course we must give one, but it must be according to our way. He crossed his legs and lit a cigarette, gazing out at the night scene beyond the window. First, this incident was a personal act by Guan Zitai and Liang Kuan. I had no knowledge of it. Young people are impulsive and do not understand the rules. Jiang Tianxing intended to push the prince to the forefront as a scapegoat. Second, compensation is negotiable. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Go negotiate with Ben Shu. You have to strike a balance, ensuring he is appeased, while also not making him feel that Hongxing is afraid of trouble. Third, Jiang Tianxing turned around, his eyes sharp. Since we have secured the parking rights in Simsha Sui, we cannot possibly give them up. This is the bottom line. During negotiations, you need to make Ben Shu understand that dragging this out will not benefit Dongxing. Chen Yao immediately understood. Limit the conflict to the personal grievances between the prince and the sand mantis, soothe Dongxing with economic compensation, while also making it clear that Hongxing will not retreat, compelling them to back down. Jiang Tianxing nodded, his gaze deep. As for the prince, once this matter calms down, Hongxing must take a cut from the business in Simsha Sui. The contributions will be remembered by the gang, but the rules cannot be broken. Chen Yao immediately understood Jiang Tianxing's intent. Yes, Jiang Sheng. I know what to do. Go and arrange a time with Ben Shu. The place must be quiet. Jiang Tianxing waved his hand. Chen Yao respectfully exited the study. Jiang Tianxing sat alone, smoking and contemplating. Amidst the swirling smoke, his expression fluctuated between dark and light. It is essential to suppress the prince. But that Yu Haidong. This dispute over parking rights has put the prince and Liang Kuan in the spotlight, and the name Yu Haidong has officially entered the sight of all gang leaders, becoming a variable that needs close attention. Su Jinxing directly absorbed all the assets of the Hong family, simultaneously moving into their mansion, which resembled a castle, and renamed the Hong family to the Su family. Specifically selected large flying cockroaches from the south were retained whole for the purpose of intimidation. Ling Tian continued her senior year studies, striving to get into a good university, and as her workload increased, she stayed up late into the night solving problems. Using entanglement, she enveloped all the qi emitted from her body onto her right hand, increasing the density of the qi. Yesterday, seeing the commotion in the village, the Bai family, who had sent someone to investigate the details, did not visit in person, but immediately dispatched manager He with others to help search, yet they still had not found anyone by nightfall. Indeed, it had become quite difficult for Yang Han to contact her again. One day upon returning home, she suddenly realized something was missing. Upon further searching, she found that Park Ji-yeon had come at some point and packed away all the things that originally belonged to her, leaving the keys on the dining table. As for Master Tong Qinglin, he indicated that he would come to the restaurant for dinner tomorrow, and would also bring along the workers from the inflatable doll assembly line, including senior brother Liu. Liao Ke's face turned ashen. As a failure, he had no right to bargain, and could only grit his teeth and nod. Fortunately, she was wearing black pants. Ling Tian hurriedly found a restroom, retrieved what she needed from her space, and only dared to come out after changing. Secrets unrelated to us will definitely not be in our reach. Colonel Liu's voice was slightly cold. After hearing Zhang Saipeng's words, Wang Zhu's face turned ashen, his expression nearly twisted, trembling uncontrollably. Previously, it was not the focus, but now the critical issue has arisen. Compared to this matter, the previous events are utterly trivial. Listen carefully. When did you and she first share a bed? Chu Feng continued to ask. Upon reaching the bottom of Mingxing apartment, Su Liangqiu released his hand, hurriedly taking a couple of steps forward and bending down. Having offended Yang Binbin, life ahead is likely to be much tougher, Jia Qi thought to herself, silently lamenting. This is not nonsense. I am merely encouraging you in a way that suits you to open your heart, think freely, and enhance your imagination. One must never be so rigid in life. Shirtian shook his head, adopting an expression of disappointment. Ming Zheng could not decipher Lin Xiu's thoughts and tossed and turned all night, ultimately falling into a daze and falling asleep. As a result, under Shishin's persistent demands and various denials from Wu Lian, the two finally reached an agreement, leading to the scene just witnessed. Before she could properly observe the scenery outside the window, she heard the car screeching to a halt. The man's gaze lingered boldly on the graceful curve of her chest, not moving away. Brother Zhang, what's wrong with you? We're going to be eliminated. Hong Zhong looked at me, speechlessly admonishing me. Zhang Ning maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly having anticipated this, stepping out while in midair, perfectly landing on a gust of qi. This time Qingxi actively embraced the person the warmth transmitted to him, evoking nostalgia for the temperature and scent of that person during his days adrift at sea. However, Jiang Jingqing's intuition was indeed correct. It wasn't just that he was more likely to bump into Gu Manman, but Gu Manman was intentionally walking around Jiang Jingqing to establish her presence, making it hard for him to forget her. This is true along San, he has already verified it. Because he is not the pupil dragon shadow, he was ultimately able to be liberated. The strongest in physical training is Shaolin, and even the most talented among them has consumed a year and a half. In this beast spirit star, if the slaughter continues unabated, it may not take a year to achieve a perfected golden body. If it weren't for the presence of a half-step martial marquis behind him and several golden stage warriors, he would have already turned the tables on his pursuers. Though it appeared to be an ordinary soil slope, it was actually an ant den entrance magnified 100-fold. As we continued down the road, we arrived at the entrance of a tall building, and ahead lay a cluster of towering structures. This might just be the headquarters of the Interstellar Alliance. A large white cat, which had suddenly appeared from nowhere, had just bitten into that object, then slightly exerted its sharp teeth. Tang Jian lifted the cup from the table for a sip, leaning back slightly, his eyes glimmering with an indescribable light. All along, the three major branches have frequently communicated, and they are quite familiar with each other's strengths, though not entirely. They surely have a rough understanding of around 70 or 80%. Thus, the current rankings are unreliable and will gradually stabilize over time. As long as the team possesses sufficient strength, they will eventually climb the rankings. Su Jiu shrugged and said, well, since the fight has already occurred, let it be. Yinhua, find someone to transplant a similar tree here later. For now, let's go eat. Saying this, he pulled Su Yang towards the dining hall. Now that the result was like this, it truly disappointed him. Guo Qiming shook his head and sighed. Thankfully, this time the loss for the New Earth wasn't significant, or else the burden of his insistence would have been great. Faced with the dual assault, Lu Qi's thoughts were quite simple. He had to block the attacks no matter what. He wanted to inform Yidong that they would act tonight, and if they caught them off guard, they might even inflict some superficial injuries. That night, the entire camp of the Xiaoguo Right Army was filled with fragrant aromas, even attracting the attention of other troops in the Sui Army camp, who craned their necks to see what was happening in the Xiaoguo Right Army's camp. Yunxi had intended to take shelter beneath what she assumed was a black umbrella, only to realize upon drawing nearer that it was not an umbrella at all, but rather a dense, eerie, and indeterminate substance. Gazing outward at the resplendent, auspicious clouds, and in the distance the divine palace bathed in golden sunlight and radiant auroras, she lowered her eyes, recalling his appearance in the mortal realm. Thereafter, Lu Qiling's descent slowed dramatically, until finally she gained full control over her aerial trajectory, soaring through the heavens with unrestrained delight. Feng Yi's expression shifted subtly as he noticed disciples of his sect and monks from Tianyin Temple alike stiffen upon hearing the words, their countenances growing solemn before turning in unison toward the source of the sound. Perhaps it was because for once he did not project an aura of intimidating authority. His expression remained placid and inscrutable, neither revealing nor concealing anything, and thus posed no threat. Lei Xiao pondered for a moment, then ultimately declined Jin Xiangyu's suggestion. Though he cultivated an orthodox Buddhist dual cultivation secret art, its public exposure would inevitably tarnish his reputation. After all, he now bore the official identity of the Six Ministries Bureau, a position ill-suited to frequent visits to pleasure houses. The former injury stemmed from violent jolting that tore open the wound. The latter resulted from gripping the iron railing inside the carriage with desperate strength, lest he be hurled out by the violent shaking. Yet catching sight of Su Yu's grotesque iron hammer from the corner of his eye, the youth wearing dark glasses trembled faintly and abandoned the perilous notion altogether. The explosion above drew the attention of Xia Doctor and Lu Yu among others standing far away. I am the divine physician. I have come to save you. Damn it. I should have brought yellow talisman paper and the victorious evil sword. Yang Yi muttered in frustration. Yangbai, I'm fine. Why did you come? Father, why frighten Yangbai like that? Humph. Gu Baotong exclaimed playfully, her brows crinkling into crescents of delight at Yangbai's evident concern. Since even the chief himself placed absolute trust in the illusion beast sovereign, none among them voiced dissent. Turning back, Wu Shui'er beheld his peerless visage, now veiled beneath an icy, forbidding chill. As Yang Yi entered, he noted the garden's name, Qin Garden. Its first impression was one of vast openness, yet beyond that expansiveness it possessed no other distinguishing feature. Seeing Linglong's genuine fury, Xiang Wang dared not follow, so Linglong departed, cradling Yixiao in her arms. Ever since entering senior high school, she rarely played video games. Before that, she had spent entire nights immersed in internet cafes, thus forging her path to becoming an elite esports prodigy. Though Yang Yi had done his utmost to restrain Wu Yi from harming these people, unavoidable collateral injuries still occurred. Lan Xianxian was momentarily startled, the sudden closeness of her body tensing his handsome frame, rendering him almost flustered. His strong arms enfolded her gently, as if suddenly inexperienced. I possess the broadest range of abilities now. and seem to understand these matters intimately. Clearly they seek my assistance. Woo, you wretch. Tears cascaded freely from her peach-shaped eyes as though costless pearls spilling unchecked, her reddened swollen eyelids brimming with silent accusation. The wooden chair crashed violently onto her adversary, shattering instantly into splinters. Struck by overwhelming force, the jungle tiger collapsed onto the ground, its face lacerated with deep gashes. Gushio recoiled in shock, kicking me aside. I tumbled across the floor, then sprang up and fled without uttering a word. Why run? I won't devour you. Dongfang Hao's hand caught Han Yu just as she attempted to flee, his voice growing even more captivating. Let us deliberate thoroughly tomorrow. I am utterly exhausted today, and murder after all is not so urgent. What say ye, your majesty? Li Wei smiled again as he spoke. The hushy Zine thunder struck the golden spire of the pagoda-like structure with cataclysmic force. A deafening boom echoed, as if heaven and earth had shattered. Violet light erupted in furious torrents while waves of corrupt venomous energy surged like a boundless sea, submerging the golden apex entirely. In essence, Christianity, Catholicism, and the Vatican would vanish from this world forever, while such ruthless methods offered a startling new perspective on this seemingly benevolent elder. We're ready. Time to raise the price. For the final 9 slots, I want them bankrupted. Lu Mang sensed through soul perception that many attendees wielded considerable influence. They had pledged allegiance solely to obtain human rank artifacts. I'll go find Dai Rue and away for a chat. We haven't seen each other in ages. You carry on with your work. She scampered upstairs pitter-pat. Months ago, the 100 Beasts pirate crew's capacity to provide support remained uncertain, but recently the Don Quixote family's newly matured technology enabled several transactions, with them yielding a commodity known as artificial zoan-type devil fruits. He had failed to locate Dao Su, and the matter of Suan Marquis having taken the imperial edict from Chongning remained unresolved, so he refrained from acting rashly. This tactless minister was not an official from Zhongjing Xinyang, but rather from Shangjing. Captured during the Battle of Chuha Dian, he now voluntarily surrendered to Yelu Ao Lugan. Hello, Director Kong. I look forward to your continued guidance. Wu Huatang extended his hand politely to Kong Zhizhen, nodding with a warm smile. Precisely, it truly has nothing to do with you. My constitution is extraordinarily rare. Any man who touches me will experience an uncontrollable surge of desire. That you acted irrationally toward me is hardly surprising. The fault lies entirely with me. I have long grown accustomed to it. Avelia narrowed her eyes as she spoke. Since the 2nd and 3rd place cannot be named as the top scholar, the emperor had no choice but to bring forth the 4th place, who happened to be Yang Imo. Shi Jinshen smiled, reminiscing about the days when she was at Jingtian. Her culinary skills were exceptional, and everything she made was delicious. How can you even ask why there's nothing to eat at home? Since you won the lottery, how many times have you eaten at home? Mom asked bluntly. This question was one that did not exist in ancient times, so when Sun Huanan discussed it with her, he listened intently. Xiao Shuiyin could tell that he genuinely wanted to hear more knowledge from her. He even felt a pressing need, as if he would miss his chance if he didn't learn more at this moment. Fortunately, Kong Kain entered at the right moment, and since most of the core members were those he had brought along, many of the remaining individuals came out of admiration, with only a few being locally recruited. Thus, when they saw his figure, many around them immediately quieted down. Nervously rubbing his palms, he confirmed that Haidang had not woken up. He then quietly took a thin blanket from the cupboard, covered himself with it, and lay down on the other side of the bed. She hadn't been in contact with Chenanchi for a long time and wondered if their last encounter at the police station counted. What about him? She instinctively felt that something was off. She felt perfectly fine and didn't sense any discomfort. Given the situation at that time, she shouldn't have been this fortunate. Because they couldn't hear the sounds the master, and they could converse here, otherwise they would have been long dead. At this moment, Xiao Mingyang still hadn't figured it out. Did he sell Zhang Weichen? Or did he sell Zhang Weichen? But selling Zhang Weichen meant admitting to his so-called blind date, which would also be deceiving the king. This intuition made her hesitant to rush forward blindly, like before, thinking that what she grasped was everything. In the end, it was merely being toyed with by others. For the next day, everyone continued as before, watching movies, playing on their phones, while Chen Feng sat at the edge of the bunk, frowning and surveying the dilapidated building before him. Others might not recognize Nangong Xian, but he did. He had seen Nangong Xian in the Yaoyu continent, yet why was his aura so ethereal? He couldn't even discern his cultivation level. The key point was when he had arrived, and how no one had noticed. Did no one from the Xintian sect notice? It is difficult for ordinary people to imagine what a world where 1 + 1 does not equal 2 looks like. It is also hard to conceive that fire can be fluid with a temperature of 0 degrees, while ice can reach several hundreds of degrees Celsius. Of course, Qin Yin also found ethnic dances beautiful and graceful, but most students today are shallow, only knowing to seek excitement and stimulation. Immediately, Yu Shu Chang, He Ziqi, and others from the mercenary team swiftly took to the skies, forming a circle around Yun Ge. The 10 divine envoys of the Qingxiao also brought along Ling Feng, while Xing Henjian Yunshu and Wan Xianger joined Yun Ge. Prince Ning glanced at the two and found them incredibly bothersome. He was just pretending to be angry, and they took it seriously. What's the rush? I'm not trying to defect. I still want to hold on to the government's big leg. I meant to go undercover in the pirate world pretending to be a pirate. Were said whimsically. He didn't know how long had passed before he felt that chilling feeling fade away. Luo Yi brushed by him heading toward the dining hall exit. Once she disappeared, Yu Shao finally let out a sigh of relief, unsure if he had truly escaped a calamity. Moreover, with just a slight exertion, his head gradually returned to its original position following the movement of my hands. A strange force suddenly appeared before Hu Man, directly lifting him up. An overwhelming power surged forth, not allowing Hu Man to struggle, and he was thrown into the Daluo Tian Mountain. 3 or 4 days later, everyone grew tired of discussing this topic, and their attention shifted to other matters. Fan Sung stood there speechless for a long time after hearing this. He thought to himself that this princess indeed had character, running away from a life of luxury to live a hard life. Come up. I raised my head. Su Zhongluan meant that he was up there. No, how did he know what had happened in the corridor just now? Based on the spatial distance, the area above here shouldn't be where I was separated from Su Zhongluan. Ian was caught off guard, splattered with blood all over his head and face. Yet he did not retreat, for that strange root-like thing was stirring behind the fence, seemingly wanting to seize the moment when Ian was scared to pounce, just like it had done with the demon god. The few big men pointing guns at Long Sheng, and the others looked troubled as they gazed at Karkil and Zizur. It could be that they were drawn here by the earlier soul-summoning incantation. I explained, lightly waving my right hand, causing the Sanqing bell to emit a crisp sound. Peng Haoming, if you were to sing a song for me, I wouldn't kill you. What would you sing? Zhu Meyer suddenly asked. All unoccupied rooms would have keys outside for newcomers to use. However, Lan Haichen discovered that one room was different. It was unoccupied and had no key. This was equivalent to letting the players gamble, and once they bet wrong, they could face a total loss. Fortunately, this time, there was no need to worry about that issue. The identity of the deceased would be announced. And to be honest, attacking you isn't particularly difficult. Zhang Yuyan also pouted. If what you say is true, then killing this Kowloon is almost an impossible task. On what basis do you believe we can accomplish it? The demoness asked. Thinking of this, Yian couldn't help but smile wryly. Oh, fortunately, he had done his homework in advance. Otherwise, upon seeing him today, he wouldn't even be able to recall his name at first glance. The princess is drunk. The maid behind Ro Shu could no longer bear it and coughed to remind her. Prince Qing dismissed her and walked straight ahead, his face as cold as ice, his brows furrowed like 2 caterpillars. Tang Yi adjusted his clothes, unable to buy new ones, so he had to maintain his original appearance. However, the task was completed, and it seemed there was no reason for them to linger any longer. Impressive, no one can match this skill with a mobile phone. Wang Yu broke the awkward silence. Don't spout nonsense, I'm really tired. Tomorrow I still have to scout the terrain with Li Shuzhen. Lu Yizhong pushed Lu Shun's hand away, turned over, and wanted to sleep. Alright, Yenner is truly forgetful. Now that he has the princess, he has forgotten about me. The Empress Dowager finally replied, albeit somewhat reluctantly after a moment. There was no other choice. Although they had the potential to be ruffians, neither Tiao Tiao nor Wang Yu was truly part of a gang. Zhu Mingyu looked at Cheng Gang's generosity with confusion, pondering what exactly Cheng Gang was hiding in his heart. How could he be so generous? In truth, this was not a display of pride from Qinyu. She simply understood her identity better, and thus she usually refrained from interacting with young men who could not possibly develop feelings, and offered no assistance in her career to avoid complications if feelings did arise later. Having a curtain in the middle was great. Zi could no longer wake me. The next day, I renewed the rent for 3 months with the landlord, and then our group went to prepare for the new year, buying various meats, lanterns, couplets, and ribbons. By the end of it, we were left with just over 1,000. Driving back to Yuanxing Security in a Mercedes AMG was an affair. Half an hour later, Chen Lin thought it was time to rent an apartment. He couldn't keep sleeping either in the office or in hotels every day. This kiss had nothing to do with love, it simply brought joy to both parties. Why couldn't it exist? Fang Tianmu sheathed his sword, holding it respectfully in front of him, but why did he do so? Because that old sword and the evil sword concealed the past of a withered heart, while the black sword possessed consciousness. During their clash, Fang Tianmu sensed the heart of the withered soul. This was a person he had spent 150,000 to save. Chen Lin didn't run a charity. The money spent had to reflect its proper value. Well said, well said. The man pointed a finger, and the restraints on everyone's hands vanished. Li Mu watched Mu Ziyun, who was howling and screaming, eagerly injecting poison into his body. The flames on Mu Ziyun were pitifully few, with only a few sparks flying from the top of his head and around his heart, while his hands and feet had completely turned black and blue. Think before you speak in the future, otherwise the Fan family won't be able to protect you. Fan Jun approached Fan Xiang and said, "You all take him to the back to rest." After that, several of Fan Xiang's lackeys hurriedly stepped forward to help him down. The overwhelming power was somewhat unbearable even for Ning Qiu. His body bounced off the ground, and he quickly summoned his super overload battle suit. With legend now in the gaming world suspecting the officials was undoubtedly a bit alarmist. Lin thought for a while, and the only thing he could think of was the last Mountain River Gully instance. Xiao Aming used many connections to find out which hospital Du Ruo's brother was in, and by the time he got there it was already 3 a.m. Xiancheng was a third-tier city, and the city hospital was not very large. The blood department's inpatient corridor was eerily quiet. Xiao Anming followed the safety lights along the corridor to the end. Su Nan turned around and took a whole box of mineral water to the center of the meeting room, then crossed his arms over his chest and sneered. It's not true to say that I have no worries, but I won't fall into the trap that Chen Jia has set. Who knows, there might be a bomb buried inside waiting for me to jump in. Du Ruo turned to look at Xiao Anming's face as cold and serene as ever. However, on this chaotic night, having him by her side brought an inexplicable sense of calm. Li Shou jerked back as if coming back to life, frantically flipping through his phone. After much effort, he finally pulled it out, but it slipped from his grip and bounced several times, almost falling to the ground. On the other side, Lan Yuqin and the others had strolled around outside, watched a movie, and were already on their way back. If it weren't for this scene being accidentally witnessed by Qin Xiao and Yi Qingqing, that village would have almost vanished without a trace. And Xia did not expect Tingxian to suddenly run out. She hurriedly stepped forward to help him up, saying, "Brother Xian, are you alright? Are you hurt? If something happens to Tingxian because he followed me out, my third aunt would tear me apart." Chen Luo spoke with her hands on her hips, her voice still sounding as if she had just cried, resembling a frisky kitten. Silently operating the system, he brought up the betting contract that Xing Shi had given him, preparing to sign his name on it. Upon hearing this, Ralph and Atticus exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of shock in the other's eyes. Wang Junjin had nothing to say, only occasionally glaring at Chen Jiai, scaring her quite a bit, who said that a fool must be one who cries and throws tantrums, causing a ruckus. Why haven't I seen Yinger? He had no choice but to change the subject. Just now he and Shang Wan Yao had passed from the plum garden to the peach garden. Xiao Tianzu looked at Nan Jiang and thought, "You are such a kind person, surely a deity of protection will look after you." On the jade tablet next to the name of the 9th son of the late Emperor Hua Xinji were the extremely difficult characters Yun Clan. After a moment, everyone arrived at the most well-preserved house in the center of the deserted village. Later it was heard that Xiao Jiao was curious about what was in the mountains and secretly sent someone to see what Song Chunyu and Gu Binglong were doing. Not to mention anything else, one should at least regret bringing their mother and sister to the capital, otherwise their mother wouldn't have become paralyzed and their sister wouldn't have become a murderer. The key issue was that it wasn't just Zhongzhou. Other demonic citizens from the Four Wastelands had heard of the Sun Star Lord's outrageous actions and were also fearful. After all, if the Heavenly Court could cut Zhongzhou, it could do so elsewhere. Who wouldn't be afraid of their home being suddenly taken away? Chen Shui focused on reproducing the spiritual herbs from the various alchemical paths, immersing himself fully. From your primordial remnants, a gift from Jin Jiao clan's Prince No. 365, disciple of the Sun Star Lord, chief of the human race, the only son, the legitimate Eastern Azure dragon, husband of the ancestral witch of Xuanming, the last Emperor Jin Bing, presented to himself during the 7 Yuan 2 meetings of the human calendar. Liang rode his flying instrument to the entrance of a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, where a Tinjiang tall blue stone tablet stood, inscribed with the 3 golden characters Blue Moon Valley. The receptionist entered the main house first, followed by the others. He Yuzhu initially thought this was the auction venue. Upon entering the main house, he saw yet another hidden entrance. It was clear they had not yet arrived at the right place. Gong Yuanzhang's eyes suddenly brightened. Was there a show featuring Gong Ziyu? It seemed a pity not to go. Li Yang's social circle had expanded significantly, and maintaining relationships required spirit stones. He currently had no plans to raise spiritual beasts or birds. There were indeed many opponents, but their combat strategy was chaotic. Despite their main weapons being cold weapons, they failed to form a proper military formation and merely charged blindly. Against such disorganized soldiers, Nia Fangliang felt no fear. In the center of the stone platform stood a shimmering stone tablet on which some arcane characters could be seen. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as if a painting was visible. Yi Yao had also become a key disciple of the Qianyang sect, and she was not allowed to travel alone until reaching the Golden Core stage. The future of the entire magical realm rested on the shoulders of people like them. Helga and 2 other friends had previously stopped Salazar from delving deeper into dark magic upon noticing signs of a transformation in their old friend. At that moment, Chen Fan and Lung Wanwan also arrived at the bar, as there weren't many people there yet. Jing Tian smiled and picked up a piece of food, saying, busy. Anyway, you have always been restless. Being able to rest for half a year is quite rare. However, is your health truly fully restored now? The last incident had been very damaging to her health, and she only hoped that this half year had truly restored her body. When listening to Qing Ya's words, Minor wore a faint smile, gently supporting her prominently rounded belly, leisurely walking up to the waterside pavilion. A thick layer of snow had accumulated on the railing, and as she lightly brushed her hand across it, the snow fell into the water, attracting fish that thought the Empress was feeding them. Now this was how he felt about it. He thought this was quite good here, and he believed that this was a beneficial thing for him. It seemed that heaven was watching over them. As they entered the house, the rain poured down in torrents, creating a deafening sound. Now that Brother Yong was no longer in the cell, the few of them felt particularly comfortable, especially Charlie, who could sleep wherever he wanted, no longer fearing anyone kicking him. "I'm at your company, do you have a moment?" came the voice of Xiao Zicheng from the other end of the phone, speaking slowly. She hurried a few steps to keep pace with Jean's strides, silently rehearsing what she wanted to say in her mind, carefully considering her words to avoid arousing Zheng Rong's suspicion. Seeing him so calm, Feng Yu felt a bit more at ease, nodding slightly, but still gripping his sleeve tightly, afraid to let go. Lu Ping and the others quietly lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. They shrank their shoulders, wishing they could close their ears tightly. However, the three of them, treated as the seeds of slaves, had to engage in heavy labor every day, gradually growing up in such an environment. Mou Jingqian's shock upon seeing Ji Zili's painting was no less than anyone else's. He realized he knew very little about his lyre. A magnificent landscape like this could not possibly be created by an ordinary person. Seeing that Zhang Fan was not responding to his words, he did not pursue the matter further, then glanced at the Jiang group, directing a question at Zhang Fan. Chainer plans to run away from home and was seen by Jing Bei. Are you really that clueless as a mother? Can't you sense that something is off with the child's emotions? Chi Xian reprimanded Ruo Li relentlessly. Lu Fan also did not wish to stay here any longer, having seen enough of the drama between Pierce and Amu. At the end of the battle with the villains, the black and white twin eagles lay in wait outside the villain's city, dispatching tracking beasts to follow Feng Leitang and Yun Qianli. Soon Mu Ziqing also arrived, casting a cold glance over the people around, exchanging a knowing look with Rong Fei, as if discussing something before returning to his position. When Mou Jingqian, Mu Xiaogong, and Ji Zili appeared together, the entire hall was stunned. Step back. I learned a bit before. These few photos should be quite good, right? Gao Jun asked. Fu Rin was skeptical about what he said. Even the events happening to him during this time were quite strange. The old man in the red robe glanced lightly around, then waved his hand, collecting the spirit stones before him into his storage ring. Mu Zhen spoke as if instructing his child, while Gu Yu skillfully picked up the tea set and entered the kitchen to wash. In the past, he had no right to refuse, but after becoming a level actor, he could decline invitations that did not align with his type of roles. The man over there did not expect Qin Xian to genuinely know his identity and state it with such certainty, causing him to panic and attempt to stand up to escape. From the capital to here would take at least 3 days, and after all, the prince's carriage was not horse-drawn, but pulled by 2 earth dragons. Luo De felt uncertain about facing Wansa Wang, yet that did not stop him from uttering a tone of disdain. Rivers of dragon blood poured from the fire Qilin's savage wounds, only to be instantaneously vaporized by its own scorching flames. Stepping off the train at Haikou, a humid warm breeze unlike the northern air struck him. Zhuang Yin ill at ease sniffed and felt as if he had been placed inside a steaming chamber, oppressively uncomfortable. Among the people Lu Long had left behind, only Song Degui remained in Heisong town. Because of the earlier hand injury, he had not gone elsewhere. From now on, he intended to withdraw entirely into defense, to meet change with stillness, and to sever once and for all Song Feng's murderous intent. Could that brother from yesterday teach me? He seems to be able to see me. Back when she was still a princess of the court, she preferred pestering the crown prince to teach her rather than enduring her tutor's tedious lectures. Once more taking the initiative, the blood-striped tiger's patterns flared with light, its powerful hind legs coiled, and it sprang dozens of zhang in a single bound. Xiang Xiaolong released Su Qing at once, then moved to his kin and friends, spreading his qi to shelter them all behind him. At that moment, myriad bolts of thunder descended from the heavens and instantly buried Su Qing. Ling Nai bowed her head. No matter what Yi she had been her lifesaver, she could not abandon him without reason. Mr. Gao and Madame Gao said little to outsiders, yet they made clear that Jiang Yao had saved their family. Henceforth, they vowed to repay Jiang Yao and Fu Qing with the deeds of their whole lives. The academy opened to the public on a rare occasion. Many flocked in early, eager to witness the prestige of Donghu, First Academy. One spirit jade had been stolen by the enemy and even used to infiltrate their ranks, an act so foolish it defied belief. Mechanical hounds were indeed formidable creatures capable of raising their species' rank through iterative upgrades. At that rank, a cyber-mechanical hound relied on its Keenergy core to consolidate its cultivation, and within its mind dwelt a learning artificial intelligence. Only now did Lu Mufeng realize he had greatly underestimated the boy before him. He was no match. Then were her kin still in this world, and could she ever uncover the truth of her origin? An afternoon of stifling grievance left him upset. Ugh, I can't take it. Zhang Rue exclaimed, summoning Durimi. Surviving outdoors, was he trying to follow Bear Grylls' example? At present, the Wolves' interior rebounds were almost entirely handled by Jefferson. He was effectively the team's starting center and possessed impressive low-post scoring ability. Having obtained the elixir, should he leave Shunjian sect at once or remain and, according to the original plan, endeavor to revive the sect? The fat man shook his head as he walked. Though the adversary was not weak, they were far too soft. Such tactics were hardly worth his concern, for they had no idea what sort of fat man awaited them. These people were thinking not only of savagely bullying Li Chonglin, but also of making a handsome profit from it. Daohe, if your heart truly holds the people of the world, then your vision must be far-reaching. Wei Jie intoned, each word deliberate. The beast tamer Ersidasis' eyes flared with furious light. If these men will not desist, then we shall fight to the bitter end. I, beast tamer Ersidasi, have never known fear. If it were truly so remote and impenetrable, then how had those treasures and gigantic coffins flowed out from the palace? The words of Nantian Shindi matched the scene perfectly. The closer one approached that hillock, the more the bones of various clans' champions lay in abundance. The opponents he faced would not be ministers like Prime Minister Passon, Finance Minister Kangolin, War Minister Luzin, or the 5th Prince Luo Sheng, but the wrathful Henreich Empire, the hostile Ima Empire, the watching Shing Saint Republic, and the powerless Uni Federation. Though curious young master Bai understood that a trial was a trial, if it existed it had its reasons, so he refrained from asking. She had changed greatly, yet many things remained the same. Her aloof, serene nature had not altered. Of course, she still harbored trust in young master Bai, at least there was friendship between them. Xiao Baizhu was too lazy to point it out. He was only curious about certain figures on the medical report. Although the crucial parts had already been altered, the examination still revealed information even they had not known. Chief among them, innate talent. Shui Xiani's final offer was so grand that it left Li Rue stunned. Good heavens, does such fortune exist in this world? He could not endure days without seeing Yin Duoduo. Though he longed to stay in the valley, to be without Yin Duoduo was to be less than dead. Yin Duoduo suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes hollow, as she stared ahead. No, this must be a rumor. Lu Man dwelt deep within the palace. How could she know what had happened outside? She had surely heard the palace servants so often that she took their words for truth. It had to be so. He had waited far longer than he expected for Gulanshan to appear and grew restless. After clinking glasses with someone who greeted him, he murmured sorry, then moved to a quieter corner of the hall and dialed Gulanshan's number. All right. Gu Yi gently kissed Shun Exine, once more holding her tightly as he gazed at the surrounding scenery with mixed emotions. It was beautiful here. Yet the desolate sight was beyond the strength of the powerless to behold. What? He claims he invented chess. Long Ming shouted angrily, finding his brother shameless for bullying General Sun, who was not very skilled at chess, and even claiming the invention of it. As Dantai Ruasie's thoughts shifted, Gu Fan saw the chessboard before him transform into a map of a vast desert with mountains continuously rising, mirroring reality. The grievance spirit flag. Lian Ma tilted her head, recalling something, mumbling to herself, but not speaking aloud. He Gu strained his ears, but could not understand what she was saying. Let you witness our Long family's thundergun formation. Long Koan displayed a formation with tremendous attack power, and they continuously launched their long spears to assault the enemy. You've worked hard. Is there any movement? Walking along the fence, Tao Liang pulled out a few yellow sticks and tossed them away. Sai going out to buy things and afraid of being recognized. Do we really have to meet our end like this? Tu Bao could not help but wail to the heavens. Yin Yin, all I want now is to save people. I have no thoughts of anything else with her. Long Ming sighed. Giliev stared at Hu Shun Tang, suddenly reaching out to feel the carotid artery on his neck. After a few seconds, he withdrew his hand, shot a glare at Yechawang, and turned to leave. Yechawang understood and followed, signaling for everyone to continue. Miss, once you go you'll understand. Please do not keep the master waiting. The two were unwilling to explain further, their expressions serious. How about I escort you back? We have plenty of people enough to manage things. Xiao Jinyuan said. The servants felt the need to separate the crowd, yet everyone still craned their necks and tiptoed curiously. As for how wide the lake was, Tang Li did not know, for since the first day he dreamt of this dream, a red figure with an unclear face had struck him. Zhu Sha was slightly stunned by the mechanical tone, not expecting this newly arrived photographer to so directly request her cooperation. Ning Yinyu, you don't intend to kill me, do you? Shui Hao felt increasingly fearful, consumed by dread. The current weather required mostly short sleeves. Even if one was afraid of the sun, they would only throw on a long-sleeved outer layer to shield from it. How could anyone be wearing military coats? To be honest, he was quite frustrated. They had shared a meal together while the other child was lively and bouncing about. His own child lay unconscious. Although it was not the other's fault. This made Lin Tian Lei unable to bear it any longer. How could you, Lin Tian Yun, as the family head, be willing to give such a rare cultivation pill to a waste rather than to my son, a genius? Let the elders judge and see if you still have the qualifications to be the family head. Suddenly figures emerged from beneath the water and immediately surrounded us. After all, to create a miraculous and unique technique like the three elements unification return to Tao divine art, Nan Huasher in his past life must have been no ordinary individual. Ru Yin, wait for me at home. I'm heading to the police station. Zhao Tianyu said as he carried Zheng Ru Yin, covering her with a blanket. Perhaps too much time had passed. Zheng Ruyan no longer felt the excitement of those years. Her heart could no longer withstand such turmoil. Zheng Ruyan fell into a deep sleep. The young figure was none other than Xiao Yue, whose cultivation had been crippled. It had been a month since he last met Qianfeng. During this time, Qianfeng had visited Xiao Yu once to encourage him not to lose heart, and fearing Xiao Yu would feel lonely, he brought him closer to the Leaf City, the nearest place to the paradise, where Qianfeng resided. Though not afraid of the yellow liquid, he was still wary of Feng Yiming's sword intent. After dodging, he watched as all the corpses he had summoned fell beneath Feng Yiming's blade, causing great fury within Xiaomo. Niu Fei indeed admired the boy's culinary skills, but the arrogant and dismissive demeanor of the other made him quite displeased. For now it was more important to watch over and take care of the master, otherwise he would have to compete with the boy. Once the concentration of the poison reached a certain level, it would surely launch a more fierce attack on their defensive barrier. Make another request to Dong Lai Gu asking him to live here in the future, Dong Feng Lung Yu said pitifully. As the last rays of the setting sun completely vanished below the horizon, the daytime clamor gradually receded, giving way to the tranquility of the night. With a thunderous sound, Tai Mu Yun burst forth from the ground, arriving beside Long Kong in an instant. Long Kong only felt a flash of red light before a dull pain in his chest made him spit blood and fly backward. Luther pulled out a black-backed gold-edged letter from his pocket, the signature on it causing Song Zilong's eyes to widen. Bing Ling did not answer, her cold gaze resting on the magnificent and imposing structure not far away. Shin No-suk's self-promotion was outstanding. He sought to leverage any resource and heat he could, even taking advantage of Karuna's kind reminders. The vast fire lotus carrying intense heat and exploding downward saw Li Du and Li Qi in midair, each utilizing the power of the Vermilion Martial Fire Lotus, skillfully blending parts of the complete Vermilion Martial Fire Lotus power. Having finished speaking, DeRay stepped out of the captain's office and found the 50 or 60 soldiers of the garrison unit gazing at him with palpable excitement. Evidently, they had overheard his entire series of orders. I let out a quiet sigh of relief and continued my persuasive act. Once I'd sufficiently convinced them, my mother urged me to settle down and cease my reckless behavior. See, I told you my parents would welcome you wholeheartedly. Nian Yujiang watched the elderly couple busying themselves with separate tasks, then sat down and gently placed by his hand upon his thigh, smiling as he asked her. She walked slowly toward the bedroom and after asking the household staff learned that Wang Rushe was resting in a guest room on the second floor, so she went to check on her. Bai Murong stood frozen on the spot, drenched in cold sweat. Then came an earth-shaking explosion, followed by a towering pillar of fire erupting from the ruins. His eyelids twitched violently. He knew the Huang family was utterly doomed. Having offended a heaven-tier expert, not a single soul could hope to survive. Whether it's true or not, uttering a single sentence costs you little time. Just grant your mother this wish, Jiang Xinmin urged Nian Yujiang further. The sunlight today was especially brilliant. Standing atop the elevated platform outside the hotel, I gazed downward. The ground shimmered as if dusted with scattered gold. Yet the air remained crisp and cold, prompting me to instinctively raise my collar. Liao Tianyu took a long while before fully grasping what had just transpired. He touched his own face, still half convinced he was dreaming, then slapped himself sharply. The sting confirmed reality, and a subtle curve rose at the corner of his mouth, widening gradually until he could no longer suppress his laughter. Seeing this force, Carlo felt reassured, yet his urge to smoke remained unresolved. Still, as a precaution, he kept the 15,000 gold coins securely on his person. After a long silence, Yang Qin grew increasingly puzzled. Just as he prepared to ask again, a sudden chill prickled the small of his back, as if a drop of water had landed there. Ming Lei, if what you say holds true, then multiple, perhaps even dozens or hundreds of dimensions must inherently coexist within heaven and earth. Xiao Yi spoke. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Though Zhao Xian had only voiced a hypothesis, such a revelation was anything but ordinary. Lin Jian had encountered countless self-proclaimed masters over his decades, but those capable of generating vacuum bursts were exceedingly rare. Now, however, he heard one with his own ears. Master, this is my clan's deepest secret. I cannot disclose it to you. At that moment, Qing Zifeng's tone shifted abruptly. Madam, I beg you to accept the bandit chief's marriage proposal. On the wedding day, when thieves from all quarters gather to celebrate, my troops shall strike decisively, eradicating every last outlaw upon the mountain and eliminating this scourge forever. Li Luoqing bowed respectfully and spoke softly. For a long time, Hu Yanzuns had pondered a single question: why long ago had he abandoned the imperial capital for Hongchuan? Enough, I'll handle this. With a swift sidestep, Zhao Xian appeared before the supervisor. Swinging his spear, he cleaved through the dust. The king of earth tilted his head slightly, then slashed sideways with his sword. From the dense forest burst a 2-meter-tall beast, roaring fiercely, only to collide midair with the sword's energy wave, splitting cleanly in two. Scalding blood sprayed forth as its lifeless corpse collapsed soundlessly beside the king. Mang Ji was equally warlike. The Heaven Witch six-fold banner floated ominously behind him, radiating savage, ferocious energy. No one noticed the aircraft's descent. No one observed the two lightly clad men slipping quietly from its cabin. Once again, the Xinsheng sect led the advance, followed closely by Eastern cultivators. Having learned from the previous two incidents, everyone proceeded with heightened caution. Casualties dropped dramatically, yet Lin Shi remained locked in fierce combat with the fire Qilin. To withdraw prematurely would leave him defenseless against its onslaught. The demon-subduing sword was an artifact from beyond the mortal realm, painstakingly forged and refined by its master alone, truly one of a kind. At last Mo Bai released his fingers from the Empress's pulse, opened his eyes, and upon seeing her pallid complexion, a flash of profound, chilling murder flickered across his gaze. After all, bubble realms large enough to accommodate major cultivation teams, and colored green, were extraordinarily rare. Gao Jing, still watching the match from the hospital, fretted aloud. This match should have been paused. It's not just any game, but a championship tournament with single elimination stakes. Every moment matters. Any anomaly demands immediate suspension, so problems can be resolved swiftly, and the earlier the better. But Teacher Zeng is now wildly famous, a bona fide superstar. How on earth could he possibly extricate himself? Qin Yuma asked, perplexed. As the voice faded, a rapid rustling shush-shush-ish erupted from several directions around them, closing in urgently upon Dashan and his group. Indeed, it would be highly inconvenient for Lin Dingyu to reside in the Ming royal mansion, especially now that Mo Bai had just clashed with the imperial court. Hosting Lin Dingyu under his roof would inevitably send the world a signal of ambiguous, perhaps even illicit ties between Mo Bai and the Lin family. Along the edge of the humanoid mark representing the head, several droplets of crimson blood were scattered like grim adornments. Given the current manpower, financial resources, and logistical capacity of the headquarters artillery brigade, removing even 2 howitzers per day was considered an exceptional feat. The Type 3 tank carried a mere 59 rounds of ammunition, scarcely enough to last more than a few minutes under sustained fire. Some receipts came from shopping malls, others from food delivery orders, but most were bar tabs from Guyu Tavern. Although the butler is still somewhat unclear about the recent events, it seems he has no choice but to proceed with that course of action. The Lu surnamed cultivator observed the giant eagle approaching without any panic, but rather smiled as he remarked, the white cloud barrier has been here all along, and it might have been discovered by this giant eagle. You must know that the eyes of the demon eagle are exceptionally sharp. Ing Sha lay on the ground, gazing at the sky, and felt the evil dragon arm within him gradually awaken, his heart filled with joy. Even if his Dantian was sealed, as long as he possessed the evil dragon arm, no ordinary postnatal realm warrior could harm him in the slightest. Honestly, you can only boss people around. Boys are truly disgusting. Ew, I wonder what they are up to this time, Perona complained, yet her hands did not slow down as she released a ghost that passed through the body of the Foxfire Brocade Guardian. Zhu Tianlin was momentarily stunned. Before he could cast a spell to activate the plague poison, he saw a flash of fire spreading across the sky above the encampment. In just a few moments, the fire phoenix had engulfed several clusters of plague poison and flames solidifying against the night sky. Sun Wukong had adopted a warrior's stance, though under the golden-banded rod, even a sage of the Tao would find it difficult to defeat him easily. That figure, though not towering, could support a vast expanse in the battles to come. Wang Ming noticed the expression on Huang Shi's face, realizing that he had struck a chord with Huang Shi's intentions. Wang Ming understood how Huang Shi felt right now, as he was eager to strengthen his own power to confront Lu Yin and Gao Wu. As far as I know, the HX side has also dispatched a large number of troops into the Wanli Qin Chuan, and the City of Peace will eventually be discovered. Are you not worried about a conflict between both sides? At this moment, Midu looked at Old Nine and said, in the reports from the relevant parties, if someone were to specifically collect that information, it would indeed seem strange. From the genius of the Navy to the most heinous of criminals, it could be said to be two extremes. Before coming here, Lu Yin had considered such an outcome, but even knowing it in advance, she still felt uncomfortable when she truly heard it. There was nothing more to say. Both sides had clearly established their stances, and only the truth would be revealed in action. Sun Hao smirked slightly, appearing to overlook the incoming fist as he merely extended a leg. Lu Er chuckled, reaching out to grab a spatial wine jar from the coffee table, taking a large swig, and after smacking his lips, he exhaled contentedly. This fellow held a storage ring in his hand and spoke generously, but his eyes betrayed him, fixated on the ring with an unmistakable expression of reluctance. After a faint smile, Ji Miao grabbed a Nyo and vanished into thin air, giving no one else a chance to speak. In the void, spiritual energy erupted and waves of spiritual techniques burst forth like fireworks, dazzling beyond compare. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh echoed as a black-clothed man's long sword stabbed into Zhao Chunying's left rib, penetrating half a foot deep with the tip of the sword, almost emerging from the other side of Zhao Chunying's body. Upon seeing this, Chief Inspector Moku instructed Officer Sato and Officer Takagi to take them to the restaurant to find witnesses, while Oda Nobuhide asked Oda Haruko and Oda Sakura to assist. Fang Zhong's expression changed. A person with such overwhelming pressure was already stronger than anyone he had encountered after his emergence, including Zhang Jinren and Yu Guangzhu, perhaps even surpassing them. Even Bu Yi Sanren would likely fall short. Within just 10 days, Yang Kitsong's forces had created numerous no man's lands and countries, such as Ekizan, Echigo, Kemamoto, Noto, Wakasa, and Hida, burning all the estates and temples of the nobles to the ground, and nearly all the samurai families and large landowners within those estates were slaughtered, leaving no trace behind. This is simply too pathetic. I didn't even see what weapon the opponent used. The buzzard and the mountain eagle looked bewildered, knowing their right hands had been completely penetrated, realizing that this hand was utterly ruined. Even if it could be healed, it would be impossible to be as agile as before. The officers immediately set off. Immediately, the large team of tiger guards mounted their horses and rode out from beneath the hill, heading toward the rear of the battlefield, followed by a cavalry unit pulling the infantry artillery, all of whom were artillerymen trailing behind. At dawn, Wu Kufa and Li Guolu exited the criminal department's prison, exchanging high fives in celebration, their airtight testimonies already in hand, 2 copies making it impossible for anyone to alter. The 3 were taken aback, quickly mounting their horses, suspecting that unexpected circumstances had arisen, and they directly rode to confront it. Before they had even traveled 10 miles, the disheveled figures of Muden and the other 13 appeared before them, chased closely by a cavalry of 300 to 400. Although Wu Hao had fainted before in the spiritual sense space, he had been attentively observing all movements in the external world. Long before he had been informed of the unfolding events, allowing him to remain completely unguarded now. A resonant and ancient dragon's roar echoed through the sky, as Wu Hao, like a monstrous figure, burst forth from his black robe, revealing powerful muscles that resembled a coiled dragon, while a shocking purple light shot through the sky, like lightning piercing through the massive dragon body with a purple dragon spear. As he removed the blanket, Long Tianyi slowly sat up, cross-legged, a pill appearing in his hand, which he placed in his mouth and swallowed. As the pill entered his body, the surrounding heavenly and earthly spiritual energy underwent a violent transformation, rushing towards Long Tianyi in a frenzy. Arrogant. The master, surnamed Zhang, let out a low growl, the wind rising beneath his feet, leaving a shadow in place as he punched forward. Almost every elf of the elven race could hardly believe the victory of tonight's battle, while the stark reality lay bare before them. Shen Bing introduced Wang Sheng to Dong Chong and others. Although they had met in the morning, it was merely an interview and did not count as a formal introduction. Thus, Uchiha Yin had maintained the sage mode since its activation, with natural energy beginning to gather around him, centered on Uchiha Yin. It is quite far from the county town, and carrying such heavy spicy sauce into the city is risky. If it doesn't sell, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? That thing, spicy sauce, is something every family has. Will city folks actually buy it? However, after fighting side by side with the true form of Diga for such a long time, Yulongza could still sense some of Diga's feelings. Is this guy even human or a monster? The floor is made of concrete. Even with a hammer, it would take several blows to crack it. Yi Tian was fine. He didn't even see him make any significant moves, yet the floor beneath him cracked open. How much strength must that take? Having finished his homework, it was already midnight, with only the occasional chirping of insects outside the window to accentuate the silence of the night. Where's my pig's tail? Who gave it away too early? Mu Zifei bellowed, but this time no one paid him any mind. The 3 continued to eat without regard for him, leaving Mu Zifei no choice but to settle for eating pig tongue instead. First, he placed the decayed wood on the ground, then held the Chinkuan bag in his hand, waved it at the wood, and used his eyes to control the decayed wood, envisioning it being placed inside the Chinkuan bag. However, these matters were of little concern to Lin Feng and the others, as the primary duty of true warriors was to enhance their strength and ensure the safety of their village. Just as the 6 were about to succeed, a gentle breeze swept in, carrying a faint, fragrant scent that was hard to resist. Upon entering the room, an incredibly aged man appeared before us. Despite his frailty, his complexion remained relatively rosy. Before he could react, a dagger pierced through the entire neck. In the darkness, a surge of blood burst forth like a long-stored fountain, mingling with the rain and slowly being washed away. Neza still wanted to make a move, but suddenly a sinister wind swept from behind. Chi-Chi rushed into the cave, seeing Neza pointing his weapon at his brother. Without hesitation, he pulled out the golden cudgel and swung it towards Neza's head. Lin Feng collided with the horned bull, neither bouncing back nor falling together. Both came to a halt in place. Lin Feng's fist pressed against the bull's head, locked in a stalemate, though the force was mitigated significantly. Unbeknownst to everyone at that moment, a face materialized on the building of the so-called world's #1 casino, casting a glance at Lin Feng with its sinister eyes. Powerless Su Ran could only solemnly place the ancient mirror into the storage box, struggling to endure the intense heat, and continued to explore this peculiar terrain. Your Highness, if you are unwell, do not force yourself. Once you feel better, you can enjoy the moonlight just the same, Bai Yu quickly advised, noticing Wu Yunzu's pale face like a sheet of gold. The headquarters of the Federal Security Bureau is located on the outskirts of Gauss, featuring an independent micro starport and supporting facilities. The Black Miao believed that their ancestor Qi Yu was unwilling to be defeated by Emperor Xianyuan and yearned for war, while the White Miao think that Qi Yu's ancestors spent almost their entire lives in battle and had long grown weary of warfare, desiring a stable and peaceful life. Kong Sijin initially wanted to forget each other after parting, but the longer the separation lasted, the deeper his longing became. Shirlan's gaze shifted between Shing Wo and Xing Hun, suddenly curling into a smile. Xing Wo did not see it, yet inexplicably felt a chill run down her spine. Glancing at the keyhole in the center perfectly matching the special key, he confirmed that they had arrived at their destination. As the soul immersed within it calmed down, the ancient aura slowly flowing, sorting through Lu Wei Ke's chaotic and bloated power. Although there was still a significant gap compared to the Lando Pa 3 pattern medal, and the title of Grand Lord, elite wizards are indeed given special care by the Academy and are not easily manipulated by mere 3rd-level wizards, even if his father is an 8th-level wizard. More and more players rushed to attend the auction, almost all captivated by the strange scene in the rest area, instinctively turning to head there, eager to see what had transpired. Upon seeing a divine king arrive from the Beast Star region, and not even being from the Beast Star region, the 8 esteemed masters responsible for overseeing the teleportation star formation were equally astonished. Back when he killed the sand whale beast in the desert, he obtained a design blueprint for a void god blessing set, which required 500 divine stones as part of the design. Su Bansheng smiled faintly and said, "Friend Chong is polite." He realized that this person was likely expelled from Kowloon due to early misconduct, yet still held a loyal sentiment towards Kowloon, which was not a grave sin. "Don't worry, master." Zhu Qijiu nodded, leading 2 soldiers out of the basement back to the surface. Though they were not lacking in money, being treated to a meal by fellow professional players, especially after winning a bet, felt distinctly different. The students who usually showed him respect and awe now displayed a sense of defiance. When they realized that if they did not advance, they would perish along with the entire city, these individuals were fearless, but when hope emerged, the desire for life reignited in their hearts. "None of them can escape, kill them," Han Zhongji said angrily to his 2 teammates. However, secretly, some non-metallic devices hidden beneath Ji Haoshan's skin began to activate the moment he summoned the floating window. He had swallowed dragon blood and consumed human flesh, memories he had been trying to avoid, but Gongsun CS reminder was truly a bit nauseating. As the original developer Niwa could recognize with just a glance that the claw was the original arm of the goddess, a highly destructive, crushing mechanical arm. While speaking, a thin stream of magic energy emanated from his fingertips, wrapping around Alien's waist and lifting him into the air. Just as they were about to turn around, one of them suddenly seemed to sense something and stared directly at the spot where Jian He and his companion were hiding. Even the eyes could not see. With so much dust, even if it were fairies, they could not see the world beneath the dust. "Is this the place?" Liu Yaoshi scanned the first floor and observed the surroundings of the building. However, Li Da, as a native practitioner of the Blackwood battlefield, was fairly strong and held the Blackwood Order, enabling him to directly receive tasks issued by the Blackwood Temple. Thus, he was naturally aware of the task. Not only did he use his magical powers, but he was also nearly the first one in the realm of the virtual divine to do so, and at this moment, he was somewhat hesitant to look at Shang Wanqing's expression. On Mount Buzhou, the spiritual energy is abundant. After 800 years of hard cultivation, Wang Ming's cultivation has reached the peak of the golden immortal, with no further progress possible. Hua Juanzhe looked at her coldly, seeing her pale, yet resolute face, realizing she was not trying to scare him, and could not help but stop in his tracks. "I am waiting," Hua Juanzhe said coldly, exerting force with his hands wrapping around her neck, inhaling, deeply captivated by her fragrance, sweet and enticing, making him want to bite her fiercely. Now that the reporters could no longer come up, Xian Zihan completely didn't mind Yu Kursen's action of opening the door. The Department of War is essentially a hodgepodge combining functions from the Army General Staff and parts of the Logistics Department, with most functions overlapping with those of the Navy, resulting in an organization that is bloated and inefficient. Initially, it was thought that this matter would come to nothing, but unexpectedly Fu and managed to uncover relevant information again. Stiffening, Feng Yue immediately became obedient, holding onto the neck of the person and pretending to be dead. The vengeful fox spirit Bewley declared, "Qiu Qi, you are truly damned." The fox elder's bloodshot eyes remained unyielding as he spoke through gritted teeth. Li Yu planned to use this time to send everyone out of the ghost trap, and once they were all sent away, he could implement the next step of his plan. The Golden Seven Passes is a place of profound transformation on the ancient road of the human race, where an emperor once died and was transformed, and where the Lingbao Tianzhen's body was transformed on the continent. As soon as Du Zhong finished speaking, several airport staff members, led by a flight attendant, pushed a massive pet crate towards them. The plans and goals became clearer, greatly motivating everyone's enthusiasm. Years later, when recalling this meeting, many would feel nostalgic and hold it in high regard. This meeting was referred to by many as the April meeting. The Panlong heart technique is evidently a heart technique aimed at martial practitioners naturally containing highly practical boxing and movement techniques. Now encountering super vegetables at the nearby market, Guan Shijing couldn't care less about the imaginary grievances between her and Yi Shanghan. Many cultivators upon witnessing this scene felt a surge of panic and turned to flee, yet more cultivators harbored excitement and quickened their pace forward. It was now evening, and in the distance the tall city gates and walls could faintly be seen, the entire Fengya city blurred amidst the floating clouds and dusk. Lin Zongtian seemed to be worried about Luo Mei, so he said, "I have studied medicine for many years, you don't need to worry." How many years exactly Lin Zongtian did not say, but in a past life, he had specialized in medicine, systematically studying some pathological knowledge just in case. However, when facing a powerful adversary in the Jiyuan mirror, Elena directly encountered the renowned leader of the 10 warriors of Japan's history, the ninja master of the Koga school, Sarutobi Sasuke. Woman, to keep your body healthy, you must have a good breakfast. Scientific research confirms that not eating breakfast for an extended period can lead to weight gain. It can also trigger complications such as hypertension and heart disease. There are risks in investing, and not having breakfast poses risks too. I find it tedious to prepare 3 meals a day. Why do you find it troublesome? She recalled the doubtful gaze he had cast at her in the elevator, as well as later rudely inviting her out of the bathroom, realizing it was not merely her first impression, leaving her somewhat speechless. Wu Jin felt lacking in confidence, obediently responding, and walked into the venue with synchronized movements. The dim light made it hard to see, and the 100-meter deep underground shooting range was obscured by protective glass. She asked what that meant, and he replied it was something said by another famous French poet who wrote a renowned sonnet similar to Francis' "Love dulls the mind." Thus, everyone privately believed that Mo would likely excuse herself from returning, avoiding this most awkward moment. Huaijin was unsure if it counted as serious, but since old Hui said so, it must not be serious. Zhu Xia's heart trembled, caught off guard. She was struck by a sword on her chest and staggered back a few steps. Suddenly, with a long sword in hand, she soared into the air, sweeping her sword through the void. Thinking about it this way, he suddenly felt distressed, yet being someone who never speaks soft words, he momentarily didn't know how to start, even struggling to utter a simple thank you. Song Minghing chuckled and glanced at him, as if observing an alien native filled with disdain. After arriving at Chiang Investment Bank, Lin Cha greeted the employees while smilingly walking inside. Lin Cha felt somewhat confused after hearing this, going to KFC, going to an arcade, and watching a movie. Did these things seem like something Lin Feng would do? Stephanie followed behind Li Tianzi, who first entered the arena, then opened the top rope and gestured with his other hand to invite Stephanie in. And the one secretly watching that day was none other than himself. To avoid getting hurt, Shin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly, feeling he was getting too deeply involved in the role. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qinggong really took himself for a confidant, otherwise how could he say such things? The three then set off again. Upon entering, they discovered a massive stone lotus and a large stone bell with no other items present. "Mother, what are you doing?" "I have important matters to attend to." Xue Qingyu feared that Xue's mother would pull him into endless questions and was eager to leave. Lan Mei and Bai Long frowned, watching the two confronting each other with vigilance. Naturally, they had no patience to watch their performance, and before the two could continue speaking, they had already flanked from both sides. The old lady's stern shout made Madame Li shiver slightly. Having managed the household for so long, the old lady naturally possessed an irresistible authority. With another slash, Jellies had already outclassed Gallon by over 30 levels. Now, with his dazed expression and lack of fighting spirit, another arm was neatly severed. "Your Majesty, I and the soldiers are residing in temporary tents," Wang Quanbin said respectfully. Xian Dingli's expression froze for a moment, revealing a hint of irritation, but he still coldly grunted in acknowledgement. "Judgment power 50 of intelligence will convert into additional strength, and 50 of strength will convert into additional intelligence. Additionally, all attacks will transform into holy attribute damage, significantly increasing defense." Bayan Kingdom predominantly focuses on animal husbandry, with the Xiaolon Fortress area being rich in water and grass, making it a moderately affluent place in Bayan Kingdom. At the corner of the corridor behind Huajin, Ying emerged alongside a man clad in a deep blue trench coat. Chu Tian jumped down from the tree, looking at the piece of white gauze in his hand, feeling a sense of familiarity. He did not come to Zishao Palace merely for slaughter. Though he had indeed been bloodthirsty earlier, he had never forgotten the purpose of his journey. As the two were about to enter the shop, 2 luxury cars suddenly arrived, smoothly parking beside the second-hand pickup truck. For years, he had been among the top 3 figures in the army group, earning a rank as a squad vice commander thanks to his sharpshooting skills. If it weren't for his poor foundation and low education, he would have been directly admitted to military academy. Cultivators also emphasize the so-called partners of law and wealth, where partners refers to both companions and Dao partners, which inherently includes the concept of dual cultivation. As he spoke, Jin Yang pulled out a check with a considerable number of digits from the inner layer of his jacket. Then when he handed the check to the waiter of buying Zue, he leaned in close to whisper to him. Heads of the Wang, Zhao, and Wei families gathered together to discuss the death of Ouyang Cheng. Snowflakes fell beside Bing, many snowflakes, each with a visibly sharp edge, incredibly lethal. After Chen Mingming explained to Hu Yuan what he needed to do, he turned his attention to Lan Duo. Faced with the beast's imposing stance, Xiao Yong was also troubled, unsure if they had become smarter or if there was a master controlling them, as such a response was hard to come up with otherwise. After a stalemate lasting half a tea's time, he suddenly descended onto the sea surface, reaching out to grab a manatee corpse that shot out from the water, which then entered his storage ring. Shun Lian resolutely rejected Wang Shi's request. Collaborate with him. It was simply a joke. When had he ever genuinely collaborated? However, a gust of hot wind blew, putting Shizi in a foul mood, so he simply sat on Bai Chou's back, allowing it to walk slowly. Please be quiet. I want to reveal the truth about this matter to everyone. Lumi shouted loudly, instantly silencing the discussions below. His black short hair was tousled, yet orderly, exuding a lively and restless energy. The contours of his face were relatively soft, and his round face was strikingly that of a handsome neighbor boy. However, his thick eyebrows added a touch of heroism to his delicate features, complemented by a pair of unforgettable eyes. The Justice Envoy pursued from behind several beams of light, striking Seven by releasing a buzzing white smoke. Seven Bai gritted his teeth, but did not cry out, still lunging towards Lumi. However, the final outcome was brutal. Jin Yunshou was overjoyed in his heart. His arrogance stemmed from his family background, and precisely because of his powerful lineage, he knew things ordinary people were unaware of. In the past, their efforts against villains had been pitiful, sparing the wrong people and falling victim to being the fisher in the tail of the snake and the fisherman, yet they had never been bitten by a villain nor suffered a fatal wound. From now on, don't call me boss, call me Ruofing. I might even attend classes as an auditor at your Central Conservatory of Music, and then you'll have to call me senior brother. Zhang Ruofing teased with a smile. As young Master Zhou just opened his mouth, someone beside him suddenly spoke, interrupting her initial acceptance speech. Even though he struggles now without giving up, ultimately, he still has to let go. The hidden Yuan Empire is a living example. I subconsciously touched the crystal buckle hanging on my wrist, and my gaze instantly darkened. Zhang Riyu's high notes remained clear and bright, but when she sang the first line of the lyrics, she couldn't hold back her tears, her voice distinctly tinged with emotion. Before the group of monsters could react, 4 figures suddenly darted through a gap intentionally created between Yizhua and Taizai, then swiftly flashed away towards the entrance they had come from. After speaking, Granny Jean casually raised the tea that Zhong Mushin had brewed for her, sipping it, as if she were not a guest, but the master of her own courtyard, indulging in a delightful activity. Unexpectedly, the outcome turned out like this, and Yizhua, forced to stop, wore a somewhat gloomy expression. Go back and report, another soldier said. This is no longer something we can handle. Family rules dictate that only those at the Kaiyuan realm can choose one martial skill. Multiple selections are not allowed. The energy of the Kaiyuan realm isn't very strong, making a single technique sufficient. Choosing too many will lead to a lack of mastery, resulting in none being perfected. Perhaps the sudden surge of power scared even the originally rampaging stone-carved beast, causing it to freeze in place. After processing the ingredients, Zhang Fan began to light the fire. Yang Jian wanted to help, but was refused, as it was said that one must combine the right timing, geographical advantages, and harmony among people. Only then could the food be exquisitely delicious. Having sensed Zhu Yunqing's strength that day, he became aware of the gap in their levels, leading to even more diligent training. At this moment, Zhao Ming was cultivating in an extremely harsh environment within the sect, the Han Ti Cave. Murong Yin, today you are lucky. I won't deal with you this time. If I catch you again next time, I will definitely not let you off easy. After saying this, Murong Yingxue also left. What is Yin Qingwu? Everyone was filled with astonishment, unable to fathom that such an event would transpire, and even more perplexed that it was Yin Qingwu who had come to their aid. Why are you here? Wang Shi asked reflexively, only to realize afterward that this was someone else's garden, and she was the other's wife. Gao Feng was startled by the loud noise, nearly retreating. Due to the dim lighting in the room, he couldn't clearly see who had arrived. However, this is a good thing. In any case, our school will surely have more students in the future. The more companies you open, the more students can be accommodated. You know that many students aspire to work in the companies you run. Zhang Dong continued to smile as he spoke. At this moment, Ai Lin Luo was quite puzzled. How is this feeling the same as when I received the holy blessing at the church? My whole body feels energized, my waist no longer aches, my legs no longer hurt, and it seems my appetite has returned. After a tiring morning, I didn't feel it before, but now I feel quite hungry. Everyone get up. It's time to head back to the palace. Once again donning her mask, Yin casually remarked. It absolutely cannot be. Definitely not. No way. Fong Luqing said angrily. Fong Li's information was crucial. Because the bunch of fools in Eureka's laboratory failed to activate the portal in time, the overseers of the revivalists and some high-tech supplies experienced deviations during transmission, causing the wealth that originally belonged to the government of Country M to spill over into this wretched place. The villagers across the way were startled awake by the bell. By the time everyone armed themselves at the village entrance, they suddenly realized that the number of people on the other side far exceeded what they could handle, and these individuals were not the mountain bandits who had been troubling them lately. With a hand brushing over the dark dragon pattern embroidered in his sleeve, Duan Jinru's face broke into a faint smile as he issued his command. At this moment, Xueman thought of the divine envoy of light, but she also knew that Jean Kyer had injured Wen Rinya, and the divine envoy was furious, which resulted in harm. Now asking him to help against someone he despises was incredibly difficult. Through questioning, De Shanzi Lin Ling finally gained a rough understanding of Yi Ying's previous life. For a child like Lin Ling who had grown up in a big city, it was quite extraordinary and filled with longing. The appearance of the Tang Sankai bought precious time for Yi Ying. At this moment, Yi Ying was also free from the shackles of the undead. The Xianbing cold essence could finally be summoned. In an instant, Sikong Shuta's form turned into an ice sculpture. Inch by inch, the cold ice automatically spread apart, forming steps. To welcome their king. Would you like me to accompany you for a bit longer? After exiting the department store, Yifeng said to Dongfang Ziqing. Pulling back his thoughts of flying away, Zhuang Liju smiled at the corner of his lips, straightened his collar, picked up the iron fan from the table, and took his personal guard with him as he prepared to leave. However, he dared not voice these thoughts to the members of the battle team. After all, they were currently full of confidence, and the team was still in an upward trajectory, so it was best not to dampen their spirits at this time. Xiao'er, perhaps you don't know I like you no less than the third prince. You touched my heart in Beima, but I cannot compete with the third prince for you. Xian Yuan Mo gazed at her with tender affection, holding on to her tightly, unwilling to let her step outside. The sunlight was bright outside, and he could no longer go out now. His father shouted and struggled to rush over to protect his wife and children, but his brother kicked him in the head. The soldiers shouted and the bayonet plunged fiercely into his father's chest. One soldier after another emitted beast-like sounds as they pounced upon his mother. Suddenly, Ling Dang witnessed by Li Quan stabbing a sharp blade into her rib, the two bloody holes shocking and terrifying. Hee, it's all right. I am indeed an old elf, but would you like to hear why I have aged so much? Grandpa Tao smiled as he said. At midnight, Wang Qitian was awakened by a sudden urge to urinate. He opened his weary eyes, rubbed them, and sat up sleepily. Glancing at the sleeping Xia Shui beside him, he quietly got out of bed, preparing to go to the restroom. Don't worry, we are fully powered. After completing this adjustment, if everything goes smoothly, we can start a new journey. Buelome said. Ling Dang immediately dismissed the thought, as Bai Li Quan had indeed become cold and ruthless unless it was a trade. When I heard this, I glanced at Lei Shangde, who must have been talking nonsense again when he opened the door for them this morning. However, they took the matter from last night, where Lei Shangde went out as him going on a wild spree, which was somewhat accurate. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed above, followed by flashes of lightning and strong winds. Just as I stood up, heavy raindrops began to fall rapidly. A peculiar humanoid creature capable of standing in any terrain, the T3 level zombie re-emerged on the corridor floor, climbing along the walls and stone pillars. With a series of roars upon receiving orders, the heavy machine guns above unleashed a metallic storm toward Lu Chuan. As we listened to Lei Shengde for a while, it seemed we recalled something, but upon looking at the quite flat and not very large rooftop ahead, doubts arose again. After all, the Nightlang King's tomb was quite different from this. The diameter of that stone pillar was nearly 10 meters, while here it was barely 2 meters. The battle continued. Approximately 5 to 6 minutes had passed, and Chun Dashin was starting to feel impatient as more and more spectators were gathering in the distance, and the number of people knocked down by Chen Ling had already reached half. If Xiao Yuheng desires to marry into the Wei family, then he, as a general wielding great military power, must unconditionally side with the emperor. It turned out that a massive stone pillar by the roadside had inexplicably broken in half, crashing down with tremendous force. Yu Chong had no choice but to wrap his arms around her slender waist, feeling a softness and resilience that filled his palms, stirring his heart once more. He hurriedly took out his room card and swiped it in the elevator. In a moment, the pirates from the Sun Island displayed extreme brutality in their encounters with the Ming army, causing fear among the troops at the mere mention of the pirate blade. Afterward, looking at the vice commander in front of him, John frowned, contemplating silently, without answering immediately. Countless people had once fixated on Wu Qing, but upon hearing about her family's background, these formidable figures ultimately left obediently. Among these individuals, some felt rather apprehensive, believing that the enterprise was overly influenced by the leaders. Once we arrive at the Shadow Forest Academy, we newcomers must help each other. Faline Xia gently tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear. Ajio softly said, and there are handprints. Mother said signatures and seals can be forged, but handprints cannot. As she spoke, she lifted the red clay, looking at Zhao Lu with hopeful and innocent eyes. Zhao Lu had no choice but to comply. Busan, as the host of this boxing match, naturally did not want to be globally boycotted like in the last century. In the Night Clan's ship cabin, Musa was delighted to see Wenki could already move on his own. However, Wenki truthfully informed Musa that he was actually controlling his body using corpse manipulation, and he was far from recovery. Yes, Sun Jia waved the flag, and the White Army lined up neatly to charge at the Black Army, though their momentum was evidently weaker than that of the Black Army. Her voice trembled as Zhang Lingshu gathered all her courage to utter these words. She had always thought her resolve was firm, but when she finally spoke to her brother, she could not help but feel nervous. In that instant, she thought of her grandfather far away in Qinghe. Qin Shubao Mu Li and even the soldiers of the Right Army all displayed sympathetic and compassionate gazes. Huang Weiyu led King Mingzi and others into the hall, and then stood behind Kunyu. Kunyu signaled to Yin Shaoquan, implying that he should talk to King Mingzi, as he was merely at the Golden Core stage and might provoke dissatisfaction if he spoke rashly. After receiving the news, Yang Wang's face turned grim, ordering his guards to advance early into Shiping County to drive away the scattered Tiuhun and Turkic forces. At the same time, he instructed the Xiaowo army to follow his guards and protect the flanks of both armies. Yang Guang's main forces in the Four Guards Mansion would then steadily advance according to the established strategy. Uncle Emperor, catch this. Yang Tan extended his hand, and with a whoosh he threw a snowball towards Yang Hao. The sky had not fully brightened yet, and few physicians were awake. Lu Qi struggled to open his eyes, exercising his muscles alongside Ling Zun in the physical training ground. Lu Qi thought King Odkarl the first Prince Odeshi the second Prince Odsting the third Prince Odesius I am truly too dull. I am very touched holding the hand of my sixth uncle, and said I will do my best to rescue her. I am setting off to Jiangxi now to find Jiang Ming and rescue Zhang Shan. It's not like it's the hidden figure Jiang Yu anymore. Didn't you see him coming down the mountain with us? He doesn't even qualify to be left behind by the Luo God clan. Another genius remarked with a sarcastic look at Jiang Yu. What are you afraid of? If Chu Feng is shameless enough to target the young master, he'll stand in front of the young master. As long as the young master is alive, the future will be the time when Feng Chu Palace is destroyed. The black bear protested, thumping his chest in dissatisfaction. The spirit-gathering pills he refined left no room for dispute among other 7th-grade high-level alchemists who were all convinced and respectful. Thinking of Su Tian's future achievements as an alchemist, they could not help but greet him, eager to build a good relationship in advance. Qin Kai had yet to send anyone to find Xiao Mo, but the scouts sent out by Xiao Mo had already discovered Qin Kai's group. After all, Qin Kai had not anticipated that Xiao Mo would dispatch a large number of scouts around Wu Zhuang, and he did not currently have any intention of antagonizing Xiao Mo, so he did not pay much attention. Chase after them. Which rascal is so bold? If I catch him, I will hang him up and beat him. Chang Wudi was furious, immediately activating the Myriad Wonders Gate and following the primordial Wuji diagram in pursuit. The Blind South Expeditionary Army took the initiative to attack. Was this a reckless move, or did they already have a solution? Compared to the two malevolent figures suddenly appearing among the Shang army following their defeat, the leaders of the coalition were more eager to clarify this matter. Alas, even in a trio, we are still no match for you. We have lost. Will you spare our lives? Yin Beilu also admitted defeat. Meanwhile, the tides of Bujaya's sea began to calm down as the water in the kettle had run dry. John's figure gradually emerged from the waves, appearing to be within reach. Even before these gourd babies were born, they could communicate with him through telepathy. How powerful will they be once they grow up? We just mentioned my sister, and unexpectedly such a spirit beast has arrived. This is truly extraordinary. Bei Gonghang said. Among the crowd, the one who appeared the most relaxed was Bing Hao. With an expression devoid of sweat, or even a hint of moisture, he stood under an oak tree, gazing at Mo Feng. His eyes no longer held contempt or mockery, but rather a trace of seriousness. Just as the opponent was using their extraordinary marksmanship and effective tactics, taking advantage of the smoke and the cover of trees, to push within 10 meters of the cliff, they inexplicably retreated. Dealing with this man did yield some gains. After all, she learned who the backer of the bar street was. Suku already had a plan in mind, and she had several days ahead, enough time to execute her strategy. For a moment, the atmosphere below was quite lively, which made Xue Sangui, sitting on the rest platform, curl his lips disdainfully. Despite the current glory, these two were like grasshoppers after autumn. Their time to jump around was limited. Xia Xingchen looked down. The items in Lan Ye's hands were all designer brands. They were indeed not in the same league as what she had. The He-Tun ghost remained silent. The series of ideas proposed by Shin Nai-Tian seemed to him to be nothing less than an obvious coup. They were waiting for orders from above. In this place of hell, it's not an exaggeration to say that death was inevitable. Encountering misfortune could mean thousands of people could fall together. This was the reason he felt little resistance when he heard Su Ke mention retaking the exam. At this moment, he focused intently on studying the exam questions, completely different from his usual self, until he was affected by an unexpected conflict as Gu Chengfeng surprisingly confronted the new class teacher. The environment being somewhat shabby was inconsequential. In the mortal realm, one would not tire or hunger. No one considered this a vacation. The inability to open the gates of hell meant it could not disappear. If it continued to linger in the mortal realm, it would inevitably cause chaos. The first thing Chai Ruofei did upon returning home was to see Ling Ziyuan, only to unexpectedly collide with him. She struck the imperial concubine simply because she had said something inappropriate to my mother, triggering our sensitive nerves. It is worth mentioning that the Fenglong battle armor ranks 5th on the divine armament list, being the only defensive weapon on that list. After listening to Guo Shiqiang's words, Su Feng remained silent for a long time. The current situation was not optimistic for him, but he simply could not bring himself to apologize to certain people, knowing that such things once done would lead to a second time. She smiled stiffly in broken Korean and pointed at me. After pondering for a moment, I finally understood what she meant. Once Su Zimin was a towering film star, but now she had faded into anonymity. Rue'er was usually Gu Zuikio's favorite maid. Seeing Gu Zuikio's expression change, she hurriedly tugged at Xing'er's sleeve, urging her to stop talking. "Get lost, all of you, get lost," the scar-faced man shouted with all his might. Seeing this, a few henchmen exchanged glances, then slowly retreated into the woods. They had always spoken vaguely about a major crisis, but in fact this incident was far more serious than the invasion of the lost souls and the soul regainers from the scattering lands. Zhou Yun's heart sank. He was merely a part-time king of hell, having mixed for so long. Aside from being slightly stronger in Linhai, where could he find a proper dojo? Compared to Mujia, a disciple beside a bodhisattva, he didn't even deserve to be compared. Then he suddenly shivered, instantly recalling where he had aimed. He awkwardly withdrew his hand. The three of them rushed out of the cave and ran deeper into the valley, where the mist was thick, obscuring visibility. Soon his expression changed. If the Fumo Palace found out about this, wouldn't they come to capture him immediately? Zhang Yi sat aside, completely confused about what was happening and why the situation had suddenly turned hostile. "Has no one ever threatened you, sir? Or have you just been lonely for too long?" Song Anren asked, seriously suppressing a smile. Meanwhile, Dongfang Xiu was preparing to contact various brothers. After being harassed by them all night, Zhou Yun finally had a moment's respite, and at that moment he remembered tonight's chef battle for food and hurriedly took out his phone. Yang Bo was momentarily stunned, looking at the beautiful girl before him, feeling a rush of mixed emotions. He hadn't expected that this period of time would make her develop feelings for him. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Noticing the two attempting to dodge, the sniper fired a shot, but it did not hit. "All right, I'll ask him. You head back to the manor first." Situ Qian actually stood up and left, leaving Nie Fenghua dumbfounded. Several people returned from the fissures of the Dark Continent. They didn't have time to clear out the low-level demon monsters around them, and hurriedly approached their elder Kuei Mu Wolf, one of the 28 constellations. Medieval Europe. Yen Hanshui squinted as she looked around. She found herself inside a stone castle, and her wristband displayed a massive map. Such a colossal entity spun in the air, crashing to the ground with an immensely dull sound. The dust it raised soared several dozen meters high, and thick streams of blood gushed from her body like rivers. The icy disaster mist representing cold froze all the vibrating ions, and the absolute domain at force field became extremely unstable as the demonic creature raised its claws and struck hard. Such thoughts could only remain within one's heart. One would never dare to speak them out loud. After all, this was someone who could spar with the overwhelmingly powerful President Tang. Although Jin Mingxi had yet to witness Li Chengjie in action, he instinctively believed that this guy's strength was not just mere boasting. Even if someone truly lived in the house, it made no sense for it to be this immaculate. Not a speck of dust lay in any corner. She had never imagined that the heart's door she had not even dared to knock at would one day fling itself open to another. The irony was bitter. The building itself was not surprising. What astonished me was that it served as the sales office for a development by Hongdao Real Estate. Tang Jihua naturally understood that Director Li harbored no goodwill toward him. This was a deliberate slight. He snorted coldly, paid it no heed, climbed into the car, and returned to the city. He did not wish to remain there for another moment. Lin Muyu fell silent, for of course his question had been directed at a person. Was there any other possibility? He thought for a moment, assuming Hu Jiajia had been distracted and had not heard clearly. "Yes, I will not be happy. But may I at least vent?" Thinking of such things could at least make her feel a little better. If he did not let it out, he truly would perish, and without even a grave to be buried in. "Perhaps you should ask your close friend Zhao Su. After all, it is I who now must hide everywhere because of her." Hearts change, one wano. I still hope you will see your friends for who they truly are. In the end, Gu Rang's phone call was not meant to explain anything to Mei Wan. Shuan Wubu nodded, a mixture of anger and helplessness on his face. In doing so, he tacitly confirmed Xiao Yuanshan's suspicion. He sensed that Xiao Yuanshan knew far more than he did. He also felt that compared with Xiao Yuanshan's Black Banner sect, the current Special High Department was simply outclassed. The gap in strength and capability between them was stark and unmistakable. He rolled his eyes inwardly when the old man's face suddenly froze as if struck by a thought, his brow knitting. "Guess how I later learned that the one you loved was Zhang Xiaobai." Chun Haomiao smiled and said, Thank you. All right. You should go see Qian Mo first. He has been waiting for you a long time." Qian Mo's mother helped Ouyang Yingqi wipe away her tears. Bu Guangshi's face flushed crimson. Although Bao Fiyang's remark might not have carried any hidden meaning to Bu Guangxue, it felt like a jab at his previous frantic dealings with the Indonesian Jingguan Group project. Fortunately, those two were not on the same team, Had they been allied, no one could have defeated them. Now that no longer matters. I came only to hear you admit it with your own mouth. Nuo Mingyu returned to the manner he had when Ouyang Ingqi first met him, cool, devoid of warmth, exuding a faint, almost imperceptible pressure. This was a rosy, chubby child like a doll. There was not a trace of Zhang Gui's ferocious domineering about his face. He more closely resembled Leona, heroic handsome. One could easily imagine him growing into a strikingly handsome man. Xie Gui was momentarily stunned and about to turn when a loud bang sounded. 2 intact coffins lay coldly behind his feet and then slammed up against the backs of his knees as if trying to shove him into them. Ouyang Ingqi was already weeping with emotion. When he finished speaking, she rose on tiptoe and kissed his lips. Nangong Lini curled his mouth into a smile, transformed passivity into initiative, drew her close, and deepened the kiss. After boarding the minibus bound for Yuntai Mountain, Meng Shuang rested her head on Bao Feiyang's shoulder and began to doze. Bao Feiyang, however, sat watching the landscape pass by through the window. Although they were exchanging barbs, Zhao Jie's gaze remained fixed on the frontline scene before him. He had seen 2 figures in hot pursuit. Brother Yinsong, no need. We already ate burgers and chicken on the plane, we're full now. Beside her, Yin Xianmin smiled gently. In her eyes, Lu Yinsong had without doubt become her whole world. Only in the pool at the stream's end did several pale jade-like lights shimmer, at times scattering like schooling fish, at others coiling together like a long serpent. Our 2 families ought to be closer, so we may look after one another in time to come, Qin Zongheng said casually. His sleeve fluttered as he left. The blazing red gown remained dazzling, prompting the Empress Dowager to sigh once more. As long as the sisters' harmony was unharmed, that would be enough, otherwise the cost would have been too great. She lifted her eyes to the lush treetops in the distance and felt a serene steadiness welling within her. Long Ling felt rage burning within her. Were she not so grievously wounded, she would have leapt up and screamed in hysterics. At first, Du Rukin's initial loyalty stood at only about 30, now it had risen to 7 Taitwo, a sign that Jiang Qingshi's methods of persuasion had been remarkably effective. As the eldest daughter of the household, she had never possessed the naive disposition of her younger sisters. Gentle by nature, she was by no means someone to be easily bullied. Since Madame Lu became pregnant, she was treated as something precious in the residence, strutting as if she owned the place. Meng Zhixiao, buoyed by the mood, went about boasting to Madame Zhou about how difficult and tiring it was for her aunt to bear a child. Coerced and unsure of what to do, Madame Wang, for her sister's safety, reluctantly agreed. Once Li Guani and Yao Guang were gathered, they could find a suitable spot nearby to rebuild the secret realm. Yi Chun had not expected that Wan Zhaohu, who usually wore a cheerful smile, could become so formidable when serious. Those who rise to command truly conceal depths beneath their outward cheer. As his curiosity grew stronger, he summoned his courage and ventured into the cave. He didn't know how long he had walked, but deep within the cave a vast space unexpectedly appeared. President, is it possible to develop a pill that can break through the bottleneck? Tang Jun expressed his thoughts. Sometimes silence can be far more lethal than verbal attacks, especially the maddening feeling of being ignored by others. Dodo glanced at Ming Xian, then immediately turned away, seeming a little displeased with Ming Xian's statement, and took off into the sky. Huoyin disregarded Lin Zhuoran's intention to refuse guests and walked directly to the crystal coffin of Lin Yi after entering the ancestral hall. Although Yu Qin knew of an ancient and mysterious witch tribe, he never expected that the elder Gue Guzi before him was actually a member of that tribe. For a moment, Yu Chun was somewhat slow to react and did not respond. He merely uttered a phrase pointing like a sword, igniting a ball of sword fire that suddenly launched towards the giant demon. The man stared at the screen before him, and after recognizing the man's face, he waved his hand and said, "The next day, Leon was invited to our home, and after a feast of food and drink, I revealed the truth to him. From now on, the majority of the rewards earned by Wang Jia from hunting the strange creatures each month would have to be handed over to Jiang Yin, who would then distribute them to Chen Haichuan, making Chen Haichuan work for him." The entire world was shrouded in a gray haze filled with a sense of deathly silence that weighed heavily on the heart. If it were so easy to distribute 100,000 here and there, what would the few strange creatures that initially followed him think? Yet with the big lights arranged, the two still did not focus on planting peanuts, continuing instead to show their affection for each other. As for the masked man, his spine was already broken, and whether he lived or died made no difference to him. He couldn't be bothered to respond. When Shin Nuo came out of the hotel, most of the people had already arrived. The production team had arranged a private vehicle for her, while the contestants and staff took the bus, which had already started filming. The old man knelt on the ground, his eyes slightly red, and performed a deep bow to Chu Ling. Seeing Xiao Wang like this, Chu Ling frowned slightly, her vigilance not yet fading. Then she skillfully took out a folded sun hat and a UV protective mask from the side pocket of her travel bag. However, here it seemed there was still no clue. The audience's evaluations of Lu Su also began to show some discontent. This so-called very strong perfect clearance player seemed to really have lost his mind, mingling with the mentally unstable. "I'm really not happy at all. Despite receiving praise, Long Yang felt no joy as he expressed. Looking up, the person who had shouted earlier immediately turned pale with fear as Lin Ye's somewhat disheveled figure was running towards him at a terrifying speed, pursued closely by Chi Hao and the still blazing sword light. The burly man beside him also said it seems they are evenly matched. The bald man and the thin man nodded in agreement. Wang Zhiran's brows slightly furrowed as he glanced at the other four. Among them, the two tycoons Mei Long and Mo Jin both showed frowns, clearly having a bad hand and poor cards. Thick steel plates blocked this place airtight. He turned on the television and started cooking in the kitchen. Not only that, but even the air around the two was completely blown away by this impact, creating a vacuum zone around them. Feeling irritated, Wang Zhiran sat in the left seat by the window of the cabin and finally could not resist his drowsiness, closing his eyes and falling asleep. So amazing. Pearl gazed at Lin Yu with a look of infatuation, feeling enveloped in a sense of happiness. She thought that there seemed to be nothing in this world that Lin Yu could not accomplish. Even such an injection was already sufficient, and after just over 20 minutes the blood test returned to normal. Although there had been no blood-based case previously, this duration undoubtedly fell within the ideal range for clinical trials, which relieved Feng Qianyu. After narrating it once, it felt as if I had experienced it again, my heart all mixed up, yet there was also a sense of liberation akin to rebirth. After the meal, Bai Ling took out the egg she had received from Yulong, which she had kept in her spatial ring all along. Lin Yin-yang looked at the now spirited Song Lang, then glanced at Qin Jing, who was dressed in coarse cloth, unable to believe her eyes. The next person to die in the Qian family will be you. Jiang Dong pointed directly at Qian Zhang's face, and after saying that, he left with Shangwan Qiujia. If their posters covered the entire city overnight, it would mean that many common people would develop the mindset that they could afford to consume as well. When they reached Songzhou, realizing the reality was not so, some emotionally charged individuals might have already taken the lead in causing trouble without needing anyone to instigate them. Oh, enough already, stop arguing. Once we go out, you men can have a fight, Jiling said, feeling speechless towards the three. The previously mentioned phantom horse was a bit too ostentatious and too large in size. It was good for transportation, but not suitable for being a pet for Annie. She knew Zhou Ziwei was very handsome, but today he was extraordinarily so, especially with those eyes, dark and deep, full of emotion like a gem just pulled from the lake, dazzling and radiant. Fusang people, you have crossed the line. A grand and resonant voice suddenly echoed from the peak of the mountain where Zhongnanshan was located. The solitary peak, bow-shaped, stands atop the mountain like an arrow thrust into the earth, resembling a crescent moon from afar. Jiang Yuan silently thought to himself, thus nodding in agreement to Yi Xinyan's request. Shuizi was quite proud. If Tang Shan were to leave, it was likely that there would be no further story. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed a door ajar at the end of the two-story dormitory. Since the door was open, it was likely that someone was residing within. Bai Chuchu, unaware of the murderous intent that had almost arisen behind her, strode confidently ahead. Qi Jian, draped in a sky-blue cloak, held an umbrella over her, shielding her from the swirling snowflakes. Nian Xian quickly leaned back, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she displayed an elegant and poised demeanor. Upon hearing Dong Fangyan begin to narrate, Wu Dao ceased to dwell on those matters and listened intently. The door known as Kai Men, one of the three auspicious gates in the art of Qimen Duanjia, was typically used as an entrance. Fu Yi and others entered through this gate, hence they encountered no dangers throughout the entire day. She could feel her vitality growing stronger. She knew she had succeeded in exchanging the cost of no longer controlling beasts for an ordinary healthy body, becoming a practitioner of acceptable aptitude, striving on the path of the Xuanwu with her beloved. However, they came and went like the wind, snatching and fleeing, and despite the deployment of hundreds of police forces throughout the city, not even their shadows could be captured. Youth indeed. Yi Lulin scoffed oddly, not enraged despite having never faced such provocation before. At this moment, a cry of an eagle echoed from the horizon, and then Shin Tian saw a shadow rapidly descending from the sky. After a moment, he finally recognized the shadow as the giant eagle he had encountered during his first appearance in the Wani Mountains. The magic box indeed cannot protect Yi Ping, but I can. As long as the magic box is damaged, I will sense it. As long as I am here, everything will be resolved. So Cui Jia is in danger now. Fu Guoxing suddenly realized, and over the past few days he had sensed something unusual about Cui Jia. Could it be because of this? The black-clad figures at the foot of the slope were clearly enticing their opponents to shoot arrows. Upon seeing the rain of arrows, they immediately turned and fled, many rolling down the slope. Though it was a chaotic retreat, the actual casualties were not many under the barrage. The imperial stone tablet within the living tomb emanated an oppressive force that was difficult for him to withstand, yet this particular imperial stone tablet caused him no discomfort whatsoever. At this point, the battlefield could not be altered. With this command from the white carriage, all demon soldiers immediately commenced their orders. I believe it is sufficient. To obtain this fleshly body, even if Zhang Liubi must expend all his wealth and sacrifice 30 years of life, he would certainly agree to it. As he spoke, Wang Xianren winked at me. The old-style buildings were indeed sturdy. Even the sound of the concrete blocks hitting the ground made me wince. However, the location for the live broadcast does need careful consideration. I decided to search online for good suggestions as there are many posts at night. After performing a hand seal, Chu Haoyan turned and leaped onto the flying beast, beginning a hasty retreat through space. It seemed that no one anticipated that what began as a matter concerning a few children would escalate into such a tremendous event. Since he had already taken action, Xiao Yifeng would decisively not give him a moment's respite, striking again at his crown, leaving Fei Hong stunned that the self-proclaimed benevolent swordsman would turn against him. This question was more pointed, and everyone felt a sense of resentment towards this statement as it denied and undermined the pure friendship among them. On the way back, they had also traveled a full day, yet they did not rest. After pushing open the stone door, they jumped directly into the underground flame cave. I found this scene somewhat familiar. Upon reflection, it resembled the scenario from that day with Deshuai. It seems like a haunted house. Should we go in and take a look? Shiguo looked at me and asked. I knew he was still a bit worried. Even if there was nothing, a haunted house could be quite frightening, especially since it was late at night in an abandoned amusement park. The disaster of the vengeful spirits erupted in the eastern region of the demon domain, where many powerful beings of the blood demon sect perished in this calamity. The blood demon now longed to tear their bodies apart. After passing through numerous palaces and courtyards and crossing several forbidden military zones, he finally arrived at his destination, a secluded and remote grand hall. I picked up a pair of chopsticks from the side and sampled the dish. The food having arrived who knows when was already cold. After finally entering a period of reconciliation with a reunion imminent, I truly wondered where his overly sensitive wife, who was in the midst of her pregnancy, would let her imagination wander. No need, I will wait for your successful return before signing the contract. Boss Chu smiled and gently waved his hand, causing Fengyun Wujin to instantly vanish from sight. With only 7 or 8 days left until the spring festival, the preparations he had made seemed insufficient now that his elder brother and sister were returning for the celebration. Shangwan Yi looked down on Ling Feng, who had yet to establish his own sword path, or rather was not a pure swordsman. Shangwan Yi eagerly anticipated the upcoming competition in 3 months, where he would face killing sword Sha Mo Run and test his own way. Thanks to Song Sini, the soldiers in the camp enjoyed a hearty meal that night. The mushroom soup was so delicious it made one want to swallow their tongue, and the honey water was truly sweet and fragrant, warming everyone's hearts and stomachs. Quiet down. I didn't ask you two to sit together to chat. Focus on your studies. Tang Tu suddenly scolded while banging on the blackboard. Du Haoming, once famous as the school heartthrob of Yinzhou No. One high school, was someone Luo she had heard of. However, seeing him in person was quite a different experience. His words today took Luo Shi by surprise, causing her to unconsciously glance at Yu Yang, who merely smiled gently. Seeing this, Zhou Tu immediately realized someone was looking for him outside the cave. Due to the cave's restrictions, sound was isolated, and he could only relay signals through a jade talisman, preventing disturbances during the owner's cultivation. Daoist Ji, I apologize for your entrusted matter. Prince Daozi has already entered seclusion, striving to break through to the divine transformation realm. It seems he won't emerge for at least a year. The Buddha child Shiran said to Xiang Su. After taking your blood and fabric, I will cast a forbidden contract for En Xian on behalf of our 2 clans, severing the curse of love. I hope to unite our 2 clans, so you will be willing to leave this world with me. You bird have no right to speak before me. Meng Huia was infuriated. A mere bird dared to look at him with such disdain. Good things come in pairs. 200 coins worth of snacks are just enough to fill my gaps. Huan Duo was quite brazen. A half-demon of the first rank, and there were 5 of them. Given Tang Xin's current strength, dealing with a single-toothed demon beast would require all his effort. Slaying it would likely still be out of reach. Moreover, there were 5 of them in the valley, and with Tang Xin's current strength, aside from the 9-headed dragon python, he was undoubtedly the most powerful person present. Ran Fei discerned the meaning behind Yang Quan's words through their interactions over the past half a month. He was not the type to betray, hence the conversation. The end of the Yunxiao continent was not the end of their lives. Rather, it was merely the beginning, just the start of their journey. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from a night of patrol, not many lingered in the conference room, leaving only 6 individuals, with the monkey being one of them. Xuanzi had long heard that Ran Fei was a person of great military merit, both brave and wise, and extremely loyal. Just a few days ago, he advised King Qi to reduce taxes for 3 years. Xuanzi, being a kind-hearted person, agreed to his request upon seeing that Ran Fei was compassionate towards the people. All right, then you can come to me for anything. Chao Zhenhai quickly left to attend to other matters. Yuni fell into Yuan Li's embrace, tears streaming down her face, as she said, Sister Yuan Li, I'm so tired, I'll let me rest for a while. After saying this, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Di Kuei smiled, bowed to the two, and pressed a pill to his forehead. With a flash of gray light, the pill was absorbed into his brow. The atmosphere felt increasingly strange. Nanxing, who had already consumed quite a bit of alcohol, was too lazy to join in and lounged on the sofa. Why do you still torment yourself so much? How Yunshin's smile vanished in an instant as he asked, "Brothers I Chundong have returned." With the loud cheers of the Iron Line bandits, Chundong finally began his speech like thunder. "What I aim to do is to be the lotus flower that Chu Mo speaks of, adorned with myriad colors." He had initially planned to slip away, but unexpectedly Lin Yen followed closely behind him. After all, he was Yi Nansheng's confidant. How Yunjin leaped into the air, instantly transforming into a lingering shadow, and sat cross-legged on the grass outside the pavilion. The bracelet slipped down to her wrist. Yue loosened it, feeling it didn't quite fit. She took it off and hid it in her sleeve. She already had her own ideas, and after figuring out the details of this radiant city, she became even more resolute. The Heavenly Python battle armor emitted a jet-black glow. The battle attire included arm guards, elbow pads, knee pads, and shoulder guards, all complete. The two shoulder guards resembled giant pythons with their mouths wide open, ready to swallow the heavens and earth, exuding a remarkable majesty. The Golden Skull leader stated that once they awakened from their cultivation, they found the golden stone coffin that held them was missing. Thus, they had nowhere to go and came to seek her out, hoping to recognize her as their master and request a place to reside. Before long, the spiritual energy produced by these Zhilong pills began to overwhelm his internal organs, giving him an ominous feeling as if they might explode. If it were anyone else, they would surely be crushed by this terrifying spiritual pressure. To be honest, the resistance of the surrounding archers was quite poor. After being attacked by various controlling firearms, negative effects like slowdowns and paralysis occurred, making everyone quite exhilarated. Of course, under different circumstances, others would have killed the blood crow without hesitation. Gao Xingyang, being able to see into people's hearts, naturally understood what the blood crow was thinking. In the past 2 days, every time he heard Sun Guangming speak to him in his standard Dengzhou dialect, he felt an inexplicable sadness, as if he were dreaming. However, every night when he woke up in a restless state, he found himself still in this familiar, yet strange environment, and he could only accept this reality in his heart. Chen Xiaoshan instantly felt overwhelmed, beginning to understand where the problem lay. Sun Pengzi's mouth was never one to keep secrets. Although he had earned some money, he was far from being a millionaire. Was what he said really that outrageous? In order to prevent Yang Shui from noticing something unusual, Lin Yifeng kept up a casual conversation with the driver while paying attention to the van that was closely tailing them. There was no time to clear the remaining people with Shangwan Luohua. She rushed towards the energy beam coming from Lu Bolong. Nowadays, Hollywood Road has become a famous antique street in Hong Kong, lined with numerous antique shops offering all sorts of peculiar items varying in quality and price. It goes without saying that fakes far outnumber the genuine articles. However, Lin Yifeng, weary from taking photographs, did not notice that a plain sightseeing bus was trailing far behind him. He kicked Kong Mei, leaving him dazed and confused, unsure of where he was. The burly man then seized both of Kong Mei's wrists and dragged him towards the exit as if he were dragging a dead pig. Yes. Hearing this, Chen Deng felt a little more at ease, returning to his seat. Xiao Yi's previous words were already a statement of intent. Although some beings transform into souls after death for various reasons, these souls, even if they have not regained their consciousness, instinctively avoid danger. Originally, there were some powerful souls deeper within, but upon sensing Jianzhou's aura, they immediately hid even deeper. Beside them, the Qin siblings Qin Mingyang and Qin Xinyao looked somewhat ashamed and regretful, especially Qin Xinyao, who had caused quite a ruckus the previous day, her eyes revealing sorrow. I watched as Linger returned with only over 1 million vitality points, shaking my head in disbelief. Losing over 7 million vitality points in 2 minutes would be unbearable for any of us. Sigh. Yuan Ku sighed lightly as his golden body emitted a fragrant aroma. A fist-sized relic flew out from a crack in his body. Instantly, a black tentacle from the Jinwu Heavenly Palace shot out and swiftly wrapped around it. The two played the Guqin, and Li Zhu admired their graceful and beautiful postures, exuding elegance and charm, delicate and soft, much like the melodious tune they played, washing over Li Zhu's mind like flowing water. In fact, Ma Qianan had already seen Bolani sitting there, but he pretended not to notice, thinking that he must first assert his dominance since they had come seeking him, not the other way around. Coincidentally, Xue Tenghao and Yang Bingquan were both detained in the same detention center, though not in the same cell. During their time in custody, they had not crossed paths. The ice dragon Fendobe spoke for quite a while before turning to look at Yifeng, allowing the gray space to also see this side. Let's go all out. Taking into account Zuanyuan's opinion, he decided to abandon the defense against the dark elements from the outside world, allowing them to surge recklessly into his body. Luo deconcentrated the fighting energy in his meridians towards his dantian, disregarding whatever fighting energy it might be. At this moment, Pang Tong and Gan Ning entered the inner hall of the stronghold, speaking to each other. Big brother lord, have we counted the casualties? Li Zhu nodded in acknowledgement. Now, being the king of Chu, if he wanted to march into battle, he needed a justified reason. What excuse could he think of to justify an attack on Jiangdong? Oh my, how could anyone live in such a doghouse? Without knocking, Kaoli walked straight into Horlei's room, which was directly opposite his dormitory. The two lived on the 3rd floor of the same dorm building. Since the Jinyang clan had long been accustomed to high temperatures, they had their own ways to cope with it, never sweating unless it became unbearable. But in the current starship, where would the high temperature come from? Yi Lianqin's cravings kicked and it was said that northeastern pig-killing soup was delicious. Having not tasted it for over 6 months, and with more than 3 months until the new year, Yi Lianqin couldn't wait any longer. Moreover, he had another consideration: keeping a distance from the school to avoid running into acquaintances and attracting gossip. Seeing Qiyang die here, the 30 or more people instantly revealed fierce expressions, letting out a loud roar before charging towards Wang Qing and the others. The reason for adopting such a development strategy was not due to a reluctance to part with these precious resources, but because Sima Muling believed that these naturally produced rare resources were utterly unreliable. However, with the addition of the dragon bloodline, these offspring possessed quite an appealing appearance, secretly delighting the Fox clan. Although he felt somewhat guilty towards Wang Bo, this was also an essential quality for Li Xian to strengthen himself. The so-called royal family is merciless, and that is largely how it is. Back on shore, the river god of the Yangtze River, that giant python over 10 meters long, had almost been dealt with thanks to the efforts of Zhou Yi and Zhang Mingyu, with snake skins neatly piled aside along with blood, flesh, and gallbladders, all separated. The mushrooms and wood ears picked at the tail end of the rainy season were still being harvested. The environment here is unlike that outside. The low woods are very suitable for the growth of mushrooms, and in a couple of days another batch will be ready. That's right. You must always remember that you are the most cherished princess of His Majesty the Emperor of the Daizhou dynasty. The noble and regal empress saw Princess Jingri's demeanor, and her slightly stern expression immediately softened. Moreover, she patted the soft couch beside her, signaling Princess Jingru to come over. Li Maoyong did not wish to regard this as idealism. He preferred to see it as materialism. He had a strikingly handsome face, but it was cold and disheveled, with his collar slightly open, as if he had been disturbed from some intimate moment and rushed out. She was extremely angry, and who would have thought she would blurt it out? The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted it. The expressions of everyone changed oddly. Even Liang Meyer looked at her as if she were a lost cause. Lu Jiaojiao was about to leave the palace gate when coincidentally she encountered the returning prince's carriage, which blocked her way. As she pondered, her phone on the desk rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was Yushi calling, and she immediately answered. You can actually control the Nanyang fire. Jean Fuss' eyes widened in disbelief, his face revealing an expression of incredulity as he pointed at Tian Sheng and asked tremblingly. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yunliai's expression changed instantly. What was her identity? When had she ever asked anyone for help? Zhang Rihan and Yin Xingyue exchanged a bewildered glance. Was this truly something that existed in the world? Lu Qingran said, "We are already husband and wife. What I desire is a lifetime of togetherness. If you ever develop feelings for someone else, just tell me directly." Song Lin took the phone, unlocked it with a flick in front of her open WeChat, and found her friend request. She set down the wolf hair brush in her hand, lifted her skirt, and stepped outside. Song Ji rushed over, embracing her tightly. Zhang Kailing's duel with the enigmatic Heavenly Dao did not last long. His face began to pale, a surge of hot blood rising in his throat, but he held it back. It was all his fault for sulking, going out to indulge in pleasures, and then scolding her, and ignoring her upon returning, even harshly gripping her wrist. Pei Xian helplessly turned the page. Although she wanted to slack off sometimes, she had to muster her spirits. Yan Ziming, half believing, placed a red fruit in her mouth. Instantly, a wave of sweetness filled her entire mouth, accompanied by an unfamiliar fragrance, causing her eyes to curve joyfully. To be honest, Han Sheng could also be considered handsome. Before her stood a tall figure in a black suit, holding a large bouquet of white roses. When he noticed Jiang Shuriwa looking over, he smiled awkwardly. "Report, Mighty Tiger, as per your instructions, all members of the outer organization have been eliminated." Fei Tianlong's eyes shone brightly, glancing towards Su Mian from time to time. The words of the villainous system echoed in Du Anning's mind like a spell, instantly lifting the sadness that had just clouded her heart. Looking helplessly at the cold-hearted two gatekeepers, she gritted her teeth, attempting to slip through the gap between them. Naturally, they anticipated this maneuver, so Shun Yi crashed into the soldier's chest as hard as a wall, leaving her dazed for quite a while. At this moment, Zhou Yi forgot that she had once nobly declared she would not accept Anan's money. Now, after suffering, she complained that Anan did not take the initiative to give her money. She had claimed she would strive on her own. Now, where had her pride gone? Gu Jincheng's eyes, which had been half closed, suddenly opened at the sound of Li Ruoqian's words, instinctively glancing at the clock. The former ruler of the 8 dynasties, sitting on a stone chair, was somewhat perceptive. Upon seeing Shin Tucheng's attitude towards those few people, he began to estimate, realizing that the few who had just appeared before everyone were indeed formidable. The phone chimed again, this time with a text message. It was from the bank, informing her that her account had received an additional 100,000 yuan. Jiang Xiangqian saw that Su Mian was safe, feeling a pang in his heart, and after a moment of silence he managed to suppress this feeling. Jiang Yukai did not intend to hide anything from Li Wanshu, but rather earnestly told her about his inner conflicts. Of course, the main burden was the expenses of 2 children in school, which was indeed a heavy load, especially for a family like Lin Pinjuan's, which relied on doing odd jobs for income. However, her feet simply would not move. Even if she truly wanted to leave, she ultimately did not manage to. With the panic escalating, Yi Fan found it easier to strike. He was completely unreserved, punching and kicking as he launched a fierce assault on those people. Gazing at the low hills covered in dense foliage, yet already shedding countless leaves, climbing up was almost effortless. I couldn't help but mock myself. Having scaled numerous high mountains and snowy peaks today, I was faced with such a low hill, which couldn't really be described as climbing. It was more like a leisurely stroll. Among them, the third son of the Du family, Du Chuanxiu, was the one who had proposed to Guorong. He appeared quite elegant and was fairly good-looking. Quan Yurong finally understood that if it weren't for Yao Rulin, A Feng probably wouldn't have so easily agreed to divorce her. Talking about his own heartbreak, K's expression turned gloomy as he lowered his eyes. He was the saddest one. Even though he was mentally prepared when it actually happened, he couldn't accept it at all. While carrying so many things, Arya was panting heavily like a bull, but at least she didn't seem as spiritless as she did. Thinking of the numerous vulnerabilities in the defense around Kapangu, there were still many areas that were concerning. Li Yi decided to take a stroll around the nearby mountains to identify the issues in the outer defenses. Mentioning Zhuer, the originally melancholic mood grew even heavier. In this palace had Yu Qian found Zhuer. The two were supposed to meet tonight, yet they couldn't even exchange a few words. Luo Taihan was still patrolling the city walls when he received news personally delivered by Song Wei. Without a moment's delay, he hurried to Lu Xian's residence with only 2 attendants, completely unaware that he was awaited by shackles and a cage. Wang Wan's question plunged Shi Jian into deep thought. His original plan had been thoroughly disrupted, and the advantage in military strength was now utterly non-existent. Don't you need to change into a suit or something? Li Hui looked at his large t-shirt from Gigi, feeling quite troubled. It wasn't that casual attire was inappropriate, but in such an occasion dressing casually was a sign of disrespect to others. Come, let me take a look at it for you. Xiao Chuan did not delegate such matters to the maid, but took it upon himself to remove yesterday's fabric. Sweet fruit is the most suitable for refining starch, and sweet fruit starch is the best for making malt syrup. Once a brand's recognition reaches a certain height, it can bring numerous obvious benefits to the company. For instance, promoting any product would yield results with half the effort. For the time being, people, let Li Hui be. Bai Jing urgently pulled Li Hui towards an empty table. Of course, this news was not the most important. The most significant aspect was the comments below. For an increasing number of people, reading the news mainly meant reading the comments and the various arguments between different stances and individuals, which was far more entertaining than the news itself. The Nets regained their offensive, and Darren immediately hit a 3-pointer, putting them ahead. However, Yuan Su quickly responded with a mid-range shot, bringing the score back to 43. In reality, people face a psychological barrier. When the opponent can easily eliminate you, the invisible force of will begins to influence your behavior. Only those who have experienced real combat can truly understand these things. Every time the special operations team went out, they would attract a large number of ferocious beasts from the martial king realm, thereby disrupting the beast's offensive rhythm and easing the pressure on the city walls. Junior brother Xiao, please help me refine a batch of gathering yuan pills. Here are 3 medicinal ingredients and 60 taels of silver. The other 2 also presented 3 medicinal ingredients and 60 taels of silver, indicating their well-informed sources, knowing that he could refine a pill with 70% success, and the price had doubled. Shun Lian had completed his task. Although he could not save everyone, he had found a new goal to defeat Han Leaguai and prevent such tragedies from occurring again, along with that Baijid figure who was the true culprit behind it all. Worse still, its body underground was growing endlessly, as if it intended to drain the spiritual energy of the earth in one go. In the blink of an eye, the dark space constructed by Luo Quan vanished entirely, replaced by the suddenly re-entering world stage of a vibrant spring scene in Songshan. Brother, stop lying. I heard from Yuan that our family has a 5 elements law fruit tree. Eating one will allow you to learn a law. Li Feier revealed a proud smile. Yet she couldn't think too much about the odd matters at the moment, as she saw those people were already prepared, and her heart inexplicably surged with excitement. However, just now Luo Lin's punch had created a shallow pit in the rocky ground. What surprised him even more was that his fist didn't feel much pain, as if it had smashed into soft soil. He could easily discard hundreds of millions, so he wouldn't be tempted by collective assets worth several hundred million. Firstly, he looked down on them, and secondly, reaching for them would demean his own position. If the situation were reversed, even if one day he and Wu Qianyuan became estranged over some issue, he would absolutely not tolerate anyone speaking ill of Wu Qianyuan in his ear. Campus playground stars Moon Zhao Yin felt this environment was quite nice. He wore jeans and a t-shirt, while Sun Yin was simply in shorts and a t-shirt. Just as the words of the saber-toothed Tiger King fell, they heard that the turtle shell was pierced by the fire dragon of Hui Yunzi, creating a massive hole. He stood up from the ground upon hearing Ning Shuang's words, flapping her wings a few times, stretching her legs, and standing still staring at Ning Shuang. She blinked a few times, lowered her head, and aimlessly scratched the dirt on the ground with her feet, deliberately stalling for time. Li Xiang nodded, looking at her with curiosity. Last time she mentioned that she had practiced several techniques from the demon realm, researching them according to her own situation. The colossal Chi beast stood proudly in the void, its enormous eyes brimming with its own pride. At this moment in the realm of heaven and earth, the Chi beast had become the absolute protagonist, and everyone gazed at it with deep astonishment and intense fear. The crystal floating pagoda had also activated its defensive mode, but the next second the heavenly needle was unexpectedly broken through. Yun Xiu wanted to refute, but swallowed the words back down. The old lattice illness was not unrelated to her previous retort. She stood silently by the wall, listening to the scolding. Senior, be merciful. Chu Xian was overjoyed, patting Zhang Ye's shoulder. The senior has made a promise, you can rest assured now. Remember, wealth and treasures are external possessions, you can't take them with you when you die. Be open-minded and carefree. Chu Xian began to enlighten Zhang Yi. Seeing the strange scene unfolding before him, Ro Ju chose to leap and press the weapons and spiritual treasures beneath him, only to hear a crisp sound as those weapons were instantly reduced to dust. His tone was icy, as if it could freeze someone from 1,000 miles away. I had just returned from the gates of hell, still shaken, and felt quite aggrieved by his demeanor. He saved me. I couldn't blame him, so I silently stared at a spot on the ground. As time passed, the sun slowly rose and began to shine brightly until it hung high in the sky. This manifestation of fear showed an extraordinary endurance, yet ultimately could not escape the ever-changing formation devised by Xiaoling. Did Sister Meng Ci not investigate the identity of this supermarket owner with you? Sister Meng Ci once told me that this divine supermarket has existed for not just a few hundred or thousand years. The owner must be no ordinary immortal, right? Han Lin asked in confusion. The emergence of electronic flow was accompanied by a strong electromagnetic wave and radiation, causing Lin Feng to feel a severe headache. After the coin evaporated, the passage returned to calm. Once the headache subsided, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth, for in that moment, he had grasped the frequency of the electronic flow and incandescent light. Sister, wait a moment. The cold raindrops soaked him, and Lu Yang suddenly remembered that his t-shirt was still in the car. However, when he turned around, there was no trace of the taxi left. By the time the strands of holy light disappeared from the horizon, the broken hole in the sky had already healed. Upon hearing this, I felt as if I had taken a calming pill. I sat beside him quietly, waiting, the thought of fleeing evaporating from my mind. He was so severely injured, I couldn't abandon him at this moment. As Qiao Pengju reached this point, we all exchanged surprised glances, and Han Yu took a deep breath, murmuring to himself. Basically, before the attack, the first-year team had formed a consensus on maintaining a certain rhythm during the offensive, proceeding step by step, without rushing or forcing the attack. Who told you that you are my husband? I must take care of you, holding you tightly, so that you won't leave me. Su Yueshua said, laughing joyfully. After listening to my mother's recount, my heart felt heavy. Oh my mother and I both had nightmares at the same time, and we dreamt of events that happened in the past in the mountain village. Of course, you all can take a good moment to consider this. If you accept, I will continue. If not, you may leave now. Lu Dehai continued, Emo Chun, have our people been arranged? Xiao Tianxian asked, adjusting his expression as he addressed Imachin. She spoke while taking out a stack of talismans and pressing them into my hand. A cursory glance showed that there were definitely over 50, probably around 60 or 70, startling me. At this point, how could Yang Biao, Yuan Feng, and Wang Yun, leading the 100 officials, not realize that the Lord Qi Jinwu had likely already reached some agreement with Dongjua? I kicked the bachelor, who inhaled sharply and flew backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yet under such circumstances, I found that these guys showed no intention of retreating, directly rushing towards me. What did you say? Lan Fu had just taken a sip of tea when he choked upon hearing the news. My brows furrowed. If we couldn't gather any information here, how would we find He Shu? Lu Chen only learned about it the next day, but he didn't go looking for trouble with Wu Lianjie first. Instead, he sought out Sima Zhe, who had just gotten out of bed. Upon realizing that she could no longer transform into human form, he even forced her to sign a spirit beast contract, claiming it was for her good and for Zhu's good. Bai Fengqing, in her quest to study the effects of medicine and its compatibility with the human body, had captured over 300 people for live experiments starting from the age of 18. With no outsiders present, there was no need for pretense. He revealed his scoundrel nature. Could this be the suppressed nature of all men? Baghdad wore a beaming smile and nodded yes, observing is necessary. You continue your work. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. He stood up and prepared to exit the hall. Who are you? The youth's face, slightly astonished, instantly turned serious. The earlier enthusiasm vanished, and he seemed to unconsciously take 2 steps back, spreading his feet apart and gripping the sword hilt, a sense of vigilance immediately rising between the two. Seeing this, the man in black did not forget to whistle a few times before flashing a wicked smile as he approached Qi Yuren's blade. Ho Lunmu said seriously, Great National Master, look how many concubines the great king has, yet you only have one legitimate wife. As the great national master of the nation, can you not take in a couple more? He gestured towards Huiyu. You can't think that just because you married the princess of Shisong you should treat Shisong as a taboo, right? I absolutely cannot yield, Huo Lianjia said angrily. If the population of the lower capital could grow with the prestige of Jingguang among the common people, the lower capital would definitely expand its military and strengthen its forces, catching up and ranking among the top 5 capitals. At that time, King Duyi would surely look at them differently, and the alliance with Prince Domini would have the strength to contend with the other capitals. Would General Shui Yanbin of upper capital still dare to look down on them so arrogantly? However, the biggest problem was that each time he came he found no one inside this hotel. This matter requires an explanation. Binzi and Chi Yu had only endured a barrage of punches and kicks, and after lying down for an afternoon, they sprang back to life. Upon entering the mansion and seeing so many people, I felt restless as I could not drive them away. Additionally, my recent conversation with Wan Yi made me feel that I had not handled things well, leading to an increasing number of issues. Having failed my strike, I retracted my fists abruptly and retreated several steps. At that moment when Zilu attempted to grab my wrist, if he succeeded, I would be in grave trouble. Feng Yong found this amusing. Old times. What history could there possibly be between me and Qin Wani? In the chaotic realm of cultivation, how could one expect a child to survive? Unless she constantly enjoyed good fortune and had a long life, everyone knew that the moment Lan Wei revealed a secret, Lin Hua's fate would become tragically severe. Later, Xia Mo reflected that it seemed lazy people preferred to travel by boat. To traverse thousands of miles without walking, one would indeed have to take a boat. A typical representative of this was the thief Prince Chu Liuxiang. The curved edges of the shirt paired perfectly with the best-selling bright red hot pants, showcasing the figure at the waist and legs flawlessly. Fang Chengliang lived here quite comfortably. However, upon learning of their newfound freedom, the villagers began packing their belongings and leaving. The bald man explained that these people were going to visit neighbors. After being imprisoned for many years, they naturally wanted to share their joy with relatives and friends. Zaisis' words still lingered in Feng Yong's ears. Perhaps Yuzhu held a similar significance to Qin Wan Yi as Zisa did. Steadily catching the teacup, I also caught the lid thrown over and finally a chair. Inamo set the chair aside and sat down, taking a sip of tea, feeling quite at ease. The combat dagger that had been in her hand just minutes ago was now deeply embedded in the yellow sandy soil. Mother, does it hurt? Back at Shouho Courtyard, Chu Jian used the swelling mint ointment brought from the Wang residence on Lady Ye's face, feeling a pang in her heart. She should have punished that Chun Jinhui more. Second miss. Ling Yu and Xiao were taken aback, still not having reacted, and hurriedly turned to chase after her. However, before either had stepped off the iron bridge, a shadow zipped past them, pursuing Chu Jian. Lady Yu leaned against the soft couch. The tear stains on her pale blossom-like beautiful face had vanished. Chu Jian nestled beside her, knowing she still felt distressed. Was it intentional that mother called father's name last? Was it meant to provoke him due to her broken heart? Was she trying to make father resent her? Hearing Yang Jingyu's words, Sun Tong immediately let out a long sigh of relief, as if granted amnesty, quickly signaling his subordinates to dive into the 2 parked sedan chairs by the roadside, disappearing without a trace. Although she still did not understand why Mu Hua hated her, if she were Mu Hua, she would also detest those who had schemed against her. After all, Huayan was personally invited by Kong Min, and although the demons who gathered around had much higher cultivation levels than her, they did not dare to use their divine sense to probe into what was happening inside the house. Why do I feel that, Mr. Lin Yun deliberately told me this, even hoping for such an event to occur. Yin Xiu's gaze narrowed slightly. If he had not sensed something, he would not have been the deputy leader of the alliance. Chung Ran nodded. The Tianxing Society, as I understand it, is just that kind of existence, akin to those games we played years ago. After starting families, we can still gather for dinner and maintain our connections, just like before. The next day, as everyone was having breakfast, the sound of a car engine shutting off came from outside, followed by a shout. Although Velan took the survivors of the Drenii away from their homeland, no one knew where they went after leaving the port of Shatar. However, to ensure the safety of the survivors, the Drenii needed to obtain first-hand information about the tribe's whereabouts. After saying this, Ingzwa Zhaoyue casually sat down in front of Ingzwa Jinzhao, who looked at the now safe Ingzwa Zhaoyue and nodded happily, then turned serious as he looked at her. Only at this moment did Chung Ran realize that his perspective had been too narrow. Back then, the dinner at Jiang Hongshao's house seemed like a mutual exchange of gifts with Jiang Hongshao's mother. He felt neither intimidated by her status nor inferior, but rather composed and ready to respond. The people of the Nangong family did not reside in the city, but on a high mountain, which had 3 peaks, the largest being that of the Nangong family. Thus, under Zhou Fohei's warm hospitality, Xiao Shan and Xie Tian accompanied Zhou Fohai and Tang Shui to enjoy a lavish lunch at the Zhou mansion. Magic conch, what exactly is that bandage? How can I master it? Aaron inquired, once more pulling the lever. The levels of heroes are divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow, each of which is further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and top grades. Thus, when this man appeared in the world of rain lines, his action of closing the umbrella, though somewhat awkward and clumsy, was notable. Are you saying, Sai, the world is so vast it seems I can only seek refuge in the Han Kingdom now? Ling Gongyang felt gloomy and worried. The path of revenge was becoming increasingly difficult. Zhao Xiyu was also discussing with Tong Mu while walking. Playing tricks with one person and one bird was indeed not bad, especially since Zhao Xiyu was somewhat slow to react, but with Tong Mu's occasional prompts, he would quickly catch on, executing flawless teamwork. A smile played at the corners of Wang Ling's mouth. Of course it's feasible, but whether the result will be what I desire depends on your performance, Feng Ling. The leading man lowered his head, flipping through the roster in his hand, while walking this way, occasionally turning back to converse with the person behind him. An endless rage erupted from Shang Wangxin, filled with bitterness, sorrow, unwillingness, and self-pity. Later, I had Magistrate Fan release them, gave them 10 taels of silver, helped their mother with her medicine, and then I returned. Zhou Yu said. With so many blood bars increasing, it felt like his entire body was swelling, causing him pain all over. I have already tried my best. Zhou Yu held his breath as he spoke. He stretched out his hand, straining to reach in the direction Feng Yu had indicated, but still could not touch it. He rubbed his sandy eyes, squinting at the two suns that seemed capable of igniting his vision. Perhaps they recalled that it was this man who had led them step by step to the pinnacle of the Bundesliga. Thus, a gathering concluded in a somewhat awkward atmosphere, with the three returning to their homes to prepare for the morning court session, which also served as the welcoming ceremony for the delegations from the two countries. It's not about playing the victim, I just want to explain myself. There was a time when reading everyone's comments was really disheartening. Many of them gained the ability to communicate with the divine and obtained numerous cultivation techniques from the gods. Tang Sen was forced to retreat to the side using blue-silver grass to entangle Yin, but did not expect to be interrupted by Yan's astounding impact. The captain gazed at Lu Zhengjing's retreating figure, constantly speculating about his identity. The young man had brought him to his attendant, who, as he understood, was a big shot in the local underground world, someone he usually didn't see, yet showed great respect in front of this young man. If it weren't for Wang Qingyang asking Qin Zhao to reveal all these matters to ascertain the condition, Zhao Xiyu would still be in the dark. As soon as they exited the entrance of the sealed Mingyuan cave, the clear water man saw 30 giant warships anchored on the sea across from him. A row of black cannon mouths of the Jiaolong cannons pointed directly at him. Outside, several salespersons were whispering. When they saw Jiang Jun come out, someone discreetly covered their mouth and chuckled. Lu Xuezhi was genuinely focused, especially on the segments related to Xie Shinshin, although it took a long time to get just a bit of runtime. However, this time the script for Xie Shinshin truly suited his character. It was essentially a perfect fit. Yet Li Zhuiyun primarily focused on business. Although he had some dealings with politicians, his main domain remained in the food and beverage industry. This had nothing to do with her field of expertise. If the other party truly wanted something, it shouldn't be derived from her. Who is it? Who is your master? Who taught you the breath technique? What is the name of this breath technique? Schwemyer fired off questions in rapid succession. The white-clad Yao Jun urged her soul power, sending waves of pure white soul energy rippling from beneath her feet. Where she passed, snowflakes filled the sky, resembling a powerful soul domain that only a Mingjing realm cultivator could command. In the end, He switched his thumb to his index finger and arrogantly shook it left and right. The students sent out multiple times were all those she selected for their strong spiritual power, and with her own treasures for protection. Had it not been for the illusionary barrier, they likely would have succeeded long ago. Despite several attempts, they were not entirely fruitless. As long as someone's spiritual power was sufficient to resist the illusion, then opportunities arose. To prevent the other party from discovering him, Qin Zhao chose to observe outside first to gauge the other's patterns before deciding how to proceed with the rescue. This young roe deer watched as Zhang Guodong approached, surprisingly not retreating, instead leaning closer to the wire fence to look at Zhang Guodong, as if very curious. With a glance from those dark green eyes, a layer of goosebumps rose on the leader of the congregation and the stone elf. The feeling was akin to plunging into an icy abyss, making everyone trapped in this temporal secret realm shiver with fear. Seeing Lu Ba Dao still watching, Sun Tianzi felt like she was about to cry. Please, I beg you, stop looking. The shame overwhelmed her, nearly causing her to faint and avoid facing the current embarrassing situation. Gazing at her long white neck akin to a beautiful swan, Han Jun endured and abandoned the thought of reaching out after all his father was still at home. All right, let's go inside and check the script first. Feng Zhengheng still appeared nonchalant, chewing gum, his hair dyed wine red, unconventional, yet possessing a unique beauty. That initial and marked the beginning for Long Jian and Jin Tian, yet now, although Long Jian was no more estranged and had arrived, I was taken aback, making a decision. This long-awaited battle was separated by 1,000 years. Feng Shuin, let us fight fairly and truly. Brother Du, there's no need to take such matters to heart. The sect has entrusted me with the funds for this economic war. To be honest, brother, I'm currently so poor that all I have left is money. As long as a problem can be resolved with money, it certainly isn't a problem, Fei said with a smile. I stared intently at Xian Yuan Yifei, and finally he nodded, which made me excited. Half because I had gained time, and half because I had found something fun, which was to make Xian Yuan Yifei move. Ma Wanxing glanced coldly at Ma Pingchuan, her clear eyes seeming to pierce through the hidden concerns that her third brother was desperately trying to conceal. When the raw, icy collision occurred, the surrounding people seemed to witness the most ancient duel and street performance. It was in their nature to gather and watch, yet between us there was no pretense of performance. It was a matter of life and death. As the second-in-command of the cursed clan, all the arduous tasks fell upon Lei Long. After all, there was still a cold and unyielding figure above him. Who else would handle the dirty and laborious work if not him? Moreover, he couldn't rest easy handing over the cold and unyielding figure to someone else. While adapting to the air, Minier and Wei Wei were automatically recognized as inhabitants of the Lighthouse Star, thus receiving a special supply of gas, while in summer it was unavailable. Peterkin and Ramphis' team consisted of at least 20 members, indicating they were a unit. To ensnare me, they naturally had to conceal their identities. The lies they spun earlier were too simplistic for me to believe. I needed to weave a more convincing narrative to ensure their complete trust. Upon listening closely, Tang Jiayao realized that many superhumans had arrived from the European continent. They had held an international matchmaking event with the divorced sisters from Dayu Island, resulting in dozens of couples. In her instinctive thought, she cast a glance at the deceased's neck and saw a bloody mess. The blood had already congealed, but one could still imagine the scene of the previous bloody spectacle. It could also be considered a summary of our profession, though it seemed that many young people now enjoyed playing games. In this regard, the statistics on nicknames did not differ significantly. It was again related to mindset. However, I felt uncomfortable even with a little exertion. It was as if the primal beastly force was saying, "Do not resist, let me slowly absorb you." At most, he was merely a member of the royal family. Beyond that, he wouldn't think further and couldn't be bothered to think. Though he had agreed to cooperate with the Yuming Ghost sect, he was not willing by choice. In his heart, the Yuming Ghost sect was merely a stepping stone, even a pawn. He only sought to borrow strength from the Yuming Ghost sect to bolster the Liuguang sect. Following Shen Yun'er's instructions, Lida took out everything she needed one by one. After nervously sending Shen Yun'er and Sidu Luyan away, Lida finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quietly entered the kitchen where Su Momo was preparing soup, and beside her was a plate of stir-fried dishes. The tiger-like shot soared through the air, gracefully passing over everyone's heads, heading straight for the upper left corner of the goal. Chongqing, building a foundation for the future. Jiang Jiqing had no clear concept of that place. He was curious about why Du Yuesheng valued it. However, he thought to himself that there was nothing strange about it, and decided not to ask further. Besides cooperating with them, what other options did she have? Shen Yun'er had already heard about the power of the Western Kingdom during her time in the Qitian Kingdom. The principle of not being able to twist an arm against a thigh, and that an egg cannot crack a stone, was something she understood well. Inference is inference, but in my opinion, we should still give it a try. I will go first, and if it doesn't work, you should hurry back. Tang Shi suddenly raised her longbow. However, Supreme One, we are keeping an eye on Shang Tian, and the people from the Motian Alliance are also watching Shang Tian. The strength of the dragons we left behind in Shang Tian is indeed too weak. We are worried they might become cannon fodder before we can retrieve them. Long Tian expressed his concerns. Situ Rui listened to Shen Yun'er's words, his expression darkening. Looking at the many guards beside him, Situ Rui, he coldly ordered, "All of you step back and wait." Then he sat down on the ground, signaling Situ Nan and the others to sit down as well. So it turns out it's like this. Does that mean if you become a red scorpion, wouldn't you be much more powerful than you are now? Su Hong continued to inquire. Both were elites of the combat team. If it weren't for the Feng family being trapped, they would have fought their way in long ago. Having finally enjoyed a delicious meal, Keloosi completely did not wish to partake in the conversation between the two. But now, seeing the topic turning to him, he could only raise his head and nod at Li Yongla before continuing to eat. The method of using glutinous rice to remove corpse poison was proposed by Hua Te. Cao Cao was inherently suspicious and regarded himself as noble. After Hua Tuo proposed the remedy for corpse poison, he only took half of it. This glutinous rice remedy was merely a medicinal guide. The remaining half of the effective recipe remains an unsolved mystery to this day. Qin Mengfan had been suppressing her anger. Seeing this guy dare to move his hands, her brow furrowed, and she grabbed Zhou Donqiang's arm as he swung it towards her, forcefully twisting it behind his back, pulling out handcuffs and directly cuffing his hands. Everyone take a break. The magical beast should not catch up for a while. After being treated by Jianna, Ranmin also joined the fleeing group. Originally, he did not want to flee, but due to his protector's utter lack of dignity and his own injuries, he could only follow the common people in their escape. Hua Rufu was already very familiar with the environment under this tree hole. There was no need for illumination, and within a few minutes, he had run into the stone cave. The man leaped directly from the top of the castle, landing in front of Kuang Yi and Tianyang, blocking the path of the Kuang Tuan.